Chapter 1. Do not rush, one at a time. Outside the entrance to the Thousand Mountains Dragon Tomb on the southern Liao continent, a haughty youth, his face brimming with arrogance, presented a shard of spiritual bone to a girl clad in white beside him. The shard was smeared with blood, yet shimmered with a captivating brilliance that rendered onlookers unable to look away, their expressions rife with avarice. Not far off, the owner of the spiritual bone lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood, a gaping hole in her back revealing bone, resembling a lifeless corpse. Ding Xiao, can this fool's spiritual bone truly unlock the Thousand Mountains Dragon Tomb? Whether it's true or not, it's already been unearthed. There's nothing to lose by giving it a try. Perhaps the voices of the group were too loud, for the girl collapsed on the ground, suddenly twitched her fingertips. Bai Mu Yu, cradling the spiritual bone, noticed the girl's movement and furrowed her brow sharply. She turned to Ding He and, in a delicate tone, suggested, "Brother Ding He, I fear this fool's blood might attract spiritual beasts. Shouldn't we let your Ahu grant her a swift end?" Having her spiritual bone forcibly extracted, yet still clinging to life, what remarkable luck this fool possessed. Since Ye has spoken, how could I possibly disobey? Ding He promptly patted his third-ear thunder tiger. Good Ahu, go forth. Ding He was a rare summoner on the southern Liao continent, and the thunder tiger was his summoned beast, sharing a profound bond with him. Sensing its master's intent, the thunder tiger lunged at the girl on the ground, its massive jaws wide open. Its sharp teeth pierced through the girl's delicate skin, yet her tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. A blood-soaked hand trembled as it pressed against the thunder tiger's forehead, a terrifying mental force unfurling like an invisible net, severing the contract between the thunder tiger and Ding He. Ding He's face turned ashen, and he spat a mouthful of blood, struggling to maintain his footing. What was happening? How could his contract with Ahu be severed? The crowd was oblivious to the unfolding events, but Ding He was the cherished heir of the Ding family. If anything happened to him, those accompanying him would not fare well. They hurriedly rushed to support Ding He. The thunder tiger, large enough to obscure the girl's form, loomed over her menacingly. All present heard a chilling whisper, as though it emanated from the depths of hell. Good child, they are all your food now. Who is speaking? Ding He, being the carefully nurtured heir of the Ding family, though suffering from the backlash of the severed contract, still retained a sliver of strength and scanned his surroundings anxiously. I am the heir of the Qiling Ding family. Do you dare to seize my summoned beast without fear of retribution from the Ding family? The thunder tiger was an exceedingly rare spiritual beast, and Ding He had encountered many who coveted it throughout his life. He assumed yet another fool sought to steal his beast, thus invoking the power of his formidable lineage, the Ding family, one of the most powerful families in the Qiling kingdom. Yet no one answered his question. Instead, the thunder tiger flicked its tail and turned its ferocious gaze upon him. Ding He had never treated the thunder tiger with kindness, often resorting to beating and scolding. With the contract intact, the beast could not harm him, but now that it was severed, it had every reason to exact revenge. He gasped, electricity crackling around him as he assumed a defensive stance. Ding He was alarmed, urging those supporting him to retreat while attempting to mend the bond with the thunder tiger using his mental energy. All attention was fixated on the aggressive thunder tiger, allowing them to overlook Yun Huang, who was rising from the ground. Yun Huang examined her injuries, her gaze growing icy. As the heir of a reclusive beast-tamer's family in the 27th century, she had been endowed with extraordinary talent, rendering even the fiercest spiritual beasts submissive before her. Having been reborn, she found herself in such a pitiful state. From the original owner's memories, it was evident that she was now situated in the southern Liao continent, a land rich in spiritual energy where all could cultivate. The original owner, Yun Huang, was the legitimate daughter of a general's household in the Qiling kingdom, possessing both water and fire spiritual roots, along with an extraordinary spiritual bone that was 1 in 10,000. Unfortunately, she was born foolish and easily deceived. It was rumored that the southern Liao continent housed a dragon tomb, the resting place of divine dragons, containing countless rare treasures, with the unparalleled spiritual bone serving as the key to unlock the tomb. This was a legend lacking verification. Yet recently, a secret realm emerged on the continent, unveiling the long-lost Thousand Mountains Dragon Tomb from the depths below. To gain entry to the Dragon Tomb, the original owner's so-called good sister, Bai Mu Yu, deceived her into the tomb's entrance, colluding with several noble heirs to forcibly extract her spiritual bone, severing the connection to her spiritual roots. Once a favored daughter of destiny, she had met her demise due to trusting treacherous individuals, leaving her bloodied and lifeless. Clarifying her current situation, Yun Qianhuang raised her gaze toward the panicked crowd fleeing from the Thunder Tiger, her expression increasingly fierce. She rose and strode toward Bai Muyu, who still clutched the original owner's spiritual bone. Only then did the crowd take notice of her, their eyes widening in horror. What was happening? Hadn't this fool just been struggling for breath? How could she suddenly muster the strength to stand? Such doubts only momentarily distracted them faced with the threat of the Thunder Tiger. They could not spare any attention for Yun Qianhuang. It was precisely because of this that, apart from Bai Muyu, no one noticed that all of the Thunder Tiger's attacks had deliberately avoided Yun Qianhuang. Bai Muyu, shielding the shard of spiritual bone, evaded the Thunder Tiger's strikes while incredulously watching her. What have you done? Yun Qianhuang had no interest in responding to Bai Muyu's inquiry. Instead, she closed the distance with a ghostly swiftness, seizing her slender neck. Bai Muyu's eyes widened in shock. Having personally extracted Yun Qianhuang's spiritual bone, she knew better than anyone that the current Yun Qianhuang possessed not a shred of spiritual energy, yet she could still move with such speed. Bai Muyu attempted to articulate her thoughts, but in the next instant, the grip around her neck tightened, the sensation of suffocation robbing her of her voice. Instinct for survival compelled Bai Muyu to claw at the hand constricting her throat, desperately trying to pry it away. Yet no matter how hard she struggled, the hand remained immovable. Yun Qianhuang regarded Bai Muyu with eyes that seemed to appraise a corpse. She had always despised such individuals, selfish and greedy, willing to betray even friends for a treasure that existed only in legend. Thus, regardless of Bai Muyu's writhing, she resolutely tightened her grip. Crack a faint sound echoed, and only then did Yun Qianhuang extend her other hand to reclaim her shard of spiritual bone, discarding the lifeless Bai Muyu aside, as if she were a tattered rag. The sound of flesh meeting the ground drew the attention of the others. Gazing at Bai Muyu, now devoid of color, the noble heirs stared wide-eyed in disbelief. At that moment, Yun Qianhuang was utterly transformed from her previous foolishness. She resembled a vengeful deity, her very aura rendering the crowd mute. Fear-stricken, they stumbled backward, their minds swirling in confusion. Bai Muyu was a third-tier spiritual master. How could Yun Qianhuang, with her spiritual bone extracted and roots severed, so effortlessly kill her? Moreover, wasn't Yun Qianhuang a fool? How could she appear so utterly different now? Terror, shock, and doubt converged, all eyes fixated on Yun Qianhuang. The bloody girl's lips curled into a slight smile. Her pale skin, stained with blood, rendered her an apparition from the abyss. Do not rush, one at a time. Chapter 2. Little girl, have you awakened me? Since she had borrowed the original owner's body to be reborn, she would henceforth be known as Yun Qianhuang in this world. Those who had wronged her none would be spared. As if in response to Yun Qianhuang's words, the Thunder Tiger halted its assault, letting out a fierce roar at the crowd. Ding He nearly spat blood again. That was his summoned beast. No matter how he summoned his mental energy, the Thunder Tiger ignored him, instead nuzzling affectionately against Yun Qianhuang's hand. Yun Qianhuang patted the Thunder Tiger's head, her shard of spiritual bone twirling in her hand as she surveyed the crowd. Wherever her gaze landed, the individual trembled and retreated. Among them, there were no useless individuals united. They might not be defeated by Yun Qianhuang, yet not a single soul dared entertain thoughts of resistance. Yun Qianhuang's sheer presence crushed them into oblivion. As she scanned the area, her gaze finally landed on Ding He, encircled by the crowd. In the next instant, her figure had appeared before Ding He. Her right hand clawed around Ding He's neck, tightening swiftly. Just as Ding He was about to suffocate, the bloodied shard of spiritual bone suddenly burst forth with blinding radiance. Little girl, have you awakened me? An ancient voice seemed to traverse vast distances, ethereal and distant. Simultaneously, thunder roared, the earth trembled, and a golden pillar of light erupted from Yun Qianhuang, soaring skyward. The golden light blinded her, yet her grip around Ding He's neck did not loosen. Within the golden brilliance, Ding He's eyes rolled back, breath becoming shallow. Boom! A bolt of divine lightning struck down, cleaving the sealed gate, a powerful force ensnaring Yun Qianhuang like threads, forcibly separating her from Ding He. Yun Qianhuang felt enveloped by a sensation of weightlessness. She struggled to open her eyes, vaguely perceiving a golden shadow. The heavy gate slowly closed, and with the golden light shrouding it, no one noticed a fleeting crimson figure stumbling through before the gate sealed shut. Once the gate was completely closed, the golden light and thunder vanished, the earth ceased its tremors, and the remaining individuals finally regained the ability to see. What was that golden light just now? Where is Yun Qianhuang? Why has she vanished? Forget about that fool, look at young Master Ding Heir. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention, only to find Ding He sprawled on the ground in a state of disarray, his eyes rolled back and froth escaping his mouth, appearing as if he were on the brink of death. The young scions from esteemed families were thrown into a panic, rushing to Ding He's side, desperate to help yet at a loss as to how. At that moment, a voice laced with fury resonated through the air. Who is it? Who has harmed my precious grandson? When Yun Qianhuang awoke, she found herself within the confines of a grand palace. The palace was vast, and though its crumbling walls could barely conceal its former opulence, it was evident that its master had once been of great wealth and stature. Yun Qianhuang surveyed her surroundings with vigilance, her mental energy extending to envelop every corner of the palace. Yet she sensed no presence of life. Who had brought her to this palace? The unsettling feeling of being beyond her control left Yun Qianhuang irritable. She could only maintain a heightened state of alertness, not allowing any whisper of movement to escape her notice. The palace appeared to have been abandoned for ages, yet the golden throne before her was devoid of dust, as if someone had been seated upon it daily. Narrowing her eyes, Yun Qianhuang carefully scrutinized the throne, and upon confirming there was no immediate danger, she approached it slowly. As her blood-stained hand grazed the armrest, the crimson fluid was instantly absorbed by the smooth, lacquered surface. Yun Qianhuang's attention shifted, poised to withdraw her hand when the throne suddenly emanated a soft golden light. This golden radiance began to outline a shimmering golden figure before her. Upon closer inspection, Yun Qianhuang realized it resembled a dragon. The dragon's enormous eyes were fixated upon her, seemingly appraising her. The ancient voice echoed in her ears once more. Little girl, it is you who has awakened me. With your spiritual bone according to the rules, I shall bestow upon you my legacy. Perhaps due to her proximity to the dragon's figure, the voice now sounded less ethereal. Yun Qianhuang gazed intently at the dragon's apparition, recalling the legend rumors spoke of a dragon tomb on the southern Liu continent, said to be the resting place of a divine dragon. Thus, she surmised she was now within the dragon tomb of Qianshan, and this dragon figure before her was indeed the fabled divine dragon. Now, this divine dragon was offering her a legacy. Yun Qianhuang's expression remained impassive, revealing no signs of excitement. Are there no conditions? She harbored skepticism towards the notion of fortune falling from the heavens. The divine dragon paused, seemingly unprepared for Yun Qianhuang's immediate inquiry regarding conditions. Yet being merely a phantom, its surprise went unnoticed. The divine dragon replied, naturally, there are conditions. Should you accept my legacy, you must assist me in locating a suitable body to facilitate my resurrection. Little girl, my legacy can not only aid you in reconstructing your spiritual roots and bones, but also elevate your talents to unprecedented heights, making you a formidable force destined to dominate the continent. Moreover, once you accept my legacy, all the treasures I have amassed over millennia within this dragon tomb shall belong to you. So, what say you? Will you accept my legacy? This appeared to be a remarkably fair exchange. Yun Qianhuang currently possessed no spiritual roots or bones, lacking everything save her formidable mental energy. The divine dragon was confident she would acquiesce to his request after all. How many could resist the allure of a dragon's legacy and its treasures? Yet Yun Qianhuang could. She abruptly raised her gaze, her sharp eyes veiled with a thin mist of coldness. The divine dragon, believing she had made her decision, tilted his head slightly, eager to hear the answer he desired. However, what came instead was an overwhelming surge of mental energy. This force enveloped his entire ethereal form like a dense web, forcefully drawing him towards the diminutive human girl before him. Little girl, what are you doing? The sensation of being controlled incensed the divine dragon. He was a dragon of supremacy, a being whose mere breath could shake the three realms. And today, he was being subdued by a girl devoid of spiritual roots and bones. Huang ignored the divine dragon's protest. She had just confirmed that the entity before her was not a mere illusion, but a remnant of a soul. Were it otherwise, he would not have proposed such terms for his resurrection. Souls were indeed advantageous. Her family could not only contract living spirit beasts, but, provided one's mental energy was sufficiently potent, could also bind the souls of deceased beasts. What was a divine dragon to her? Here, it would either curl up like a dragon or lie low like a tiger. The dragon clan had vanished from the southern Liu continent centuries ago. Rather than toil to help this divine dragon find a body, it would be far more prudent to contract him instead. After all, he had brought her to this wretched place without her consent, hindering her chance to eliminate Ding He. Huang drew the divine dragon closer, slightly rising on her toes, her bloodied palm hovering near the dragon's head. Sensing the impending danger, the divine dragon began to thrash wildly. "Little girl, what do you intend to do? Stop at once."
Chapter 3 The Man by the Waterside. The divine dragon was once a supreme powerhouse, struggling to rise. Huang Huang was compelled to amplify her spiritual power, a wave of metallic sweetness surging in her throat. Already burdened with injuries, the depletion of her spiritual energy left her feeling somewhat drained. Soon, the spiritual cage woven from her energy was breached by the divine dragon. Gritting her teeth, Huang Huang exerted her spiritual power once more. As the divine dragon broke through, she swiftly reinforced the breach, yet even the mightiest spiritual force could not withstand such consumption. However, the divine dragon was also fatigued. He glared at Huang Huang, unable to comprehend how a mere human could wield such terrifying spiritual power compared to his current state. It was as if Huang Huang's spiritual energy was inexhaustible. The moment he let his guard down, he was overwhelmed by a counterattack of that very energy. Back and forth, the divine dragon eventually succumbed. Obediently agreeing to her contract. A contract formation materialized beneath them, radiating a pearlescent light that enveloped both Huang Huang and the divine dragon. In a moment of clarity, Huang Huang sensed a profound connection forming between herself and the divine dragon. It was done. A smile blossomed on her face, rendering her beauty exquisite. Even the bloodstains could not obscure it. The divine dragon paused, momentarily taken aback. This diminutive human girl possessed a pleasing appearance. If she were to be his master, she might just barely qualify. With the contract established, the divine dragon found a sense of acceptance. With the contract in place, he could leave this wretched place alongside her, which was not entirely unwelcome. Albeit still somewhat begrudging, nevertheless, the divine dragon lowered his head, reluctantly uttering, "Master." Huang Huang's spiritual power was indeed exhausted, yet aside from the paleness of her lips, there was no sign of her distress. She gently reached out to caress the divine dragon's head, as one would stroke a cat. "Do you have a name?" Instantly, the divine dragon's demeanor shifted to one of pride. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "I am called Aotian," overwhelming the heavens, a name befitting his divine essence. And thus Aotian had always been quite pleased with it. Huang Huang blinked slowly. "Aotian, about that inheritance and treasure you mentioned." Aotian, understanding the intent of his new master, quickly responded, "You may take any treasure you desire. But for the inheritance, please find a place to sit, and I shall impart it to you." Treasures could wait. The inheritance was undoubtedly of greater significance. Immediately Huang Huang settled cross-legged upon the resplendent golden throne and instructed Aotian to commence. Observing her occupying his throne, Aotian felt a twinge of grievance but swallowed his discontent. The process of reforging her spiritual roots and bones might be somewhat painful. "Master, prepare yourself." A portion of golden light emanated from Aotian, enveloping Huang Huang entirely. She soon felt a searing pain rip through her body, as if every bone were being hammered mercilessly. Creaking under the strain, beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, and she was forced to clench her teeth, stifling any cries of agony into mere muffled groans as something within her broke through the surface, and the pain rivaled that of her previous experience of having her spiritual bones forcibly extracted. Blood and sweat poured forth, staining the throne beneath her a deep crimson. The agony persisted for an extended duration, yet aside from that initial muffled groan, Huang Huang remained silent, earning Aotian's admiration. With an aloof expression, he quietly channeled his power to alleviate her suffering. After an indeterminate amount of time, the excruciating pain finally subsided, leaving Huang Huang drenched in blood. This was merely superficial. In reality, after reforging her spiritual roots and bones, all her injuries had completely healed. However, Huang Huang had no time to tend to her body. She eagerly examined her newly formed spiritual roots and bones. In the South Lu continent, spiritual roots were innate. There were 5 attributes of spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which determined the type of spiritual energy one could cultivate. Spiritual bones were classified as inferior, medium, superior, or extraordinary, with the mythical innate divine bone existing only in legend. Spiritual bones dictated the speed of one's cultivation. The higher the grade, the swifter the progress. Before the extraction, she had possessed dual water and fire spiritual roots along with extraordinary spiritual bones. Now, gazing at the 5 semi-transparent spiritual roots within her, as well as the newly regrown spiritual bones, Yun Xianhuang was momentarily stunned. 5 spiritual roots meant she could now cultivate all types of spiritual energy? Moreover, although the grade of her spiritual bones was indiscernible, they were undoubtedly superior to her previous ones. The inheritance of the divine dragon had not deceived her. Aotian too recognized the transformation of Yun Xianhuang's spiritual roots and bones. His eyes widening in astonishment. 5 spiritual roots, such a rarity. In the upper, middle, and lower realms, individuals possessing 5 spiritual roots could be counted on one hand, and among them, those with extraordinary spiritual bones were even fewer. Wait, it seemed this girl's spiritual bones were not extraordinary. Before Aotian could scrutinize further, Yun Xianhuang had already rubbed her numb legs, rising to inquire, "Is there a water pool outside the palace?" She was uncomfortably sticky and filthy, unable to bear her own appearance. "There is." Aotian nodded eagerly. "If you exit from here and take a right, you will find a water pool." Yun Xianhuang nodded. And following Aotian's guidance, she soon discovered the water pool. Along the way, Aotian mentioned that the Thousand Mountains Dragon Tomb was a secret realm he had created for himself, and Yun Xianhuang was the first to visit. However, upon reaching the waterside as described by Aotian, she discovered a man lying there. The man possessed a face that could incite both anger and admiration, his skin exhibiting a sickly pallor. With a high prominent nose and thin, sculpted lips, his garments were stained crimson with blood, obscuring their original color, but the exquisite jade pendant at his waist suggested a person of distinction. He was gravely injured. Currently in a state of unconsciousness, Yun Xianhuang briefly assessed the man. Arriving at these conclusions, she had no intention of meddling, but with someone lying by the pool, she found it difficult to wash without concern. Thus she asked Aotian, "Can you move him?" Aotian shook his head. "Master, I am still in a spiritual state. I cannot touch anyone but you. Are there any other water pools nearby?" "There are none." With a sigh, Yun Xianhuang resigned herself. She could no longer endure her own filth, so she took it upon herself to shift the man aside. The moment she made contact with him, he suddenly opened his eyes and grasped her hand. His exquisite, deep-set gaze locking onto hers. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse, as though he had not drunk water in ages, yet the menacing tone was impossible to overlook. He gripped her hand with surprising strength. Causing her some discomfort, Yun Xianhuang furrowed her brow, her tone sharp. "I am the master of this Thousand Mountains Dragon Tomb. If you wish to keep that hand, you might consider releasing mine." Chapter 4 I shall not take without return. It was unfathomable that a man so gravely injured could possess such strength. Yun Xianhuang found herself unable to break free. She attempted to exert herself subtly. But the man, wearing an apologetic expression, released her hand, murmuring apologies. Yun Xianhuang shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as she gently rubbed her wrist where he had grasped her. The moment he awakened, she had already recalled Aotian into the contract space. Now Aotian communicated with her mentally. "Master, this man is certainly not ordinary. That storage ring upon his hand appears to be from the upper realm." Upper realm. Having accepted Aotian's inheritance, Yun Xianhuang learned that this world was divided into upper, middle, and lower realms. The lower realm was where she resided, the South Lu continent. The middle realm was the Mo Lu continent, and the upper realm was the Divine Demon continent. Each realm possessed distinct resources, with the upper realm being the most abundant in spiritual energy and cultivation resources. Any treasure taken from there would incite fierce competition among countless powerful beings were it to be brought to the lower realm. The storage ring on this man's hand must be a rare treasure from the upper realm. Yun Xianhuang lingered her gaze on the ring for a moment. Who wouldn't covet a treasure? Alas, it was not hers. As if sensing her scrutiny, Feng Jingchen paused momentarily, then suddenly raised his hand, removing the storage ring. "If you like this ring, consider it my apology." Yun Xianhuang regarded him for a moment before decisively accepting the storage ring. Adorning it upon her own hand and re-establishing the contract, Feng Jingchen's lips curled into a faint smile, and for an instant, the world seemed to dim in comparison. This man was simply extraordinary. Fortunately, Yun Xianhuang had encountered many handsome men in her past life, preventing her from being dazzled by Feng Jingchen's smile. However, glancing at the storage ring on her hand and then at the man's injuries, she reluctantly spoke. "I shall not take without giving. Wait here while I find something to aid your recovery." With that, she rose and inquired of Aotian where healing elixirs or herbs were stored, then strode purposefully away. Before long, she returned to the waterside, placing dozens of vials of priceless healing elixirs before Feng Jingchen. In the South Lu continent, alchemists were extremely scarce. A single ordinary healing pill could fetch dozens of gold coins, let alone the sacred elixirs hidden by Aotian. Just one of them could buy out the entire Heilin city. It seemed that the treasures within the storage ring given by the man were plentiful. Hence her generosity. "Thank you." Feng Jingchen did not decline. He was in dire need of these elixirs, though their effectiveness for him was minimal. He picked up a vial and consumed its contents while Yun Xianhuang sat beside him. Observing, she awaited the moment he healed and departed, hoping for a chance to bathe. However, as she watched, Yun Xianhuang began to notice something amiss. Aotian, the elixirs you provided aren't spoiled, are they? Sacred healing elixirs boasted potent effects. A single one could heal mortal wounds, however, this man consumed an entire bottle, and surprisingly the wounds on his body merely stopped bleeding. Jin Xianhuang could not help but suspect that the elixirs provided by Aotian had perhaps spoiled after being kept for too long. How could this be possible? Aotian, feeling offended by the doubt cast upon him, insisted that it must be due to the peculiar constitution of this individual, as there were many such people in the upper realms. This notion carried some merit. Yun Xianhuang ceased her inquiries and observed as Feng Jingchen methodically finished consuming the numerous bottles of elixirs, with his injuries merely scabbing over. Feng Jingchen appeared to have grown accustomed to this ordeal. He collected the empty bottles and, once he regained a modicum of strength, rose to his feet. "Thank you for your kindness today, miss." He expressed his gratitude before dragging his still-healing body towards the exit of Qianshan Longzhuang. However, once he stepped out of Yun Xianhuang's sight, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. The foolish young lady of the Qilin Kingdom's general's mansion, the master of Qianshan Longzhuang, how intriguing! Unbeknownst to Yun Xianhuang, she had already been recognized. After Feng Jingchen departed, she eagerly plunged into the water pool, cleansing the bloodstains from her body. Her original garments were undoubtedly unsalvageable, but fortunately, among the treasures collected by Aotian, there was indeed a defensive spirit robe. Jun Xianhuang carelessly selected one to don. Clad in a dark azure defensive spirit robe, her long hair, dried by spiritual energy, cascaded casually behind her, and her face, cleansed of blood, appeared even more exquisite. In terms of appearance, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone across the entire southern Lu continent who could rival her. Yun Xianhuang, indifferent to her looks and having no intention of inspecting her current appearance, would have discovered that she bore no difference from her previous life. At present, after stretching her body, she inquired, "Aotian, where do you keep your treasures?" Having received the inheritance and completed her bath, it was time to gather the spoils. Coincidentally, the storage ring gifted by that man was still quite empty. Aotian, feeling the pang of loss, begrudgingly pointed her in the right direction, lamenting that it was a collection he had painstakingly amassed. Yun Xianhuang paid no heed to Aotian's reluctance. She spent an entire day thoroughly scouring the entirety of Qianshan Longzhuang, leaving not a single spirit stone behind. At this moment, one could not help but marvel at the utility of a storage ring. For even after accommodating all of Aotian's treasures, there remained ample space. Satisfied, Yun Xianhuang asked Aotian, "Does the Longzhuang have any other exits?" The commotion Aotian had stirred before her arrival had likely drawn the attention of many, making that exit a decidedly unwise choice. "There are," Aotian replied, watching in resignation as his treasures were gradually absorbed into Yun Xianhuang's storage ring. "You should head to the right, after leaving Qianshan Longzhuang." Yun Xianhuang hastened her steps towards the general's mansion. The people within the mansion were very fond of her, and having been away from home for nearly 2 days, her family would undoubtedly be worried. At this moment, the inhabitants of the general's mansion had gathered in the main hall, each wearing expressions of deep sorrow. Just yesterday, their mentally challenged Huang Huang had stealthily slipped out of the estate. Such incidents had occurred in the past. Huang Huang, with her childlike innocence, would occasionally be lured by passing vendors, and chasing after them was not uncommon, yet this time was different. The life-bond jade tablet belonging to Huang Huang in the ancestral hall shattered less than 2 hours after she had left the mansion. The life-bond jade tablet was crafted by prominent families to better safeguard the well-being of their offspring, containing the corresponding blood essence of the clan member. Once shattered, it signified that the associated family member had perished. Despite the unwillingness of the general's mansion's members to believe this, search parties were dispatched in waves, yet all returned empty-handed. Grief enveloped the entire general's mansion. Suddenly, Yun Xianhuang's twin brother, Yun Xianye, stood up. "Sister has always been timid and never dared to venture into dangerous places. How could she just lose her life? Someone must have deceived her." As he spoke, Yun Xianye strode towards the exit of the general's mansion, causing the onlookers to change their expressions. Their father, Yun Xianyu, hurriedly caught up to him, attempting to restrain him. "Xianye, what are you doing? Come back." The emperor of their Qilin kingdom was notoriously suspicious, and though the general's mansion still bore its title, it had long since lost its real power. With every move scrutinized, they were no longer the unrestrained general's mansion of old. Yun Xianye, with a face full of determination, declared, "I will seek justice for my sister." Chapter 5. Huan Huan, have you regained your senses? No matter how Yun Xianyu implored, Yun Xianye remained resolute in his intention to seek answers. Left with no choice, Yun Xianyu could only follow his son. Meanwhile, after traversing the city for an hour and enduring another half-hour in a carriage, Yun Xianhuang finally arrived at the general's mansion. Just as dusk began to settle, she found the mansion's gates firmly shut, with even the gatekeeper absent. The unusual atmosphere prompted a frown from Yun Xianhuang. After paying the carriage fare, she quickly approached and pushed open the gate. Entering the courtyard and traversing the corridor for a short distance, she reached the main hall of the general's mansion. Throughout her journey, Yun Xianhuang encountered not a single servant or maid, intensifying her growing unease. Although the general's mansion was not as grand as it once was, its regulations had not diminished. How could there be no servants in sight? Upon entering the main hall, she spotted the elderly General Yun Shuli, his face marred by worry. Yun Xianhuang finally voiced her concerns. "Grandfather, why is there not a single servant in the mansion? Where are father and Xianye? Has something happened? The servants have gone out to search for you, your father." As he spoke halfway, Yun Shuli abruptly lifted his head, his keen old eyes filled with astonishment as they landed on the girl at the door. The young lady wore a striking defensive spirit robe, her appearance and stature unchanged from his memories of her as a little girl, not a single hair out of place. This battle-hardened man, who had endured 7 arrows on the battlefield without shedding a tear, suddenly found his eyes welling up. He stepped forward, enveloping Yun Xianhuang in a tight embrace, his voice slightly choked. "Where have you been? Child, you have worried your grandfather and your father to death." Yun Shuli did not dwell on why the Lifebond Jade tablet had shattered while Yun Xianhuang returned unscathed. As long as his little granddaughter was well, nothing else mattered. Caught off guard by the embrace, Yun Xianhuang was momentarily stunned. In her previous life, her exceptional talents had been evident from a young age, prompting her father to send her to be raised by several elders within the clan. From then on, she underwent inhumane training. Although she had family, she had never felt the warmth that others spoke of. The sensation of being held by a loved one was something she had never experienced in her past life. Feeling a bit at a loss, Yun Xianhuang tentatively patted Yun Shuli's back, whispering, "I'm sorry for worrying grandfather." Though her voice was soft, the old general was close enough to hear her clearly. He abruptly released his granddaughter, disbelief etched across his face as he scrutinized her. The once dazed look in her eyes had transformed into clarity, devoid of the previous foolishness, leaving only a hint of perceptiveness. The old general stammered, "Huang Huang, what do you call me?" Meeting Yun Shuli's gaze, Yun Xianhuang's lips curved into a slight smile, her eyes glimmering with a gentle mirth. She repeated, "Grandfather." The sound was bright and crisp, devoid of any trace of the previous naivety. Oh, Yun Shuli was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears began to fall. "Huang Huang, you've regained your senses," fearing that the old general would worry. Yun Xianhuang refrained from revealing the original owner's misfortunes and simply nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'm no longer foolish." Good, Yun Shuli exclaimed thrice, the sorrow of the past days dissipating as if he had regained a decade of vitality. After helping him settle back into his chair, Yun Xianhuang inquired, "Grandfather, are father and Xianye not home?" A flicker of unease crossed Yun Shuli's face, but he quickly reassured her, "They have gone out with the servants to search for you. They will return shortly." The old general believed he was concealing his concerns well, yet Yun Xianhuang, having been groomed as the heir since childhood, was adept at reading emotions. She sensed something amiss but chose not to confront it. Instead, moving a stool to sit beside Yun Shuli, looking up at him, she declared, "Grandfather, I will wait here with you for father and Xianye to return." No, you have just recovered, you should rest," Yun Shuli urged. Trying to send his granddaughter away, however, Yun Xianhuang was not one to acquiesce easily. With a smile that radiated obedience, she insisted on staying without mentioning the need to rest, left with no alternative. Yun Shuli had to yield to her wishes. As dusk deepened, the servants who had gone out to search began to return to the mansion upon seeing Yun Xianhuang seated beside the old general. A look of astonishment spread across the faces of the servants. Not only had the young lady of the general's mansion returned alive, but she also seemed to have regained her senses. In the presence of their lord, the servants dared not express their excitement too overtly, but once outside the main hall, they clustered together in animated discussion inside the main hall, as all the servants returned. Yet there was still no sign of Yun Xianyu and Yun Xianye. Yun Xianhuang silently glanced at Yun Shuli. The old general had not anticipated that his granddaughter, now sharp-witted, would be difficult to deceive. He wished to send someone to inquire about the situation but found himself unable to do so. Noticing his granddaughter's gaze upon him, he remained silent for a long time, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. "Those servants mentioned they saw that girl from the Bai family pass by our general's mansion, and your brother suspected she lured you away, so he and your father went to the Bai family to seek an explanation." The old general was well aware that his granddaughter had befriended the Bai family's Bai Muyu. However, since the girl had previously been mentally challenged, no one wished to associate with her, leaving only Bai Muyu unbothered by her condition. Thus, Yun Shuli had permitted Bai Muyu to visit Yun Xianhuang freely. Unlike the general's mansion, the Bai family was a prestigious family in the Qilin kingdom, protected by formidable spiritual sects. In contrast, with the dwindling numbers of the general's mansion and Yun Shuli himself only a mere 8-star spiritual king, their influence paled in comparison, with Yun Xianyu and Yun Xianye absent for so long. It was feared that something might have gone awry. Yun Shuli harbored concerns for his son and grandson, thus he resolved not to conceal the matter from Yun Xianhuang. After all, they were family. The Bai family? A glint flickered in Yun Xianhuang's eyes, but coldness sweeping through her gaze. Did her grandfather imply that her father and younger brother had encountered trouble within the Bai family? The very Bai family that Bai Muyu belonged to. Given that Bai Muyu had orchestrated the excavation of the original owner's spiritual bones, such a significant affair made it implausible for the Bai family to be completely oblivious. Presently, with Yun Xianyu and Yun Xianye having ventured to the Bai family yet failing to return for an extended period, it was likely that the Bai family had taken action against them to prevent the situation from being exposed. Yun Shenhuang promptly rose to her feet. Grandfather, I shall go to the Bai family to find father and brother. Although she had yet to meet Yun Qianjue and Yun Xianye, her memories of the original owner revealed that both had treated her with immense kindness. Furthermore, their quest for justice from the Bai family was driven by their concern for her. Thus, emotionally and logically, she could not turn a blind eye to this matter. Preposterous. Yun Shuli slammed the table. You are not even a first-star spiritualist. What can you accomplish at the Bai family? The very mention of this struck Yun Shuli with a pang of heartache. His little granddaughter, possessing the rare dual spiritual roots and an unparalleled spiritual bone, was a once-in-a-century genius, yet she had delayed her cultivation due to her previous mental immaturity, enduring ridicule from others for countless years. While Yun Shuli held no disdain for his granddaughter, he could not bear to witness Yun Shenhuang march into the Bai family to face certain death. Facing the agitated old general, Yun Shenhuang calmly inquired, Grandfather, if I do not go, who will rescue father and brother? Yun Shuli gradually returned to his seat. Indeed, who would come to the aid of Changyu and Xianye? The one in the palace, who perpetually coveted the general's residence, would seize the opportunity to fabricate accusations and usurp the wealth accumulated by the family over generations, should the residence be left unguarded. With his daughter-in-law having departed early apart from Huang Huang, who else could save Changyu and Xianye? Yun Shuli's fleeting spirit, rejuvenated by thoughts of his granddaughter, waned once more. He sighed heavily, the wrinkles on his aged face deepening with concern. Yun Shenhuang remained silent, understanding that her grandfather needed to arrive at his own conclusions. Fortunately, Yun Shuli did not leave her waiting long. He retrieved a token and a spiritual energy bomb from his storage ring. Handing them to Yun Shenhuang, Huang Huang, find an open space to release this spiritual energy bomb. Someone will come for you. When the time comes, take this token and lead them to the Bai family. Remember, no matter what you witness at the Bai family, do not lose your temper. The priority is to return you three safely. Yun Shuli did not explicitly state who those individuals would be, but Yun Shenhuang quickly deduced the answer. No wonder the emperor of Qiling Nation had harbored various grievances against the general's residence over the years, yet had never dared to take action. It turned out that General Yun had private soldiers. In Qiling Nation, maintaining private soldiers was a grave taboo. If discovered by the emperor, it could lead to the complete annihilation of the general's residence. However, for the sake of his son and grandson, Yun Shuli could no longer afford to care about such matters. Should the situation come to light, he was willing to bear the emperor's wrath alone. That squad of private soldiers had been brought back from the battlefield. They were fiercely loyal to the general's residence, and even in his death, they would go to great lengths to protect it. That was sufficient. Yun Shuli waved his hand. Huang Huang, go bring your father and brother back safely. Yun Shenhuang opened her mouth, wishing to assert that she could retrieve her father and brother without employing the private soldiers. Yet, seeing the weariness etched on Yun Shuli's face, she ultimately refrained from speaking, simply securing the token and the spiritual energy bomb before departing the general's residence. Master, do you require my assistance? As soon as she exited the general's residence, Ao Tian's voice reached her through his spiritual energy. Not for the time being. Yun Shenhuang graciously declined Ao Tian's aid, considering the dragon's conspicuousness. Should he appear, it would likely invite considerable trouble. With the saying, a common man is innocent, but the possession of treasure brings guilt, she resolved not to summon Ao Tian's help, nor to employ her grandfather's private soldiers. She sought out an open space within the city, biting her fingertip to draw blood, which she then used to inscribe a complex formation on the ground. Standing in the center of the formation, her formidable spiritual energy surged outward. As the capital of Qiling Nation, Helen City was home to numerous powerful figures, and such a potent display of spiritual energy quickly garnered the attention of countless strong individuals, even stirring those within the palace. In the National Master's hall, the Emperor of Qiling paced anxiously. National Master, can you discern the strength of this formidable individual? The National Master, the most powerful figure in the entire Qiling Nation, had reached the level of a first-star spiritual master. Such strength would allow him to stride across the southern Lu continent with ease. However, when faced with the Emperor's inquiry, he merely furrowed his brow in frustration, replying, Your Majesty, the spiritual energy of this individual is unfathomable. I fear their power far exceeds that of a spiritual master. The correlation between spiritual energy and an individual's strength was evident. This sudden surge of spiritual energy was even more formidable than that of the National Master, leading him to conclude that this mysterious individual possessed strength that transcended the realm of spiritual masters. As for the precise extent of their power, the National Master dared not speculate recklessly. Far beyond a spiritual master, the Emperor of Qiling gasped in shock. How could such a powerhouse emerge in our Qiling Nation? Such strength could obliterate the entire Qiling Nation with a mere gesture. Quickly find this individual. I wish to personally welcome them. Under no circumstances could they afford to slight this formidable figure. Not only the Emperor of Qiling but also the powerful figures from various influential families within the city shared this sentiment. An undercurrent of tension surged through Helen's city as many began searching for the whereabouts of this mysterious powerhouse, while Yun Xianhuang, the one responsible for this upheaval, aimed to extend her spiritual energy to the Beast Mountain beyond the city. She muttered softly, and Aotian listened intently, observing the formation on the ground with growing alarm. Wait a moment, isn't this the method I used to summon my beastly companions? He couldn't recall incorporating such a technique into his legacy. How had the master learned it? Aotian was in a state of despair. Little did he know, this was not something Yun Xianhuang had derived from his teachings, but rather a skill she had honed over 20 years in her previous life. Guided by Yun Xianhuang's spiritual energy, the entire perimeter of the Beast Mountain stirred with agitation. At this moment, various factions were still seeking a way to enter the Zhenshan Dragon Tomb. The commotion among the beasts quickly attracted their attention. And as they witnessed the creatures charging forth in groups, representatives from various factions displayed expressions of shock. What is happening with those beasts? Could it be a beast tide? That direction seems to be Helen's city. From the Ding family, shouldn't we investigate? For these factions entering the Zhenshan Dragon Tomb to obtain the treasures of the Divine Dragon held far more significance than the affairs of a mere Helen's city. Thus, aside from a few families residing in Helen's city, the rest adopted an indifferent attitude. The Ding family members glanced between the tightly shut gates and the direction in which the beasts were heading. Ultimately deciding to remain inactive, the herd of beasts moved swiftly, and before long Yun Xianhuang sensed the stirrings beyond the city. Summoning the beasts required a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy, and this time she did not call forth many, perhaps only a few dozen. However, that would suffice to deal with the Bai family. Yun Xianhuang retracted her spiritual energy, waved her hand to erase the formation on the ground, and proceeded towards the Bai family. Unbeknownst to the Bai family, they were about to face a formidable challenge. The disturbances outside the city caught the attention of the Bai family head, who promptly dispatched his most trusted aide to investigate the situation. Yun Xianhuang soon encountered the beasts, perched atop the back of a 7th-tier Minghua wolf, leading a formidable array of beasts as they advanced towards the Bai family. Upon reaching the Bai family, she fortuitously crossed paths with the head of the Bai family's aide. The powerful spiritual energy instantly obstructed the aide's path, and with her chin slightly raised, Yun Xianhuang's cold voice reached his ears. Summon your Bai family head to meet me. As she spoke, Yun Xianhuang patted the Minghua wolf beneath her, prompting the beasts to emit a cacophony of roars, their presence exuding overwhelming pressure. The aide, petrified, lost all color, collapsing onto the ground. A nearby beast approached. Sniffing him, its breath washing over him. In a panic, the aide scrambled back toward the Bai family, frantically shouting, "Beasts! So many beasts!" Hearing the commotion, the Bai family head emerged from the main hall, and upon witnessing his aide's disheveled state, his anger flared. He kicked the aide fiercely. Didn't I instruct you to inquire about the situation outside? What a disgraceful display. Chapter 7, Diminishing their confidence upon seeing the Bai family head. The aide found a sense of security. He clutched the Bai family head's leg, weeping profusely. Master, there's a little girl outside. Just a little girl has frightened you so." The Bai family head glared at him in disgust. "How pathetic." "No, master, the girl. She brought many beasts with her." The Bai family head's expression shifted dramatically. "What did you say?" The aide reiterated. "The girl brought many beasts and said she wants to see you." "Master," without hesitation, the Bai family head kicked him aside and hurriedly took his son and a servant toward the front gate. The aide rushed back, flustered, leaving the gate wide open, so before they could approach, the Bai family head was met with a throng of beasts outside. His vision darkened, and he hastened his pace, his mind racing with questions. When had the Bai family attracted such a formidable figure capable of commanding so many beasts? The decline of the General's residence was no secret throughout Qiling Nation, so the Bai family head did not even consider the General's residence as a possibility. As he pondered, upon reaching the entrance, his son suddenly exclaimed, "Father, isn't that the General's foolish young lady sitting atop the Minghua wolf?" In the Qiling Nation, there was a foolish lady from the General's residence. Gifted with exceptional talent yet unable to cultivate due to her mental incapacitation, this fact was known throughout the southern Lu continent. After all, while many possessed talent, there was only one such genius born with mental incapacity. Upon hearing his son's words, Bai Weifeng's first instinct was to shake his head. Impossible. How could that fool possess the capability to command so many spirit beasts to serve her, despite his words? Bai Weifeng's gaze involuntarily fell upon the infernal firewolf. Even with two individuals confined within the general's residence, Bai Weifeng could still recognize the visage of Yun Xianhuang. A wave of terror surged through his heart. Yet he maintained his composure, forcing a genial smile as he inquired, "Yun family girl, what is it that you intend to do?" One does not strike a person with a smiling face. However, Yun Xianhuang did not extend a hand. Instead, she caressed the soft fur atop the infernal firewolf's head, her demeanor relaxed and languid, which only heightened the pressure felt by the Bai family members. "Where are my father and brother?" The girl from the general's residence was surprisingly not foolish. The Bai clan members were stunned, momentarily rendered speechless. Upon hearing Yun Xianhuang's words, Bai Weifeng's expression stiffened, feigning ignorance as he replied, "My dear girl, What are you talking about? On this late evening, your father and brother must be comfortably situated within the general's residence. Yun Xianhuang was not swayed by the old man's deceptive words. She repeated her inquiry. Where are my father and brother? This time, her demeanor grew serious, and the spirit beasts seemed to sense her intent, restlessly stamping their feet. The cacophony created by dozens of spirit beasts was undeniably tremendous, causing Bai Weifeng's son to nearly lose his balance, relying on a nearby servant for support. Bai Weifeng's expression darkened. Young lady, I have already stated that I do not know where your father and brother are. Should you continue to stir up trouble, do not blame me for resorting to violence. Although those spirit beasts initially appeared intimidating, Bai Weifeng remained unafraid. His clan's elder was a 3-star spirit master. Even if all the spirit beasts attacked together, they would not be enough to challenge the elder's prowess. The audacity of Yun Qianyu and Yun Xianye to run rampant in his Bai family, demanding he hand over individuals, was utterly unacceptable. Witnessing Bai Weifeng's denial, Yun Xianhuang abandoned her previous nonchalance and, with a swift motion, patted the infernal fire wolf beneath her. I shall not repeat myself a third time. As her words fell, the spirit beasts immediately sprang into action, launching an assault on the Bai clan member's elder. Bai Weifeng shouted coldly, and instantly a translucent barrier unfurled before the Bai family, shielding them from the onslaught of the spirit beasts. An elder, clad in flowing white robes and exuding an ethereal aura, descended from the heavens, casting a disdainful glance at Yun Xianhuang atop the infernal fire wolf. Ignorant child, do you dare to act recklessly within the Bai family with merely a handful of spirit beasts? With me present today, you shall not harm even a single hair on the Bai clan members. The elder was none other than the Bai family's grand elder, a formidable 3-star spirit master. Baotian cautioned, Master, be wary, that elder is on the verge of breaking through to 4-star spirit master. These spirit beasts are insufficient to contend with him. Baotian's warning was not a mere exaggeration. The highest-ranked spirit beast among them was the infernal firewolf, which was simply no match for the Bai family's grand elder. Yun Xianhuang cast a glance at the Bai grand elder. Was this truly the source of the Bai family's confidence? If so, she would extinguish that confidence. With agility, Yun Xianhuang leaped down from the infernal firewolf's back and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before the Bai Grand Elder. Such incredible speed! The Bai Grand Elder was inwardly startled and quickly reinforced his body with spiritual energy. Yet, he regarded Yun Xianhuang with disdain, for he could tell that this girl was not even a 1-star spirit master at present. However, in the next moment, a long sword pierced through his protective spiritual energy, accurately thrusting into his heart. The Bai Grand Elder's eyes widened in shock. Gee God! Before he could utter the final word, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Yun Xianhuang swiftly sidestepped to avoid the splatter. Simultaneously, the sword embedded in the Bai Grand Elder's chest shattered inch by inch. Yun Xianhuang cast a regretful glance at the remnants of the sword. It had been quite effective, but alas, it was a one-time use, and she had no second. Nevertheless, this moment of regret was fleeting, as she promptly kicked the lifeless form of the Bai Grand Elder aside, tilting her head with a smirk at the terrified Bai clan members. Now the Bai family's confidence had vanished. Witnessing the Grand Elder being slain before their eyes, Bai Weifeng's son felt his legs weaken, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Yun Xianhuang, please spare me. I will take you to find your father and Yun Xianye, you worthless wretch. Bai Weifeng glared at his son in frustration but was left with no recourse. With the Grand Elder dead, the remaining members of the Bai family were insufficient to withstand the onslaught of spirit beasts. What tremendous fortune had this fool from the general's residence acquired, not only commanding such a multitude of spirit beasts but also wielding a weapon capable of slaying the Grand Elder? Bai Weifeng would never come to know. Yun Xianhuang commanded the spirit beasts to keep watch over the Bai clan members while she followed Bai Weifeng's son into the Bai residence. In the dungeons where the Bai family confined their captives, she discovered Yun Qianyu and Yun Xianye. Both battered and bruised, her blood ties create an inexplicable bond, even though Yun Xianhuang was not the original host. Upon seeing their condition, she felt a surge of fury, wishing to exact a 1,000-fold vengeance upon the Bai family. However, the most pressing matter was to swiftly bring the two back to the general's residence for treatment. Yun Xianhuang urged Bai Weifeng's son, release the ropes binding my father and brother. The boy dared not utter a word of dissent, immediately rushing to untie the ropes. The commotion roused Yun Qianyu and Yun Xianye, who, upon seeing Yun Xianhuang standing at the dungeon entrance, felt a wave of excitement wash over them. Sister, you're all right. Chapter 8. Leave it to father to handle. Yun Xianhuang's expression softened. Yes, I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianyu and Yun Xianye were momentarily stunned, staring blankly at her. After a while, they finally regained their voices. Sister Qianhuang, are you okay? I am. Yun Xianhuang did not elaborate further, and now is not the time for such discussions. We must return to the general's residence to prevent grandfather from worrying. Yes, let us return to the general's residence. Yun Qianyu nodded repeatedly, disregarding his injuries as he grasped Yun Xianye with one hand and held Yun Xianhuang's hand with the other, leading the siblings toward the exit of the dungeon. Bai Weifeng's son was thus forgotten in the dungeon by the trio. Yun Qianyu had always been aware that his father commanded a private army. He assumed that Yun Xianhuang's arrival at the dungeon to rescue him and Yun Xianye was due to that force. Therefore, as they stepped outside the Bai residence and beheld the quaking Bai clan members and the menacing spirit beasts, Yun Xianyu was utterly dumbfounded. Xianhuang, what on earth is going on? Yun Xianye gazed at his sister in bewilderment. Yun Xianhuang fluttered her eyelids like butterfly wings, her expression conveying an air of innocence. I have no idea. These spirit beasts suddenly invaded the Bai residence and even killed the Bai Grand Elder. I only managed to infiltrate the Bai family to rescue you and brother amidst the chaos. Upon hearing this, the Bai clan members twitched at the corners of their eyes. It was evident that this girl had led the spirit beasts here and had slain their Grand Elder with a single stroke. Yet she now feigned ignorance. It was utterly infuriating. As if sensing the thoughts of the Bai clan members, Yun Xianhuang casually cast a glance at them. That single glance caused the Bai clan members to tremble. Leaving them unable to utter a word, Yun Xianyu remained oblivious to the Bai clan members' strange behavior. He wholeheartedly believed Yun Xianhuang's words and nodded seriously. The Bai family has acted recklessly. It's likely that they provoked the spirit beasts and are now facing retribution. This is what they call, those who do unjust deeds will meet their own demise. Father is correct. A smile danced in Yun Xianhuang's eyes. Father, how shall we deal with these individuals? At this, Yun Xianyu's expression turned solemn. Xianhuang, I only ask you this, is your disappearance over the past 2 days related to the Bai family? It was inappropriate to disclose the matter of having had her spiritual bone extracted. So Yun Xianhuang responded, Father, it was Bai Muya who lured me out. She sought to extract my spiritual bone. Fortunately, a mysterious person rescued me. You speak nonsense, Bai Weifeng retorted indignantly, but the 7th-rank infernal firewolf immediately growled at him, causing Bai Weifeng to hastily shuffle aside, yet his mouth was still running. My daughter is kind-hearted. She even accepted you when you were a fool. How could she want to extract your spiritual bone? Torn between his beloved daughter and the Bai family head who had recently attempted to harm him, Yun Xianyu was discerning. Gently, he stroked Yun Xianhuang's head. Father understands now. Xianhuang, leave these people to me. It had been his failure to protect Xianhuang, and he would seek justice on her behalf. The sensation of being patted on the head by her father was novel to Yun Xianhuang. Warm and comforting, akin to basking in the winter sun in the courtyard, she smiled, nodding. All right, with the Grand Elder being the Bai family's greatest threat now deceased, the remaining rabble posed no danger. Yun Xianyu, having fought alongside Yun Shuli on the battlefield, was someone Yun Xianhuang trusted to handle the situation adeptly. Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianye returned to the general's residence, while Yun Xianyu remained behind with his men at the Bai residence. The spirit beasts, after the Bai clan members were bound by Yun Xianyu's men, retreated quietly to the spirit beast mountain range, having come on a grand display yet leaving without a sound. Causing no harm to anyone in the city, the powerful beings who had hurried back from the spirit beast mountain range felt as if they had been made fools of. Did these spirit beasts come to their Helen city merely for sightseeing? The reasons behind the spirit beasts' arrival in Helen City and their subsequent actions became an unsolved mystery among the various factions. After dealing with the Bai family, Yun Xianyu finally returned to the general's residence. The foundation of the general's residence remained intact. With the aid of a 3rd-rank healing pill, he quickly recovered. It was already late at night. General Yun and Yun Xianye had retired to their respective courtyards to rest, leaving only Yun Xianhuang waiting in the main hall for Yun Xianyu. Initially, Yun Xianyu had no intention of entering the main hall, believing that at this hour his family would be fast asleep. However, as he passed by, he noticed that the hall was brightly lit with candles, and his daughter was quietly seated within. The flickering candlelight illuminated her face, enhancing the delicate features that seemed softened in the glow. Her brows, eyes, and lips bore a striking resemblance to the visage he held in his memories. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Yun Xianhuang had noticed her father as he walked by, and upon hearing his soft murmur, she momentarily froze. Wenli, her mother, had vanished shortly after giving birth to her and her brother. No one knew whether Wenli was alive or dead. It was only rumored that her life's jade pendant had shattered half a month after her disappearance. Since then, she and her brother had been motherless. Yun Xianyu seemed to recall that broken life pendant, his expression darkening slightly, yet upon seeing Yun Xianhuang, a flicker of hope ignited within his eyes. Though Huang Huang's life pendant had also shattered, she had returned home safely. Could it be that Alidot was not dead? But if she were alive, where could she be? It had been 14 years since Wenli went missing. And this was not the first time Yun Xianyu harbored such doubts. He sighed softly, suppressing his emotions, and strode into the main hall, looking at Yun Xianhuang with concern. Huang Huang, why have you not retired for the night? I am waiting for father, Yun Xianhuang replied, rising only to sit back down once Yun Xianyu had taken his seat. Has father heard any rumors? She spoke with her gaze lowered, under the candlelight. Her long eyelashes cast a dense shadow beneath her eyes, obscuring her emotions. What rumors? Yun Xianyu asked, intrigued that his daughter had waited up for him to inquire about this. Yun Xianhuang lifted her gaze, her phoenix eyes deep and enigmatic, akin to a fathomless pool. The supreme spirit bone is the key to unlocking the Qianshan dragon tomb. Yun Xianyu was aware of the Qianshan dragon tomb. Not long ago, a secret realm had emerged near the Spirit Beast mountain range, bringing the tomb up from the depths. This event had stirred quite a commotion throughout the Qiling kingdom and the entire continent. And Yun Xiangyu had heard whispers of it. However, he had never heard that the Supreme Spirit Bone was the key to accessing the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. Realization struck him, and his expression changed abruptly. He stood up abruptly and walked swiftly to Yun Xianhuang, his voice instinctively rising. Huang Huang, how many people are aware of this matter? Yun Xianhuang glanced at her father's expression, her eyes flickering slightly. And she pursed her lips. Many. She did not know the exact number. She merely wished to test Yun Xiangyu's reaction, whether labeled cold-blooded or ungrateful. She had witnessed countless individuals abandon their kin and betray friends for the sake of trivial gains. Bai Muyu was the perfect example. Those outside extolled the Qianshan Dragon Tomb as a treasure trove of countless divine dragon relics, and her spirit bone was the supreme key to opening it. With such temptation laid bare, she wondered how Yun Xiangyu would react upon hearing his daughter's uncertainty. Yun Xiangyu's heart raced. He recalled her words during her time with the Bai family and pressed on. Huang Huang. Bai Muyu knows about this, which is why she wishes to extract your spirit bone, correct? Yun Xianhuang met his gaze and nodded slowly. Yun Xiangyu slammed his hand on the table in anger. Yet his eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at Yun Xianhuang. How could we have thought Bai Muyu was a good person, allowing her to freely enter the general's residence to find you? Yet she would resort to extracting your spirit bone for a mere rumor. Does she not realize that without your spirit bone, your life would be forfeit? Bai Muyu was well aware of the stakes. In fact, fearing that Yun Xianhuang might not die thoroughly enough, she had even plotted to have Ding He's contracted beast devour her. Had Yun Xianhuang not arrived in time, the original owner of this body might not have even left behind a complete corpse. However, unlike Yun Xiangyu's fury, Yun Xianhuang remained composed. After all, she had ensured Bai Muyu paid a price. Yes, a price in life. Yun Xiangyu was oblivious to the fact that the moment he considered the possibility of never seeing his daughter again had a mysterious savior not intervened. He felt an overwhelming urge to exact vengeance upon the Bai family. He grasped Yun Xianhuang's shoulders. Huang Huang, listen to me. Yun Xianhuang fixed her gaze upon him. No matter how many people are aware of this matter, do not disclose it to anyone else. If anyone inquires, you must say you know nothing. As for the rest, leave it to your father, understood? His eyes reflected his concern and protectiveness, devoid of any greed that Yun Xianhuang had anticipated. Yun Xianhuang was suddenly taken aback. It dawned on her that not everyone in this world would forsake their family for mere gain. With heartfelt sincerity she called out, Father, your daughter understands. Yun Xiangyu perhaps did not realize that from this moment forth, the girl before him truly regarded them as family. He tenderly patted her head once more. You've had a long day, go rest now. Obediently Yun Xianhuang returned to her room. Once the main hall was left with only Yun Xiangyu. He sat in his chair, furrowing his brow in contemplation. News of Huang Huang's Supreme Spirit Bone had long spread throughout the Qiling Kingdom. If those factions learned that the Supreme Spirit Bone could unlock the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to seize her. What should be done? After returning to her room, Yun Xianhuang first summoned a maid to prepare hot water before sitting on a chair to converse with Outyan. Outyan, can you still open the Qianshan Dragon Tomb from the outside? As long as the Qianshan Dragon Tomb remained unopened, it posed a threat to her. If those powerful factions learned of her spirit bone, their actions would be far more ruthless than Bai Muyu's. One could not fight off many, and no matter how skilled she was, she could not withstand the onslaught of numerous formidable foes. Therefore, the best course of action was to open the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, allowing them to enter, at which point there would no longer be a need for a key. After all, she had already scavenged everything within. It is possible, but I must approach the entrance, Outyan replied, perplexed. Master, what do you intend to do? I would like your assistance in opening the entrance. Yun Xianhuang briefly outlined her plan to Outyan, only to receive a scornful response. Master, what are you afraid of? If they come, I could easily incinerate them with a single breath of dragon fire. Outyan was immensely powerful, a strength that transcended mere concepts. As long as he did not ascend to a higher realm, he could effortlessly accompany Yun Xianhuang through the lower and middle realms. Yun Xianhuang was not unaware of Outyan's might, but as long as the Qianshan Dragon Tomb remained unopened, there would always be those coveting her spirit bone. There were always thieves, but never were there those who could guard against thieves indefinitely. Thus, after the maid prepared the hot water and withdrew, Yun Xianhuang retrieved the cosmetics gifted by Yun Xiangyu and Yun Xianye, applying them to her face, ensuring that even if Yun Xiangyu came, he would not recognize her. She pushed open her window and stealthily slipped out, avoiding the watchful eyes of the household servants. It was unrealistic to walk there, but fortunately, the general's residence had horses. Seizing the opportunity while the stableman rested, Yun Xianhuang quietly led a horse away and rode towards the Spirit Beast mountain range. The night in Helen City was tranquil. Though the sound of hooves was loud, it did not attract anyone's attention. With swift speed, Yun Xianhuang reached the Spirit Beast mountain range in just over half an hour. At this hour, the spirit beasts were resting. However, at the entrance of the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, representatives of various factions were tirelessly attempting to open the door. These individuals had been drawn by the phenomenon of the previous day. Yun Shanhuang tethered the horse outside the Spirit Beast mountain range and walked towards the entrance of the Chenshan Dragon Tomb on foot. Many people stood outside the entrance, and no one would notice if one more person joined the throng. Blending into the crowd, Yun Shanhuang observed as several powerful figures alternated in their assaults on the entrance. With each wave of attacks, the great door trembled violently. Even from a distance, she could feel the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy, far surpassing those of Baimuyu and Dinghe.So. This is what cultivators in this world are like. How formidable. A flicker of light ignited deep within Yun Shanhuang's phoenix-like eyes. According to Out Yen, her talent should be quite remarkable. She ought to become such a powerful figure in no time. Yun Shanhuang felt a surge of aspiration but did not forget her objective. As another wave of attacks struck the entrance of the Chenshan Dragon Tomb, Yun Shanhuang seized the moment. Out Yen, please open the entrance, just watch me. As Out Yen spoke, the long-sealed door suddenly erupted with a resounding clash. And before the representatives of the various factions, it slowly creaked open. In an instant, golden light erupted, and the faces of the crowd were filled with ecstatic joy. It's opened, it's opened, the Chenshan Dragon Tomb is open. Everyone hurry inside. Amidst the chaos, as factions scrambled to be the first to enter the so-called divine dragon treasure, the golden light gradually faded after the door fully opened, and everyone surged forward, oblivious to the petite figure quietly retreating from the crowd. After departing from the entrance of the Chenshan Dragon Tomb, Yun Shanhuang did not return immediately to the general's residence. Instead, she sought a concealed cave within the Spirit Beast mountain range, where she began to cultivate her spiritual power according to the materials inherited from Out Yen. The cultivation of spiritual power differed entirely from that of mental energy. Thus, even though Yun Shanhuang had perfected her mental energy, she found herself somewhat at a loss when faced with the unfamiliar realm of spiritual power. However, within the legacy of Out Yen, the methods for cultivation are meticulously documented. Her capacity for learning has always been exceptional. After experiencing 2 failures, she successfully drew the surrounding spiritual energy into her body. Once the spiritual energy entered her, the next step was to transform it into her own power. This phase proved to be even more challenging, and it was only at the break of dawn that Yun Shanhuang discovered the key. A formation for advancement materialized beneath her feet, and a smile graced her lips. In the South Lu continent, the cultivation levels are categorized as Spirit User, Spirit Master, Grand Spirit Master, Spirit King, Spirit Sect, Spirit Sovereign, Spirit Saint, and Spirit Emperor. Each major tier is further divided into 1 to 10 stars. She is currently a novice 1-star Spirit User. Cultivating to the 1-star Spirit User level in just 1.5 hours should be commendable. Right, Yun Shanhuang was unaware of how others practiced, leaving her uncertain of her cultivation speed's significance. Although Out Yen's legacy recorded various methods for different professions, it ultimately belonged to a spirit beast, hence lacking a precise judgment on human cultivation speeds. He could only surmise that at this rate, it would likely take less than a month for Yun Shanhuang to successfully advance to a 5-star Spirit User. Moreover, she would not be confined to a single elemental affinity, but rather encompass 5. Hearing Out Yen's assessment, Yun Shanhuang felt immensely satisfied. On the continent, children could commence their cultivation at the tender age of 3. Achieving 4-star Spirit User status serves as a significant threshold. Beyond this point, the spiritual energy required for advancement increases substantially. Baimuyu, who became a 5-star Spirit User at the age of 7, was already lauded throughout the city, while Yun Shanhuang would reach this milestone in merely a month. In light of this comparison, her spirits lifted. She rose to glance at the sky outside, estimating that her family would soon awaken, and swiftly retrieved her horse to return to the general's manor. Meanwhile, in the general's manor, Yun Shanyu had tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find rest. As dawn broke, coinciding with his father's usual waking time, he hastily dressed and sought out his father to discuss strategies. The household servants had risen early, and the maids sent out for errands had already returned. Cultivators possess heightened senses unlike ordinary individuals. As Yun Shanyu passed by the servant quarters, he inadvertently overheard a maid mention the Chenshan Dragon Tomb. Due to Yun Shanhuang, he was particularly sensitive to these 4 words. He immediately halted, releasing his spiritual energy to eavesdrop on the maiden's conversation. Have you heard? The Chenshan Dragon Tomb was opened last night. Is it the one located in the Spirit Beast Mountains outside the city? Yes, that very Chenshan Dragon Tomb. I heard the vendors discussing it while I was out shopping. I heard there are numerous treasures inside. Is that true? Oh, what treasures? Aside from a massive dragon skeleton, there is nothing else in the Chenshan Dragon Tomb. I heard that those families in the city returned this morning with grim faces. Wouldn't they have grim faces, after expending so much manpower and time to finally open the entrance, only to find nothing inside? Who would be pleased with that? Yet, for these ordinary maids, this matter bore little significance. They exchanged banter and moved on. However, for Yun Shanyu, who was eavesdropping outside, this was monumental news. The Chenshan Dragon Tomb had actually been opened. What did this signify? It meant that no one would dare to covet his precious daughter's spiritual bone any longer. After fretting all night, receiving such good news in the morning invigorated him, lifting his spirits entirely. With the threat eliminated, there was no need to seek his father's counsel. Yun Shanyu pivoted his steps, intending to awaken Yun Xianya to commence training, when a maid from Yun Shuli's courtyard approached him, bowing respectfully. General, the old general requests your presence. He wishes to discuss an important matter with you. Understood. Yun Shanyu paused, puzzled as to what pressing matter his father might want to discuss. The maid surely would not be privy to such information, so he promptly made his way to Yun Shuli's courtyard. Under the tree in the courtyard, Yun Shuli had prepared tea on a stone table. Upon seeing Yun Shanyu, he beckoned his son over. Shanyu, come, sit here. Yun Shanyu hurriedly approached and took a seat opposite his father. As soon as he settled, he eagerly inquired, Father, did you summon me for something important? Yun Shuli did not keep him in suspense. Now that Huang Huang is well, have you considered her future? The general's manner had fallen into decline. Though there were some cultivation texts within, cultivators still required systematic guidance to progress smoothly in their practice, not to mention, everyone in the Qiling kingdom was aware of Huang Huang's exceptional talent, should news of her recovery spread. Various factions would undoubtedly seek to recruit her. Yun Shuli had witnessed the fierce competition among factions for talented individuals. Their methods were unscrupulous. Some factions, unable to outmaneuver others, would resort to sabotaging so-called geniuses to prevent them from being poached. In such circumstances, how long could this crumbling general's manor protect Huang Huang? Yun Shanyu understood his father's meaning. The general's manor no longer provided a suitable sanctuary for a talented Huang Huang. They needed to find her a new refuge. After sipping his tea and remaining silent for a while, he tentatively suggested, what if we send Huang Huang to the Frost Snow Sect to apprentice? The Frost Snow Sect is the premier sect in the South Lu continent. Renowned for its gathering of prodigies. It is said that the sect leader, Mo Lanchuang, is already a spirit saint, and the elders possess spirit sovereign strength. If she were to join the Frost Snow Sect, no one would dare to harm her, regardless of which elder she apprenticed under. Indeed, the Frost Snow Sect is a commendable choice, and in half a year, they would be enrolling new disciples. Yun Shuli spoke of this. Yet his expression bore little joy. However, the elders of the Frost Snow Sect had acted recklessly in recent years, causing dissatisfaction among various factions on the continent. Yet, due to the Frost Snow Sect's immense power, no one dared to confront them openly. While they may not act openly, the underlying tensions were ever present. Joining the Frost Snow Sect may not necessarily be the optimal choice. What you say is true, Yun Shanyu acknowledged, glancing at the tea in his cup. Then, how about we let Huang Huang attend the Five Spirits Academy? For cultivators on the continent seeking systematic guidance, their options were limited to various sects for apprenticeship or joining a cultivator academy. The Five Spirits Academy is one of the esteemed cultivator academies on the continent, distinguished by its exceptional instructors and scale. Most importantly, the Five Spirits Academy maintains absolute neutrality. Admissions are based solely on talent and capability. Regardless of status or background, Yun Shanyu proposed the Five Spirits Academy, harboring a hint of personal interest. Chapter 11, Yun Xianhuang's choice. No one knows a child better than their parent. How could Yun Shuli be unaware of his son's subtle intentions? He leisurely sipped his tea, contemplating that, since it concerned Huang Huang, it was essential to consult her opinion. You know your son well, Yun Shanyu remarked, rising from his seat. Father, I will go ask Huang Huang now. What's the hurry? Yun Shuli shot him a glance, firmly placing down his teacup. After all the commotion yesterday, do you really want to wake her so early? Is there a father in the world who was so unkind to his daughter? Reminded by his father, Yun Shanyu realized it was indeed too early, and he sat back down. Father, it's unfair. Who loves Huang Huang more than I do? Yun Shuli couldn't be bothered to argue with his son, as it would only make him seem rather childish. Speaking of which, I didn't observe any spiritual light flashes at the general's manor last night. Did Huang Huang not utilize the private troops I provided? You might not believe this, Father, Yun Shanyu began, unable to suppress a smile as he recalled the Bai family's predicament. Somehow the Bai family stirred up a horde of spirit beasts, and their house was completely surrounded by them last night. The Bai family's elder was bitten to death by a spirit beast, causing chaos, and Huang Huang took advantage of their distraction to rescue me and Xianya without needing to deploy our private soldiers. Is that so? Yun Shuli found this puzzling. While spirit beasts and humans coexisted on the continent, spirit beasts had designated habitats and rarely ventured into human cities. What could the Bai family have done to provoke the spirit beasts to blockade their entrance? And it just so happened to occur last night. Could such coincidences truly exist, regardless of whether others believed it? Yun Shuli did not as for the underlying reasons. The three of them returned intact, and he felt no need to delve deeper into the matter. A father and son continued their conversation on various topics, and it was only when the sun reached its zenith that they sent someone to summon Yun Xianhuang. When the maid knocked on the door, Yun Xianhuang was in meditation. Hearing the sound, she promptly concluded her practice and rose to open the door. The maid from Yun Shuli's courtyard informed her that the old general and the general requested her presence for a meal. Since Yun Xianhuang's courtyard was adjacent to Yun Xianya's, she quickly went next door to summon him. As they made their way to the main courtyard, Yun Xianya followed behind Yun Xianhuang, unable to resist glancing at her from head to toe. His gaze held no malice, only pure curiosity, and Yun Xianhuang allowed him to observe. Eventually, Yun Xianya could no longer restrain himself and tugged at her sleeve, asking, "Sister, are you truly all right?" Since the moment he awoke that morning, he felt as if yesterday's events were nothing but a dream. His sister, who had been born with a frail mind, had vanished for 2 days, their family talisman shattered, yet she returned not only safe and sound but also restored to normalcy. Such occurrences were things he had never dared to imagine, even in his dreams. Even with Yun Xianhuang standing before him, he still felt an unsettling sense of unreality. He feared that everything before him might be an illusion. The sudden recovery of a naturally simple-minded child was indeed difficult to accept. Yun Xianya, unlike his father or grandfather, had not experienced many trials. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy, merely because her elder sister was mentally impaired. Yun Xianhuang was compelled to mature swiftly and take care of her sibling. Yun Xianhuang was acutely aware of how Yun Xianya had tended to her over the years. Suddenly she halted, turned around, and gently caressed Yun Xianya's head. Sister is all better now." Despite being of the same age, Yun Xianya stood half a head shorter than Yun Xianhuang, requiring him to slightly tilt his head upward to meet her gaze. As he raised his head, the sparkle in his eyes reminded Yun Xianhuang of the large white dog she had cared for in her previous life. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. "Let us hurry, we wouldn't want father and grandfather to be kept waiting." Yun Xianya nodded vigorously, following closely behind her as they entered the main courtyard. Inside, the maidservants had already prepared the midday meal, and Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianya took their seats beside Yun Chengjiyu. It was customary in the Yun family to refrain from discussing matters at the dining table. Serious conversations commenced only after the meal, when all servants had been dismissed, and it was then that Yun Shuli broached important topics. "Huang Huang, I have conferred with your father, and now that you have recovered, it is time for you to begin your training. The general's residence cannot provide you with superior resources, and remaining at home would squander your talents. Thus, your father and I have decided to send you for systematic guidance." Yun Xianhuang maintained a proper posture, refraining from interjecting as Yun Shuli spoke. "You have 2 options, the foremost sect on the continent, the Frosty Snow sect, or the best institution for practitioners, the Five Spirits Academy." Yun Shuli elaborated on the advantages and disadvantages of both the Frosty Snow sect and the Five Spirits Academy, ultimately assuring her that the general's residence would unconditionally support her, regardless of her choice. In truth, Yun Xianhuang held little knowledge about either faction and was indifferent to which she would attend. However, she noticed a change in her father Yun Chanyu's expression when Yun Shuli mentioned the Five Spirits Academy. As she rummaged through her memories, she found nothing significant. It was then that Yun Xianya leaned closer and whispered, "Sister, our mother used to be a student at the Five Spirits Academy." This information was something Yun Xianya had overheard, thus it was entirely reasonable for Yun Xianhuang to be unaware. I see. Yun Xianhuang nodded in understanding. Both factions had their merits and drawbacks, but since their mother had once been associated with the Five Spirits Academy, she decided it would be best to attend there. Resolute in her decision, Yun Xianhuang turned to Yun Shuli and declared, "Grandfather, I wish to go to the Five Spirits Academy. Have you made up your mind?" Yun Xianya believed his voice was barely audible. Yet how could Yun Shuli, with his superior abilities, not have heard him? The old general was reluctant for his granddaughter to make a choice that contradicted her desires due to her mother's past. "I have made up my mind." Yun Xianhuang's expression was firm. "Grandfather, please send me to the Five Spirits Academy." Yun Xianya immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, "Me too, me too." It was no error for the younger generation to aspire for better opportunities. Yun Shuli's initial intent was to have the siblings go together for mutual support, and thus he nodded in agreement. However, the Five Spirits Academy did not accept any connections, and the influence of the general's residence was insufficient to secure such a privilege. What Yun Shuli and Yun Shanyu could do was prepare the siblings for the academy's enrollment. The Five Spirits Academy was located outside the borders of the Qiling Kingdom in a city called Tianling City, which was not under the jurisdiction of any nation, situated in the central region of the Nanlu continent. Departing from the Qiling Kingdom, even the swiftest of winged steeds would take at least a month to arrive. The enrollment at the Five Spirits Academy was set for 3 months hence, thus their departure was scheduled for 10 days later. These 10 days would serve as preparation for Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianye. In truth, there was little to prepare, for their elders had already packed everything they might need into the siblings' storage rings. Nevertheless, Yun Xianhuang recalled a certain individual. Chapter 12, a dark and windy night of murder under the cloak of darkness. With the wind howling fiercely, every household in Helen City had shut their doors, yet the Ding family remained brightly lit and tumultuous. Days earlier, when the Ding family ventured into the Spirit Beast mountain range, Ding Yi had been on the brink of death under Yun Xianhuang's command. Fortunately, his grandfather, Ding Fuxing, arrived just in time to administer a 6th-grade healing elixir, saving his life, though his injuries had healed. No matter how hard the Ding family tried, the bond between Ding He and the Thunder Tiger could not be restored. Tonight marked Ding He's 10th attempt to mend the contract with the Thunder Tiger. Yet it ended in failure once more, causing him to vent his frustration upon the family servants. Summoners were an exceedingly rare profession in the Nanlu continent. During battles, ordinary practitioners relied solely on weapons and elixirs for support. However, summoners could utilize their spirit beasts, and the synergy between a summoner and their summoned beast allowed the summoner to maintain an undefeated stance among practitioners of equal rank for a century. The Ding family had produced only Ding He as a summoner, and since he had summoned the Thunder Tiger, all of the family's cultivation resources had been unconditionally directed towards him. Ding Fuxing had even boldly proclaimed that Ding He was the next head of the Ding family. However, should Ding He lose his spirit beast, all the privileges he had enjoyed would vanish, let alone the position of head. How could Ding He not feel anxious? He glared at the restrained Thunder Tiger and slammed his fist against the adjacent wall. Damn it, Ahu, what is wrong with you? Ding He unleashed his spiritual energy, attempting once more to communicate with the Thunder Tiger. To protect Ding He from harm, the majority of the Ding family's guards were stationed nearby. Inadvertently leaving the estate's defenses lax, Yun Shanhuang infiltrated the Ding residence with ease. Her slender figure silently leaped onto the roof, releasing her spiritual energy to probe the situation within. Yun Shanhuang had mastered her control over spiritual energy to perfection. Unless she desired otherwise, those beneath her would remain entirely unaware of its presence. Conversely, those with superior spiritual energy, at least at the level of Spirit Emperor, were exceedingly rare across the Nanlu continent. With the Ding family barely ranking in the Qiling kingdom, making it impossible for them to summon such a formidable being, thus Yun Qianhuang's actions could be deemed utterly reckless. However, the occupants within remained oblivious to her spiritual presence. While the Thunder Tiger, despite being trapped and in a state of mental fatigue, seemed to sense something suddenly invigorating, Ding He mistook its excitement as a response to his spiritual energy. Feeling elated. Ahu, he intensified his output of spiritual energy. Preparing for a second contract with the Thunder Tiger. At that moment, the Thunder Tiger roared, forcefully repelling Ding He's spiritual energy. Ding He was struck by the backlash of his own spiritual energy, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood, causing the nearby guards to panic. Young master, quick, fetch the elixir. The scene erupted into chaos once more. On the rooftop, Yun Shanhuang observed the commotion with her spiritual energy. Her brows slightly furrowing, the Thunder Tiger actually remembered her spiritual energy. If that were the case, her actions tonight should proceed much more smoothly. In the darkness, a fleeting glimmer of amusement danced in Yun Shanhuang's eyes as she connected with the Thunder Tiger through her spiritual energy. Her voice carefully avoiding detection by others. Within the contract space, the voice of Outyan carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Master, what did you say to that little tiger? What could be said that I, as its contracted beast, cannot hear? A smile surfaced in Yun Qianhuang's eyes. I instructed it to create a bit of trouble for the Ding family. A bit of trouble. Soon, Outyan would come to understand precisely what Yun Qianhuang meant by a bit of trouble. With the aid of her spiritual energy, the Thunder Tiger broke free from the cage that had confined it and let out a resounding roar directed at the occupants of the room. Some summoned beasts grow alongside their masters as their levels increase, and the Thunder Tiger belonged to this category. Under the accumulation of resources in the Ding family, Ding He had already cultivated to the rank of a one-star Great Spirit Master, elevating the Thunder Tiger from its initial first-tier status to the third tier. A roar from a third-tier summoned beast imbued with spiritual energy could even affect guards who had entered the Great Spirit Master realm. Furthermore, Ding He, who was already reeling from the backlash of his own spiritual energy, was sent flying several meters away by the residual force, crashing heavily against the wall and spitting out another mouthful of blood. It was a rare occurrence for Ding He to sustain such injuries from his own summoned beast. The ruckus quickly drew the attention of the other Ding family members. Ding Fuxing was the first to arrive at the scene, subduing the Thunder Tiger before hastily retrieving healing elixirs from his storage ring to administer to Ding He. The elixir's effects required time to manifest, so Ding Fuxing ordered that Ding He be taken away while he remained to handle the Thunder Tiger. This was precisely what Yun Shanhuang had hoped to see. Outyan, do not let that old man kill the Thunder Tiger. Yun Shanhuang instructed Outyan to keep a close watch on the situation while she stealthily followed the family servants to Ding He's courtyard. The servants assisted Ding He into the room, working together to lift him onto the bed before retreating. No one suspected that Ding He would encounter danger within the Ding residence, which granted Yun Shanhuang the opportunity she sought. Seizing the moment when the servants were distracted, she slipped into Ding He's room, approaching the bed to retrieve a dagger from her storage ring. This time, Yun Shanhuang did not afford Ding He a chance to escape. The dagger sank silently into his neck, causing not even the slightest noise. Fearing that Ding He might possess an extraordinary constitution, she plunged the dagger several more times into his chest, ensuring he was thoroughly dead before concealing the weapon and departing from the Ding residence. Coming and going without a trace. By the time the Ding family discovered Ding He's lifeless body, it was already the following morning. After a night had passed, Ding He's corpse had grown cold, and even a holy grade healing elixir could not revive him. The fact that their precious grandson had been killed within their home was not merely a homicide, it was a provocation against the Ding family. Ding Fuxing was enraged, ordering a thorough investigation into the matter. The mastermind Yun Xianhuang felt no trepidation, even though everyone now recognized that the eldest daughter of the general's residence was no fool in the eyes of those around her. She had yet to begin her training. The Ding family could suspect anyone, but they would never think to cast their suspicion upon her. However, the noble scions who accompanied Ding He outside the Qianshan Longzhong must have witnessed her actions when she killed Bai Muye. From a young age, Yun Xianhuang was taught that one must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. Leaving any potential hazards is unacceptable in any endeavor. After all, she has already slain Bai Muye and Ding He. Adding a few more to her tally would not be excessive. Those noble scions banded together to forcibly extract the original owner's spiritual bones, allowing her to perish in unbearable agony. None of them are innocent. When it comes to those deserving of death, Yun Xianhuang naturally shows no mercy, and soon those individuals met the same fate as Ding He. Dying within their own homes, Outyan felt a twinge of reluctance. Master, do you think what we are doing is quite right? In Chapter 13, Saint Grade Spirit Shaping Pill. Upon hearing this, Yun Xianhuang suddenly summoned Outyan. The moment the golden dragon spirit appeared, the entire room was illuminated with a dazzling golden light. However, due to Yun Xianhuang's mental barrier, not a glimmer of that brilliance could be seen from outside the room. Outyan, somewhat perplexed, asked, Master, why have you suddenly summoned me? He hovered in midair looking at Yun Xianhuang with confusion. She gazed up at him, her phoenix eyes resembling a cold spring, deep and icy. Outyan, do you think, why was it that when I first encountered you, not only were my spiritual bones extracted, but my spiritual roots were also severed? Outyan was taken aback, as he had never contemplated this question. But why was the master suddenly bringing it up? Could it be that someone was plotting against her? Outyan cautiously inquired. It is more than mere plotting, Yun Xianhuang replied with a frosty smile. They forcibly excavated my spiritual bones to enter Qianshan Longzhong, severing the spiritual roots connected to them, intent on leaving me to die. What do you say, should I not kill such people? Yun Xianhuang was not fond of explaining herself. She killed, and that was that. Would a few words of explanation resurrect those people? However, Outyan, as her contracted beast, was someone she did not wish to see exhibit excessive compassion, for a contracted beast with such tendencies was better off not being there at all. The human spiritual roots and bones are as vital as the spiritual cores of spiritual beasts. Both are essential for cultivation. After contemplating, Outyan thought, if a spiritual beast were to extract his spiritual core, with his fiery temper, he would undoubtedly wish to annihilate that entire spiritual beast's family. With this realization, Outyan's previous reluctance vanished in an instant. They must be killed. This answer pleased Yun Xianhuang greatly, and she returned Outyan to the contract space before continuing her cultivation day and the 10 days of preparation, aside from dealing with Ding He and those noble scions and the necessary sustenance. Yun Xianhuang remained in her room, diligently cultivating. After 10 days, on the eve of her departure, she successfully advanced to a 3-star spiritual practitioner. Such a speed of cultivation is something even the so-called strong of the continent could not hope to match. Even on horseback, however, Yun Xianhuang distinctly felt that after ascending to a 3-star spiritual practitioner, the amount of spiritual power required for her advancement had increased significantly, more than double that needed from 1-star to 3-star. In her previous life, she had also cultivated, albeit focusing on mental strength, yet the principle remained the same. Cultivation cannot be rushed. Thus, when Yun Xianyu called her for a conversation, she decisively abandoned her cultivation and made her way to Yun Xianyu's study. Accompanying her was Yun Xianye. Upon entering the study, Yun Xianye eagerly inquired, Father, what matters require the presence of me and my sister? Huang Huang, Xianye, come here. Yun Xianyu beckoned to his children. Once they approached, he suddenly produced 2 vials of elixirs from his storage ring and placed them before them. Lower-tier elixirs are not particularly rare on the continent. However, with a total of 12 grades of elixirs, there are even saint-grade and divine-grade ones above that. The advancement of alchemists is arduous, and elixirs above the 6th grade require a substantial sum of gold to purchase. Moreover, saint-grade and divine-grade elixirs are virtually unattainable, for there is only one alchemist capable of crafting saint-grade elixirs on the entire continent, and no one has ever been able to concoct divine-grade elixirs. Most of these 2 types of elixirs originate from ancient secret realms or treasures, such as Qianshan Longzhong. Through the porcelain vials, Yun Xianhuang could not discern the grade of the elixirs Yun Xianyu had produced, but the faint fragrance emanating from them indicated that their quality was undoubtedly high. Master, these are saint-grade spirit-shaping pills. Outyan's voice carried a hint of astonishment. His own Qianshan Longzhong held countless saint-grade elixirs, yet he was still taken aback by these 2 vials. Thus, Yun Xianhuang could gauge the rarity of the so-called spirit-shaping pills. Yun Xianye scrutinized the 2 vials from various angles, puzzled. Father, what kind of elixirs are these? They are saint-grade spirit-shaping pills, Yun Xianyu succinctly explained. Saint-grade, Yun Xianye gasped in astonishment. Father, you're prosperous. How did you manage to acquire saint-grade elixirs? Yet, what exactly are spirit-shaping pills? I have never heard of them before. This was a mystery to Yun Shanhuang as well. The siblings exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions brimming with eagerness to learn. Yun Shanyu, feeling a small sense of satisfaction, explained, spirit-shaping pills can assist practitioners in eliminating the impurities within their spiritual roots, enabling them to absorb spiritual power more smoothly. This is an ancient elixir, and the method of crafting it has long been lost on the continent. It is normal for you not to have heard of it. Even he learned about spirit-shaping pills through Ali eliminating the impurities within spiritual roots. Those words struck Yun Shanhuang with immense shock. She had previously learned that every practitioner carries some degree of impurities within their spiritual roots. These impurities adversely affect the absorption and transformation of spiritual power and cannot be expelled by the practitioners themselves. Only by increasing their level can the impact be slightly mitigated. For example, with the same amount of spiritual power, a spiritual practitioner may only achieve a 70% absorption and conversion rate, whereas upon advancing to a spiritual master, it might rise to 80%. However, if the impurities could be removed from the spiritual roots, the absorption and conversion rate could reach 100%. This is something even spiritual emperors cannot accomplish. The significance of this for practitioners is self-evident. Thus, after Yun Shanyu elucidated the effects of the spirit-shaping pills, Yun Xianye, in a fit of excitement, directly embraced their father's leg. Father, are these for me and my sister? Yun Shanyu cast a helpless glance at him. Why would I bring them out if they weren't for you? However, to consume the spirit-shaping pills, you must wait until you both advance to great spiritual masters and pair them with phoenix feather fruits. Should either condition remain unmet, consuming the spirit-shaping pills would result in your bodies exploding. Exploding. Upon hearing those words, Yun Xianye lost his earlier excitement. Father, perhaps we should reconsider. I think having a few impurities in my spiritual roots is quite fine. The phoenix feather fruit is a rarity that grows near the nests of phoenixes, taking a millennium to produce a single fruit. The continent is uncertain if phoenixes still exist. Where would they find phoenix feather fruits? Yun Shanyu cast a deep look at him. Huang Huang, Chenya, you must consume these 2 spirit-shaping pills before advancing to spiritual masters. This was what your mother told me when she gave birth to you too. As for why it is necessary, I do not know. Perhaps only when you encounter your mother's family in the future will you learn the reason. On this entire continent, there are likely only these 2 saint-grade spirit-shaping pills. Now that you two have decided to cultivate at the 5 Spirit Academy, I entrust these 2 spirit-shaping pills to your care. Remember, you must consume them before advancing to spiritual masters. In Chapter 14, Xuanfeng City, after giving the 2 spirit-shaping pills to the siblings, Yun Shanyu proceeded to share some precautions regarding their journey to the 5 Spirit Academy, due to the need to guard the general's mansion. Yun Jin and Yun Shuli could not accompany Yun Shanhuang and her brother. However, the journey was long, and for their safety, Yun Shanyu spent a significant sum to hire a team of mercenaries to protect the 2 siblings. Mercenaries are a group willing to do anything for money. In her previous life, Yun Shanhuang had also encountered mercenaries. The mercenaries of both worlds share many similarities. The difference lies in the fact that in this world, the mercenaries are all practitioners, completing tasks relying on their own spiritual power and spiritual tools. The team of mercenaries hired by Yun Shanyu consisted entirely of those at the great spiritual master level, with the captain being an 8-star fire-type great spiritual master. Within the borders of the Qiling Kingdom, it was no small feat to hire such a team, and Yun Shanyu had indeed put in considerable effort. Even so, he remained uneasy and provided the siblings with a substantial amount of elixirs. Though Yun Shanhuang said nothing, she was undeniably moved. It was a profound feeling to know that someone else was concerned for her safety. She etched Yun Shangyu's kindness into her heart and, alongside Yun Xianye, boarded the carriage prepared by the general's mansion. The Qiling Kingdom is quite distant from Tianling City, and the group traveled day and night for half a month. Only covering half the journey. 2 days prior, they had entered the territory of the Illusory Spirit Kingdom. Currently, they found themselves in the capital of the Illusory Spirit Kingdom, Xuanfeng City. The Illusory Spirit Kingdom is the most powerful of the 4 nations on the Nanlu continent, whereas the Qiling Kingdom ranks at the bottom. Therefore, compared to Helen City, Xuanfeng City is far more prosperous, bustling with merchants and lacking any curfew. When Yun Shanhuang and her entourage arrived in Xuanfeng City, night was fast approaching. The prolonged journey had left everyone somewhat fatigued, so they decided to stay the night before continuing on. Before leaving, Yun Shuli had given the siblings a considerable amount of gold coins, and Yun Xianye generously booked a superior room at a nearby inn for Yun Shanhuang. He himself opted for a standard room, akin to the mercenaries. His reasoning was simple: sister is a girl, she deserves the best room. Unable to refuse his kind gesture, Yun Shanhuang accepted it. As night fell, Xuanfeng City was ablaze with lights. Both Yun Xianye and the mercenaries, weary from their journey, retired early to rest. Yun Shanhuang, however, felt no fatigue. After a light meal, she departed from the inn. She intended to visit the underground night market of Xuanfeng City, a place she learned about from Ao Tian. He had mentioned that in some of the most prosperous cities on the continent, There exists such a concealed trading venue, constructed underground. It opens only at night, known as the underground night market. In this enigmatic market, as long as one possesses sufficient gold coins, one can procure anything desired. Even the lives of others. Although the underground night market of Xuanfeng City could not compare to that of Tianling City, its scale was still quite considerable. Ao Tian had suggested she take a look, for she might find the phoenix feather fruit she needed. Intrigued by Ao Tian's description, Yun Xianhuang spent a silver coin to inquire with a beggar by the roadside about the entrance to the night market. And then she ventured forth alone. Before entering the underground night market, she rummaged through her storage ring and ultimately consumed a disguise pill. In such a chaotic environment, being inconspicuous was undoubtedly advantageous. As Ao Tian had indicated, the underground night market was a veritable treasure trove. Not only were there a myriad of shops, but also vendors peddling an assortment of goods. After taking just a few steps, Yun Xianhuang spotted a stall selling spirit artifacts. These artifacts, akin to elixirs, were abundant at lower levels but exceedingly rare at higher tiers. The classification of spirit artifacts mirrored that of elixirs, ranging from levels 1 to 12. With level 12 and above classified as sacred artifacts, and those beyond that as divine artifacts. Yet, this stall, positioned at the very edge of the night market, boasted an array of artifacts all above level 6. Yun Xianhuang casually picked up a level 7 spirit artifact and inquired how much for this. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, glanced at the artifact in her hand and replied, "This spirit artifact is not suitable for you." He kindly cautioned her, however, if you wish to purchase it, it would cost you 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. On the continent, 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin to 100 copper coins. Before leaving the general's manor, Yun Shuli had bestowed upon Yun Xianhuang and her brother a considerable sum of gold coins, yet even when roughly calculated, it amounted to no more than 1,000. A mere fraction of the general's past wealth. 10,000 gold coins, and the entire general's manor likely could not muster that amount. Silently, Yun Xianhuang placed the spirit artifact back in its original spot and said, "Thank you for your reminder. This spirit artifact is indeed not suited for me." Without questioning how the middle-aged man had made his judgment, she stood up and left the stall. The man watched her retreating figure, curiosity evident in his gaze. An exceptional spirit root, 5 spirit roots, which noble family has released this little prodigy. The rules of the underground night market were strict. One must not inquire about a guest's origins, nor the purpose of their purchases, and private disputes were prohibited. Thus, although the middle-aged man was curious, he refrained from probing further. After all, violating the rules of the underground night market could lead to dire consequences. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Yun Xianhuang wandered through the underground night market for nearly half an hour, gradually becoming acquainted with its dynamics. Here, the most sought-after items were undoubtedly elixirs and spirit artifacts, with materials for crafting both equally in demand. Additionally, there were array plates drawn by formation masters and talismans inscribed by talisman masters. The continent boasted numerous professions arising from cultivation, with artifact and elixir masters being prominent alongside formation and talisman masters. According to Ao Tian, there was another profession known as beast-tamers. Unlike summoners, whose summoned beasts appeared when one awakened their spirit root, a summoner could summon only one beast throughout their lifetime. The rank and level of the summoned beast determined the summoner's future achievements. Conversely, beast-tamers utilized their formidable mental strength as a medium to control spirit beasts in battle. A powerful beast-tamer could summon thousands of spirit beasts with a mere gesture. At this point, Ao Tian seemed to recall something and paused before saying, "Master, the method you used to summon spirit beasts last time is quite similar to that of a beast-tamer. Though the lineage of beast-tamers has long vanished from the continent, how could it not be similar? She was, after all, a descendant of a beast-tamer clan." Yun Xianhuang chose not to explain this to Ao Tian. He would come to understand it in due time. She continued to explore the underground night market for a while longer, yet she still had not found any stalls selling the phoenix feather fruit. After all, such a precious item would not be easily found. If it were, Yun Xianyu would have already procured it for them. Yun Xianhuang felt no great disappointment. Her trip had yielded 2 array plates and several talismans, which was not without merit. 3,000 gold coins for a few snake beast scales. Why don't you go and rob a bank? Suddenly, a heated argument erupted from a nearby stall. "This is not snake beast scale," exclaimed the stall owner, a lad of around 15 or 16, his face reddening at the accusation. How could these people be so blind as to mistake his treasure for snake beast scales? "If not for you, wouldn't he have put this up for sale?" The stall owner's expression dimmed slightly as he seemed to recall something. The man who had spoken earlier scoffed. "These scales are a dark green, perfectly resembling those of a snake beast in both shape and size. What else could they possibly be from if not a spirit beast? I say, you young lad, even if you're short on cash, you shouldn't resort to such deceitful practices." "Exactly." 2 companions beside the man enthusiastically nodded in agreement. "I'm telling you, they are not." The stall owner stood firmly before his display, asserting, "If you wish to buy Then buy, if not get lost and don't waste my time. Provoked by this, the man retorted, I want tea leave, I'll stay right here to prevent any unsuspecting individuals from being swindled by you. With that, he plopped down beside the stall, clearly indicating he had no intention of departing. The stall owner was infuriated, yet the underground night market forbade private disputes, leaving him no choice but to angrily pack up his goods. Intending to relocate. As he picked up the scales, he sighed softly. Why was there not a discerning eye in the Huang City underground night market? Yun Xianhuang observed the stall owner's actions with curiosity. Aotian, are those really not snake beast scales? Indeed, they are not, a master. You must have heard of the four spirits, correct? Those scales belong to one of them, the divine beast Qinglong. That fellow has always cherished his scales. Yet this human dares to present 3 of them for sale. Quite remarkable. The divine beast Qinglong. Yun Xianhuang felt a sense of astonishment, whether in her past life in Huaxia or in this world. The Qinglong was a creature of legend, never seen by human eyes, yet, according to Aotian, it truly existed. Furthermore, Yun Xianhuang's gaze fell upon the Qinglong scales in the stall owner's hands. Someone had actually obtained scales from the Qinglong. Items from divine beasts were invariably exquisite materials for crafting artifacts or elixirs. If these were indeed scales from the divine beast Qinglong, 30,000 gold coins would be a mere pittance. Unfortunately, Yun Xianhuang was neither an artifact master nor an elixir master. While Qinglong scales were undeniably precious, they held little value for her at this moment. Yun Xianhuang shifted her gaze and prepared to leave the underground night market. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside the stall owner selling the Qinglong scales so swiftly that even Yun Xianhuang could not discern how he had arrived. How much for these scales? That voice. Yun Xianhuang turned her head again and was astonished to find it was the middle-aged man who had sold spirit artifacts when she first entered the underground market. Upon hearing the inquiry, the previously agitated man perked up immediately. Brother, are you interested in purchasing these scales? I must warn you, this lad is asking a sky-high price, 3,000 gold coins for a few snake beast scales. Don T, let him deceive you, snake beast. Duan Yang glanced at the man. The latter nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly, snake beast. Although this particular snake beast appears to be of a high level, snake beasts are among the most common spirit beasts. Even the scales of an 8th level snake beast are worth only a few hundred gold coins. Duan Yang scrutinized the scales in the stall owner's hands, shaking his head. He disregarded the man's warnings and continued to ask the stall owner. 30,000 gold coins, is it? I haven't brought that much with me. Would it be possible to give you 10,000 gold coins now, and I assure you the remainder will be paid within 3 days? The stall owner hesitated. 3 days was a long time to wait. The man who had previously spoken was astonished. Brother, are you actually going to buy? In this day and age, there are indeed those who willingly become the biggest fools. Duan Yang paid no heed to the man's remarks. He had noticed the stall owner's uncertainty and added, Young brother, I am an artifact master. If you feel 3 days is too long, I can offer you a spirit artifact in exchange. Feel free to choose any artifact below level 8. The man was even more astonished. An 8th level spirit artifact could easily fetch over 100,000 gold coins. This person was truly a generous fool. However, he had already voiced his concerns, and if the other chose not to heed his advice, he could do nothing more. Shaking his head, the man fell silent. Meanwhile, the stall owner gazed at Duan Yang and sighed. I do not want a spirit artifact. If you happen to have an 8th grade Huan Yuan Dan, I would be willing to exchange. Huan Yuan Dan was the most common healing elixir, yet appending the prefix 8th grade altered its significance entirely. Duan Yang's expression shifted. An 8th grade Huan Yuan Dan would indeed be worth the 3 scales. However, as an artifact master, he had no means to procure such an elixir. Was he to let this opportunity slip away? Suddenly, Duan Yang's gaze fell upon Yun Xianhuang, who was watching the commotion from a distance. His spirit surged. Young brother, wait for me a moment. In an instant, he seemed to vanish, reappearing before Yun Xianhuang in the blink of an eye. Little girl, do you require a spirit artifact? Duan Yang spoke as he retrieved an 8th tier bone sword from his storage ring. This is an 8th tier bone sword, suitable for cultivators of all attributes. I can sell it to you for merely 20,000 gold coins. What do you say? He emphasized the phrase suitable for all attributes. Previously, he had told Yun Xianhuang that this spirit weapon was not suitable for her. Yun Xianhuang narrowed her phoenix eyes and quickly formed a judgment. This individual must have discerned that she possessed 5 elemental roots. Her gaze fell upon the 8th tier bone sword, which like all spirit weapons had reserved slots for embedding spirit cores. This sword had 5 such slots, indicating that it could accommodate 5 spirit cores without any rejection. This was likely the reason why the sword was deemed suitable for cultivators of all attributes. Yun Xianhuang felt a stir of desire. The bone sword was only a few centimeters longer than an ordinary dagger, and in her past life, she had favored weapons of this size. I do not possess that much gold. Duan Yang appeared somewhat disheartened. The price of 20,000 gold coins was already quite reasonable, and if he reduced it further, he would be unable to purchase those 3 scales. However, Yun Xianhuang opened her storage ring and produced a small porcelain vial. I can exchange it for an 8th grade recovery pill. Duanyang instantly regained his enthusiasm, his eyes fixed on the porcelain vial in Yun Xianhuang's hand, the unmistakable fragrance of medicinal herbs wafting from it. Indeed, it was an 8th grade recovery pill. Deal. Duanyang nearly thrust the bone sword into Yun Xianhuang's hands. His gaze intensely focused on the vial. Yun Xianhuang said little, promptly handing over the 8th grade recovery pill to Duanyang. With the pill in hand, Duanyang hurried back to his stall, exchanging the pill with the stall owner for the coveted scales. All three parties were highly satisfied with the transaction. Meanwhile, a nearby man was utterly dumbfounded. A few scales from a serpent beast had indeed enabled this young man to acquire an 8th grade recovery pill? Chapter 16. When things seem unusual, there must be a demon. The thoughts of onlookers were of no concern to the three who had obtained what they desired. Duanyang cherished the scales as if they were treasures. Then proactively sought to ingratiate himself with Yun Xianhuang. Young lady, my name is Duanyang, a weapon refiner. Should you wish to purchase any spirit weapons in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Duan Spirit Weapon Shop in Tianling City. The prices are negotiable. Spirit weapons are generally less valuable than pills, thus this transaction had ultimately favored him. Duanyang had never been fond of owing favors, hence he made his intentions clear. I will. Yun Xianhuang nodded but refrained from disclosing her name. The name of her original self had long since spread across the continent, and now that Duanyang had seen through her 5 elemental roots, she could not risk exposing her identity further. She said nothing more, quickly stowing away the 8th tier bone sword and hastily departing from the underground night market. By the time she returned to the inn, it was already the 3rd watch. Yun Xianhuang quickly freshened up and sat on the bed to resume her cultivation. The cultivation in this world differed vastly from her previous life, even after several days of uninterrupted practice. One would feel no fatigue. As dawn broke, Yun Xianhuang opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. After half a month of travel, she had reached the threshold of a 4-star spirit practitioner. Just one step away from successfully advancing, she rose from the bed, washed her face, and prepared to seek out others. However, after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly recalled something and stopped to ask Outyen. Outyen, is there a way to conceal my elemental roots and spirit bones from others? In her previous life, Yun Xianhuang had displayed extraordinary talent at a young age only to be suppressed by the elders of her clan, ultimately leading to a mutual destruction with those old-timers. Having learned from her past experiences, Yun Xianhuang was acutely aware that prematurely revealing her talents was unwise, although she was unsure how Duanyang, a weapon refiner, had discerned her 5 elemental roots. She did not wish to encounter such individuals again. There is a method, Outyen replied. The first way is to quickly advance to the spirit sovereign level, which would allow you to conceal your elemental roots and spirit bones at will. However, if you encounter a practitioner stronger than a spirit sovereign, they may still be able to see through it. The second method involves wearing a concealment-type spirit weapon. The high-level weapon refiner you met last night likely possesses such a weapon. I understand. It seemed that after arriving in Tianling City, she would indeed need to pay a visit to the Duan Spirit Weapon Shop. Resolving this matter, Yun Xianhuang temporarily set it aside and pushed open the door to step outside. The group did not linger in Xuanfeng City, resting for one night before continuing their journey. Half a month later, they successfully exited the jurisdiction of the illusory spirit kingdom, and within a week, they would reach Tianling City, home to the 5-element academy. The continent boasted numerous habitats for spirit beasts, such as the Spirit Beast Mountains outside Helen City and the Spirit Rotation Forest between the illusory spirit kingdom and Tianling City. The Spirit Rotation Forest was the largest habitat for spirit beasts on the continent, rumored to be teeming with high-tier spirit beasts, including even sacred beasts. To reach Tianling City, they could either save time by traversing the Spirit Rotation Forest, albeit with the risk of encountering high-tier spirit beasts, or detour around the forest, which would waste at least another week. The mercenaries were uncertain and could only consult Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianye. Yun Xianye turned to Yun Xianhuang. Sister, which path do you think we should take? Yun Xianhuang pondered for a moment. Let us avoid the Spirit Rotation Forest. Yun Xianye promptly relayed this to the mercenary captain. Listen to my sister. Although these mercenaries were all grand spirit masters, if they were to encounter spirit beasts of a significantly higher level, they would likely be unable to cope. This was also the thought of the mercenary captain, Chu Hong. He conveyed the employer's wishes to his team and led them down an alternate path. By avoiding the Spirit Rotation Forest, they encountered no dangers along the way, not even a single passerby. After a day of travel, they found a place to rest. Chu Hong sat by the campfire, his expression grave as he pondered something. Yun Xianhuang handed him some dry rations, her gaze deep and contemplative. Captain Chu, are you facing some trouble? Not exactly, Chu Hong replied, accepting the rations with a polite thank you before continuing. It's just that there are only these 2 routes to Tianling City. With the recruitment days of various academies approaching, there should be many talented individuals on this path, yet we haven't encountered a single one today. Years of experience in taking on missions told Chu Hong that this was certainly abnormal. One of the team members took a bite of the rations and mumbled, Captain, you might be overthinking it. Perhaps we'll encounter people tomorrow. Let us hope I'm just overthinking it, Chu Huang said, yet his demeanor remained serious. At times, he trusted his instincts more than anything else, as those instincts had helped him avoid numerous deadly dangers in the past. Now, Chu Huang glanced at Yun Xianhuang and her brother, choosing not to say more. This route was chosen by the employer, and he felt it inappropriate to question their decision. He would simply remain vigilant. Chu Hongsu lowered his head and resumed eating his rations. Yun Xianhuang pressed her lips together slightly. She did not think Chu Huang was overthinking it, yet at the moment, she could not ascertain the situation. They would see what tomorrow brought. If they still encountered no one, they would have to risk traversing the spirit rotation forest. Yun Xianhuang shared the same thoughts as Chu Huang. As night fell, the group tidied their belongings and continued their journey. Before setting off, the team member who had previously suggested that Chu Huang was overthinking things remarked, "Captain, I'm sure we'll encounter others today." Chu Huang did not refute him. "Let us go." The group quickly set off again, traveling for most of the day, yet still encountering no one. At this point, not only Chu Huang but the other mercenaries began to sense that something was amiss. When things seem unusual, there must be a demon. Chu Huang instructed the others to halt and proposed, "Miss Yun, let us return along the original route and take the spirit rotation forest path." This was indeed quite strange. Chu Huang could not analyze the reason behind it but was unwilling to continue down this path. Yun Xianhuang lifted the curtain of the carriage. "Captain Chu, we may not have time." At this declaration, the mercenaries outside the carriage turned to look. Chu Huang frowned. "Miss Yun, what do you mean? I fear we have encountered an illusionary beast." The illusionary beast was a rare spirit beast resembling a rabbit. Known for ensnaring its targets within its illusions, Yun Xianhuang had only just discovered records of the illusionary beast from Out Yan's legacy, and it was precisely because they were trapped in an illusion that they had not encountered a single passerby. Moreover, due to being ensnared in the illusion, even Out Yan had failed to detect the presence of the illusionary beast. The illusionary beast. Chu Huang's brow furrowed as he swiftly dismounted, drawing his spirit weapon and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. How could there be an illusionary beast here? Not everyone was as knowledgeable as Chu Huang regarding the illusionary beast, and the other mercenaries also dismounted, growing vigilant, but could not restrain their curiosity. "Captain, what exactly is an illusionary beast?" Chapter 17. It is a sacred beast. Chu Huang briefly explained what an illusionary beast was, though he had never seen one himself, so he could not describe its appearance. During this time, Yun Xianhuang had also pulled Yun Xianya down from the carriage, standing together with the mercenaries. For a spirit beast capable of silently crafting an illusion, the illusionary beastess level must surely be above 8th tier. If they did not break free from the illusion soon, they would likely perish here. "Sister, stand behind me." Upon hearing Chu Huang's words, Yun Xianya recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately positioned himself in front of Yun Xianhuang. Determined to protect his sister, who had only just begun her cultivation and was likely still a one-star spirit practitioner, Yun Xianhuang did not reject Yun Xianya's goodwill. She unleashed her spiritual energy. Silently beginning to search for a breakthrough point in the illusion, Chu Huang and the mercenaries surrounded the siblings, also attempting to find a way to break the illusion. Every illusion must have a breakthrough point. But unfortunately none among them were formation masters, otherwise, they would not be in such a state of confusion. "Captain, that tree looks quite peculiar." Upon hearing the words of her teammate, Chu Huang immediately turned to look, simultaneously conjuring a fireball to hurl at the tree. In this illusory realm, any peculiar aspect could potentially serve as a breakthrough point. Regrettably, the tree was quickly engulfed in flames from the fireball he unleashed. Revealing no anomalies whatsoever, the speaking teammate scratched his head and continued to observe other areas, until a breakthrough point was identified. None dared to leave the group lightly. Yun Xianhuang's mental prowess was already formidable. Yet even so, she found herself unable to fully encompass the entirety of the illusion. This phantom beast. Yun Xianhuang suddenly lifted her gaze. It was a sacred beast. Spirit beasts are classified into levels 1 through 12. While sacred beasts are even more powerful entities that transcend the 12 levels of spirit beasts, the strength of a sacred beast is akin to that of a spiritual emperor among humans. And the innate mental power of spirit beasts is inherently greater than that of humans. No wonder she was unable to pinpoint the breakthrough point within the illusion. "Sister, what's wrong?" Yun Xianya, who was nearby, noticed Yun Xianhuang's unusual demeanor. His expression bore a hint of anxiety. Was she feeling unwell? The illusory realm was fraught with danger, and although he had yet to feel any adverse effects, his sister, being new to cultivation, was undoubtedly more affected than he was. Yun Xianhuang shook her head. "I'm fine then." Leaning closer to Yun Xianya, she whispered, "Xianya, help me distract these mercenaries." Her voice was so soft that even Chu Huang beside them could not catch it. "Sister, why do you want to send these mercenaries away?" Yun Xianya did not ask directly but looked at Yun Xianhuang with confusion. Yun Xianhuang met his gaze, her eyes conveying a resolute determination without the need for words. Between twins, oftentimes unspoken understanding suffices. For instance, despite Yun Xianhuang's silence, Yun Xianya grasped her insistence. Furrowing his brow, he quietly urged, "Then sister, don't leave this place. I'll send them away in return." His sister's actions must surely have their reasons. He had to trust her. Yun Shanhuang nodded. Only then did Jin Shenya turn to Chu Huang and speak. Captain Chu, it seems there was some movement over there. Let us go take a look. Staying in one spot was not a viable solution, especially since Yun Shenya was one of their employers. Chu Huang quickly acquiesced. He called upon the other mercenaries to shield the siblings behind them and advanced in the direction indicated by Yun Shenya. Following the mercenaries, Yun Shanhuang feigned compliance, and once the group's attention was diverted, she stealthily left the ranks. She produced a speed-enhancing talisman she had previously purchased and affixed it to herself, swiftly creating a considerable distance from the others. Continuing forward, she paused only after the talisman's effect faded. A translucent mental barrier unfurled, and in the next moment, the golden dragon spirit appeared within the barrier. Master Aotian bowed his dragon head towards Yun Shanhuang. She inquired, Aotian, can you discern the approximate location of the breakthrough point in this illusion? Her mental power was insufficient to cover the entire illusion. She could only rely on Aotian to assist. It should be possible. Aotian closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, and under his formidable perception, the entire illusion materialized in his mind. Suddenly, Aotian's eyes flew open, a glimmer flashing in his pale golden irises. Master, it is in the southwest direction. Yun Shanhuang nodded, focusing her mental energy towards the southwest. Not here, this isn't it either. Here, a slight smile graced her lips as she discovered it. She withdrew Aotian back into the contract space and retrieved another speed-enhancing talisman to apply to herself before hastening towards the breakthrough point of the illusion. Meanwhile, after dispersing the mercenaries, Yun Shenya promptly returned to the location where the carriage was parked. However, after searching the carriage inside and out several times, he could not locate Yun Shanhuang. Sister, in an instant, countless possibilities flooded Yun Shenya's mind, and his emotions spiraled out of control. It was all his fault. He should have stayed with his sister. She had only just begun her training, and if she encountered any danger, Yun Shenya dared not contemplate it further. He unleashed his spiritual power, frantically searching the vicinity. Concurrently bolstered by the speed-enhancing talisman, Yun Shanhuang swiftly located the breakthrough point of the illusion. She drew forth the bone sword, channeling all her spiritual power into the blade's tip, and thrust it down fiercely. Chirp! A sharp, abrupt cry rang out, immediately followed by the distortion and collapse of the scene before her, the illusion crumbling inch by inch. Once the illusion dissipated, Yun Shanhuang found herself on the path leading through the spirit spiral forest. Not far away stood her carriage, with the mercenaries and Yun Shenya nearby. Sister, Yun Shenya, with keen eyesight, spotted Yun Shanhuang and rushed to her side, scrutinizing her anxiously. Sister, are you alright? The mercenaries also hurried over, and Yun Shanhuang, shielding them from view, discreetly stowed her spiritual artifact. Her expression remained calm, yet her eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Shenya, I'm fine. What just happened? Yun Shenya surveyed the surroundings. I'm not sure. It seems that the illusion has been broken. Chu Huang approached, stating, although I am unsure what caused it, this is not a misfortune for us. As he spoke, Chu Huang's gaze lingered on the two siblings. He had noticed earlier in the illusion that these two employers had left the group one after the other. The reason the illusion was broken likely pertained to them. The General's mansion personnel are indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. What matters is that it has been resolved. Never mind, as long as it's broken. Yun Shenya waved dismissively. Sister, let us board the carriage. Captain Chu, let us take the route through the spirit spiral forest this time. Just as Chu Huang was about to nod in agreement, a rabbit with drooping ears suddenly leapt out from the nearby brush. The rabbit halted before Yun Shanhuang, bouncing 3 feet high, its fur bristling. Chirp! Chapter 18, The Affectionate-Eared Rabbit. Initially Yun Shenya found the unexpectedly appearing drooping-eared rabbit rather endearing. However, upon hearing its cry, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Sister, do rabbits make such sounds? This seems rather off. I don't know either, Yun Shanhuang replied, tilting her head to glance at the energetic drooping-eared rabbit, her eyes flickering. Yun Shenya, feeling playful, bent down to grasp the rabbit by its ears, lifting it up and teasing it with a piece of dried food from his storage ring. The drooping-eared rabbit shot a disdainful look at the food, its red eyes seemingly filled with contempt. Hey, you dare to look down on me, rabbit? Yun Shenya retracted the food, shaking the rabbit as he lifted it, causing it to become dizzy, its eyes sparkling with little stars. How amusing! Holding the drooping-eared rabbit in one hand, he took Yun Shanhuang's hand with the other and climbed into the carriage. Once both employers were aboard, Chu Huang signaled for the other mercenaries to mount, and the group set off towards the nearby spirit spiral forest. Inside the carriage, Yun Shenya placed the drooping-eared rabbit on his lap, thoroughly enjoying the playful interaction. However, the rabbit soon grew impatient from the antics, baring its teeth at Yun Shenya as if ready to bite him. Yun Shenya was unperturbed. The rabbit was no bigger than his head. What threat could it possibly pose? With this thought in mind, he reached out to continue teasing the drooping-eared rabbit, only to receive a sudden bite. Ouch! Yun Shenya recoiled his hand in pain, shaking it wildly. The drooping-eared rabbit seized the opportunity to leap off his lap and dart into Yun Shanhuang's embrace. Cowering between her legs, it covered its eyes with its ears, seemingly terrified. Yun Shenya felt a twinge of jealousy. Sister, it seems that rabbit prefers you. He had initially intended to share the dried food with the rabbit. Yet his sister did nothing, and the rabbit had willingly sought refuge in her arms. How unfair! Of course, Yun Xianye was merely voicing his thoughts. He would never truly begrudge his sister over such trivialities. Yun Xianhuan looked down at the curled-up drooping-eared rabbit on her lap, knowing that Yun Xianye could never fathom that the rabbit he could easily lift was, in fact, the phantom beast that had created the earlier illusion. This phantom beast could conjure 3 illusions in a single day. If even one were dispelled, it would enter a state of weakness for the remainder of the day. During this weakened state, the phantom beast's power was inferior to even that of a level 10 spirit beast, and due to the unique nature of phantom beasts, many powerful spirit beasts sought to devour them. If her intuition was correct, this phantom beast likely sensed Aotian's aura and sought refuge. However, she was no saint. Imitating Yun Xianye, Yun Xianhuan lifted the phantom beast, stating, "We have no food suitable for rabbits. Let us throw it away." As she spoke, she was about to pass the phantom beast to Yun Xianye when it suddenly panicked at the mention of being discarded. It struggled fiercely, escaping Yun Xianhuang's grasp, and then turned abruptly to nip at her finger. When facing Yun Xianye earlier, it had merely sought to be released without applying much force. However, this time, it bit down hard, instantly breaking the skin on Yun Xianhuang's fingertip. "You audacious rabbit, how dare you bite my sister? I'll roast you into crispy rabbit." Yun Xianye was incensed, reaching out to catch the phantom beast. At that moment, a contract formation appeared beneath the phantom beast and Yun Xianhuang's feet. Chirp! The formation was short-lived, and after it dissipated, the phantom beast let out a shriek as it rushed into Yun Xianhuang's contract space. The unwillingly bound Yun Xianhuang. Yun Xianye, wide-eyed and astonished, exclaimed, "Sister, what was that just now?" Wiping the blood from her still-bleeding fingertip, Yun Xianhuang pressed her hand against her temple, exhaling in exasperation. "It was a contract formation. Oh, a contract formation," Yun Xianye began, but suddenly fell silent, his eyes widening in shock as he lunged toward Yun Xianhuang. "Sister, did you just say contract formation? Is it not true that only summoners can forge contracts with spirit beasts? Their family lacks the bloodline of a summoner. How could my sister possibly establish a contract with a spirit beast?" As Yun Xianhuang's thoughts stirred, a complex red mark appeared on her forehead, signifying her bond with the spirit beast. She had already possessed this mark when she formed a contract with Aotian, but she had concealed it with her mental prowess. Now, as the illusionary beast took the initiative to bond with her in front of Yun Xianye, she could no longer hide it. Yun Xianye's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister, are you a summoner?" Yun Xianhuang hesitated momentarily. One could interpret it that way. While summoners are indeed rare on the continent compared to beast tamers, they are not entirely absent, allowing them to remain somewhat inconspicuous. The joy on Yun Xianye's face was unmistakable. His sister was a summoner, a rarity among 1,000. Indeed, she was a prodigy. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yun Xianye momentarily forgot that a summoner could only re-establish a contract with a spirit beast upon the death of their own contracted beast, and could only bond with a spirit beast of a lower rank, with a low success rate. Otherwise, the Ding family would not have altered their attitude towards Ding He due to his inability to restore the contract with the Thunder Tiger. Observing Yun Xianye's exuberance, Yun Xianhuang's gaze softened unconsciously. Once the excitement subsided, Yun Xianye remembered to ask, "By the way, sister, what about that rabbit?" Yun Xianhuang fell silent for a moment. "It heard you plan to roast it into crispy rabbit and has hidden itself in the contract space." In truth, the illusionary beast was afraid of being cast aside, thus it sought refuge within her contract space. Unaware of the truth, Yun Xianye paused at her words and quickly reassured her, "Sister, rest assured, now that it has formed a contract with you, I would never roast it into crispy rabbit." Yun Xianhuang gently patted his head, indicating that she would relay the message to the rabbit. At that moment, Aotian finally reacted, his voice resonating with astonishment through their mental link. "Master, you are a beast tamer. No summoner has ever managed to contract 2 spirit beasts simultaneously, although he was merely a remnant soul. He had also formed a contract with his master, and now, with the addition of an illusionary beast, only a beast tamer could achieve such a feat." Yun Xianhuang did not deny Aotian's words. Aotian wiggled with excitement, thrilled that his master was indeed a beast tamer. Forming a contract with his master was undoubtedly the right choice. Within the same contract space, the illusionary beast shrank into a trembling ball upon witnessing the imposing dragon soul. No one mentioned that this master had also contracted a divine dragon. Although it was merely a remnant soul, it did not change the fact that it was a divine dragon. Just what kind of background does this master possess? Being with Aotian felt exceedingly oppressive. It wasn't long before the illusionary beast could no longer resist leaving the contract space and burrowing into Yun Xianhuang's embrace. Upon concluding her meditation, Yun Xianhuang opened her eyes to meet the gaze of the red-eyed rabbit. Chapter 19. Entering the spirit rotation forest, the illusionary beast affectionately rubbed against her arm, its voice resonating through their mental connection. "Master, now that the contract was established, and considering the illusionary beast was a sacred beast," Yun Xianhuang's eyelashes fluttered, and she did not push it away. Yun Xianye, meanwhile, was also in meditation. To avoid disturbing him, she communicated with the illusionary beast through mental energy. "Do you have a name?" "Yes, master, I am called Fubai." Fubai's ears twitched. No one would associate such an adorable droopy-eared rabbit with the legendary illusionary sacred beast. Yun Xianhuang reached out to stroke Fu Bai's head. Its fur was incredibly soft and did not shed, providing a delightful tactile experience. Contracting such an illusionary beast seemed rather advantageous. She petted Fu Bai a couple more times before retrieving an alchemy book to study. This book had been found in her storage ring, presumably acquired by that man previously. Being an alchemist is quite a lucrative profession, and her recent experience in the black market had made Yun Xianhuang acutely aware of her current impoverished state. Although she had a fair number of medicinal pills to sell, there would come a day when they would run out. Thus, becoming an alchemist herself was the best course of action. However, the alchemy book merely contained formulas for various pills, and Yun Xianhuang had nearly worn it out from perusing it, yet she still had no idea how to begin. Aotian, being a spirit beast, had no need for alchemy, hence there was no related knowledge in his legacy. This matter, Yun Xianhuang could only explore on her own. Suddenly, the carriage that had been traveling smoothly jolted violently before coming to a halt. Yun Xianhuang promptly tucked away the alchemy book and lifted the carriage curtain to inquire of the mercenary driving. "What has happened?" "Miss, there is nothing amiss," the mercenary replied without turning his head. "We are about to enter the spirit rotation forest, and the carriage cannot proceed further." The spirit rotation forest, the largest habitat for spirit beasts on the continent, is rife with third-tier or higher spirit beasts and spirit herbs, making it a favored locale for mercenaries. Of course, the abundance of spirit beasts also implies greater danger. Without sufficient strength, entering the spirit rotation forest is tantamount to courting death. The team of great spirit masters could manage to protect themselves on the outskirts, but venturing into the inner regions would leave them as mere fodder for the spirit beasts, although the route to Tianling City only required traversing the outskirts of the spirit rotation forest. It was challenging for horses and vehicles to navigate within, necessitating travel on foot. Several entrances to the spirit rotation forest are equipped with waystations, specifically for those wishing to store their vehicles and horses before entering the forest. After hearing the mercenary's explanation, Yun Xianhuang glanced around, confirming there were no immediate threats, and then turned to look at Yun Xianya in the carriage. The recent jolt had prompted him to conclude his meditation early. He had also heard the mercenary's words and, taking the initiative, jumped down from the carriage, extending a hand to assist Yun Xianhuang. She accepted his hand and alighted from the carriage. At that moment, Fu Bai leapt out from the carriage and nestled into Yun Xianhuang's arms. Upon seeing Fu Bai, Yun Xianya's eyes lit up, and he took out something to play with it, although Fu Bai was reluctant. It allowed Yun Xianya to tease it, knowing he was Yun Xianhuang's brother. Thankfully, Yun Xianya did not torment it for too long. While the mercenaries attended to the horses, he leaned closer to Yun Xianhuang and lowered his voice. "Sister, I feel that in half a month, I will break through to the 6-star spirit master." While Yun Xianya's talent may not match that of Yun Xianhuang, his spiritual bone was of high quality, allowing him to cultivate at a pace second only to those of the finest spiritual bones. At just 15 years of age, he was already on the verge of breaking through to a 6-star spirit master, a rapid advancement that set him apart from his peers. Yun Xianhuang did not hesitate to praise him. "Xianya is excellent." Yun Xianya smiled shyly, and as if recalling something, he quickly added, "Sister, don't be disheartened. Your talent is higher than mine, and you will surely catch up to me soon." A subtle smile graced Yun Xianhuang's lips, but she did not respond to his words. Once the horses and vehicles were tended to, Chu Hong led the team, escorting the siblings into the spirit rotation forest. As the group proceeded slowly through the forest, they encountered numerous mercenaries undertaking tasks. Not long after entering, they came across 3 teams of mercenaries in succession. The mercenary guilds on the continent operate under a singular leader. Although Chu Hong and his team hailed from the weakest Qiling kingdom, the other mercenaries did not underestimate them. Rather, they greeted Chu Hong amicably. In the perilous spirit rotation forest, it was prudent to foster good relations with other mercenary teams also present. Most mercenaries shared this sentiment, but some did not. Soon Yun Xianhuang's group encountered their 4th team of mercenaries for the day. This team's mission was evidently similar to Chu Hong's. Around 20 mercenaries surrounded the 3 individuals at the center, adopting a protective stance. Upon noticing them, the mercenaries also recognized Chu Hong, and their leader seemed about to greet him. However, he appeared hesitant and quickly closed his mouth, saying nothing. Chu Hong was not one to impose on those who were unwilling to engage. Sensing their disinterest, he chose not to linger. As the 2 teams brushed past one another, Fu Bai sniffed the air and suddenly brightened its eyes. "Master, they have Puhuan grass." Puhuan grass is the most favored food of illusionary beasts. Without exception, however, Puhuan grass grows in the inner regions of the spirit rotation forest, where the powerful spirit beasts pose a significant threat to Fu Bai, should it enter a weakened state. It could easily be devoured by those beasts. Fu Bai only occasionally ventured into the inner areas to gather Puhuan grass, so the scent on those individuals excited it greatly. Yun Xianhuang reached out to pat its head. "I will go to the inner region to help you gather some. Puhuan grass is a rare medicinal material. Perhaps those individuals came to the spirit rotation forest specifically to collect it and would not part with it easily." Yun Shanhuang also preferred not to beg for favors. She could return to the spirit rotation forest later on to gather Pu Wan grass for Fubai. Fubai's ears drooped slightly. Feeling a bit downcast, yet it still replied, "Thank you, master." Suddenly the mercenary team came to a halt, and a haughty voice rang out from the crowd. "Wait a moment." Chu Hong paused for a moment. Glancing inquiringly at Yun Shanhuang and Yun Shanye, the siblings kept their gazes straight ahead, not even halting their steps, evidently dismissing the person's words. Chu Hong did not linger either. Ignoring the remark, he continued onward. Behind them, a spoiled voice called out, "Hey, I told you to wait, didn't you hear me?" No one paid her any mind. Lin Xuanxue, the only daughter of her family, had been doted upon by her parents and elders since childhood. She had never faced such disregard before, and her temper flared immediately. A blaze erupted before Yun Shanhuang and her group, forcing everyone to halt and look towards the source of the inferno, Lin Xuanxue. Yun Shanye glared at her. "What do you mean by this?" Chapter 20. The young lady of the Lin family Lin Xuanxue proudly strode up to Yun Shanhuang's group. As the inferno faded away, she stood before Chu Hong with a slight elevation of her chin, gazing at Yun Shanhuang as if making a charitable request. "Well, I have taken a liking to your rabbit. Name your price in gold coins." She had never encountered such a beautiful lop-eared rabbit. Lin Xuanxue, spoiled by her family's elders, had always had her desires catered to from a young age, having set her sights on Fubai. She naively believed that simply voicing her wish would compel Yun Shanhuang to relinquish the rabbit to her. However, this was not the Lin family, and Yun Shanhuang was not her elder. In response to Lin Xuanxue's unreasonable demand, Yun Shanye retorted sharply, "This is my sister's rabbit. With all your mercenaries, wouldn't it be more prudent to catch the rabbit yourself?" In truth, Lin Xuanxue had no habit of raising spirit pets. She merely found Fubai visually appealing and fancied the idea of keeping a rabbit. She was not adamant about Fubai alone. Yun Shanye's words, however, ignited a rebellious spirit within Lin Xuanxue. She opened her storage ring and produced a spirit gold card. "For one rabbit, will 1,000 gold coins suffice?" If Fubai were merely an ordinary rabbit, 1,000 gold coins would be more than enough to procure 100 of them. However, Fubai was a mythical beast, and any part of such a creature, even just a scrap of fur, could fetch tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. A mere 1,000 gold coins could not even purchase a single claw of Fubai. Moreover, Yun Shanhuang had no intention of selling her contracted beast. Cradling Fubai, she looked at Lin Xuanxue with an air of serenity. "I'm sorry, but I have no plans to sell it." Her expression remained inscrutable, leaving no trace of her emotions for others to discern. In stark contrast, Lin Xuanxue wore her feelings on her sleeve. Upon hearing Yun Shanhuang's refusal to sell, she pouted and produced a spirit gold card worth 10,000 gold coins. "Surely this is enough." Her tone implied that Yun Shanhuang's initial offer was simply too low. Yun Shanye stepped forward, wanting to confront Lin Xuanxue, but was hindered by Chu Hong and the others. He could only voice his frustration. "My sister has stated she will not sell." "What did you say?" Lin Xuanxue retorted, brandishing a flaming whip that appeared in her hand. "Do you know who I am? Daring to speak to me in such a manner?" "I don't care who you are," Yun Shanye shot back, unafraid. "What, do you want to fight?" As Lin Xuanxue brandished her spirit weapon, Yun Shanye also prepared for confrontation. Summoning a fiery spear to his hand, he maneuvered through Chu Hong and the others, positioning himself before Lin Xuanxue. A surge of energy erupted from him, revealing his status as a 5-star spirit master. Even more potent than Lin Xuanxue's own aura, the captain of the mercenaries protecting Lin Xuanxue, Cui Xiao, was a 5-star spirit king, and easily discerned the disparity in power between Yun Shanye and Lin Xuanxue. Frankly, he was displeased with Lin Xuanxue's attitude, yet they had taken her money, and her family's background was not something they could afford to provoke. With a sigh, Cui Xiao stepped forward, lowering his head in a gesture of apology. "My young brother, I sincerely apologize. Miss Lin has been spoiled by her family and means no harm. I hope you can overlook her behavior." Ultimately, as no blows were exchanged, Cui Xiao's conciliatory tone alleviated some of Yun Shanye's irritation. Unfortunately, Lin Xuanxue was wholly ungrateful. "Cui Xiao, why are you apologizing to him?" she scoffed. "It is their honor that I desire that rabbit. I am the eldest daughter of the Lin family, but aside, here is 10,000 gold coins. Give me that rabbit." The spirit gold card was propelled towards Yun Shanhuang with a surge of energy. The Lin family. Chu Hong pondered for a moment before suddenly looking up. He leaned closer to Yun Shanhuang and whispered, "Miss, the Lin family is one of the super clans of Tianling City, with a plethora of powerful individuals. It is said that their ancestor is on the verge of ascending to the rank of spirit emperor. Such a formidable family, one that even the general's mansion would not dare to provoke, let alone the royal family of the Qiling kingdom." Chu Hong also considered Fubai to be merely an ordinary rabbit and deemed it unwise to offend the Lin family over it. "The Lin family," Yun Shanhuang repeated softly, her tone neutral, leaving Chu Hong unable to discern her thoughts. However, he had gained some insight into her character during their journey. This young lady was meticulous and not impulsive. Believing that he had conveyed enough, Chu Hong felt confident that Yun Shanhuang would know how to proceed wisely. The spirit gold card floated before her, and as she glanced at it, a gust of wind swept by. Sending the card smacking against Lin Xuangshua's face, it caused no pain and emitted no sound. Chu Hong, Lin Xuangxua, incredulous, removed the spirit gold card from her face, her anger flaring as the flames on her whip surged. Wrapped in spirit energy, lashing out at Yun Xianhuang, just as Chu Hong prepared to intervene, the flaming spear darted straight towards Lin Xuangxua. Before the whip could strike, the spear had already pressed against her throat. Yun Xianya's expression darkened, his other hand clenched tightly at his side, cracking with tension. You wish to harm my sister? Yun Xianya had overheard Chu Hong's earlier remarks about the Lin family being immensely powerful. A family that the general's mansion could not afford to offend, but so what? His grandfather had always said that while the general's mansion would not instigate trouble, they would also not shy away from it. Even if the King of Heaven himself appeared today, he would not allow any harm to come to his sister. The heat radiating from the flames struck Lin Xuangshua's face, freezing her hand that gripped the whip in place. Rendering her unable to strike, she glared at Cui Xiao beside her. Cui Xiao, he is going to kill me. What are you waiting for? Capture them all. Faced with a threat to Lin Xuangshua's life, Cui Xiao could not turn a blind eye. My young brother, we must ensure Miss Lin's safety. I apologize for this. Vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Yun Xianya's spear and Lin Xuangxua simultaneously, swiftly separating the two. At the same time, another vine coiled around Yun Xianya's hand, restricting his movements. Cui Xiao was a reasonable man. Recognizing that this incident stemmed from Lin Xuangshua's capriciousness, he merely restrained Yun Xianya without any intent to harm him. Just as Lin Xuangxua had mercenaries, so too did Yun Xianya. Chu Hong stepped forward, producing his large blade to sever the vines binding Yun Xianya. Each side had its own interests. Cui Xiao did not chastise him, even suggesting, Miss Lin, let me catch you another rabbit. There is no need to covet what others cherish. Just as Lin Xuangxua was about to respond, a cold voice pierced through the crowd. You wish to possess my rabbit? Chapter 21, The Leaves of the Blue Crystal Lotus. Lin Xuangxua retracted her whip, huffing, You know that, yet you do not return the rabbit to me. Her tone caused the mercenaries standing behind Cui Xiao to furrow their brows. Were it not for the generous compensation from the Lin family, they would not wish to protect this ill-tempered young lady. Even her own allies found her attitude intolerable, let alone those from Yun Xianhuang's side. Yun Xianya raised his spear once more, its tip radiating with potent fiery spirit energy, capable of incinerating anything. Xianya, the cold female voice resonated again, causing Yun Xianya to glare at Lin Xuangxua in frustration before turning to Yun Xianhuang. Sister, she is simply insufferable. I wish to strike her. Yun Xianya did not conceal his thoughts in the slightest. Yun Xianhuang, soothing the rabbit in her arms, cast a comforting glance at him. She stepped forward, and Chu Hong and the mercenaries silently parted to grant her passage. Her delicate fingers rested upon Fu Bai's head, and unnoticed by everyone, a leaf imbued with gentle power was delivered to Fu Bai's lips. Fu Bai twitched its nose, a look of confusion flickering in its eyes. Oddly, it could not identify the plant from which the leaf came, yet, trusting its master would not harm it, Fu Bai swiftly consumed the leaf. As the leaf dissolved upon entry, a gentle energy coursed through Fu Bai's body. Yun Xianhuang halted just a step away from Lin Xuangxua, raising her eyes to offer Fu Bai to her. If Miss Lin desires, I shall willingly present it. Chu Hong silently exhaled in relief. Should the employer insist on keeping the rabbit, they would have to do their utmost to protect her. However, the overall strength of the opposing mercenaries far surpassed theirs. A confrontation would yield no favorable outcome and would only provoke the Lin family. Indeed, Miss Yun was not someone who could not discern the gravity of the situation. Chu Hong felt fortunate. Completely forgetting the humiliating affront that had just transpired, Yun Xianya pressed forward, grasping her hand. Sister, I fear not the Lin family. Do not give it to her. Unnoticed by anyone, the ears of the lop-eared rabbit in Yun Xianhuang's embrace slowly perked up, its originally red eyes shimmering with a hint of purple light, swirling vortexes appearing within its gaze, as if capable of drawing everything into its depths. Your sister has already offered it to me. What concern is it of yours? Lin Xuangxua snatched Fu Bai from Yun Xianhuang's hands, simultaneously thrusting the previous 10,000 gold coin spirit card into her possession. 10,000 gold coins is 10,000 gold coins. This young lady will not let you suffer a loss. Cradling Fu Bai, Lin Xuangxua lowered her head to stroke its fearsome. That moment, Fu Bai suddenly met her gaze, its eyes swirling with a mesmerizing motion. Yun Xianhuang glanced at the spirit gold card in her hand, mentally instructing Fu Bai, let her become lost in an illusion. There is no need to harm her. The leaf from earlier was one of the most precious treasures found within the Qianshan Longzhong. The leaf of the blue crystal lotus. The blue crystal lotus was brought from the divine demon continent of the upper realm by Ao Tian. A single leaf possesses the power to aid Fu Bai in enduring his period of weakness. Today, Fu Bai is still capable of conjuring two illusions, the mirages of the illusionary sacred beast, which not only ensnare those lacking in strength but also remain imperceptible to outsiders, even if one were to discern the anomaly. Unless a formidable being at the level of a spirit emperor were to expend all their mental energy, it would be utterly impossible to assist Lin Xuangxua in dispelling the illusion. Any interference from those below the Spirit Emperor rank would only render Lin Xuanxue a fool henceforth. Presently, upon meeting Fu Bai's rabbit-like gaze, Lin Xuanxue's eyes began to lose focus, her expression grew slightly vacant. But soon she turned, cradling Fu Bai in her arms, and walked towards the mercenaries led by Cui Xiao. Cui Xiao cast an apologetic glance towards Yun Qianhuang and the others before promptly turning alongside Lin Xuanxue. Among the mercenary ranks, 2 youths accompanied Lin Xuanxue and were under her protection. The boy on the left glanced at Lin Xuanxue, then at the Fu Bai she held, a mysterious glimmer suddenly appearing in his eyes. "Shanqing, what's the matter?" the boy beside him asked. Puzzled, Lu Shanqing chuckled softly. "Nothing much, just stumbled upon something amusing." "What is it?" Guess Cui Xiao trailed behind Lin Xuanxue as they rejoined the ranks, as their mission extended beyond merely safeguarding the 3 employers. Thus, they quickly continued onward. On Yun Qianhuang's side, Yun Qianye glared defiantly at Lin Xuanxue's retreating figure. He refrained from criticizing Yun Qianhuang's decision, instead retracting his spirit artifact and turning back into the fold. The group pressed on. The spirit rotation forest was vast, requiring a week on foot to traverse completely. The dangers escalated at night, rendering further travel inadvisable. Zhu Huang identified a relatively safe cave where the group could rest by the fire. Tonight's watchman was Zhu Huang, who sat near the entrance, vigilant of any rustling in the outside world. Not far from the cave, a sudden rustling in the grass caught Zhu Huang's attention. He immediately grasped his large blade. His sharp gaze fixated on the source of the disturbance. A small white figure darted out from the underbrush, prompting Zhu Huang to exhale in relief. It was merely a wild rabbit, under the cover of night. Zhu Huang failed to recognize that this rabbit was, in fact, Fu Bai. Seizing the opportunity while his attention was diverted, Fu Bai swiftly leapt into the cave, scampering to the side of Yun Qianhuang, who feigned rest and burrowed into her contract space. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanxue's purchased rabbit suddenly bolted, causing Cui Xiao to tense up entirely. "Quickly assist Miss Lin in retrieving the rabbit." Lin Xuanxue turned her head to glance at him. Her gaze unfocused. A Gong Jiulu tore off a leg from the roasted wild chicken and handed it to Lu Shanqing, his tone hesitant. "Shanqing, why do I feel that Miss Lin is acting rather strangely?" Ever since parting ways with the mercenaries they encountered during the day, this capricious young lady had seemingly ceased to speak. Moreover, given her notoriously volatile temper, losing a purchased rabbit should have incited her wrath. Compelling Cui Xiao to dispatch all mercenaries in search of it, how could she merely glance at Cui Xiao without uttering a word? "You just noticed," Lu Xianqing retorted, disdain evident in his voice. "Look into her eyes." Gong Jiulu tore off another chicken leg, biting into it while scrutinizing Lin Xuanxue's eyes. Illuminated by the firelight, he swiftly detected the anomaly. His words came out muffled. Is Miss Lin under some form of control?" The vacant stare she wore mirrored precisely that of individuals he had previously observed who fell victim to control talismans. "It's not control." The two spoke softly, their voices masked by the crackling of the burning wood. Entirely unperturbed by the mercenaries overhearing them, Lu Xianqing had no intention of concealing the truth from Gong Jiulu. "She is ensnared in an illusion." If his conjecture was correct, that rabbit could very well be the legendary illusionary beast. However, Lu Xianqing kept this thought to himself. Chapter 22 Encounter. Once more the following morning, the group consumed a modest meal before resuming their journey towards Tianling City, although high-level spirit beasts were sparse along the outskirts of the spirit rotation forest. They were not entirely absent. Fortunately for Yun Qianhuang and her companions, they had encountered only low-level spirit beasts over the past 3 days, which Xu Hong and his fellows easily dispatched. This undoubtedly caused the mercenaries to grow complacent. Engaging in light-hearted banter, after traversing the day without locating a cave, the group resorted to finding a tree, using powder designed to repel spirit beasts to create a relatively safe space beneath it. The watchman for the night was another mercenary, who during the first half of the night remained vigilant in observing the surroundings. However, having faced no dangers in recent days and with no spirit beasts approaching during the early night, he succumbed to slumber against the tree trunk. On the surface, Yun Qianhuang appeared to be resting, yet in reality, she was deep in meditation with her eyes closed. Upon noticing that the watchman had drifted off to sleep, she opened her eyes, extinguished the fire with her spiritual energy, and took over the watch. With the crackling of the fire silenced, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Yun Qianhuang expanded her mental perception. Broadening her observational range, the night gradually waned, and the eastern horizon began to brighten. It seemed to be a tranquil evening, yet, at that moment, several powerful mental energies, rivaling that of Yun Qianhuang, manifested within the forest. To avoid detection, she promptly withdrew her mental presence and turned her attention to the source of these energies, Spirit Emperor-level beings, at least 3 of them. How could such formidable individuals appear in the outskirts of the spirit rotation forest? Though her curiosity was piqued, Yun Qianhuang was acutely aware of the adage that curiosity killed the cat. Thus she refrained from recklessly investigating. However, the proximity of those powerful presences to their location meant that staying in place would inevitably lead to discovery. If those individuals were here in pursuit of the spirit beasts of the forest, that would be one matter. If not, Yun Qianhuang suppressed her thoughts, decisively rousing her slumbering brother, Yun Qianye. He was notoriously grumpy upon waking. But upon realizing it was Yun Xianhuang who had shaken him awake, his irritation dissipated instantly. He opened his mouth to inquire about the situation, only to see Yun Xianhuang signal for silence. Understanding immediately, he promptly sealed his lips. Yun Xianhuang raised his hand and wrote in his palm with her finger, "There are several powerful individuals to the southeast with unclear intentions. We must depart." Yun Xianye reciprocated in writing on her hand, "I will wake up Captain Zhu and the others." Yun Xianhuang nodded, and the siblings swiftly split up to act. Before long, all the mercenaries were roused. And Yun Xianhuang quietly explained the situation to Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong glanced towards the southeast, swiftly making a decision. "We shall leave at once." Under the cover of night, the group quietly distanced themselves from their previous location. As dawn began to break, they had already traveled several miles away from where they had rested. The powerful mental presences did not pursue them, allowing Yun Xianhuang's taut nerves to finally relax. She turned to Zhu Hong. "We can halt now." Zhu Hong understood the necessity of their departure, yet the other mercenaries were left in the dark or awakened without explanation. They bore a measure of resentment. As they paused, their pent-up dissatisfaction surfaced. "Captain, what exactly happened? The brothers have yet to rest properly." "Indeed, Captain, what transpired?" Zhu Hong realized he owed his comrades an explanation. He glanced at Yun Xianhuang, and upon seeing her lack of objection, relayed her words to the others. Upon hearing the rationale, the mercenaries' grievances deepened. "Just because of a few powerful individuals, Captain, we have no conflict with them. Why fear them? Those powerful beings must be here to search for treasures or hunt spirit beasts. We are merely passing through the forest, posing no threat to them. There are countless strong individuals across the continent. Without any conflict and being complete strangers, how could those powerful beings unjustly target us? This Miss Yun is overreacting." They had been on the move for an entire day, constantly alert to potential dangers, yet they had not even been allowed a moment's respite, though they were employed as protectors. Such treatment was hardly justifiable. While the mercenaries dared not openly criticize Yun Xianhuang, their gazes were rife with discontent. Yun Xianhuang surveyed the assembly. Remarkably, only Zhu Hong remained unperturbed. With such a group of mercenaries, even with a substantial reward as motivation, it was certain they would not wholeheartedly protect them again. Recognizing this, she felt no need to elaborate further. Approaching Zhu Hong, she inquired, "Captain Zhu, could you provide me with a route map to Tianling City?" Of course, it was not an unreasonable request. Zhu Hong promptly retrieved the route map from his storage ring and handed it to Yun Xianhuang. She unfurled it, verified its accuracy, and stowed it in her own storage ring. Subsequently, she produced a spirit gold card worth 4,000 gold coins and handed it to Zhu Hong. His brow furrowed in surprise, and he cast a perplexed glance at Yun Xianhuang. "This card contains 4,000 gold coins. And along with the 1,000 gold coins given to you by my father, it amounts to the payment for your mission." Yun Xianhuang regarded Zhu Hong with an unflinching gaze. "You need not protect us for the remainder of the journey. Captain Zhu, please take your leave." Miss Yun, given that the mission had not been completed, Zhu Hong was naturally reluctant to accept payment. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Yun Xianhuang had already turned away with Yun Xianye. He sought to pursue them but collided with an invisible barrier. Left helplessly watching as the siblings departed, the mercenaries behind him quickly gathered around, all wearing expressions of ease. "Captain, it was she who said we were no longer needed for protection. Why bother with them?" "Yes, Captain, since we received our payment, let us head back." Their lingering resentment towards Yun Xianhuang only made the prospect of no longer needing to protect her a welcome relief. Ching cast a glance at them, then at the now invisible siblings, and let out a deep sigh. "Let us return." And the mercenaries retraced their steps, while on the other side, Yanqi New York asked no questions. Merely following Yanqi Nuing as they continued on their journey, the siblings walked for quite a while, and the sky gradually brightened. The Lingxian forest, which had been silent throughout the night, was now filled with a cacophony of sounds, when suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. The entire forest shook violently for a moment, prompting Yanqi New York to immediately support Yanqi Nuing while grasping a nearby tree. The tremor lasted only a few breaths, and once it subsided, Yanqi Nuing swiftly retrieved the last two speed-enhancing talismans, distributing one to herself and the other to Yanqi New York. She pointed in a direction, and they both dashed towards it. The duration of the talismans was brief, and just as they were about to expire, a blood-colored figure plummeted from the sky, crashing directly into Yanqi Nuing. Chapter 23, Reunion 2. In a state of full speed, Yanqi Nuing had no time to evade and was knocked to the ground by the figure. "Sister." Yanqi New York immediately turned back. Rushing towards Yanqi Nuing, he did not spare a glance at the blood-colored figure, anxiously helping Yanqi Nuing to her feet and inspecting her from head to toe. "Sister, are you alright? Are you hurt?" "Chi New York, I'm fine." Yanqi Nuing gently shook her head. She had timely invoked her spiritual power for protection, only experiencing a jolt, but no injury. After reassuring Yanqi New York, she lifted her gaze towards the blood-colored figure that had fallen to the ground. It was a man, his body surging with blood energy, evidently gravely injured. At those few spirit emperor powerhouses? Yan Nuing abruptly turned her head. She could distinctly sense the powerful mental energies approaching rapidly. It seemed those individuals were here to hunt this man down. They could not linger. Otherwise, they might be mistaken for his accomplices. In an instant, Yan Nuing made her decision. She tugged at Yan New York's hand, intending to lead him away, but at that moment, the man on the ground coughed violently twice. He struggled to rise, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual power that rivaled that of a spirit emperor. Had all the spirit emperors of the southerly continent gathered in this Lingxian forest? Yan Nuing cast a quick glance at the man. Upon recognizing his familiar visage, her eyes flickered with surprised eyes at him, the man I encountered in the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. Feng Ngchn also recognized Yan Nuing, a hint of astonishment flashing in his exquisite eyes. He opened his mouth, but in the next moment, he abruptly turned his head to look behind him. They've arrived so quickly. Feng Ngchn raised his hand, and his power enveloped Yan Nuing and her brother, instantly transporting them several dozen miles away. In that fleeting moment, three powerful mental energies locked onto him, descending from above with overwhelming destructive force, directly attacking him. Though Feng Ngchn was severely injured, the power emanating from him did not diminish in the slightest. He single-handedly withstood the combined assault of the three spirit emperors. The clash of their energies generated a shockwave that caused the Lingxian forest to tremble once more, several dozen miles away. Yan Nuing gazed in the direction of Feng Ngchn, her lips tightly pressed together. Yan New York followed her gaze, hesitantly stating, "Sister, that person is he helping us?" Yes. Yan Nuing nodded. Given their strength, without the speed-enhancing talismans, it was impossible for them to escape before those spirit emperors arrived. They would likely be mistaken for the man's companions and face the wrath of those powerful beings. Even if she could summon the spirit beasts of the Lingxian forest for assistance, it would take time for them to arrive. For such peak powerhouses, killing her in New York before the spirit beasts could intervene would pose no challenge. That man was indeed aiding them. Despite being pursued by multiple spirit emperors, he was willing to expend his energy to assist their escape. Yan Nuing's lips pressed into a thin line. New York, no matter what you see later, do not make a sound, understand? Sister, I understand. Yan New York nodded repeatedly, then covered his mouth with both hands. Yan Nuing bit her fingertip. Using her blood as a medium to draw a formation on the ground with her spiritual power, the red mark on her forehead flickered faintly, and her pale palm pressed onto the center of the formation, unleashing a vast wave of spiritual energy that spread outwards to all the spirit beasts surrounding the Lingxian forest. An almost imperceptible light quickly extended outward, and Yan New York widened his eyes in astonishment. Staring at the scene before him, he pressed his hands tightly over his mouth, not daring to utter a sound. The Lingxian forest, the largest gathering place for spirit beasts on the continent, spanned an area larger than 2 spirit-residing kingdoms. To project her spiritual energy across the perimeter of the Lingxian forest all at once was quite taxing even for Yan Nuing. She retracted her hand, struggling to stabilize herself. Yan New York wanted to assist her but feared inadvertently ruining Yan Nuing's formation, so he could only stand by and watch. Yan Nuing stepped out of the formation. Leaning against him in exhaustion, her voice was laced with weakness. New York, we must leave quickly. Yan New York nodded vigorously, supporting her as they hastened towards the exit of the Lingxian forest. The formation on the ground slowly began to rise after the siblings departed, then exploded in the air, transforming into countless faint dots of light. As the light dispersed and touched the ground, a chorus of spirit beast roars erupted throughout the forest. Feng Ngchn faced off against 3 spirit emperors. Though he was not at a disadvantage, the energy within him was depleting rapidly. He coldly observed the 3 figures in the air, who dared not reveal their faces, standing tall and rigid. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. As if an invisible hurricane swirled around him. Not good, stop him. The 3 spirit emperors felt a grave threat, each drawing upon their most formidable skills. At that moment, a cacophony of spirit beast roars surged towards their location, the chaotic footsteps causing the very earth to tremble. One of the spirit emperors stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He turned his head, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Another powerhouse directed his mental energy toward the source of the noise. In a breath, he received the information he sought. Not good, it's a beast tide. Such a massive number of spirit beasts could only be described as a beast tide. All the spirit beasts from the outskirts of the Lingxian forest had mobilized. Even if they were all low-level spirit beasts, they were not something that the 3 of them could easily fend off. Moreover, there was a fierce predator lurking nearby. The 3 exchanged glances, and one of them said to Feng Ngchn, "Today you are fortunate, next time, we shall take your life." No sooner had he spoken than the overwhelming energy surrounding Feng Ngchn surged towards him. That powerhouse barely evaded most of the attack but still coughed up a mouthful of blood. Udati took a step forward intending to retaliate, but was stopped by his companions. "You are gravely injured, you will not survive in the beast tide. We must leave." The injured powerhouse glared at Feng Ngchn with resentment. yet ultimately departed swiftly with his comrades, having been pursued for 2 days and nights. Feng Jngchn was already exhausted. He leaned against a nearby tree, struggling to maintain his stance, as a dark golden glowing longsword appeared in his hand. The beast-tied Feng Jngchn braced himself for the impending onslaught, yet to his surprise, as the spirit beasts charged towards him, they merely glanced at him, showing no intent to attack. The leading spirit beast let out a long howl, and the herd gradually parted. Feng Jngchn's eyes widened in astonishment, but soon he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the group of spirit beasts. It was her. Chapter 24, Reunion 3. Due to the commotion in the forest, Yanqi New York dared not pause for a moment. He supported Yanqi Newing until night fell, and the forest was utterly still before finding a secluded cave to rest. Within the Lingxian forest, such caves were countless. Yanqi New York helped Yanqi Newing sit down and took out healing pills from his storage ring to offer her. Yanqi Newing shook her head, pushing the pills back, saying, "I merely overexerted myself. A night's rest will suffice. Keep the pills for yourself." The general's mansion had long been without a resident alchemist, and these pills were remnants saved by Yanqi from years past. They should not be wasted. Seeing that she bore no visible injuries, Yanqi New York did not press further. He stowed away the pills and produced some food, starting a fire. "Sister, you should rest well. I will keep watch." Yanqi Newing nodded, sitting up straight and cross-legged, gradually replenishing her depleted spiritual energy. As the night deepened, the Lingxian forest returned to silence, and outside the cave, all was still. Yanqi New York sat beside the fire, vigilantly monitoring the situation outside, not daring to relax for even a moment. A figure, steeped in a heavy aura of blood, entered the cave like a specter, appearing just as Yanqi New York sensed him. As the cave entrance fell under a barrier, Feng Jngchn managed a weak smile, his lips curling slightly. "I have set up a barrier. There is no need for you to keep watch." Yanqi New York, perceiving the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, "It's you." The man exuded a presence more formidable than any he had encountered, even surpassing that of the Prime Minister of the Spirit Residing Kingdom. He was undoubtedly not an ordinary character. If he sought to harm his sister, Yanqi New York immediately positioned himself in front of Yanqi Newing, shielding her behind him. Feng Jngchn observed this protective gesture with a smirk that did not fade. "I will not harm her. I merely wish to heal here." Though he said this, Yanqi New York remained vigilant. Feng Jngchn paid no mind, retrieving a vial of pills from his storage ring, consuming 2 before closing his eyes to regulate his breath. He seemed genuinely uninterested in causing harm to Yanqi Newing. Yanqi New York gradually eased his guard but remained positioned protectively in front of Yanqi Newing. As the night deepened, Feng Jngchn's aura gradually stabilized. He lifted his eyelids to gaze at Yunqianhuang, instantly discerning that her spiritual energy had been excessively depleted. Noticing his unwavering stare, Yunqianye promptly shot him a glare, positioning his body to shield Yunqianhuang completely. Feng Jingchen averted his gaze, closing his eyes once more, yet, in a place unseen by Yunqianye, a force transcended him, enveloping Yunqianhuang. In the midst of her cultivation, Yunqianhuang suddenly felt an additional surge of energy within her, one that bore no intent to harm her. Rather, it replenished her exhausted spiritual power with a formidable yet gentle presence, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find Yunqianye's moderately broad back before her. Tilting her head, her gaze shifted to Feng Jingchen, who sat across from Yunqianye. Indeed, it was his power at play. His very presence here confirmed that the intimidation of the spirit beasts had borne fruit. The several spirit emperors must have vacated the Lingxian forest. Retracting her gaze, Yunqianhuang decided that since it was this man's power, there was no need for her to be overly courteous. She resumed her meditation, gradually absorbing the energy belonging to Feng Jingchen. As night passed, that power was completely assimilated by Yunqianhuang. A promotion array materialized beneath her feet, the night having fully receded, and the cave was illuminated by light. In such an environment, the appearance of the array went unnoticed by the other two. Once the array dissipated, Yunqianhuang opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance crossing her phoenix-like gaze. To her astonishment, she had bypassed the 4-star spiritual practitioner rank, directly ascending to 5-star, and the energy she absorbed was merely a fraction from that man. To facilitate her rise by 2 ranks was nothing short of terrifying. Fortunately, she had not antagonized this man, and just as Yunqianhuang was pondering, Yunqianye noticed her awakening and hurriedly inquired with concern, "Sister, how do you feel?" "Much better." Following her promotion, both her spiritual and mental energies had returned to their optimal states, the fatigue dissipating entirely. "That's good, that's good." Yunqianye produced some food and offered it to her. "Sister, you should eat something to replenish your strength." As the siblings conversed, Feng Jingchen also finally stirred awake. He looked towards Yunqianhuang, his words laden with ambiguity. "Thank you, Miss Yun, for yesterday." This man was aware of her identity. Yunqianhuang's gaze faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. The original owner was indeed quite renowned, and with her distinctive appearance, it was hardly surprising for her to be recognized. Her expression remained placid. "There's no need for thanks. You aided us as well." The two engaged in a cryptic exchange, Leaving Yun Xianye utterly bewildered, however, seeing that neither of them had any intention of clarifying, he tactfully refrained from asking further, yet, in his mind, he was contemplating the array that Yun Xianhuang had drawn yesterday. Sister's drawing of that array must have been effective. Perhaps it was that array that assisted this perilous man. It was undeniable that Yun Xianye possessed a sharp intellect. Feng Jingchen understood what Yun Xianhuang meant. His deep-set eyes fixed upon her, her figure vividly reflected within them. It's nothing. I merely wish to avoid implicating unrelated individuals. The three individuals were unreasonable. Should they see Yun Xianhuang and her brother alongside him, they would undoubtedly consider them his companions and act against them. With their strength, even a single blow from those three would be insurmountable, although Feng Jingchen was not a man of benevolence. He did not wish for his troubles to entangle others, yet he had not anticipated that this seemingly unselfish act would save his life. Even more surprising was that Yun Xianhuang was not only a once-in-a-century cultivation genius but also a beast master long thought to have vanished from the southern Lu continent. The ability to command all the spirit beasts at the periphery of the Lingshan forest suggested her skills surpassed those of the Beast Master clan's descendants in the Mo Lu continent. It was astonishing that such a prodigy could emerge from a small nation like the Qiling kingdom. Feng Jingchen's brows slightly furrowed. Regardless, he felt compelled to repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by Miss Yun. This statement seemed innocuous, yet Feng Jingchen deliberately emphasized the word repay, his tone imbued with an undercurrent of ambiguity. Yun Xianye inexplicably recalled the oft-quoted phrase found in many novels, a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body. Yun Xianhuang did not dwell on it. She had never contemplated asking for repayment from Feng Jingchen. However, since he had broached the topic, she saw no reason to be modest. Without hesitation, she declared, "If you wish to repay me, then assist me in procuring 2 phoenix feather fruits." 2 phoenix feather fruits? Feng Jingchen's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Miss Yun, such a monumental favor, and you think 2 phoenix feather fruits will suffice?" Chapter 25, Is Huang Huang concerned for me? As Feng Jingchen uttered these words, his obsidian eyes remained fixated on Yun Xianhuang, their depths reflecting a distinct mirth. It seemed he was eager for her to propose an even more audacious request. A sense crept over Yun Xianhuang that even if she truly asked for this man to offer himself in return, he would likely comply without hesitation. The sensation lingered for but a fleeting moment before she cast it aside. Nodding at Feng Jingchen, "That will suffice." The phoenix feather fruits were exceedingly precious, even one was worth a fortune, let alone 2. This response appeared to leave Feng Jingchen somewhat dissatisfied, as the smile on his face dimmed. His features, strikingly alluring, often led others to overlook his inherent danger when he smiled, but without that smile, an overwhelming sense of pressure and aggression emerged. Dangerous yet captivating, this man was undeniably not to be trifled with. The corner of Yun Xianhuang's lips subtly curved upward, her demeanor gracious. "If 2 is too difficult, 1 will do." The smile on Feng Jingchen's face faded further. "It's not hard at all. By the way, are you, Miss Yun, heading to Tianling City?" "Yes." There was no need for concealment, and Yun Xianhuang readily affirmed. "In that case, allow me to escort you, Miss Yun." Feng Jingchen gazed at her, his eyes laced with a hint of allure and mischief. "Miss Yun has saved my life. Such a trivial matter should not be declined." He effectively silenced any retort from Yun Xianhuang. Weighing the pros and cons, she finally conceded, "Then I shall graciously accept your offer." Throughout the exchange, Yun Xianye remained silent, harboring a trace of animosity towards Feng Jingchen. This man was far too frivolous, if not by nature. Then Yun Xianye clenched his fists, casting a fierce glare at Feng Jingchen. Feng Jingchen chuckled lightly, disregarding Yun Xianye's warning gaze. Thus, it was decided that he would escort Yun Xianhuang and her brother. Fearing that the previous spirit emperors might return, Yun Xianhuang dared not linger in the Lingshan forest any longer. She swiftly gathered her belongings and continued on her journey. However, before departing, she retrieved a pill and pressed it into Feng Jingchen's hand. Feng Jingchen beamed at her. "What is this?" Yun Xianhuang shot him a sidelong glance. Somewhat speechless, yet replied, "A disguise pill." This pill was one she had obtained from his storage ring, so he was surely familiar with it. Yet, he insisted on asking her, "Are you worried I might be found?" Feng Jingchen moved a fraction closer, his breath enveloping Yun Xianhuang. "Huang Huang, are you concerned for me?" The term Huang Huang, uttered from his lips, dripped with flirtation, as if a secret endearment shared between lovers. Yun Xianhuang frowned. "Do not call me that." "Understood." Huang Huang got as he spoke. Feng Jingchen accepted the pill from her hand, and Yun Xianhuang could not shake the feeling that his fingertips had lightly grazed her palm, startled as though scalded. She withdrew her hand, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Turning to pull Yun Xianye away, Feng Jingchen swiftly ingested the pill and followed suit. After another day of travel, at dusk, the three finally reached the exit of the Lingshan forest. Each entrance to the Lingshan forest was equipped with a post station, and before departing, Yun Xianhuang consumed a disguise pill. Though Yun Xianye did not comprehend her actions, he refrained from questioning her. Upon exiting the Lingshan forest, Yun Xianhuang rented a carriage and 3 horses at the post station, hiring someone to help drive. Within a few days, the carriage approached the vicinity of Tianling City. Miss, we have arrived at Tianling City. The driver, an elderly man with a slight limp, was not particularly agile in his movements, yet he was quite skilled at handling the carriage. Upon hearing his words, Yun Xianhuang lifted the curtain to glance outside, where the grand city gate adorned with the Tianling City sign came into view, with merely over a month remaining until the recruitment events of various academies. The entrance was bustling with people queuing to enter the city. Yun Xianhuang dismounted the carriage, paid the elderly man, and requested him to take the carriage and horses to a post station not far from the city. While Shi Yin Shenya and Feng Jingchen stood in line waiting to enter, the queue was lengthy, and after nearly an hour, the three finally gained entry into Tianling City. Tianling City, the foremost city of the southern Lu continent, boasted an expanse rivaling that of any of the four nations, yet, despite this, due to the influx of visitors, all the inns within the city were fully booked. After considerable searching, Yun Xianhuang finally located an inn with available rooms. Upon hearing the innkeeper mention vacancies, Yun Xianye immediately produced his spirit gold card and placed it on the counter. 2 rooms. His urgency was understandable given the overcrowding in Tianling City's inns prior to arriving at this establishment. They had encountered several inns with only 2 or 3 rooms left, but due to their slow reactions, they had been outpaced by others. As darkness approached, it was inconsequential if he had nowhere to stay. But he could not allow his sister to be inconvenienced. Of course, the innkeeper nodded with a smile and was about to take the spirit gold card when a domineering surge of spiritual energy crashed into the inn. Forcefully pushing his hand aside, "Wait," the innkeeper squinted, directing his attention towards the entrance. Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianye also turned to look. At the entrance stood 4 individuals, led by a robust man whose aura of spiritual energy was unmistakably emanating from him. The innkeeper cast a scrutinizing glance at the group, his tone laced with discontent. "Esteemed guests, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Shulong and his companions strode aggressively into the inn, raising a hand to slam a spirit gold card heavily onto the counter. "We shall take the remaining rooms." Each of these 4 men possessed a formidable physique, their bodies radiating the distinct energy of cultivators, making them appear quite formidable. However, Yun Xianye remained unfazed, directing his gaze at Zhang Shulong. "Hey! We arrived first." The innkeeper had just mentioned that only 3 rooms were left. If these 4 were to seize them, his sister would have nowhere to stay tonight. When it came to Yun Xianhuang, Yun Xianye would not yield an inch. In response to Yun Xianye's words, Zhang Shulong shot him a glare. "So what if you arrived first? Have you paid?" Yun Xianye faltered, although he had presented the spirit gold card to the innkeeper. It had yet to be accepted, thus technically he had not completed the payment. Zhang Shulong scoffed, "You haven't paid yet, you still talk. Move along, you're just in my way." Zhang Shulong was perceptive enough to recognize the modest attire of the Yun siblings, coupled with the presence of an unremarkable man beside them, leading him to conclude they hailed from a minor family. Zhang Shulong had a penchant for bullying the weak. He deemed the Yun siblings as easy targets and, relying on his physical size, he forcibly shoved Yun Xianye aside. He then rapped on the counter, urging, "Innkeeper, hurry up, my brothers and I have traveled for days and are eager to rest." The innkeeper, however, was not one to be swayed by status. He resolutely returned Zhang Shulong's spirit gold card. "Esteemed guests, those 3 arrived first." "What did you say?" Zhang Shulong slammed his palm on the table, unleashing his full presence. As an 8-star great spiritual master, his aura intimidated the patrons nearby, causing them to shift uneasily. The innkeeper furrowed his brow, stating, "If you insist on causing a ruckus in my establishment, do not blame us for being impolite." No sooner had he spoken, Zhang Shulong struck him aside with a single blow. "Impolite? I wish to see how you intend to be impolite." The innkeeper was no powerhouse, yet the inn had its own enforcers. Zhang Shulong's slap stirred the hired muscle, who quickly surrounded the 4 brothers. Initially incensed by Zhang Shulong's remarks, Yun Xianye, upon witnessing the inn's enforcers, rationally pulled Yun Xianhuang aside. After all, they were on someone else's turf, and it was best to let the owner handle such matters. The 10 or so enforcers were all at the great master level, sufficient to intimidate many who dared to cause trouble, yet Zhang Shulong's group showed no fear, as the remaining 3 exuded an oppressive aura. Among them was a spiritual king. For cultivators, even a single star difference was nearly insurmountable, let alone an entire realm. The inn's enforcers stood no chance against a spiritual king and 3 great masters. Soon enough, the enforcers found themselves at a disadvantage. The patrons in the dining area fled in terror, leaving only a trembling waiter cowering beneath a table. Zhang Shulong surveyed the scene and yanked the waiter from his hiding place. "You lead us to the rooms." Having created such a commotion, he had no intention of paying the waiter. An ordinary individual dared not resist these bullies. Trembling as he stammered, "Why you, please follow me." Once Zhang Shulong released him, he led the way. A searing heat surged from behind as Zhang Shulong sidestepped a fireball, then turned to gaze at Yun Xianhuang and her companion still in the inn. His eyes locked onto Yun Xianye. "Kid, are you seeking death?" A 5-star spiritual master had the audacity to provoke them. Yun Xianye glanced at the one who had unleashed the fireball, Yun Xianhuang, and quietly drew his spear. "I told you. We arrived first. Are you planning to rob us?" His grandfather had always said that no matter the opponent, one must never lose their momentum. Zhang Shulong smirked disdainfully. "I shall rob you. What can you do about it?" Before Yun Xianya could respond, Yun Xianhuang stepped in front of him. She first looked at the innkeeper, who had just risen from the floor, and said, "Innkeeper, there may be some damage to your establishment shortly." The innkeeper clutched his chest, managing a strained smile. "Rest assured, we will not hold you accountable for any losses." With that reassurance, Yun Xianhuang turned her attention to Zhang Shulong and his companions, summoning a bone sword into her grasp. Before she could speak, Zhang Shulong and his group broke into laughter at the sight of her weapon. "Little sister, are you planning to use that little knife to trim my nails, with those spindly arms and legs? You'd best not play with knives, you might hurt yourself. I don't strike women. Let that boy step forward to fight me." Yun Xianhuang's expression remained calm, unaffected by Zhang Shulong's derision. Her phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously as she tightened her grip on the bone sword. Preparing to advance, only to have her hand seized by Feng Jingchen beside her. Yun Xianhuang turned, her gaze questioning. Even disguised as an inconspicuous figure, Feng Jingchen maintained a devilishly charming smile. Why should Huang Huang dirty her hands with these insects? His words clearly implied he would take it upon himself to teach these men a lesson. Yun Xianhuang regarded him for a moment. With someone to assist her, she was more than willing to conserve her strength. Thus she quietly stowed her bone sword in her storage ring. Insects? The term clearly stung Zhang Shulong and his companions. "Kid, you have quite the audacity. Today, Zhang will teach you a lesson in manners." Feng Jingchen continued to smile, yet his eyes radiated a chilling coldness. Provoked, Zhang Shulong and his three brothers launched an attack intending to teach Feng Jingchen a lesson. However, their spiritual energy assault was effortlessly neutralized before it even reached him. Not even a hair on Feng Jingchen's head was harmed. How is this possible? Not only were Zhang Shulong and his companions astonished, but even the incapacitated enforcers on the ground were taken aback. They were facing a spiritual king and three great masters. Even a partial strike should not be so easily deflected. Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable man possessed strength beyond that of a spiritual king? Zhang Shulong and his brothers momentarily froze, but quickly launched a second assault. This time, they unleashed 80% of their spiritual power, their combined might nearly threatening to obliterate the entire inn. The innkeeper's heart ached at the thought. This bully, while he felt the pain of his pocket, he also worried for Feng Jingchen. Their attack was evidently more forceful than the last. Even a peak spiritual king might suffer considerable harm. Having withstood the first attack, could this man withstand the second? He cursed their luck that their boss had gone to the Duan family's spiritual artifact shop today. Otherwise, these bullies would be no match for him. The innkeeper silently prayed that Feng Jingchen would prevail against these ruffians. The inn's losses were inconsequential, but he must not allow these bullies to stay for free. As the four brothers' attack barreled towards him, Feng Jingchen showed no intention of evasion. He merely raised his gaze slightly, and once more, the four powerful strikes were dissipated by an unseen force. This is impossible. Zhang Shulong's eyes widened in disbelief. The other three brothers exchanged glances again. This time, all four unleashed their full spiritual power, causing the innkeeper's heart to race. Yet, the outcome was the same. Their assault was once again neutralized. At this point, Zhang Shulong and his brothers could no longer cling to any delusions. The man before them was undoubtedly terrifyingly powerful, able to easily nullify their attacks. In terror, Zhang Shulong took a step back, attempting to flee the inn. However, Feng Jingchen, who had yet to retaliate, raised an eyebrow and softly remarked, "Are you giving up, gentlemen?" His tone held no trace of disdain, yet the smirk at the corner of his lips conveyed an unmistakable sense of superiority over Zhang Shulong and his companions. Feng Jingchen had not even summoned his spiritual power. Merely wiggling a finger sent Zhang Shulong and his brothers crashing to the ground. The floor caved beneath them, and the inn echoed with their anguished cries. Akin to that of slaughtered pigs, despite the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations, their limbs twisted painfully, their lips turned pale as they began to spew blood. Feng Jingchen paid no heed to their suffering. He turned away, looking towards Yun Xianhuang as if to seek her approval. "Huang Huang, are you satisfied?" Though no one checked on Zhang Shulong and his brothers' injuries, the dwindling cries indicated to all present that the four brothers had likely sustained serious wounds. It was anticipated they would be unable to cause trouble for several months. The innkeeper felt an overwhelming sense of relief, a glimmer of satisfaction lighting up his eyes as he regarded Zhang Shulong and his companions. Deservedly so, such bullies ought to be taught a proper lesson. He then expressed gratitude towards Feng Jingchen, his voice a blend of weakness and excitement. "My friend, I cannot thank you enough today. I shall relay to our boss that from now on, you shall be esteemed guests of our Dofu Inn." Feng Jingchen, unperturbed by the gratitude, continued to fixate on Yun Xianhuang. Upon meeting his gaze, she felt an overwhelming sense of certainty. If she expressed dissatisfaction, he would undoubtedly take action against Zhang Shulong and his companions. Once more casting a glance at the four brothers, half buried in the ground, she ultimately responded, "I find it satisfactory." Feng Jingchen's smile deepened. He withdrew the power exerted upon Zhang Shulong and his companions, and with that very force, he effortlessly lifted the innkeeper and his band of thugs from the ground. A wave of terror washed over the onlookers, and their gazes toward Feng Jingchen, imbued with gratitude, also bore a newfound respect. A strong individual commands reverence wherever they may roam. The innkeeper, struggling, made his way back behind the counter, where he picked up a brush and began to scribble in the ledger. Ultimately, he approached Yun Shanhuang and her companions. Esteemed guests, the hour grows late, please join me upstairs to rest. They had rendered significant assistance to the inn, and the innkeeper did not even broach the subject of payment. However, Yun Xianye, being straightforward, discreetly produced a pouch of gold coins, approximately 10 in number, and placed it upon the counter. The innkeeper then escorted Yun Shanhuang and her companions to the second floor of the inn. While Jiang Shulong and his cohort would be dealt with appropriately once the inn's enforcers made slight adjustments, coincidentally, 3 adjoining rooms remained available. Yun Xianye allowed Yun Shanhuang to select her room first before he entered the one adjacent to hers. Naturally, the last room fell to Feng Jingchen. The innkeeper advised them to call upon him should they require anything, then turned and slowly descended the stairs inside the room as Yun Shanhuang finished tidying her belongings and prepared to sit down and cultivate. A knock resounded at the door. After using her mental energy to probe the visitor, she recognized a familiar presence and approached to open the door. As she swung it open, she was met with the strikingly handsome visage of Feng Jingchen. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. "What brings you here at this hour?" The man, suppressing a smile, politely inquired. "Shanhuang, may I come in to speak?" Yun Shanhuang tilted her head, appraising him from head to toe, and after a moment, she slightly turned to allow him passage. This gesture clearly indicated her consent for him to enter the room. Feng Jingchen wasted no time, striding in with confidence and casually pulling out a chair to sit. Yun Shanhuang regarded him for a moment before closing the door and taking a seat across from him, signaling for him to proceed. Suddenly, a ripple of mental energy surged in the room. Prompting Yun Shanhuang to raise her gaze slightly, she discovered that Feng Jingchen had erected a barrier around them. Given his level of caution, it was evident that the matter at hand was of considerable importance. She composed herself. Feng Jingchen did not keep her waiting long. Once the barrier was established, he began to speak slowly. "Shanhuang, this storage ring." His eyes fell upon the storage ring adorning Yun Shanhuang's finger. Instantly, her demeanor shifted to one of vigilance, and she concealed the hand wearing the ring behind her back. Although this ring had been gifted to her by Feng Jingchen, once given it belonged solely to her. Reclaiming it was out of the question. Noticing her defensive posture, Feng Jingchen chuckled softly. "Shanhuang, what I have given you, I have no intention of taking back." After reassuring her, he continued, "I am here to inform you that this storage ring not only serves to store items but also contains an extraordinary hidden space." In the days spent together, Feng Jingchen had observed that Yun Shanhuang merely regarded the ring as a storage device, and he regretted not having clarified its true nature earlier. Slowly, Yun Shanhuang moved her hand forward. Her curiosity piqued. An extraordinary hidden space. Feng Jingchen extended his hand, enveloping the storage ring on Yun Shanhuang's finger with his mental energy. Yun Shanhuang's spine stiffened with caution. In this world, individuals did not place great emphasis on mental energy cultivation. However, as one's strength increased, so too did their mental prowess. Her mental energy was nearly on par with that of a spirit emperor in this realm, while Feng Jingchen, capable of single-handedly contending against 3 spirit emperors, undoubtedly surpassed them in strength. Likewise, his mental energy must far exceed that of a spirit emperor. If he were to launch an attack on her using his mental energy, she would likely have no choice but to summon both Outyin and Fubai for assistance. Fortunately, Feng Jingchen's mental energy bore no offensive intent. A flash of white light enveloped Yun Shanhuang, and she felt herself being drawn into another dimension. Before her, not far away, stood a towering ancient tree. With a cascading waterfall on one side and fields of rare medicinal herbs on the other, the entire space was vast, with no visible boundaries, perhaps even infinite. Yun Shanhuang stared, awestruck, at the scene before her, her mind racing to inquire of Feng Jingchen about this wondrous place. Just as that thought surfaced, another flash of white light obscured her vision momentarily before it cleared, revealing the familiar furnishings of the inn. There was no trace of the ancient tree or medicinal fields, yet Yun Shanhuang was certain that what she had just witnessed was no mere illusion. She turned to Feng Jingchen, who seemed to read her thoughts and willingly clarified, "That is another dimension attached to this ring." A dual-space storage ring? Yun Shanhuang exclaimed in astonishment. Neither her own memories nor Outyan's legacy contained any mention of such a storage ring. Furthermore, the ancient tree and the rare herbs indicated that this alternate space could indeed support living beings. There had never been a storage ring capable of housing living entities in the continent. Her mind swirled with questions, leaving her at a loss as to which to pose first. Feng Jingchen continued, "The method you use to activate the first space with a blood contract is limited to that. The other space requires a mental energy contract, which you may understand is a contract with a spirit beast." Yun Shanhuang's eyes widened in realization. The man before her was Feng Jingchen, and she could not dismiss his words as mere coincidence. It was likely that he had already discovered the mark she concealed with her mental energy. Feng Jingchen's eyes remained twinkling with amusement, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Yun Shanhuang averted her eyes, attempting to mask her unease as she queried, "After the contract, will I also need to use mental energy to access that space?" Feng Jingchen's expression brightened with approval. "Indeed, Shanhuang, you are truly astute." Chapter 28. A trip to the auction house. This arrangement proved quite convenient. A single ring with 2 spaces, one requiring spiritual energy to access, and the other necessitating mental energy, ensured that there would be no confusion. Yun Xianhuang redirected her focus back to Feng Jingchen now that she understood how to establish a contract for the alternate space and how to access it. She felt no hesitation in issuing a polite dismissal. "Thank you for your insights. It is getting late, and I wish to rest." Anyone with an ounce of sense could discern the implied request for him to take his leave. Feng Jingchen abruptly raised an eyebrow, his long, elegant fingers resting casually on the nearby table, idly tapping. "Is this how you treat company, Qianhuang? Use them and cast them aside." His tone took on a hint of mock lament. His eyes filled with silent reproach, even though she was aware that she had done nothing wrong. Being looked at in such a way by Feng Jingchen made Yun Xianhuang feel akin to a heartless woman who had used someone and abandoned them without regard. She hastily dispelled this absurd notion from her mind and rifled through her storage ring. The contents within were either left by Feng Jingchen or items she had obtained from the Qianshan dragon tomb. Truly, the things she had purchased for herself were scant. After searching for a while, she finally unearthed the 2 array discs she had previously acquired and promptly handed them to Feng Jingchen. "Consider these as my tokens of gratitude." Her words lacked conviction. The 2 array discs, much like the talisman she had employed earlier, were purchased from the underground night market in Xuanfeng City, costing less than 200 gold coins in total. They were indeed rather meager offerings, yet, the assistance Feng Jingchen had provided was substantial. Just the various rare herbs from that field were worth a staggering fortune. The more she contemplated, the more she felt that her tokens of gratitude were woefully inadequate. Just as she was about to request something in return, she observed Feng Jingchen examining the 2 array discs with great seriousness before accepting them with utmost solemnity. A smile danced at the corners of his eyes and mouth. Radiating genuine delight, was he truly so pleased by the mere reception of 2 array discs? Yun Xianhuang was baffled. After all, any single item left in his storage ring could easily purchase hundreds of such inferior array discs. Yet, he appeared genuinely overjoyed at having received 2. Sighing, she resolved to let it go, recognizing his fondness for them. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Xianhuang added, "If you find yourself pursued by those individuals again, feel free to seek me out. I should be at the Wuling Academy thereafter." In truth, she still possessed healing elixirs from the Qianshan dragon tomb that could aid Feng Jingchen, having encountered him twice. Both times he bore grievous injuries, indicating he could greatly benefit from these elixirs. The efficacy of the sacred grade healing elixirs was remarkable. Even someone on the brink of death would quickly recover with just one. However, during their last encounter in the Qianshan dragon tomb, Feng Jingchen had consumed an entire vial of elixirs before her, and his injuries had shown no signs of improvement, only ceasing the bleeding. Outyan had mentioned that his constitution was unique, thus she had refrained from offering him any elixirs. Upon her suggestion, Feng Jingchen's mood visibly brightened. "Since you have offered, I shall gladly accept." He chose not to linger any longer in Yun Xianhuang's room. Standing to depart, after Feng Jingchen left, Yun Xianhuang sat cross-legged on the inn's bed, eagerly using her mental energy to contract the alternate space. Once inside, Outyan suddenly spoke up, "Master, both I and that rabbit can reside in your alternate space." As her contracted beasts, Outyan and Fubai could occupy the space directly, while Yun Xianhuang herself could only enter through her consciousness. And moreover, it seemed the 2 beasts were quite eager. Yun Xianhuang relocated Outyan and Fubai into the storage ring's alternate space. Expressing her curiosity, Fubai interjected before Outyan could respond, "Master, this space is ideal for spirit beasts to cultivate. Once spirit beasts form a contract with a human, aside from accompanying their master, they can only remain within the contract space. However, that space lacks spiritual energy, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. In contrast, this new space is abundant in spiritual energy, making it the perfect training ground." Outyan shot a glare at the rabbit who had stolen his moment to speak. "You insufferable rabbit!" Fubai flinched and took off running. Its physique was diminutive, allowing it to conceal itself in any nook of the space. Lotian, disinterested in engaging in such a game of hide-and-seek, surveyed the entire area before settling beneath the towering ancient tree at the center. Yun Xianhuang felt a sense of joy at the prospect of the 2 beasts cultivating within the space. After lingering in her thoughts for a considerable time, she withdrew, immersing herself in her own cultivation. The next morning, the innkeeper sent someone to deliver meals, with over a month remaining until the enrollment day at the 5 Spirits Academy. Yun Xianhuang intended to familiarize herself thoroughly with Tianling City. After lunch, she took Yun Xianye alone, planning to invite Feng Jingchen to join them. However, after knocking for quite some time, they received no response. A waiter delivering meals to the adjacent room noticed the 2 waiting outside Feng Jingchen's door and, puzzled, asked, "You must be companions of that young master, correct?" Yun Xianhuang nodded to the waiter, feeling curious, remarked, "That young master left the inn at dawn and did not inform you?" Feng Jingchen had departed. Although taken aback, Yun Xianhuang did not dwell on it. He had mentioned early on that he was merely escorting them to Tianling City, and now that they had arrived, his departure was only natural. "Thank you for the information," she said, expressing her gratitude to the waiter before exiting the inn with Yun Xianye. "Sister, where are we going?" Yun Xianhuang pondered briefly before replying. "I have heard that Tianling City boasts an auction house. Let us visit it first. Initially, she had intended to stop by the Duan family's spirit tool shop to purchase a concealing spirit tool from Duan Yang. However, realizing her limited supply of gold coins, she feared she could not afford anything substantial, leading her to consider the auction house first. She possessed numerous items in her storage ring, and selling a few should yield a considerable amount of gold coins. Alright, Yun Qianye replied obediently, inquiring with passers-by about the location of the auction house, and then led Yun Qianhuang there. Upon reaching a deserted stretch of road, Yun Qianhuang slipped a disguise pill into Yun Qianye's mouth and handed him one of 2 cloaks she had prepared. The Xuanji auction house, the largest in Tianling City, was hosting an auction that very day, drawing a crowd of eager patrons awaiting entry. Admission required a Xuanji token, which, while not exceedingly rare, could be purchased for 500 gold coins. Additionally, there was an alternative. Those selling items for the first time at Xuanji auction house would receive a token if their items were deemed valuable enough to appear at the auction. Unaware of this regulation, Yun Qianhuang surmised from the similar tokens held by those in line that they might not require one if they were selling items. Unsure, she approached the guard at the entrance and inquired. "Hello, I wish to sell something. May I know what the procedure entails?" The guard regarded the cloaked pair with a peculiar expression, bemused that they were unfamiliar with the rules of Xuanji auction house while attempting to sell goods. A middle-aged man waiting in line glanced at the siblings and offered an explanation. "Little girl, Xuanji auction house does not accept sellers when an auction is underway. Unfortunately, today coincides with an auction. So you will find your trip in vain." Yun Qianhuang was genuinely unaware of this stipulation. She turned to the speaker, her tone slightly wavering. "Thank you, since it was impossible to sell items today." She decided to leave with Yun Qianye. However, not everyone was as congenial as the middle-aged man. From the crowd emerged a mocking voice. "What do you mean by selling items? I see you can't afford a Xuanji token and are just looking for an excuse to sneak into the auction." Such sentiments were not rare, as 500 gold coins were a considerable sum. Of those unwilling to purchase a token often fabricated reasons to gain entry, taking advantage of the distraction to slip into the hall and cause chaos during the auction. The influx of such individuals had prompted Xuanji auction house to establish a recent rule prohibiting the reception of sellers during auctions, although this regulation had been in place for several months. There were still those who feigned ignorance in attempts to infiltrate the auction. Yang Qiuru, who had just derided Yun Qianhuang, had previously missed out on essential medicinal pills due to such an infiltrator. At the auction, the highest bidder could collect their item after payment, but if a bidder failed to present the requisite gold coins, the item would be rescheduled for the next auction. Yang Qiuru had aimed to acquire an 8th-tier healing pill for her brother, a mercenary who had sustained severe injuries during a mission. Unfortunately, due to the disruption caused by others, she had been unable to secure the pill in time, and though her brother had survived, he could no longer walk. The only hope for his recovery lay in finding a Saint-grade recovery pill, a rarity even at Xuanji auction house, and one that Yang Qiuru could not afford. Consequently, she harbored profound resentment towards those who attempted to infiltrate the auction. Her derision found agreement among many bystanders, who echoed her sentiments, labeling Yun Qianhuang and her brother as troublemakers attempting to disrupt the auction. Having lived a full life, Yun Qianhuang was largely impervious to such taunts, but Yun Qianye, being at an age prone to impulsiveness, was understandably agitated. He stepped forward to confront Yang Qiuru, saying, "Sister and I only arrived in Tianling City yesterday. How could we possibly know the rules of this so-called auction house?" Yang Qiuru scoffed disdainfully. "Is your claim of just arriving yesterday to be taken at face value? I could just as easily claim to be the owner of Xuanji auction house." "Exactly. If you claim to be here to sell items, why not show us what you have? Why should we show you our possessions?" Though Yun Qianye was rash, he retained a semblance of reason. While he was unaware of what Yun Qianhuang intended to auction, he understood the wisdom of keeping one's wealth concealed. If they were to reveal their items, what if this crowd harbored ill intentions? Tianling City was not Helen's city, and they were strangers here. Should they be robbed, they would have no recourse for justice. That's a fine excuse, Yang Qiuru retorted, her eyes filled with disdain. "Who knows if you truly have anything to show?" Yun Qianye was about to argue further when the commotion attracted the attention of the auction house's manager, Luo Xiao, a formidable figure of the spirit realm. He gazed at Yang Qiuru and Yun Qianye with an unamused expression, saying, "If you have grievances, please resolve them elsewhere. Do not cause a disturbance at Xuanji auction house." "What is this commotion?" Luo Xiao exerted his aura over the crowd, causing Yang Qiuru to pale and fall silent. Faced with a spirit realm expert, the others also dared not speak. Yun Qianye, observing the sudden change in expressions among the crowd, blinked in confusion. What is happening with them? As he surveyed the crowd, Luo Xiao's curious gaze fell upon him. "Strange of this boy, though merely a peak 5-star spirit master, is somehow capable of resisting my aura." And that girl beside him, with Luo Xiao's strength, he could not perceive the protective mental energy surrounding Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianye. His intent had merely been to intimidate the crowd, preventing them from treating Xuanji auction house as a venue for unruly behavior. Satisfied with the effect of his presence, he turned to re-enter the auction house when a feminine voice suddenly called out, Excuse me, are you the manager of the auction house? Luo Xiao paused, turning to scrutinize Yun Xianhuang. I am, young lady, how may I assist you? Yun Xianhuang flipped her wrist, revealing two petite porcelain vials in her palm. Approaching Luo Xiao, she presented the vials saying, may I inquire if these two medicinal pills can be auctioned at your esteemed house? Medicinal pills. The previously disruptive Yang Qiuru and her companions visibly changed their demeanor. The pair had indeed managed to produce items for sale, and they were pills at that. Even from a distance, they could catch a faint scent of the medicinal fragrance emanating from the well-sealed vials, leading them to infer that the pills were likely of high quality. Recalling her earlier remarks, Yang Qiuru felt as though an invisible hand had delivered a stinging slap to her face. The auction house's regulation prohibited accepting sellers during an auction, yet Luo Xiao, closest to the source of the scent, could easily discern the aroma of the medicinal pills. The mere whiff of the fragrance seemed to lift the fatigue he had been carrying for days. Such pills must be of at least 10th tier quality. If they were indeed such pills, making an exception this once would not be an issue. Luo Xiao accepted the two vials and then turned to Yun Xianhuang, politely inquiring, may I open them to take a look? Yun Xianhuang replied indifferently, you may. With permission granted, Luo Xiao eagerly uncorked one of the vials. Instantly, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating all present. Luo Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly resealed the vial and then bowed deeply to Yun Xianhuang, gesturing respectfully, esteemed guest, please follow me. Casting a glance at Yang Qiuru and the crowd, Yun Xianhuang spoke with an unruffled tone. Brother, let us go. A silence spoke volumes. Recognizing her gaze, Yang Qiuru felt a deep sense of humiliation and fury, wishing to vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, Yun Xianhuang and her brother were ushered into the auction house by Luo Xiao, leaving her to stand in line, waiting for entry. The disparity was stark. Chapter 30, Saint Grade. Both are Saint Grade. Yang Qiuru's response was of little concern to Yun Xianhuang upon entering the auction house with Luo Xiao. She adjusted her cloak to ensure that her appearance remained obscured from prying eyes. Observing her movements, Yun Xianye also tugged at his own cloak. Luo Xiao led the two siblings into a room at the back of the auction house. Seated within was an elderly man who, upon hearing the commotion, waved his hand in annoyance. Go away, go away. I said I wouldn't receive any guests here to sell items today, so don't bother me. Old Wei, this time it's different, Luo Xiao replied, a hint of urgency in his tone. I don't care how it's different. Old Wei shot a glance at the siblings, who were cloaked so thoroughly. These are the rules you set. Though he said that, wasn't this situation rather exceptional? Luo Xiao hastily produced two vials of elixirs, explaining in a rush, these two elixirs are absolutely above the 10th rank. If they weren't, how could I possibly dare to disturb you? Old Wei, what did you say? 10th rank? Old Wei appeared before Luo Xiao in an instant, fixating on the two vials in his hand. Such remarkable speed, and there was not a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation in the air. This Old Wei was quite extraordinary. Yun Xianhuang adjusted her cloak once more. All of Old Wei's attention was captivated by the two vials of elixirs, leaving him unaware of her movements. He eagerly accepted the vials and opened one. A rich fragrance of medicine instantly permeated the room, quickly filling the entire space. Old Wei was enraptured by the scent, his aged eyes sparkling with excitement. After a long while, he opened the second vial. Another wave of medicinal aroma hit him, causing him to tremble with anticipation. To steady himself, he hastily returned the elixirs to Luo Xiao, his voice quaking with enthusiasm. Sacred grade, both are sacred grade elixirs. Sacred grade. Upon hearing those words, Luo Xiao's hands began to tremble as well. There was only one alchemist on the entire continent capable of refining sacred grade elixirs. However, the crafting of such elixirs was exceedingly difficult. That alchemist could produce no more than 10 sacred grade elixirs in a year, and those were long since reserved by several top-tier forces, never to be sold. The sacred grade elixirs available for sale were mostly obtained by those forces from various secret realms. The Xuanji auction house was the largest auction house on the continent, yet it could scarcely auction off more than 2 sacred grade elixirs in a year. Where did these two children acquire such treasures? To present not 1 but 2 sacred grade elixirs, Luo Xiao and Old Wei fell into a prolonged silence. Beneath the cloak, Yun Xianhuang suppressed a smile, yet her words dripped with impatience. Are these 2 elixirs eligible for auction at your esteemed house? Luo Xiao jolted, realizing that he and Old Wei had become so engrossed in their excitement that they had forgotten their guests. He nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. Old Wei then inquired, esteemed guest, one of these elixirs is a sacred grade recovery pill, but the other, I am afraid my old eyes cannot discern what it is. It is a bone regeneration pill. Yun Xianhuang possessed more than just these 2 varieties of sacred grade elixirs. But since she intended to auction them, it would be more advantageous to bring forth those with healing properties. The bone regeneration pill, as its name suggests, could regenerate bones as long as one was not deceased. Whether missing an arm or a leg, consuming it would allow for the regrowth of bones. Together with the recovery pill, severed limbs could be restored. So it is a sacred grade bone regeneration pill. Old Wei had heard of the name, but due to its rarity he had failed to recognize it. Composing himself, he said, esteemed guest, I have a humble suggestion. Please, Old Wei, share your thoughts. I believe it would be best to auction these 2 sacred grade elixirs together. The combined effects of the bone regeneration pill and recovery pill would yield the greatest medicinal efficacy, and auctioning them together would naturally command a higher price. However, this may deter many potential buyers, as acquiring both sacred-grade elixirs in one go would require a sum of gold that ordinary individuals could scarcely afford. Yun Xianhuang understood the implications of this and pondered for a moment before nodding. Let it be as Old Wei suggests. Additionally, I possess several 8th-grade recovery pills. Might they also be included in your auction? As she spoke, she produced 3 porcelain vials, though 8th-grade recovery pills were not as precious as sacred-grade ones. They could still fetch a handsome price. However, the items for the auction had already been publicly announced, and simply including 8th-grade recovery pills would not suffice for Luo Xiao to make an exception for today's auction. Yet, with 2 sacred-grade elixirs in hand, Luo Xiao felt it would be inappropriate to refuse Yun Xianhuang. He accepted the 3 vials and had Old Wei appraise them, confirming they were indeed 8th-grade recovery pills. He quickly retrieved a Xuanji token from his storage ring and handed it to Yun Xianhuang. Esteemed guest, the auction will commence shortly. I will add these elixirs to today's auction items. You may collect your rewards after the auction concludes, or remain here and participate in the event. Yun Xianhuang noticed that the Xuanji token Luo Xiao gave her was somewhat different from those held by the individuals outside the auction house. Sensing her curiosity, Luo Xiao smiled and explained, "This is the highest authority Xuanji token, a heavenly level Xuanji token. With the heavenly level Xuanji token, the auction house's commission will be reduced to 5%. And guests may freely bring others to the auction." The Xuanji tokens are divided into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. The tokens available to the public are yellow level, which only allow participation in the auction without any privileges. If one wishes to sell items at the auction house, the commission for yellow level is 20%, for mysterious level it is 15%, for earthly level it is 10%, and for heavenly level it is 5%. Furthermore, the right to bring others to the auction is exclusive to the holders of the heavenly level Xuanji token. The Xuanji auction house does not merely operate as an auction house but also possesses numerous enterprises. Those with a heavenly level Xuanji token enjoy absolute priority when purchasing goods at any store under the Xuanji auction house. This heavenly level Xuanji token was Luo Xiao's way of ingratiating himself with Yun Xianhuang. Given her ability to produce 2 sacred-grade elixirs and several 8th-grade recovery pills at once, he concluded that the identities of these 2 individuals were undoubtedly extraordinary. Cultivating a good relationship with such individuals could only benefit the Xuanji auction house. Yun Xianhuang perceived Luo Xiao's intentions accepting the heavenly level Xuanji token. She inquired, "If it is convenient, could you take us to participate in today's auction?" Luo Xiao collected the elixirs with a beaming smile, saying, "Of course, esteemed guest, please follow me." Luo Xiao specifically arranged a private room for Yun Xianhuang and her brother. Such rooms were typically reserved for certain powerful factions, offering excellent visibility while completely shielding them from external scrutiny. Yun Xianhuang was quite pleased. After bidding farewell to Luo Xiao, she turned to Yun Xianye, who seemed hesitant to speak, and chuckled softly out, "If you have something to ask, just go ahead." Chapter 31. Trust. Yun Xianye indeed had many questions. He recalled the time when the general's mansion had not yet fallen, and there was a high-level alchemist residing there. Thus, throughout the years, despite the pressure from the imperial family, there remained some stock of elixirs in the mansion, including 8th-grade recovery pills. However, sacred-grade recovery pills, and that which he had never even heard of, the sacred-grade bone regeneration pill, not to mention the general's mansion, it was likely that even the royal family of the Qiling kingdom could not produce such items. Where on earth did his sister acquire these elixirs? Moreover, how had she come to know that exceedingly dangerous man? With so many questions swirling in his mind, Yun Xianye was at a loss as to which to ask first. Yun Xianhuang regarded him, knowing that since she dared to present those 2 sacred-grade elixirs in front of him, she had no fear of his inquiries. The auction had yet to begin, allowing her ample time to address Yun Xianye's curiosities. Yet, despite his evident desire to ask, he merely shook his head gently. Looking at Yun Xianhuang, a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. "Sister, you must have endured much hardship to acquire these items, haven't you?" Father had previously spoken to him about the matters concerning the Qianshan dragon tomb, cautioning him repeatedly not to disclose to anyone that his sister possessed the supreme spiritual bone. It was then that Yun Xianye learned that there were those who sought to extract his sister's spiritual bone to open the so-called Qianshan dragon tomb. Initially, he had thought those individuals had failed. However, as his sister amassed more treasures that the general's mansion could never hope to obtain, he began to doubt his earlier assumptions that he had witnessed the shattering of his sister's life jade token with his own eyes. Coupled with the recent uproar in Helen's city, where it was said that those forces had exhausted all means to open the Qianshan dragon tomb only to find nothing within, Yun Xianye was compelled to ponder further. He speculated that perhaps his sister's spiritual bone had indeed been extracted, and that her spiritual bone had opened the entrance to the Qianshan dragon tomb. The life jade token must have shattered at that time. After the Qianshan dragon tomb was opened, his sister might have been swept inside, where she encountered some fortuitous event that allowed her to reconstruct her spiritual bone, restoring her life and mind. These elixirs were likely what she had obtained within the Qianshan dragon tomb. Yun Xianya was never a fool. With those clues, he could piece together the truth to a fair extent, yet he did not wish to press for answers. If his sister was willing to share, he would listen. If she preferred to keep something to herself, he would not pry. After all, his sister would not harm him, nor would she jeopardize the general's mansion. His trust in Yun Huang bordered on blind faith. Yun Huang's heart stirred slightly. She raised her gaze to meet the youthful countenance across from her, her expression softening. None of that is of consequence. As she spoke, she reached out to ruffle Yun Xianya's hair, then retrieved a line of elixirs from her storage ring and handed them to him. She was not unwilling to share these elixirs with her family. She simply struggled with how to explain their origins when questioned. Yun Huang was not adept at interacting with her loved ones. She did not wish to deceive them, yet some matters eluded her ability to articulate. Today, Yun Xianya's demeanor suddenly illuminated a profound truth for her. Those family members who genuinely hold you dear do not concern themselves with what you possess, but rather with whether you endure suffering. The array of elixirs before her predominantly consisted of sacred-grade potions, serving a myriad of purposes. Even the least potent among them were of the 8th tier. Yun Xianya's pupils quivered in astonishment. Her speech faltering, "Sister, these are for you, please keep them." A faint smile danced upon Yun Xianhuang's lips. However, Yun Xianya immediately shook her head, insisting, "Sister, you should retain these potions. If I require any, I shall inform you." This declaration caused the smile on Yun Xianhuang's face to wane, as she fixed her gaze upon Yun Xianya, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "Take them." After a moment of internal conflict, Yun Xianya ultimately acquiesced, accepting the potions. "Thank you, sister." Yun Xianhuang then affectionately ruffled his hair before turning her attention to the auctioneer ascending the stage below. The auctioneer's arrival signified the commencement of today's auction. Yun Xianhuang had participated primarily to ascertain the market value of her elixirs, though she also harbored intentions of purchasing certain items, provided her potions sold first. Noticing her gaze directed downward, Yun Xianya followed suit. The Xuanji auction house always auctioned items in accordance with their value, and the first item up for bid was a 7th-tier spirit weapon, which attracted only a scant few bidders and ultimately sold for 15,000 gold coins. Yun Xianhuang was somewhat taken aback, realizing why so many sought to consign their items to the auction house. Previously she had encountered 7th-tier spirit weapons in the black market of Xuanfeng City for merely 10,000 gold coins. After deducting a 20% commission, the price was still 2,000 gold coins higher than that of the black market. A sense of eagerness stirred within Yun Xianhuang, with her abundant elixirs. Perhaps she should consider submitting a portion to the Xuanji auction house. Of course, this notion remained merely speculative. Presenting a trove of high-grade elixirs, even at the Xuanji auction house, could incite unwelcome intentions. Moderation was a principle Yun Xianhuang understood well. Nonetheless, the auction's opening with a 7th-tier spirit weapon indicated that the remaining items would surely exceed this value. Anticipation welled within her. The second item auctioned was a 7th-tier beauty-enhancing elixir, fetching a price of 18,000 gold coins. Following this were the third and fourth items, until the sixth auction item revealed 3 of Yun Xianhuang's 8th-tier recovery elixirs. The auction listing did not disclose their nature, surprising the gathered crowd, yet bidding commenced swiftly. 8th-tier elixirs commanded prices exceeding 100,000 for a single piece. Moreover, these 3 were not as niche an application as the beauty-enhancing elixirs, rather, they were healing potions, usable by anyone. The appearance of the 3 8th-tier recovery elixirs ignited a fervor within the hall. Ultimately, each sold for a staggering 130,000 gold coins. Yun Xianya's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "Sister, is it 130,000 each?" With barely 1,000 gold coins to his name, the realization that a single recovery elixir could command such a price left him astounded. Yun Xianhuang cast a calm glance his way, replying nonchalantly, "I'll share some with you later." Yet, Yun Xianya's thoughts wandered. If 8th-tier recovery elixirs fetched such heights, what of sacred-grade recovery elixirs? He dared not dwell on it. The auction continued, showcasing predominantly spirit weapons, elixirs, and rare herbs, a common assortment in major auction houses. Yun Xianhuang felt disinterested. These items held no appeal for her, indicating that nothing she desired was forthcoming. The next auction item was sourced from 2 10th-tier flame leopards. The auctioneer's assistant emerged, cradling the item, as the auctioneer unveiled the red cloth covering the tray amidst the eager gazes of the audience. Instantly, the temperature in the hall began to rise. That was. Yun Xianya sprang to his feet, pressing against the wall to gaze at the crimson objects on the tray. Chapter 32, the spirit core of the 10th-tier flame leopard. Many others shared his excitement. Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, the auctioneer revealed a satisfied smile. She tapped the podium with her gavel and explained, "I trust you have all recognized that these are 2 spirit cores. Originating from the 10th-tier flame leopards, all spirit beasts possess cores, yet in most cases, these cores dissipate upon the beast's demise. Only in rare instances do spirit cores remain intact after the beast's death. rendering them exceedingly precious. A first-tier spirit core is valued at over 1,000 gold coins. Spirit cores can be utilized in alchemy or embedded within spirit weapons, greatly enhancing their potency. Yunqianye's spear, once wielded by Yun Shuli on the battlefield, is a 7th-tier spirit weapon. Should it be embedded with the spirit core of a 10th-tier flame leopard, its power would undoubtedly surpass that of an 8th-tier weapon. This was why Yunqianye was so exhilarated. However, he could only observe. 10th-tier spirit cores are a rarity, each fetching around 1 million gold coins, far beyond his means. Huang Huang noted his reaction and inquired, "Do you wish for one?" Yunqianye nodded earnestly, but quickly shook his head. "Sister, our family cannot afford it, even if they sold the entire general's manor and added the 30,000 from the 3 8th-tier recovery elixirs. It would still fall short." Yet Huang Huang was untroubled by the issue of gold. The 2 sacred grade elixirs had yet to be presented, indicating their worth exceeded that of the 2 10th-tier spirit cores. Thus, if those 2 elixirs were sold, she would have sufficient funds to bid on the spirit cores. The only uncertainty lay in whether the Xuanji auction house would permit such a transaction. Huang gently patted Yunqianye's shoulder. "Qianye, please seek out the auction house manager." Understood. Yunqianye donned his hood and exited the private room. Before long, he returned with Luoshao in tow. Luoshao bowed respectfully to Yunqianye before asking, "Honorable guest, how may I assist you?" Yunqianye articulated her intentions to Luoshao. He paused, then smiled. "All items auctioned at our house require payment only after the auction concludes. Furthermore, proceeds from items sold here are also collected post-auction. Your proposal is entirely feasible, so there is no need for concern." Yunqianye further queried, "What if those 2 elixirs do not sell?" "Sacred-grade elixirs, while indeed rare, still have a set price, and as they are sold as a bundle, few can afford them. Rest assured, esteemed guest," Luoshao replied with a grin, "if they ultimately do not sell, our house is willing to purchase them at 500,000 gold coins each. 500,000 for one. 1 million for both." This windfall left Yunqianye utterly flabbergasted. Yunqianye, though, was somewhat ignorant of the sacred grade elixir's true value, given their scarcity in the market. However, judging from the previous sale prices, 500,000 seemed a remarkably generous offer. "Then it shall be as you said," Yunqianye affirmed. "I in the hall." The 2 10th-tier spirit cores had already reached a bid of 700,000 gold coins each. As the price climbed, the number of bidders dwindled, and the intervals between bids lengthened considerably. Just as Luoshao exited the private room, someone called out, 800,000. Yunqianye felt a surge of excitement but hesitated. Yunqianye offered him an encouraging glance, urging him to proceed. With anticipation bubbling within, Yunqianye exclaimed, 810,000. The soundproofing of the private room was excellent. It required the use of spiritual energy for anyone outside to hear, which would undoubtedly expose Yunqianye's position. Upon hearing his bid, the previous bidder, Lin Mingqi, cast a displeased glance in his direction. Lin Mingqi was a scion of the Lin family, one of the prominent clans in Tianling City. Having long relied on this powerful family, he had grown accustomed to wielding influence within the city, which explained why few dared to compete with him earlier. However, upon noticing Yunqianye seated in the private room, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly countered, 850,000. Private rooms at the Xuanji auction house were typically reserved for major factions, and those within them were not easily intimidated by the Lin family. Despite his reluctance, Lin Mingqi had no choice but to raise his bid. Yunqianye glanced at Yunqianye, wavering, 860,000. He feared raising the bid too high would prompt his sister to think he was squandering their money. Yet, considering that others had previously increased their bids by a minimum of 50,000, Yunqianye's incremental increases seemed substantial to him, but to Lin Mingqi, they appeared as deliberate taunts. Lin Mingqi clenched his jaw. 900,000. He was determined to secure at least one of the spirit cores. 910. Before Yunqianye could finish his sentence, Yunqianye patted his head, her voice infused with spiritual energy resonating throughout the hall. 1 million. Yunqianye was momentarily stunned by his sister's audacious bidding. Lin Mingqi's eyes widened in shock. He wondered from where this unexpected competitor had emerged. After a brief moment, Lin Mingqi averted his gaze. His confidence noticeably diminished as he declared 1 million. 5.1 million was the highest price Lin Mingqi could offer. Yet unwilling to concede easily, he gritted his teeth and added 5,000, planning to borrow from those nearby if need be. Yunqianye tugged at Yunqianye's sleeve, whispering, "Sister, perhaps we should let it go. It's simply too expensive." Yunqianye cast him a reassuring look and continued to raise the bid, 1,010,000. This price was beyond Lin Mingqi's capacity to match. No matter, there is still another spirit core, is there not? Lin Mingqi consoled himself as he relinquished his bid. Ultimately, the first spirit core was secured by Yunqianye. Following that, the auction of the second spirit core commenced, and with the first's price established, the second's initial bid prompted someone to call out 50,000. The bidding crescendoed, with voices rising in fervor. Having missed the first spirit core, Lin Mingqi resolved to secure the second at all costs, thus intensifying his bids with remarkable aggression. For the initial core, many had shown him leniency due to his affiliation with the Lin family. However, for the second core, it remained uncertain whether another 10th tier spirit core would surface, prompting others to bid without restraint. In no time, the price surged past 1 million. Yun Huang was just about to place her bid when Yun Knight interjected, "Sister, you need only that spirit core, there is no need to bid further." Although he was aware that his sister would soon acquire ample funds post-auction, Yun Knight was still unaccustomed to such extravagant expenditures. Ignoring his advice, Yun Huang joined the fray, ultimately securing the second spirit core for a staggering 130,000. With both cores now in her possession, Lin Mingqi gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could drag her out of the private room for a proper reprimanding, yet, given the auction house's strict no-disturbance policy, he could only suppress his ire for the moment. Room 1, I shall remember you. Chapter 33, Yang Qiuru's regret. The auction had yet to conclude, and Lin Mingqi stifled his anger as he continued to observe the forthcoming items. The Shenyuan auction house had prepared an impressive array of treasures, with the subsequent items proving increasingly valuable beyond the two 10th tier fire leopard spirit cores. In the presence of such coveted items, no one spared a thought for one another's dignity, with bids becoming ever more aggressive. During this time, Yun Huang refrained from further bidding, as the items on offer did not pique her immediate interest. However, a piece of magic abyss stone caught her attention. The auctioneer announced it had been obtained from the slaying of an 11th tier spirit beast, though its specific properties remained unidentifiable even to Old Wei. Despite the uncertainty surrounding its use, the powerful spiritual energy emanating from the stone could not be doubted, leading to a few tentative bids at the outset. Yet, once the price reached 500,000, silence fell upon the crowd, as no one was willing to invest in an ambiguous stone. Yun Huang scrutinized the magic abyss stone for an extended period. After consulting with Out Yen and Fu Bai, both of whom were equally baffled by its purpose, she reasoned that an item left behind by an 11th tier spirit beast could hardly be worthless. After all, she had now amassed a modest fortune herself. Why not make the purchase? Firmly resolved, she timely raised her bid just as the auctioneer prepared to strike his gavel. 600,000. This price elicited no further challengers, with many spectators deeming her a fool for spending such a sum on a mere stone. In the hall, upon recognizing the bidder from room 1, Lin Mingqi scoffed, 60,000 for a worthless stone? Truly, the occupant of room 1 is a simpleton. However, her extravagant spending only pleased him further, for she had deprived him of his spirit cores. Lin Mingqi remained vexed, for he had always been domineering and had not considered that an auction was inherently a contest of wealth. Even had Yun Huang not won the cores, they might not have ended up in his possession anyway. On stage, as the bidding fell silent, the auctioneer declared, 600,000 for the third time. Congratulations to the guest from room 1 for acquiring the magic abyss stone. The auction list from Shenyuan Auction House indicated that the magic abyss stone was the final item. Thus, with its auction concluded, several attendees began to rise, preparing to exit the hall. However, at that moment, the auctioneer's assistant unexpectedly approached with another item for bidding. Noting the attendees already on their feet, the auctioneer simply remarked, "The next item for auction has been added at Old Wei's discretion." It was well known that Shenyuan Auction House maintained stringent rules, and it was a rare occurrence for items to be added mid-auction. However, today, not only were the 3 8th grade returning essence pills absent from the list, but there was also a coveted treasure brought forth as a surprise. What could be so extraordinary as to compel Shenyuan Auction House to make an exception? Instantly all eyes were drawn to the tray covered in red cloth, and those who had intended to leave took their seats once more. Among them were several individuals who had previously witnessed Yun Huang and her brother being invited inside by the manager. Luo shouted out, hadn't that young girl claimed she was there to sell items? With treasures not listed in today's auction, this could hardly be mere coincidence. Their gazes fixed eagerly upon the red cloth. Yearning to uncover its contents, they vividly recalled the 2 vials of pills she had presented earlier, the rich aroma of which still lingered in their memories, after building suspense among the crowd. The auctioneer smiled as he lifted the red cloth, tapping his gavel and announcing, "The final item of today's auction is the Saint Grade Returning Essence Pill and the Saint Grade Bone Regeneration Pill." The Returning Essence Pill is a healing elixir, and the Saint Grade version is potent enough to restore a mortally wounded individual to health in an instant. As for the Bone Regeneration Pill, its name suggests its purpose. It is a miraculous remedy capable of reattaching severed limbs, especially effective when used in conjunction with the Returning Essence Pill. Both pills were to be auctioned together. With a starting bid of 1 million gold coins, the auctioneer's bombshell announcement sent ripples of excitement through the hall. The Returning Essence Pill, a Saint Grade variant, it had been ages since Shenyuan Auction House had featured such elite medicinal pills. And today, not only had one appeared, but 2, the Bone Regeneration Pill. Wasn't there someone from Frosty Snow sect who had lost his right arm and was still searching for a remedy? Whispers erupted among the attendees. All astonished by the revelation of these 2 miraculous pills, even the representatives of various factions in the private rooms were stirred by the news, the Saint Grade Returning Essence Pill and the Saint Grade Bone Regeneration Pill. They had to acquire these. In room 8, a participant immediately shouted a high bid, "I offer 5 million gold coins." the sound laced with spiritual energy silenced the chatter in the hall. And only then did the attendees realize they had yet to bid. Their discussions forgotten, bids flowed in one after another, and soon the price for the 2 pills soared to 8 million. At this point, very few could afford such a sum, and most of the bidding came from representatives of various factions seated in the private rooms. Even those who recognized the futility of competing remained captivated. Observing the titans bid against one another. In a corner of the hall, Yang Qiuru clutched her garments, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. She had keen eyesight and a sharp memory. She clearly recognized that the 2 pills were the very ones she had previously dismissed. Presented by the pair she had scorned at the auction house's entrance, the Saint-Grade returning essence pill, they actually possessed a Saint-Grade returning essence pill. Anyone capable of procuring such elite medicinal pills could not be an inconsequential figure. If only she had refrained from her derisive remarks and instead supported them, perhaps they could have forged an alliance, and her brother's leg might have been salvaged. Yang Qiuru was filled with regret. Yet there is no remedy for regret in this world. In the second-floor private room, the influential figures continued to bid. The price for the 2 pills had now surpassed 10 million, exceeding what Luo Shao had promised Yun Xianhuang. Yun Xian was so overwhelmed with excitement he could hardly find words. Even during the prosperous days of the general's manor, he had never witnessed a sum as vast as 10 million gold coins. Though he could clearly hear the bids, he pressed his ear against the wall, fearful of missing any detail. Observing his actions, Yun Xianhuang couldn't help but smile, with the price reaching 10 million gold coins. Even the prominent factions needed to deliberate carefully. While only the occupants of rooms 3 and 8 continued to escalate their bids, the crowd gasped in astonishment. 13 million, who were the factions represented in those 2 rooms? So extravagantly wealthy, room 3 remained uncertain, but room 8 was likely associated with Elder Zhu from Frosty Snow Sect. Said Zhu Huafeng. No wonder, Zhu Huafeng had been tirelessly seeking a means to restore his right arm for years. Upon discovering the Saint-Grade bone regeneration pill, he would surely spare no expense to acquire it. Indeed, Frosty Snow Sect was affluent, yet one could only speculate about the limits of Zhu Huafeng's resources. The speaker would soon receive his answer. Chapter 34. Do you know who my cousin is? In room 8, Elder Zhu Huafeng was incensed, his mustache askew from the relentless bidding by room 3. He had initially refrained from leveraging his status, but the price had escalated to a point beyond his means. Zhu Huafeng felt compelled to exert his influence. Ladies and gentlemen, these 2 pills are of utmost importance to me. I kindly ask for your understanding. In the future, you shall all be esteemed guests of Frosty Snow Sect. Though this statement appeared to be an enticing offer, it was, in truth, a veiled threat. The ladies and gentlemen he addressed were primarily directed at the occupants of room 3. After all, once the price reached 12 million gold coins, it was only the occupants of room 3 who continued to contend with him. Upon hearing this, the occupants of room 3 ceased their bidding. After a moment of contemplation, one of them smiled and replied, so it is Elder Zhu from Frosty Snow Sect. In that case, we shall concede these 2 pills to you. Elder Zhu had not introduced himself. But given his affiliation with Frosty Snow Sect and his urgency to acquire the pills, it was evident he was the sole contender from that faction. Indeed, the occupants of room 3 refrained from further bids. Seeing this, Elder Zhu relaxed his demeanor, letting out a cold snort. The representatives from room 3 were clearly wise enough to know when to yield. The sound, devoid of spiritual energy, went unheard by those outside. The crowd only heard Elder Zhu address the auctioneer. Can we announce the results now? The auctioneer, maintaining a smile, declared 13 million for the first time. With a gavel strike, the 2 pills were sold to Elder Zhu Huafeng for 13 million gold coins. In room 3, a middle-aged man wore a look of regret. Young master, having missed this opportunity, we may not encounter the Saint-Grade returning essence pill again, especially considering the head of the family's health. Do not fret, Lu Xianqing replied, shaking his head, that Elder Zhu holds a grudge. If we persist in competing against him and antagonizing Frosty Snow Sect, the consequences would outweigh the benefits. As he spoke, he turned to Gong Jiuli, saying, Jiuli, I will still require your family's assistance moving forward. Gong Jiuli clasped his shoulder, saying, why would you be so polite with me? Regrettably, the girl Feng Yuan was delayed due to family matters. Otherwise, her family would undoubtedly have been of assistance. Lu Xianqing chuckled softly and refrained from elaborating further. Once the 2 exquisite elixirs were auctioned off, the event concluded entirely. Those who had bid eagerly rushed backstage to claim their purchased items. With Zhu Huafeng leading the charge, like a gust of wind, he dashed towards the back, swiftly paid for his 2 elixirs, and burst into laughter, exclaiming, after 5 years, my right arm is finally saved. Zhu Huafeng tucked away the elixirs and casually inquired, Luo Sha, from where did your auction house acquire these treasures? Amidst the throng, Yun Xianhuang did not immediately step forward to collect her proceeds from the sale of the elixirs and the 2 spirit cores. She and Yun Xianya concealed themselves in an inconspicuous corner, intending to wait until the crowd dispersed before approaching. However, they overheard Zhu Huafeng's question. Yun Xianhuang felt a sense of relief, grateful that her habit of being cautious had prevented her from revealing her true identity to Luo Sha. Instead, she had used her mother's surname, introducing herself as Wen Xianhuang. Upon hearing Zhu Hufeng's inquiry, Luosha displayed a troubled expression, replying, "Elder Zhu, you are well aware of our auction house's policy regarding the confidentiality of our clients." Of course, Zhu Hufeng responded, patting him on the shoulder. "I was merely caught up in my excitement." His face was alight with joy, yet his eyes betrayed a shrewdness. "Old fox," Luosha cursed inwardly. Though he maintained a cordial demeanor as he bid farewell to Zhu Hufeng, subsequently several factions sought to inquire about the seller of the two exquisite elixirs, but Luosha skillfully deflected their inquiries. The Xiankong auction house had established a formidable presence in Tianling City over the years, and the forces behind it were not to be underestimated. Those individuals could glean nothing and dared not press further. Ultimately departing in disappointment, before long only Luosha remained in the backstage area. Yun Xianhuang checked her cloak and the effectiveness of her disguise elixir. The elixir she had consumed prior to leaving the Lingxian forest was a 6th-grade transformation potion, capable of maintaining its effects for a week unless she chose to undo it. Having only passed 4 days, she felt assured with that. She and Yun Xianya made their way towards Luosha. "Miss Wen, you have arrived." Upon spotting the two distinctive cloaks, Luosha greeted them with a smile, extending a spirit gold card to Yun Xianhuang. "The expenses from your auction and our commission have been deducted. You may count the remainder." In his presence, Yun Xianhuang examined the contents, 2 exquisite elixirs along with the 3 8th-grade recovery elixirs from before. After deducting the costs of the 2 spirit cores and the MOU stone, she found that nearly 10 million remained. Having roughly calculated the figures, she deemed them accurate and accepted the spirit gold card. Luosha then handed her the 2 spirit cores and asked, "Miss Wen, embedding the spirit cores requires the assistance of a craftsman. Would you like me to find someone for you?" The connections of the Xiankong auction house were well known, and any craftsman they could procure would undoubtedly be of high caliber. However, Yun Xianhuang had already identified her choice and graciously declined Luosha's offer. After securing the spirit cores into her storage ring, she departed the Xiankong auction house with Yun Xianya. With the auction concluded, few people were entering or exiting the establishment. The two, cloaked and with hoods drawn to obscure their faces, inevitably attracted attention. Lin Mingqi, who had been lying in wait outside the auction house, sprang into action. Accompanied by several of his guards, he blocked the path of the siblings, scrutinizing them from head to toe. However, the cloaks concealed them so thoroughly that he could discern nothing. Lin Mingqi smirked and asked haughtily, "You must be the ones from Box 1, right?" He had posed this question to several groups already, with only a handful of private rooms on the 2nd floor, many of whom he recognized. He had yet to uncover the identities of those in Box 1. Given the siblings' peculiar attire, it was evident they were the very individuals he had been searching for. Yun Xianya frowned and replied, "Who are you?" Having participated in the bidding for the spirit cores himself, Lin Mingqi immediately recognized their identities upon hearing the voice. "I am the young master of the Lin family." Lin Mingqi regarded them with an air of superiority. "Surely you are aware of the Lin family, one of the super clans in Tianling City. If you wish to remain in the city, I suggest you hand over those 2 10th-grade spirit cores to me post-haste." Initially, Lin Mingqi had only intended to bid on 1 core. However, upon reconsideration, he realized he could use one for his own spirit weapon and present the other as a gift to curry favor with his cousin. Thus, he demanded both spirit cores outright. The Lin family, that name sounded somewhat familiar. Unable to recall it clearly, Yun Xianya dismissed the thought. All he needed to know was that this person was attempting to seize the spirit cores. Without further ado, Yun Xianya brandished his spear and, without warning, thrust it at Lin Mingqi. Startled, Lin Mingqi quickly ducked behind his guards and then peered out, glaring fiercely at Yun Xianya. "Do you dare strike me? Do you know who my cousin is?" Chapter 35, Eradicating Evil and Upholding Justice. Yun Xianya spat disdainfully, "I care not who your cousin is." With that, he launched another attack on Lin Mingqi. Though this time the guards successfully intercepted him, Lin Mingqi, sheltered behind his guards, commanded, "Teach him a lesson, beat him to a pulp." How dare he attack him without inquiring about the illustrious name of Lin Mingqi? The guards, all skilled spirit masters, regarded Yun Xianya, a mere spirit practitioner, with contempt, employing only the simplest of attacks. Onlookers, witnessing the guards bullying alone Yun Xianya, contemplated intervening but were swiftly pulled away by their companions. Hurry, do you dare meddle in this matter?" a bystander questioned. "Why shouldn't I intervene?" His companion explained, "Did you not see who stands behind those guards? That is Lin Mingqi." "What, the Lin Mingqi?" The bystander's face turned pale. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Mingqi was notorious for his tyrannical behavior, having blood on his hands from countless misdeeds. The two individuals were clearly unaware of how they had provoked this formidable figure. "What a pity!" As the voices of the bystanders faded, the guards looked down on Yun Xianya, convinced that even their simplest attacks would overwhelm him. However, to their astonishment, their strikes seemed to bounce off an invisible barrier. Failing to even graze the hem of Yun Xianya's garment, the guards exchanged puzzled glances, preparing to launch another attempt when another figure suddenly stepped forward. Fu Bai, having been summoned by Yun Xianhuang. Emerged without anyone noticing. Beneath the cloak, Yun Qianhuang gently patted Fu Bai's head and lifted her gaze towards Lin Mingqi. Your cousin, is she Lin Xuanxue? Upon hearing Lin Mingqi proclaim his affiliation with the Lin family, Yun Qianhuang had been pondering where she had encountered that name. Now, she finally recalled the group she had met in the Lingxian forest, including the unfortunate child trapped in a mirage by Fu Bai. The child had claimed to be the Lin family's eldest young lady, and Lin Mingqi, as a young master of the Lin family, must be referring to Lin Xuanxue. Do you know her? Lin Mingqi maintained his lofty demeanor. If you do, you should quickly hand over those 2 spirit cores, or I will have my cousin teach you a lesson. Under the cloak, Fu Bai's ears twitched. What sort of fool thought to threaten its master? Fu Bai, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, Master, let me deal with him. There's no need for you to handle him. Yun Qianhuang gently patted Fu Bai's head. However, those guards will need to be temporarily ensnared in a mirage. Using the same method a second time would easily raise suspicions among onlookers. Therefore, she did not intend to let Lin Mingqi suffer the same fate as Lin Xuanxue. However, taking down each of the guards individually would prove too troublesome. Hence her summoning of Fu Bai. Understood. Fu Bai perked up its ears, its rabbit-like eyes swirling with familiar patterns. With that, Yun Qianhuang approached Lin Mingqi, a malevolent smile flickering in her eyes. Very well, I shall give them to you. Upon hearing her declaration, Lin Mingqi's interest peaked, and he no longer hid behind his guards. Young master, be cautious of deception. The guards sensed something amiss, given that Yun Qianya had just attempted to attack Lin Mingqi. As they voiced their concerns, Yun Qianhuang paused. Although Lin Mingqi had initially been wary, he suddenly burst into laughter, as if realizing something. She is merely a 5-star spirit practitioner. What threat could she possibly pose? I believe they are merely intimidated by my cousin's name, which is why they have decided to gift me the spirit course. Though Lin Mingqi lacked dedication in his training, he was still a 1-star spirit master. He dismissed the threat of a 5-star spirit practitioner without a second thought. The guards, realizing Yun Qianhuang was merely a 5-star spirit practitioner, felt reassured. Such a feeble individual was no match for their young master. Among all present, only Yun Qianya stared in disbelief at his sister's retreating figure. She had only begun cultivating after her recovery, and in less than 2 months, she had risen from a 1-star practitioner to a 5-star practitioner. Such an incredible speed of advancement was unprecedented in his experience. Could this be the result of possessing an exceptional spirit bone? Individuals with such extraordinary spirit bones were exceedingly rare, apart from Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianya had never encountered a talent of this caliber, and he was uncertain whether possessing an exceptional spirit bone could indeed lead to such rapid growth. Yet, he sensed that even with an exceptional spirit bone, achieving the rank of a 5-star practitioner in such a short span was likely unattainable. Yun Qianya's thoughts were tumultuous, and in his astonishment, he forgot to intervene against Yun Qianhuang. Meanwhile, Lin Mingqi, having witnessed her display of strength, lowered his guard entirely. He glanced around, noting they were still at the entrance of the Shinkong auction house. With the auction concluded, foot traffic was sparse, though a few individuals remained. Understanding the principle of keeping wealth concealed, Lin Mingqi surveyed the area and ultimately pointed towards a secluded corner not far away. You, come with us over there. Yun Qianhuang followed the direction indicated by him, and the corners of her lips beneath the hood instantly lifted in a smile. Excellent. It aligned perfectly with her intentions. Yun Qianhuang accompanied Lin Mingqi to that secluded corner, with Yun Qianya and several guards trailing behind. Noticing that no one was paying attention to them, Lin Mingqi reached out his hand towards Yun Qianhuang. Hand it over. As Yun Qianhuang approached, the corner of her cloak subtly lifted. The guards, wary of potential harm to Lin Mingqi, remained vigilant, thus not missing her movements. One of the guards opened his mouth, intending to question her intentions, but was abruptly met with a pair of peculiar rabbit-like eyes. The expressions of the other guards mirrored his shock, their gazes becoming momentarily dazed while still maintaining their previous stances. Lin Mingqi, oblivious to any oddity, urged her impatiently, "Why are you hesitating? Hurry up and take it out." He was eager to return and present a token to his cousin. Yun Qianhuang took another step forward, and at this moment, they were perilously close. Lin Mingqi, belatedly sensing something amiss, attempted to evade, but a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his chest. His eyes widened in horror as he stiffly glanced down, only to see a slender, delicate hand gripping a dagger, its tip already embedded in his heart. "You," he gasped, staring at Yun Qianhuang before violently coughing up blood. Yun Qianhuang swiftly dodged, yet a few droplets inevitably splattered onto her cloak. She furrowed her brow, resolving to incinerate the cloak later. However, to ensure Lin Mingqi was not merely incapacitated, she delivered several more stabs, the final thrust piercing directly through his neck. The scene was gruesomely vivid. Leaving Yun Qianya frozen in shock, Lin Mingqi slumped against the wall, lifeless and silent, causing no commotion whatsoever. At this juncture, Yun Qianhuang turned her gaze towards the guards ensnared by Fu Bai's control. After contemplating, she inquired, "Fu Bai, is it still possible to alter the illusion they've fallen into?" "Of course, my master. What would you like to do?" Fu Bai replied. A malicious glimmer flickered in Yun Qianhuang's eyes as she stated, I wish to Chapter 36, the Duan family spirit artifact shop in the Lin family S-side hall. Lin Mingqi's lifebound jade token suddenly shattered. Lin Mingqi's father, sensing something amiss, rushed to the hall for confirmation. Only to behold the token shattered into several fragments. Lin Jin's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed, Who has slain my beloved son?" He immediately summoned his personal shadow guards, commanding, "Investigate at once. We must capture the one who murdered the young master." The shadow guards, upon receiving their orders, departed hastily. Not long after, the guards responsible for Lin Mingqi's protection stumbled back, visibly injured. "Master, master," one guard exclaimed. Blood oozing from his wounds, Lin Jin instantly recognized him as the one who had accompanied Lin Mingqi that day and approached him, demanding, "Where is the young master? Tell me, where is he?" The guard spat out a mouthful of blood before stammering, "There were enemies. They killed the young master." Lin Jin grabbed the guard by the collar. It was. The guard struggled to speak. 2 men. Just as he managed to articulate those words, he collapsed, eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. Lin Jin released him, collapsing into a chair in exhaustion. 2 men. Who could they be? The clues were far too scant for Lin Jin to ascertain the identity of the assailants, yet he ordered an intensified search. Emphasizing the necessity of locating Lin Mingqi's body, the grief of losing his son blinded him to numerous details. He had failed to notice that the guard's eyes had lacked focus during his final words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yun Huang and Yun Xianye incinerated 2 cloaks and, with their altered appearances, made their way to the Duan family spirit artifact shop. Throughout their journey, Yun Xianye's gaze remained glued to Yun Huang. She glanced back at him, her phoenix eyes shrouded in a mist, obscuring her thoughts. "Do you think I should not have killed him?" Yun Xianye shook his head, asserting, "Sister did the right thing. Lin Mingqi intended to seize their spirit cores. After all, besides, I overheard those 2 passers-by. Lin Mingqi was no virtuous man. He abused the Lin family's power, committing numerous atrocities. Such a person is not worth mourning, yet he harbored concerns about the Lin family, a prominent clan in Tianling City. If they sought revenge for Lin Mingqi's death, how could he protect his sister?" Yun Xianye shared his worries with Yun Huang. He was unaware of Fu Bai's abilities and puzzled by why the guards had suddenly turned on each other. However, he knew that one guard had escaped alive, and his sister had forbidden him from pursuing him. This posed a potential risk. Yun Huang halted her steps, her gaze softening as she looked at Yun Xianye. "Rest assured, they won't uncover our trail." When she acted, she wore 2 layers of disguise, and the escaping guard remained ensnared in Fu Bai's illusion. Under his dying words, the Lin family would only presume that 2 men were responsible for Lin Mingqi's demise. What connection could a mere girl like her have with it? Nonetheless, Yun Xianye's apprehensions were not entirely unfounded. There are no walls that can completely conceal whispers. She still needed to elevate her strength. Thus she quickened her pace. The Duan family spirit artifact shop was several streets away from the Xuanji auction house. The 2 walked for an hour before finally reaching their destination. The shop comprised 2 outlets, one selling finished spirit artifacts and the other catering to clients seeking custom-made artifacts or those wishing to embed spirit cores into their artifacts. Yun Huang directly entered the latter. In contrast to the first shop, which was bustling, this place had only a few scattered customers, all there to have spirit cores embedded. Duan Yang was currently assisting one of the customers. Yun Huang refrained from interrupting and opted to observe quietly. The process of embedding a spirit core was straightforward. Each artifact was pre-drilled with a hole for core insertion, provided the attributes did not conflict. It could be completed in less than half an hour. At that moment, Duan Yang was already wrapping up. The embedding process demanded utmost precision. Any misstep could ruin the entire spirit core, which is why Duan Yang was exceptionally focused and had yet to notice the presence of Yun Huang and her brother. Once he returned the artifact with the embedded core to the customer, he finally spotted Yun Huang. Yun Huang, having altered her appearance, resembled her former self in Xuanfeng City, making it easy for Duan Yang to recognize her. His face lit up with joy as he wiped the sweat from his brow and approached her. "Young lady, have you come to purchase a spirit artifact?" Duan Yang distinctly remembered Yun Huang. Had it not been for her, he would have missed out on those 3 pieces of azure dragon scales. Thanks to her, he was able to forge such a flawless artifact. Duan Yang wished to repay her kindness. But after returning to the inn that day, he realized, in his excitement, that he had forgotten to ask for her name. That he had been waiting for her to come to him, and now half a month had passed. Just when he thought she would not visit Tianling City, she appeared. Duan Yang was genuinely elated. He finally had the chance to repay this young lady. Yun Huang did not confirm or deny her intentions but instead produced an 8th-tier bone sword. "I would like to ask for your assistance in embedding 2 spirit cores to embedding spirit cores." "That is quite feasible." Duan Yang accepted the bone sword, adding, "However, as you know, this particular sword is unique, so it's best if the 2 spirit cores are of similar quality." The other customers, having retrieved their artifacts, had already departed, leaving Duan Yang free to speak without reservation. It's important to note that ordinary artifacts could only accommodate spirit cores of corresponding attributes, determined by the user's spirit root. The ability to embed two cores indicated that Yun Xianhuang possessed dual spirit roots, which could lead to complications if overheard by others. You misunderstand. Yun Xianhuang shook her head, signaling for Yun Xianye to present his weapon. Yun Xianye obediently handed over his spear and walked over to close the shop door. Only then did Yun Xianhuang produce the two 10th tier spirit cores of the fire leopard. I wish to request your assistance in embedding these two cores into these two artifacts. Two 10th tier cores. Duan Yang, now a high-level artifact smith, had embedded countless spirit cores, yet this was his first encounter with two 10th tier cores at once. He gazed at Yun Xianhuang in astonishment, but it quickly faded into understanding. After all, anyone capable of casually producing an 8th tier recovery pill must possess a remarkable background. Duan Yang, discerning the situation, refrained from further inquiries. He estimated the time required for embedding the two artifacts, stating, "Young lady, this process may take nearly an hour. Would you prefer to wait here or return later to collect them?" Embedding 10th tier cores was no simple task. Even Duan Yang needed to exercise utmost caution, thus requiring additional time. While Duan Yang's eyes had reflected shock, there was no hint of greed, allowing Yun Xianhuang to comfortably entrust both the artifacts and cores to him. "We will peruse the shop next door and return shortly." She intended to purchase a concealment-type artifact and was uncertain if the Duan family spirit artifact shop had any available. Very well, Duan Yang collected the artifacts and cores, personally guiding the siblings to the adjacent shop, informing the shopkeeper that whatever they chose would receive a 10% discount. Chapter 37, Master-Level Artifact Smith. The shop was bustling with customers. Upon hearing Duan Yang's words, many turned to scrutinize Yun Xianhuang and speculate about her relationship with him. The shopkeeper, under their inquisitive gazes, sent Duan Yang off and approached Yun Xianhuang and her brother. "Esteemed guests, what type of spirit artifacts do you require? Do you have any concealment-type artifacts?" Yun Xianhuang inquired directly, as the variety of artifacts in the shop was overwhelming, making it difficult for her to discern which were of the concealment nature. Concealment type. The shopkeeper paused, then revealed an apologetic expression. "I sincerely apologize. Dear guest, due to the extreme difficulty in crafting concealment-type artifacts, our stock is quite limited. Just yesterday, the last two concealment-type artifacts were purchased by the owner of the Dofuan. The Duofuan is quite renowned in Tianling City, primarily due to the extraordinary culinary skills of its chef, whose dishes surpass even the signature offerings of the most famous establishments within the city." Upon hearing the familiar name, Yun Xianhuang paused momentarily before inquiring, "May I ask how many Duofuans there are in the city?" The innkeeper, beaming with a smile, replied, "You must not be from Tianling City, dear guest. We have but one Duofuan located not far from our Duan family's spirit tool shop. It takes merely a quarter of an hour to walk there." Indeed, that was the very inn where they were staying. Yun Xianhuang pondered silently, uncertain whether the proprietor of the Duofuan would be willing to sell her a concealed spirit tool. With the enrollment date for the Five Spirits Academy drawing near, it was said that the Academy's director was a peak-level spirit saint, a being who could likely discern her 5 spirit roots with a mere glance. Thus, acquiring a concealed spirit tool before her admission was imperative. Noticing Yun Xianhuang's silence, the innkeeper quickly asked, "Do you require any other types of spirit tools? Our Duan family spirit tool shop is the finest in all of Tianling City, and the quality of our wares is assured." This was a guest whom the owner had personally instructed to treat well, and he could not afford to be negligent. "I shall browse for now," Yun Xianhuang responded, meandering through the shop, with Yun Xianye closely trailing behind her. The innkeeper, perceptive and astute, recognized her desire to explore alone and discreetly attended to other customers instead. The Duan family spirit tool shop was expansive, featuring dozens of shelves, each adorned with numerous spirit tools, totaling well over 100. Given the scarcity of spirit tool artisans, it was likely that only the Duan family in all of Tianling City could offer such a variety. It was no wonder the shop attracted so many patrons. As Yun Xianhuang strolled leisurely through the shop, she encouraged Yun Xianye to explore and select any spirit tools that caught her fancy. On their way here, she had divided the proceeds from the auction, giving half to Yun Xianye, amounting to 500,000 gold coins, allowing her sister the freedom to purchase whatever spirit tools she desired. However, Yun Xianye insisted on remaining by her side, resembling a devoted shadow. Yun Xianhuang acquiesced to her presence. High-level spirit tool artisans could forge tools up to the 9th rank, yet to her surprise, she discovered 2 10th-rank spirit tools in the shop. It seemed the Duan family spirit tool shop might be harboring a master-level artisan. Similar to alchemists, spirit tool artisans were classified as apprentice, junior, intermediate, senior, master, and grandmaster. Master-level artisans were exceedingly rare, and it was astonishing that the Duan family shop had one among their ranks. The 10th-rank spirit tools were exorbitantly priced, and most customers seemed to overlook them. Yun Xianhuang reached out, intending to examine a defensive spirit tool. At that moment, someone else also extended a hand, their fingertips brushing against hers. Startled, Yun Xianhuang quickly withdrew her hand and turned to see who had appeared behind her. Shin Fengyuan, equally embarrassed, retracted her hand and looked at her apologetically. I'm sorry, I thought you intended to take the one beside it. The two 10th rank spirit tools were placed closely together, and given Yun Qianhuang's proximity to the other. It was understandable that Shin Fengyuan had misinterpreted her intentions. No harm done, Yun Qianhuang replied, shaking her head. I merely wish to take a look. Please, go ahead, Shin Fengyuan insisted, clearly also interested in observing the item. Yun Qianhuang nodded and reached for the spirit tool again, scrutinizing it closely. The item resembled a pair of wrist guards. While not particularly attractive, its defensive capabilities were formidable. According to Outyin, it could withstand the full force attacks of any being below the spirit sovereign level. This was precisely what Yun Qianhuang needed, yet as she weighed it in her hand, she found it somewhat cumbersome, potentially hindering her use of the bone sword. Noticing her hesitation, Shin Fengyuan inquired, would you mind if I took this spirit tool? Although it was in Yun Qianhuang's possession, Shin Fengyuan had also taken note of it earlier. The tool's size and defensive attributes made it suitable as a gift for her father. However, she would not press the matter if Yun Qianhuang declined. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yun Qianhuang handed the spirit tool over to Shin Fengyuan. Of course, thank you, Shin Fengyuan exclaimed repeatedly, clutching the spirit tool as she hurried to pay for it. Yun Qianhuang dismissed the incident from her mind and picked up another enhancement-type spirit tool to examine. Master, this is a remarkable item. Before Yun Qianhuang could inquire about its merits, Fu Bai eagerly explained. This spirit tool can enhance the user's mental strength and provides immunity against confusion-type attacks from beings below the spirit sovereign level, enhancing mental strength. After arriving in this world, Yun Qianhuang had discovered that her mental fortitude could no longer be cultivated using the methods from her previous life. For a beast tamer, nothing was more crucial than augmenting one's mental power, especially when it also offered immunity against confusion-type attacks from spirit sovereigns. Without hesitation, Yun Qianhuang decided to acquire this spirit tool. She approached the innkeeper, and Shin Fengyuan was still at the counter, settling the payment for the wrist guards. The innkeeper appeared to check the balance on her spirit gold card before returning it to her. Dear guest, you do not have enough gold. Shin Fengyuan exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at the spirit tool she had placed on the counter. How much is this spirit tool? Her spirit gold card still held nearly 150,000 gold coins. Could it truly be insufficient for a 10th rank spirit tool? The innkeeper, maintaining a friendly demeanor, replied, 150,000. Shin Fengyuan fell silent. Very well, it appears I am indeed short. Nearby, the murmurs of other curious customers arose. Innkeeper, are you certain? A 10th rank spirit tool costs 150,000. Yun Qianhuang also found this puzzling. She had auctioned two 10th rank spirit cores, each priced below 150,000. How could this spirit tool be more expensive than the cores? Logically, spirit cores should be rarer than spirit tools. The innkeeper addressed the inquirer, stating, that is indeed the price. This spirit tool was crafted by our former owner. And the established price is 150,000. The former owner of the Duan family spirit tool shop. The customer gasped, Master Duan Song. Precisely, the individual fell silent. Shin Fengyuan, intrigued, asked, who is Master Duan Song? You don't know who Master Duan Song is? The customer replied incredulously. He is the most esteemed master-level spirit tool artisan on the continent. Chapter 38. I am Shin Fengyuan. The individual seemed well acquainted with Master Duan Song. And through their dialogue, Yun Qianhuang learned that Master Duan Song was indeed the father of Duan Yang, who had ascended to master-level status over a decade ago. Any spirit tool crafted by Master Duan Song boasted superior attributes compared to other tools of the same rank. Moreover, the spirit tools he forged lacked embedded sockets, meaning they did not require spirit cores for enhancement. Even so, his creations outperformed those of the same rank that did incorporate spirit cores, underscoring the exceptional talent Master Duan Song possessed in the art of forging. Shin Fengyuan grasped the implications. So while this spirit tool is 10th rank, it can rival an 11th rank defensive spirit tool. The innkeeper nodded, affirming, indeed. 150,000 is quite reasonable. Shin Fengyuan sighed, unfortunately, I did not bring that much gold with me today. Innkeeper, could you possibly reserve this spirit tool for me? I will return to purchase it in a couple of days. The innkeeper hesitated, as such an arrangement had never occurred in their shop before. Shin Fengyuan quickly interjected, I can leave a deposit of 10,000 gold. The innkeeper still did not immediately agree. Please wait a moment, I need to consult the owner. With that, he hurried to the adjoining shop. However, Duan Yang was preoccupied assisting Yun Qianhuang with embedding spirit cores and had locked the shop door, rendering the innkeeper unable to enter or knock for a response. The innkeeper returned, looking apologetic. Dear guest, our owner is busy, and it may take some time. Very well. Shin Fengyuan stepped aside to avoid obstructing other customers who wished to purchase spirit tools. Yun Qianhuang then approached the counter. Presenting the spirit tool she held to the innkeeper, Innkeeper, I wish to purchase this one. The innkeeper glanced at it and replied, this spirit tool is also priced at 150,000 gold. However, the owner has instructed that you receive a discount, so you need only pay 135,000. Yun Qianhuang readily handed over her spirit gold card. promptly completing the transaction before placing the spirit tool into her storage ring. She did not forget about Yun Qianye and inquired, "Is there anything you wish to buy?" Yun Qianye smiled, "Sister, I do not lack for spirit tools, the long spear I possess is sufficient for me." "Very well, then let us continue exploring elsewhere." As Yun Qianhuang turned to leave, she noticed Qin Fengyuan staring at her intently. The intensity of her gaze was not off-putting, yet it was undeniably prominent. Yun Qianhuang felt compelled to ask, "Is there something you need?" Caught in the act of spying, Qin Fengyuan sheepishly scratched her head before asking quietly, "I was just wondering if you need any elixirs or medicinal herbs?" She lacked gold but had an abundance of elixirs and herbs. Given that the owner might be busy for an extended period, waiting idly was not a viable option. She still had to meet up with Xianqing and the others. Yun Qianhuang instantly grasped Qin Fengyuan's intent, but the latter's honesty left her feeling unperturbed. After a moment's thought she asked, "Do you have any puwan grass?" Fu Bai relished this herb, and since it was absent from her own space, acquiring some to cultivate would be beneficial. Although divine beasts do not require sustenance, as Fu Bai was her contracted beast, she would not hesitate to indulge it. "Puwan grass? Yes, I have some," Qin Fengyuan exclaimed. Dashing over to Yun Qianhuang and opening her storage ring, "How many would you like?" She had recently purchased a significant quantity of puwan grass, and her reserves were plentiful. 50 stalks, please. Yun Qianhuang planned to plant half while reserving the other half to feed Fu Bai. Done. Qin Fengyuan deftly produced 50 stalks of the elusive puwan grass, fresh and still rooted. "I'll give you a discount, just 50,000 gold coins," she offered. 1,000 coins per stalk is still several hundred coins cheaper than what you'd find outside. Qin Fengyuan wasn't primarily motivated by profit. With that 50,000 gold coins, she would have just enough to purchase a particular spirit artifact. The two successfully completed the transaction, and Qin Fengyuan acquired the arm guards. Departing the spirit artifact shop alongside Yun Qianhuang and her brother, before leaving she smiled at Yun Qianhuang and said, "My name is Qin Fengyuan, thank you for your help today. If you ever need any elixirs, feel free to find me at the Wuling Academy." "Is she a student at the Wuling Academy?" Yun Qianhuang raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment further. After parting ways with Qin Fengyuan, she and Yun Qianye strolled through nearby shops, estimating it was nearly time to return to find Duanyang. Duanyang had already embedded the spirit core and first returned Yun Qianye's spear to Yun Qianhuang before producing a bone sword. The ivory bone sword, set with a crimson spirit core, looked unexpectedly exquisite. Duanyang lovingly caressed the bone sword and advised, "Little girl, if you wish to embed other spirit cores in the future, make sure they are of a similar tier, otherwise the cores may repel each other and easily ruin this sword." After saying this, he returned the bone sword to Yun Qianhuang. Observant as ever, Yun Qianye noticed that the bone sword had 5 embedding holes. His sister, being of the water and fire dual spirit roots, should only have 2 holes in her spirit artifact. Why were there 5? Yun Qianye cast a glance at Duanyang but held his tongue. Yun Qianhuang took the bone sword, thanked Duanyang, and attempted to pay. However, Duanyang steadfastly refused. "Little girl, I have already benefited from you last time. Embedding the spirit core is no great task, so I shall not accept your gold this time, but next time I will expect payment." With that said, Yun Qianhuang did not press the issue of payment. After all, she would need to embed 4 more spirit cores, and paying a bit more then would be just as well. She stowed the bone sword and returned the spear to Yun Qianye. After the spirit core embedding, the spear's spiritual energy had markedly intensified, and Yun Qianye cherished it dearly. "Thank you, sister," he exclaimed, knowing it was his sister's sale of elixirs that enabled him to possess the spirit core. "Since you call me sister, there is no need for thanks." Yun Qianhuang replied with a smile, "Now let us put it away. We must return to the inn." Yun Qianye nodded eagerly, and the two bid farewell to Duanyang before leaving the spirit artifact shop. By the time they returned to the inn, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. After a busy day, even as a cultivator, Yun Qianhuang felt the pangs of hunger. She ordered several dishes and sat in the main hall with Yun Qianye to dine. Besides them, there were numerous other patrons in the hall, engaged in lively conversation. The topic of their discussions revolved around Lin Mingqi. The Lin family was vigorously searching for the murderer, and news of Lin Mingqi's death had spread throughout the entire Tianling city. "That demon king is finally dead. My son had his hand broken by him. At last, someone has avenged me." Indeed, the demon king relied on the Lin family, committing countless evils. "I truly wish to know who killed him. I must express my gratitude to her. My brother died at Lin Mingqi's hands. Now, he can finally rest in peace." Among the patrons dining in the inn, there were actually quite a few who had suffered at Lin Mingqi's hands. Lin Mingqi truly was a scourge. Yun Qianye couldn't help but interject, "Thank goodness sister eliminated the threat today." However, he only uttered that one sentence, saying more might expose their involvement in Lin Mingqi's demise. Yun Qianye understood the gravity of the situation. Yun Qianhuang acknowledged, continuing her meal. It was best not to dwell on inconsequential matters. After finishing their meal, she instructed Yun Qianye to return to their room to rest while she sought out the innkeeper. Expressing her desire to meet the owner of the inn. Chapter 39. The owner of the Duofu and the innkeeper was somewhat surprised. After all, the inn was most renowned for its chef, and it was rare for guests to specifically request to meet the owner. Please wait a moment. Despite his surprise, the innkeeper soon brought the owner, mentioning that Yun Qianhuang was the one who had resolved an issue for the inn the previous day. The owner of Duofuan was named Wan Guijin, a rotund man whose countenance exuded warmth and friendliness. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "Is there something you need, esteemed guest? Wan boss, may I speak with you privately?" This implied a desire to avoid the presence of others. Wan Guijin squinted, sizing up Yun Qianhuang, before gesturing for her to follow him. "Please, this way out." He led her to the last room on the second floor. His private quarters. Upon entering, Yun Qianhuang stated her purpose directly. "Wan boss, I wish to purchase a concealment-type spirit artifact from you." Wan Guijin continued to smile, but his gaze sharpened slightly. "How does the guest know I possess concealment-type spirit artifacts?" Those two artifacts were acquired only yesterday, and this young lady had already caught wind of them. As the proprietor of a successful inn, Wan Guijin was certainly no naive individual and approached everything with great caution. He had not disclosed this information to anyone else, making Yun Qianhuang's knowledge of it intriguing. "I am acquainted with Duan Yang from the Duan Spirit Artifact Shop." Yun Qianhuang was forthright, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon hearing her mention Duan Yang, Wan Guijin relaxed his vigilance somewhat, though he remained wary. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved the two spirit artifacts. Since he had only just acquired them, they had yet to be contracted. "Considering your assistance to the inn yesterday, I can sell you one of these two, but the price may be slightly higher than at the Duan shop." But he was a businessman after all. He would not engage in transactions without benefit. Both artifacts were 9th-tier spirit artifacts, differing only in style. One was a necklace, the other a bracelet. Since Yun Qianhuang had just purchased a necklace, she picked up the bracelet-shaped artifact. "I will take this one." "Very well, it will be 300,000 gold coins." Agreed. This price was within Yun Qianhuang's budget, and she prepared to pay with her spirit gold card. Her willingness to pay so readily made Wan Guijin feel a bit embarrassed. After all, the total for both artifacts was only 500,000 gold coins, and he had intended to leave her some room for negotiation. He thought for a moment and cautioned, "Esteemed guest, you should be aware that 9th-tier concealment spirit artifacts can only evade detection by spirit masters below that level, correct?" Yun Qianhuang was taken aback. Noting her reaction, Wan Guijin realized she might not be fully informed. He chuckled, "How about this? If you still wish for it, I can sell you this artifact for 280,000 gold coins." If not, Yun Qianhuang could guess the implication, below the spirit master level. Even the dean of the Wuling Academy was already above that tier. However, if she did not purchase this artifact, where else could she find a higher tier concealment spirit artifact? Also, "One boss, what tier of spirit artifact is capable of evading detection by a peak spirit saint?" "A peak spirit saint?" Wan Guijin clicked his tongue. "That would require at least a 12th tier concealment spirit artifact. If that individual possesses exceptionally strong mental energy, you might even need a sacred artifact." Yun Qianhuang's hopes were dashed in an instant. Sacred artifacts could only be crafted by master-level artifact artisans, and there were only two such artisans in the entire continent, one at the Xuanxue sect and the other wandering aimlessly. Nearly impossible to locate, sacred artifacts were exceedingly rare on the market. Where could she find a concealment sacred artifact? She could only request assistance from the Shankai auction house to keep an eye out for one. With a sigh, Yun Qianhuang ultimately decided to purchase the 9th-tier artifact, believing that having something was better than nothing. After leaving Wan Guijin's room, Yun Qianhuang returned to her own quarters, contracted the two spirit artifacts she had purchased that day, and adorned herself with them. After a day filled with activity, she did not relent in her cultivation that night, continuing to practice seated on her bed. Over the following days, she gradually familiarized herself with the forces and layout of Tianling City. Choosing not to venture beyond the inn, the admission standards for the Wuling Academy were exceedingly stringent, and her current strength still fell somewhat short. Half a month later, Yun Qianhuang successfully advanced to a 6-star spirit practitioner. And not long before, Yun Qianya had also reached the 6-star spirit master level. During this time, many newcomers arrived in Tianling City, primarily for the enrollment days of various academies. There were a total of 5 academies in Tianling City, each with different enrollment schedules. Over the past half-month, 3 of them had begun their recruitment, leading to a turnover of guests at the inn, including Duofu. And Yun Qianya enjoyed dining with Yun Qianhuang. So for these past days, they had been eating in the main hall together. However, as they descended the stairs today, Yun Qianhuang spotted a familiar face. "Oh, it's you." Shen Fengyuan stood up from her seat and hurried over to Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianhuang nodded in recognition. "Miss Shen, don't call me that. Just call me Fengyuan," Shen Fengyuan said cheerfully, linking her arm with Yun Qianhuang's. "Come, I want to introduce you to my friends." Yun Qianhuang wanted to refuse, but before she could voice her objection, she was already being pulled along by Shen Fengyuan. "Shanqing, Jul, this is someone I met earlier at the spirit artifact shop," named. Shen Fengyuan trailed off abruptly. "Oh dear, I forgot to ask for her name." Having arrived before Shen Fengyuan's friends, Yun Qianhuang did not hesitate to interject. When Miss, both Lu Shanqing and Gong Jiulu greeted politely with nods. Their demeanor was exceedingly friendly. Yet Yun Xianhuang was certain this was her first encounter with them, though their faces seemed vaguely familiar. Where had she seen them before? Yun Xianhuang couldn't recall, but at that moment, Yun Xianye approached. Casting a wary glance at the trio, sensing the subtle hostility, Lu Xianqing asked, "Miss Wen, who is this?" "This is my younger brother, Wen Xianye." Long before, Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianye had agreed upon this name. Both intended to disguise themselves before entering the Wuling Academy. After all, if she were to adopt the name Wen Xianhuang while Yun Xianye retained his original name, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Leading to a rather troublesome explanation later on. Yun Xianye had no objections to this. Whatever Yun Xianhuang decided was acceptable to him. Lu Xianqing greeted Yun Xianye, addressing him as brother when out of courtesy. Yun Xianye responded to both of them but quickly tugged at Yun Xianhuang's sleeve, saying, "Sister, I'm a bit hungry." Shen Fengyuan immediately urged Yun Xianhuang to sit down, exclaiming, "Perfect, you can eat with us." She spoke rapidly, leaving no room for Yun Xianhuang and her brother to decline. Her earnest expression made her actions entirely unoffensive, considering they might be classmates in the future. Yun Xianhuang ultimately did not refuse. And Yun Xianye was also pulled down to sit by Gongjul. The tables at Duofuan were quite spacious, accommodating 5 people without feeling cramped, while waiting for the dishes to be served. Shen Fengyuan turned to Yun Xianhuang and asked, "Huang Huang, you're not from Tianling City, are you? You're here to participate in the admissions, right?" If they were locals of Tianling City, they typically would not stay at an inn. Nowadays, most of the guests at inns were either preparing for admissions to various academies or their companions, hence Shen Fengyuan's inquiry. Yun Xianhuang nodded affirmatively. Shen Fengyuan pressed on, "So, which academy do you intend to attend?" "Wuling Academy or Tsangling Academy?" "Wuling Academy," Yun Xianhuang stated candidly, having no intention to hide the truth since Shen Fengyuan was already a student of Wuling Academy. It would be futile to conceal it, especially since it would likely be revealed later if they encountered each other at the academy. Moreover, it was not something worth keeping secret, so she chose to be forthright. "You're coming to Wuling Academy?" Shen Fengyuan's eyes lit up with joy. "That's perfect. After you enroll, you can come find us. Both Xianqing and Jul are students of Wuling Academy." Upon hearing this, Yun Xianhuang glanced at Lu Xianqing and Gong Jul again. She felt a sense of familiarity with them, though she could not recall where she had seen them before. Not one to dwell on such matters, she decided to let it go. All 3 were from Wuling Academy. If she passed the academy's admission test, they would indeed be her classmates. The chances of crossing paths in the same academy were abundant, and even if she did not seek friendship, it was best not to make enemies. Shen Fengyuan continued to ask Yun Xianhuang questions that did not invade her privacy, and thus Yun Xianhuang was willing to share. During their conversation, the waiter brought the additional dishes and utensils. Gongjul eagerly picked up his chopsticks, saying, "I've heard that the chefs at Duofuan are exceptional. I must savor the food today." He grasped his chopsticks, eyeing the array of dishes. What a lack of restraint. Shen Fengyuan shot him a glance, then handed a new pair of chopsticks to Yun Xianhuang, saying, "Huang Huang, here you go." Yun Xianhuang accepted the chopsticks, and upon seeing this, Yun Xianye silently picked up his own. The 5 of them began to feast. The culinary skills at Duofuan were indeed remarkable. Even after half a month of dining there, Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianye never grew weary of the flavors. Finding each meal refreshingly delightful for Shen Fengyuan and her companions, it was their first experience, and they soon found it impossible to stop eating. Once they were satisfied, the group felt rather lethargic and remained seated to continue their conversation. Shen Fengyuan rubbed her belly and looked across at Lu Xianqing, asking, "By the way, Xianqing, you mentioned in your last message that you had something important to discuss with me. What is it?" In recent days, the 3 of them had been busy preparing for the upcoming school term, and she had almost forgotten about it. Lu Xianqing, without hesitation, stated, "My father is ill and requires a sacred return essence pill." The Shen family was a lineage of alchemists, with every member, from the ancestors to the collateral branches, proficient in alchemy, and Shen Fengyuan herself was an intermediate alchemist, after missing the chance to acquire a sacred return essence pill at the last auction. Lu Xianqing had sent someone to inquire extensively, but after half a month, there had been no news. Such a rare pill, only concocted by one individual on the continent, was indeed not easy to find. A sacred return essence pill was a challenging matter. Shen Fengyuan frowned. "You know that my great-uncle has yet to break through to the rank of alchemy master. I'm not sure if we still have any sacred return essence pills at home." Alchemist surname Shen. Yun Xianhuang's eyelashes fluttered. Could it be that Shen Fengyuan was from the Shen family of Fengling Kingdom? And what of Lu Xianqing and Gongjul, among the 4 kingdoms of the continent? Qiling Kingdom, Yueling Kingdom, Fengling Kingdom, and Huanling Kingdom. Aside from Qiling Kingdom, which was renowned for its royal power, the other 3 kingdoms boasted families whose influence surpassed that of the royal family. The Shen family of Fengling Kingdom was comprised entirely of alchemists. The Gong family of Yueling Kingdom had many array masters, and the Lu family of Huanling Kingdom was known for their craftsmanship, with the surnames aligning perfectly. Had she inadvertently befriended members of 3 powerful families? Lu Xianqing understood that one cannot force matters. I know, I merely wished to borrow your family's connections to help inquire. The connections of alchemists were undoubtedly the strongest among all professions. Everyone experiences injuries at some point, thus seeking Xinfeng Yuan's assistance would yield greater efficiency. That's easy enough. I'll send a message to my great-uncle to have him help inquire, she continued. Don't worry too much, I still have some 10th and 11th grade healing pills. You can send someone to take them back to Uncle Lu, they should have some effect. As she spoke, Xinfeng Yuan began pulling out medicinal pills. Filling the freshly cleared table, she had been personally instructed by the Grand Elder of the Xin family, and all these pills were concocted by him. When Xinfeng Yuan left home, the Grand Elder had forcefully stuffed her with a plethora of pills. The amount she presented now was merely a fraction. Lu Xianqing did not stand on ceremony with her. He only accepted one bottle each of the 10th and 11th grade pills, urging her to keep the rest. However, Xinfeng Yuan did not relent. Instead, she turned to Yun Xianhuang and said, Huang Huang, see if there are any pills you could use. Feel free to choose. Such generosity was almost excessive, yet, as she believed in the principle of no gain without effort. Yun Xianhuang shook her head, indicating she did not require any. Even if you don't need them, take them, Xinfeng Yuan insisted, forcing 2 bottles of 11th grade pills upon her before reclaiming the rest. Looking at the pills in her hands, Yun Xianhuang felt somewhat perplexed. This was only their second meeting. During their previous encounter, Xinfeng Yuan had sold her the Pu Huan grass at a significant discount. A clear advantage for her, yet Xinfeng Yuan seemed unbothered by it. Today, she gifted her 2 bottles of 11th grade pills. It was worth noting that each pill from these bottles could fetch a staggering 2 million gold coins at the Xuanji auction house. Why? Yun Xianhuang looked at Xinfeng Yuan and voiced her curiosity. Lu Xianqing reclined in his chair, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Miss Xinfeng Yuan has a penchant for gifting pills to those she finds agreeable. You needn't take it to heart that he did not mention that, thus far, only a select few had caught Xinfeng Yuan as favorable, having been raised with the notion of prioritizing interests above all else and never having the time to cultivate friendships. Yun Xianhuang struggled to comprehend such selfless behavior. After contemplating, she ultimately accepted the 2 bottles of pills and, from her second space, pulled out a medicinal herb to present to Xinfeng Yuan as an alchemist. The most cherished items were herbs, and she considered this a gesture of goodwill. As an alchemist, Xinfeng Yuan instinctively wanted to examine the herb closely upon receiving it, but Yun Xianhuang restrained her hand. Let us put it away for now. Her words were succinct, prompting Xinfeng Yuan to notice that the gazes of the surrounding diners seemed to be drifting toward them. Indeed, anyone casually producing a table full of high-grade medicinal pills would attract attention. Immediately, Xinfeng Yuan tucked the herb away, while Lu Xianqing cast a calm glance around the room, exuding an aura of authority. The hall was filled with gasps. A first-star spirit master, at merely 16 or 17 years of age. Such a young first-star spirit master could only be cultivated by the top-tier forces, and any of them were not to be trifled with. The prying gazes vanished in an instant. Gongjul patted Lu Xianqing's shoulder, saying, All right, don't frighten Huang Huang and Xiaoyi. Huang Huang Xiaoyi. Yun Xianhuang's eyelids twitched slightly. Why was it that she kept encountering such overly familiar individuals? Feng Jingchen was one, Xinfeng Yuan was another, and now Gongjul as well. Perhaps due to the frequency of such encounters, she realized she had begun to feel somewhat accustomed to it. In contrast, Yun Xianya clearly had not grown accustomed to it, upon hearing Gongjul refer to him in such a manner. He was momentarily taken aback. His expression turned awkward as he discreetly glanced at Yun Xianhuang. Noticing that his sister showed no resistance, he reluctantly accepted Gongjul's address. After all, they were likely to be in the same academy in the future. Having more friends could open up more paths. Who knows, they might need these individuals' assistance in the academy later on. With that thought, Yun Xianya found no further discomfort in the situation, following Gongjul's remark. Lu Xianqing also retracted his imposing aura and smiled at Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianya, saying, I hope I didn't frighten Miss One and Brother One to know. Yun Xianya shook his head, confident that he would not be intimidated by such a minor display of power. However, this individual, only 2 years older than him, was already a first-star spirit master. It seemed he would have to work even harder on his cultivation. Flames of determination ignited within Yun Xianya, after Xinfeng Yuan and her companions departed from the inn. He exchanged a few words with Yun Xianhuang before retreating into his room to diligently cultivate. Yun Xianhuang also returned to her own room to continue her training. The day before the admissions test at Wuling Academy, she successfully advanced to the rank of 7-star Spirit Master. The following day marked the official opening of admissions at Wuling Academy. Wuling Academy only opened its doors for admissions once a year. And as the finest institution among the cultivation academies, even though several other academies had already enrolled numerous students, the entrance to Wuling Academy was still thronged with aspiring students. Countless carriages completely blocked the entrance, making it exceedingly difficult for pedestrians to pass. Yun Xianhuang had no choice but to dismount the carriage alongside Yun Xiannite, making their way on foot towards the throng of individuals queuing for the admission tests. I have heard that the admission criteria for the Five Spirits Academy have once again been raised. The waiting period was utterly tedious, with the students resorting to conversing with their companions to pass the time. Raised again, I have just recently broken through to a 7-star Spirit Master. It seems the Five Spirits Academy has no intention of admitting anyone from outside. Perhaps that is indeed the case. After all, the Five Spirits Academy is the finest among the several academies, with countless cultivators vying to gain entry to it is indeed true. Otherwise, why would the Five Spirits Academy be so difficult to enter? This new threshold has already eliminated a considerable number of hopefuls. A few prospective students were discussing the academy's admission standards, some expressing relief while others lamented. Huang Huang stood silently behind them. Listening intently, suddenly she spoke up. "Excuse me, what is the admission threshold this year?" Shuli had mentioned previously that last year's criteria for the Five Spirits Academy required applicants to be under 16 years of age and above the level of 7-star Spirit Master. However, if one possessed an exceedingly rare spirit bone, they could still qualify for the admission test, even if their age and level did not meet the standard, having just broken through to 7-star Spirit Master yesterday. Huang Huang should, in theory, meet the requirements, but from the conversation of these individuals, it seemed that the admission criteria for the Five Spirits Academy had indeed been elevated. The sudden voice from behind startled the group, prompting them to turn around upon seeing two individuals slightly younger than themselves, who had asked their question politely. Their irritation dissipated. One of them scratched his head and remarked, "I heard that the main academy's threshold is to reach 8-star Spirit Master before the age of 16. While the secondary academy's requirements remain unchanged, but that is merely what I've heard." The Five Spirits Academy is divided into a main academy and a secondary academy, with the main academy comprising the 5 elemental divisions: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the secondary academy includes divisions for alchemists, artificers, array masters, and rune masters. Shuli's plan was for Huang Huang and Huang to attend the fire division of the main academy together. However, it now appeared that she might only meet the criteria for the secondary academy. Huang Huang did not intend to reveal her spirit bone, so she resolved that if the threshold for the main academy had indeed been raised, she would attempt to qualify for the alchemist division instead. Students in the secondary academy, in addition to their major courses, were also required to attend classes at the main academy, thus not neglecting their cultivation. Huang Huang expressed her gratitude to the individual. "You're welcome," he replied, waving his hand as he turned back to chat with his companions. The number of students aspiring to enter the Five Spirits Academy was overwhelming. Throughout the morning, the queue seemed hardly to diminish. The academy had no choice but to temporarily suspend classes and summon all instructors to assist, which finally improved efficiency. Even so, by the time Huang Huang and Huang reached the front of the line, it was already dusk. Today was not the official admission test, it was merely a preliminary screening to identify students eligible for the admission test, meaning those who met the academy's criteria, so the initial assessment was quite simple. The instructor in charge asked for their names and then instructed them to test their levels using the nearby testing crystal. Huang volunteered to go first. 15 years old, 6-star Spirit Master, quite impressive. The instructor praised, jotting down Huang's information with a brush, before handing him a jade token, instructing him to return in 3 days for the admission test. Next, Huang Huang stepped forward, placing her hand upon the testing crystal. She and Huang, having disguised themselves, bore some resemblance, enough for one to instinctively perceive them as family. Since they were family, their talents should not differ too greatly. Right, the instructor looked on with anticipation at the reaction of the testing crystal, while those queued behind Huang Huang craned their necks to observe. The testing crystal swiftly provided its verdict. "What, only a 7-star Spirit Master? But when Huang, who resembled her, must surely be a relative. How could their talents differ so drastically? What a pity. If it were last year, she could have participated in the admission test, but now the threshold had been raised." Upon seeing Huang Huang's result of nearly 7-star Spirit Master, the crowd could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Little did they know that just months ago Huang Huang had not even been a 1-star Spirit Master. The instructor also felt a sense of letdown but maintained a smile. "My dear, it is unfortunate, but your level is insufficient to qualify for the admission test." Huang Huang tilted her head. "Instructor, I wish to participate in the Alchemist Division's test. Would that not suffice?" "You wish to take the test for the Alchemist Division?" the instructor asked, somewhat surprised. Although the Five Spirits Academy is divided into a main and a secondary division, the bulk of admissions are still for the main academy, with the secondary division admitting very few newcomers each year. Almost a 10-to-1 ratio. When this figure is distributed among the 4 divisions of the secondary academy, the numbers dwindle even further. The instructor regarded Huang Huang with renewed scrutiny but limited his response. He handed her a jade token as well. "This will do. You may come for the test in 3 days." After receiving the jade token, Huang Huang departed with Huang. Huang gazed at the jade token in her hand. A tumult of emotions swirling within him. Sister has advanced again, her pace of cultivation is exponentially faster than his, it would not be long before she surpasses him. But no, he must strive harder to ensure her protection. Chapter 42, The Alchemist Divisions Test 1. Before the admission test, Yun Qiannight seized every moment to cultivate fervently. 3 days flew by, and on the day of the test, the siblings arrived at the academy early in the morning. After presenting their previously obtained jade tokens to the instructor, they finally set foot inside the Five Spirits Academy for the first time. The academy sprawled over a vast expanse, so extensive that one could scarcely discern where the teaching areas lay, let alone the testing hall or the alchemy chambers. Fortunately, the academy had assigned senior students to guide newcomers, ensuring that Yun Huang and her brother would not lose their way. Yun Qiannight was to take the test for the fire division, which was in close proximity to where Yun Huang would be tested, albeit not in the same location. Before parting, Yun Qiannight confidently declared, "Sister, once I finish my test, I will come find you." He was certain he would pass. The senior student guiding them shook his head at the youthful exuberance, thinking to himself that he had seen far too many like him, those brimming with confidence entering the testing hall. Yet less than 1/5 emerged with smiles. The senior dared not disclose the low pass rate to dampen Yun Qiannight's spirits. After Yun Qiannight entered the test hall, he led Yun Huang to the venue for the Alchemist Divisions test. The Alchemist Divisions test was conducted in a modestly sized alchemy chamber, equipped with 10 alchemy furnaces, allowing only 10 participants to test simultaneously. This particular test consumed more time, and by the time it was Yun Huang's turn, an hour had already passed. As the previous group of 10 exited the alchemy chamber, not a single one wore a smile. A total failure. The dismal pass rate instilled a hint of anxiety within Yun Huang. Although she had memorized the formulas from the alchemy book, in terms of practical application she was an absolute novice. The instructor overseeing the alchemy chamber had already begun calling names, and Yun Huang steadied her nerves. Entering alongside 9 others, the Alchemist Divisions test was straightforward yet rigorous. Each participant received 1 furnace and a formula, with the freedom to choose their materials. Success in concocting the potion was all that was required to pass. Each participant had a unique formula, eliminating any possibility of cheating. The sequence of materials, quantities, and the control of fire were all clearly delineated in the formula, allowing Yun Huang to breathe a sigh of relief. This was akin to an open book examination. She proceeded to gather the necessary materials according to the formula, but halfway through, she noticed something peculiar. The instructor had provided her with the formula for the spirit gathering pill, a concoction designed to temporarily enhance the user's absorption of spiritual energy, with the duration dependent on the pill's quality. She had encountered this formula in the alchemy book, but the instructor's version required half the materials listed in the book. Had the instructor made an error in providing the formula, or was the alchemy book incorrect? Holding the formula, Yun Huang hesitated, eyeing the neatly arranged materials on the table. The others had already selected their materials and moved to the designated alchemy furnaces to begin processing them. Yun Huang cast a conflicted glance at the stern-faced instructor. Several individuals had yet to finish selecting their materials, allowing the instructor to overlook her. A voice from within her resonated, "Master, you should follow the formula from the alchemy book." Aotian had perused the alchemy book as well. Although spirit beasts did not require alchemic skills, he had lived for countless years and had encountered many formulas. The one in the alchemy book should be the accurate one. Trusting Aotian's judgment, Yun Huang promptly selected her materials in accordance with the spirit gathering pill formula from the book. Many of the materials bore similar appearances, but thanks to Aotian's legacy, she found it easy to distinguish between them. After gathering her materials and stepping beside the alchemy furnace, Yun Huang processed them while communicating mentally with her 2 spirit beasts. I assumed the Alchemist Divisions test would simply involve following the formula. Who would have thought the Five Spirits Academy would be so unreasonable as to provide incomplete formulas? No wonder the previous group had all failed. Who could have anticipated that the Academy would issue flawed formulas? How absurd, Fu Bai concurred. Aotian then offered guidance. "Master, you might first observe how the others are concocting their potions." Without needing to be told, Yun Huang had already begun to observe secretly, mimicking the techniques of the individual at the adjacent table as she processed her materials. Because the formulas differed, those who were quicker had already ignited their furnaces and started adding their materials. Yun Huang remained vigilant and observant, gleaning knowledge while working swiftly. However, why did the materials required by others seem so much fewer than hers? In this brief period, the others had begun their alchemical processes. While she was still diligently handling her materials, the instructor monitoring the test closely observed the actions of the 10 participants and noted that Yun Huang was lagging significantly behind her peers. He subtly shook his head. Her movements were too slow. The formulas provided by the academy were all for relatively simple pills, requiring no more than 8 ingredients at most, even if that girl had drawn the formula needing 8 ingredients. The time she was taking was excessive. Positioned at the back row, the materials on her table were perfectly obstructed from view by those ahead of her. If the mentor were to approach Yun Huang, They would soon discover that her desk bore not merely 8 herbs, but nearly 20. Although Yun Xianhuang found this peculiar, she simply attributed it to her own misfortune. She swiftly completed the preparation of the remaining herbs, then mimicked the others by using fire to preheat the alchemy furnace, proceeding to add the herbs in sequence. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, and anyone familiar with alchemy could easily discern that she was a complete novice. The mentor averted their gaze, unwilling to waste any further time on her. Following the formula in the alchemy book, Yun Xianhuang added the herbs one by one, then intensified the flames. High temperatures were essential for extracting the essence from the herbs, a critical factor determining the success of the alchemical process. Master, use your mental energy to control the herbs in the furnace and merge their essences. Fu Bai offered some understanding on this matter, providing a smidgen of useful guidance. However, beyond that, he was at a loss, for spirit beasts had no need for alchemy. Obeying Fu Bai's advice, Yun Xianhuang released her mental energy and focused intently on controlling the herbs within the furnace. The other students were equally engrossed in their own furnaces, and the alchemical chamber fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the stillness, and several students, unable to contain their curiosity, turned to locate the source of the sound, resulting in a series of explosions throughout the chamber. Their attempted concoctions had resulted in catastrophic failures. A foul, burnt odor permeated the air. Alchemy required unwavering concentration. Even a slight misstep could lead to disastrous outcomes. Those daring enough to participate in the Alchemist Division's assessment had, to some extent, prior exposure to alchemy. With the exception of Yun Xianhuang, the few who had sought to witness the commotion had previously attempted alchemy numerous times, initially brimming with confidence, but their curiosity had led to failure, leaving them feeling quite frustrated. Yet, they had no second chance. The mentor had preemptively isolated the failed furnaces with spiritual energy, maintaining an expression of calm. Clearly accustomed to such scenes, only 6 individuals remained engaged in the alchemical process. Chapter 43, The Alchemist Division's Assessment. 2. The 4 who had failed stood quietly to the side, silently observing the others alongside the mentor. Their presence had somewhat distracted the remaining participants, leading 3 of them to falter in their focus. Although their furnaces did not explode, they too failed to produce success. Now, only 3 remained. The mentor regarded the remaining trio, and his stern expression seemed to soften somewhat. Remaining unaffected by external distractions was indeed a quality befitting a potential alchemist. Of course, whether they ultimately passed the assessment depended on their ability to successfully concoct the prescribed elixir. Among the 3, one surprised the mentor, none other than Yun Xianhuang. Despite her sluggish herb preparation and evident lack of alchemical experience, the mentor had held no expectations for her. To be precise, he held no hopes for any of the participants, as the Alchemist Division admitted the fewest new students each year. Yet, Yun Xianhuang was particularly deemed hopeless in his eyes. To his astonishment, she had managed to persevere to this point, given her lack of prior exposure to alchemy. Achieving this milestone already indicated a degree of talent. The mentor's gaze softened. The other 2 individuals, aside from Yun Xianhuang, soon completed their concoctions, requesting the mentor to evaluate their results. As he inspected each one, he noted that the essence of the various herbs in the first individual's furnace remained distinctly separate, failing to blend as required. This was indicative of inadequate control over the heat and mental energy. The mentor shook his head, and the youth immediately felt disheartened. Rejoining the others, the second participant successfully fused the herb essences, yet the resulting elixir crumbled upon touch, clearly a result of excessive heat. Not acceptable. The individual lowered their head in disappointment. The 2 who had failed could not comprehend their misfortune. Their prior successes in alchemy had been numerous, so why now, at the 5 Spirits Academy, had they faltered? Was it an issue with the fire seed or the furnace? Their analysis only deepened their frustration, prompting them to abandon their thoughts and turn their attention to the last remaining alchemist. At this moment, all eyes converged on Yun Xianhuang. She remained wholly absorbed in her alchemical endeavor, completely oblivious to the commotion around her. Due to the sheer number of herbs, she was compelled to allocate more mental energy to control their fusion while simultaneously regulating the fire's intensity with spiritual energy. A daunting challenge indeed. Yun Xianhuang silently lamented the sheer intensity of the Alchemist Division's assessment. Within the furnace, the essences extracted from the various herbs began to bubble vigorously, the steam causing the lid to rattle. The previously despondent group of 9 suddenly jolted to attention, instinctively retreating a few steps. This commotion was not a good omen. Just moments ago, 4 of them had experienced explosions preceded by a similar disturbance. The mentor furrowed his brow, readying himself to isolate Yun Xianhuang's furnace with his spiritual energy at any moment. This noise boded significant trouble. Except for Yun Xianhuang, everyone present believed she was on the verge of an explosion. However, the disturbance persisted for an extended duration, and the furnace remained intact. The failed group exchanged glances, quietly speculating, why hasn't it exploded yet? Could she actually be succeeding? Impossible. Have you ever witnessed anyone successfully concocting an elixir amidst such chaos? I suspect she must have chosen the wrong herbs, leading to a conflict in properties, hence the tumult. A critical aspect of alchemical success lies in skillfully guiding the integration of different herbs through mental energy. Only those with compatible properties can harmonize without causing disruption. None among them entertained the notion that Yun Qianhuan could succeed. However, as long as she refrained from experiencing a furnace explosion, the other 9 could not leave the chamber, leading to growing discontent among them. If it's truly futile, she should voluntarily concede. This is merely a waste of our time. Unperturbed by the external distractions, Yun Qianhuan remained focused solely on concocting the gathering spirit pill. The process of alchemy was undeniably taxing on mental energy, which explained the stringent entry requirements for the alchemist division, were a spirit practitioner below the 7 stars to attempt concocting the gathering spirit pill. They would likely exhaust their mental energy before even completing a single batch. Despite her thoughts wandering, Yun Qianhuang managed to precisely control every drop of herb essence. The steam forced the lid upward, only to fall again under its weight, the rhythmic sound continuing for an indeterminate time. Unless the furnace exploded, the mentor had no authority to halt a student's alchemical efforts. Thus, despite his lack of optimism, he refrained from intervening to end Yun Qianhuang's process prematurely. Finally, Yun Qianhuang released a long sigh of relief and casually moved the fire seed away from the furnace. The mentor's brow twitched. Quickly step back. His spiritual energy instantly isolated Yun Qianhuang's furnace. Who would directly extinguish the fire seed like that? The temperature within the furnace was exceedingly high. Abruptly snuffing out the flame would surely lead to an explosion. The mentor cast a resigned glance at Yun Qianhuang, realizing that she truly lacked even the most basic understanding of alchemy. However, he had encountered many such students before. If the furnace exploded, so be it. Wait, after all this time, there was still no sound of an explosion. The mentor gazed quizzically at Yun Qianhuang's furnace. To his astonishment, the furnace remained perfectly intact upon the table, devoid of any cracks. Yun Qianhuang was equally perplexed. Mentor, may I not retrieve the elixir? How can I present it to you for inspection if I do not? Elixir, the mentor inhaled sharply. Are you implying that you succeeded? Yun Qianhuang nodded, reaching to lift the lid of the furnace. The mentor hastily retracted his spiritual energy, remaining alert, wary that the furnace might explode at any moment. Fortunately, as Yun Qianhuang extracted the elixirs, the furnace remained unscathed. To her surprise, only 2 elixirs emerged. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, she thought to herself that she had utilized nearly 20 herbs yet produced merely 2 elixirs. The mentor's lips twitched. For a novice, achieving tangible results on the first attempt was commendable, and here she was, complaining about the quantity. He recalled his own countless failures before achieving a single success, which had yielded only 1 elixir. Best to let bygones be bygones. He should first examine the elixirs produced by this girl. The mentor accepted one of the elixirs from Yun Qianhuang's hands, examining it closely, even taking a whiff. His expression turned peculiar, judging by its shape and aroma. This was undoubtedly a successful elixir, seemingly a 3rd-grade one. Yet, what kind of elixir was this? He had never encountered it before. The failed group had also gathered around to scrutinize Yun Qianhuang's creation. Unable to believe that she had succeeded, such individuals often believed that if they could not achieve something, no one else could either. Observing the mentor's strange expression, someone could not help but ask, Mentor, did this elixir fail? If it had succeeded, surely you wouldn't appear this way. The mentor scrutinized the elixir for some time, wishing he could consume it directly to ascertain its nature. However, he was not bold enough to risk his own health recklessly. Thus, he simply inquired of Yun Qianhuang, child, what sort of elixir is this? Yun Qianhuang. Chapter 44, The Alchemist Division's Assessment 3. This question left the failed group collectively bewildered. Was there truly an elixir that even the mentor could not recognize? No, if the mentor acknowledged it as an elixir, it implied that this girl had succeeded. The 9 were momentarily at a loss, unable to accept that someone from a humble family background, lacking any notable pedigree, could surpass their own carefully cultivated skills as alchemical apprentices. Yun Qianhuang, equally perplexed, silently handed the formula to Meng Hung. Mentor, I concocted the elixir indicated on this formula. Meng Hung hurriedly took the formula from her hand. He was intimately familiar with the formulas provided by the academy, and he knew for certain that this particular elixir was not among them. Yet, Yun Qianhuang did not seem like someone to fabricate a lie. As he lowered his gaze to examine the text of the formula, he suddenly choked. The top of the formula boldly proclaimed, Gathering Spirit Pill Formula. Oh no, he had given her the wrong formula. Wait a minute, Meng Hung stared in astonishment at Yun Qianhuang, exclaiming, My dear girl, are you saying that you successfully concocted the spirit gathering pill using this incomplete formula? How is that even possible? This formula is fundamentally lacking. It requires at least half more of the necessary herbs. How could it possibly yield a successful result? Suddenly, Meng Hung recalled that while others had begun their alchemical processes, only Yun Qianhuang was still engaged in the preparation of the herbs. At that moment, he had thought her movements were exceedingly slow, but upon reflection, he realized that the herbs required for the spirit gathering pill numbered at least a dozen. Could it be that this girl possessed the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill? Yun Xianhuang hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Master, I have seen the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill before. The formula you provided is incomplete. I concocted it based on the one I had previously encountered. You have seen the formula for the spirit-gathering pill. Meng Hong was even more astounded. He instinctively reached out to grasp Yun Xianhuang's arm but noticed that others had yet to depart. Quickly composing himself, he cleared his throat and declared, "You all have failed. Leave at once." The group of 9 who had not succeeded departed the alchemical chamber. Dejected, once the others had left, Meng Hong turned to Yun Xianhuang again, asking, "My dear girl, do you truly know the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill?" The answer had become quite evident. The pill he held was undoubtedly a successful spirit-gathering pill. Yet Meng Hong still sought a definitive confirmation. This reaction set alarm bells ringing in Yun Xianhuang's mind. Could it be that the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill did not exist at all? With her right hand discreetly retreating behind her back, a bone sword silently materialized in her grasp. Observing her silence, Meng Hong recognized that he had been overly agitated, potentially raising suspicion of ulterior motives. He quickly tucked away the incomplete formula and shifted the topic. "My dear girl, what is your name?" "Wen Xianhuang." "Very well, Wen Xianhuang, I officially inform you that you have qualified. Welcome to the Alchemist Division of the Five Spirits Academy." Meng Hong beamed with a smile. "Come, I shall escort you to register at the Alchemist Division." Yun Xianhuang subtly concealed the bone sword and shook her head. "Master, my brother is taking the test for the Fire Division. I must find him first." "The Fire Division, is it? I shall accompany you." Meng Heng's demeanor shifted to one of enthusiasm, a stark contrast to his earlier seriousness. Yun Xianhuang felt reassured that her conjecture was likely correct. She did not refuse Meng Heng's offer. After all, she was uncertain about where to report next, so having a mentor to guide her was indeed preferable. Yun Xianhuang led the way out of the alchemical chamber. With Meng Hong hastily following her. As for the other candidates, Meng Hong simply recruited an unsuspecting individual to take over his duties. Upon exiting the alchemical chamber and walking just a short distance, Yun Xianhuang spotted Yun Xianya waiting outside for her. Naturally, Yun Xianya noticed her as well and immediately jogged over. He first assessed Yun Xianhuang's expression and, seeing no signs of disappointment, exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, I passed the test." Meng Hong glanced at him. The Fire Division had been inundated with applicants over the past 2 years, making this year's test exceptionally rigorous. For this young lad to pass, he must possess considerable strength. Noticing Meng Heng's gaze, Yun Xianya subdued his excitement and quietly inquired, "A sister, who is he?" Yun Xianhuang first praised him before replying, "He is a mentor from the Alchemist Division. My sister also passed the test." Yun Xianya quickly realized, "I knew you could do it." This blind trust surged within him, and even he could not discern its origin. Regardless, he firmly believed in his sister. A smile graced the corners of Yun Xianhuang's lips. "I am about to report to the Alchemist Division. Have you registered at the Fire Division yet?" Yun Xianya nodded. "After my test, I was taken to register by a mentor. Sister, may I accompany you?" Of course, the siblings turned to Meng Hong, as they were unfamiliar with the vastness of the Five Spirits Academy. Instantly, Meng Hong felt a sense of responsibility rise within him. He stepped forward to guide the brother and sister towards the Alchemist Division. The Five Spirits Academy was indeed immense. The pair followed Meng Hong for nearly a quarter of an hour before they finally arrived at the Alchemist Division. At the entrance, the mentor responsible for new student registrations appeared drowsy. Yun Xianhuang stole a glance before discreetly averting her gaze. Meng Hong cleared his throat and approached, rapping firmly on the desk, instantly rousing the mentor from his stupor. "Meng Hong, what brings you here?" Nia Yunshui asked in surprise. "Have those students already finished testing?" "I haven't even received many new students yet." Meng Hong shot him a glare. "And not yet, but you, sleeping in front of students, you're bringing shame upon our Alchemist Division." As Nia Yunshui's words trailed off, he caught sight of Yun Xianhuang and her brother behind Meng Hang and promptly fell silent. Transforming his expression into a warm smile, he addressed the two young ones gently. "Are you two here to register? That's more like it." Meng Hong nodded in satisfaction, explaining, "This young lad is from the Fire Division, and this girl is Wen Xianhuang. I brought her to register." Upon hearing this, Nia Yunshui's gaze towards Yun Xianhuang shifted dramatically. To have been personally escorted by Meng Hong, this Wen Xianhuang was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yun Xianhuang suddenly felt akin to a prime cut of meat. With Nia Yunshui resembling a ravenous wolf who had been deprived of food for days, she instinctively took a half step back. Noticing her movement, Meng Hong gave Nia Yunshui a gentle nudge. "Enough of that. Aren't you going to register them?" Only then did Nia Yunshui gather himself, swiftly scribbling Yun Xianhuang's name in the registry before producing a badge shaped like an alchemical furnace and handing it to her. The badge was no larger than a palm, with a single line etched at the bottom. Meng Hong explained, "This is the exclusive badge of the Alchemist Division." A single line indicates a first-year student. 2 lines denote a second-year student, and 3 lines signify a third-year student. Once registration was completed, he personally escorted Yun Xianhuang to the dormitory of the Alchemist Division. The dormitories for new and returning students were housed in the same building. As they approached the dormitory, they encountered a young woman, dressed in a light azure robe, with her long hair tied up and exquisitely featured. It was none other than Huang Huang, whom Yun Qianhuang had seen just half a month prior. She wore a badge shaped like an alchemical furnace, with 2 lines at the bottom. Numerous students were passing by, and some new arrivals, having just found their way to the dormitory, stared at Huang Huang. Momentarily entranced, upon regaining their senses, one of the newcomers blushed and quietly asked an older student beside her, "Senior sister, who is that?" The older student felt a surge of pride. "That is our alchemist division's top student. She is already a peak intermediate alchemist at just 16, easily surpassing those third-year seniors." "How impressive." The newcomer gazed at Huang Huang once more, this time filled with pure admiration. A 16-year-old intermediate alchemist, there likely wasn't a second one like her in the entire continent. As they spoke, Huang Huang suddenly halted and glanced in their direction. The newcomer instantly grew anxious, nervously clutching her skirt, wondering, could it be that senior sister Shin is looking at me? How could that be? The older student hadn't finished speaking when they saw Huang Huang approaching them. In an instant, both the older and newer students found themselves tense, standing frozen in place. Unfortunately, Huang Huang nearly brushed past them. Her gaze never lingering, feeling a pang of disappointment, the newcomer turned to follow Huang Huang with her eyes. She saw Huang Huang hastily stride towards another newcomer, affectionately linking arms with them, and warmly called out, "Huang Huang." So, senior sister Shin was merely seeking a friend. Both the newcomer and the older student felt a twinge of disappointment as they turned to enter the dormitory. The girl whose arm had been linked felt no surprise. She had long known that Huang Huang was an alchemist and a student of the Five Spirits Academy. Thus, when she chose to take the test for the alchemist division, she anticipated encountering Huang Huang. "You are also an alchemist," Huang Huang exclaimed joyfully, delighted that she would have someone to accompany her to class. When she received Huang Huang's herbs, she had not guessed that Huang Huang was also an alchemist. How embarrassing. Yun Qianhuang touched her nose, modestly clarifying that she was merely an apprentice. She refrained from admitting that she had previously been a complete novice, only opting for the alchemist division because she did not meet the criteria for the main academy. An apprentice, Meng Hung pondered the pill he had tucked away in silence. What kind of apprentice could successfully concoct the spirit-gathering pill on their first attempt? However, he chose not to expose Yun Qianhuang's secret and instead asked Huang Huang, "Are you the second-year Huang Huang?" Huang Huang hailed from the esteemed Shin family of Fengling Nation and was herself a rare talent among alchemists. Most mentors in the academy were familiar with her. Regardless of their teaching status, upon hearing Meng Heng's voice, Huang Huang finally took note of him. "Mentor Meng, it is indeed a pleasure to see you." She was already well acquainted with the academy's mentors. "Perfect timing," Meng Heng said with a smile as he observed her linking arms with Yun Qianhuang. "The mentor is unable to enter, so since you two are acquainted, I will trouble you to take Yun Qianhuang to the dormitory." Huang Huang was more than willing and readily agreed. "Of course, Mentor Meng, you can rest assured that I will take good care of Huang Huang." Meng Heng had no concerns, after handing Yun Qianhuang over to Huang Huang. He stated he had matters to attend to and hurriedly departed. Once Meng Heng left, Huang Huang immediately took Yun Qianhuang by the arm and headed in another direction, beckoning Yun Qianya to join them. Yun Qianya hesitated, glancing at Yun Qianhuang. "Sister, should I wait for you here?" It wouldn't be appropriate for him to follow them into the girls' dormitory. Huang Huang smiled at him and reassured, "Don't worry, we won't be going into the dormitory." Only then did Yun Qianya follow closely behind the two girls. As they walked, Huang Huang inquired, "Huang Huang, since Mentor Meng was responsible for our division's admissions testing today, what prompted him to come over here to the dormitories?" Yun Qianhuang chose to remain silent, merely gazing at the increasingly distant dormitory building, and retorted, "Where are we headed?" Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Huang replied, "To my courtyard." "Your courtyard? Does the academy permit students to construct their own courtyards?" "It's not as you might think." In response to Yun Qianhuang's skeptical gaze, Huang Huang chuckled, explaining that the academy had a rule allowing the heads of each division to reside in their own courtyards. "This courtyard is quite spacious, you needn't stay in the dormitory like everyone else, come live with me." Just as she spoke, she suddenly lifted her gaze ahead. "We've arrived." Yun Qianhuang followed her gaze and, with a mere glance, understood why Huang Huang had remarked on the courtyard size to it was comparable to half a general's residence. Could it be anything less than large? Huang Huang pulled her into the courtyard. "Which room do you prefer? I can have someone tidy it up for you." She intentionally refrained from specifying which room she occupied, clearly indicating that it would not matter if Yun Qianhuang chose her own room. The dormitory offered accommodations for 3 in a room, whereas Huang Huang's side provided single rooms. Naturally, residing with Huang Huang was far more comfortable, yet Yun Qianhuang hesitated, questioning, "Shouldn't we report this to our instructor?" "No need, that's the privilege of the head." Huang Huang winked at her and then led her to choose a room. In the end, Yun Qianhuang selected the room adjacent to Huang Huang's, uncertain whether it was a coincidence or whether she had inferred it from Huang Huang's expression. After settling her room, the two joined Yun Qianye, who had been waiting in the courtyard. Xiaoye, you haven't been to the dormitory yet, have you? Yun Qianye glanced at Yun Qianhuang before shaking his head. Fearing that his sister would be unable to locate him after her assessment, he had gone straight to the alchemist assessment venue after registering and had yet to visit the dormitory. Xuanqing's courtyard should have an extra room. Come, I'll take you there. Shin Fengyuan spoke decisively, pulling Yun Qianhuang along without granting Yun Qianye a chance to object. With his sister whisked away, Yun Qianye had no choice but to follow. Lu Xianqing belonged to the metal division, situated right next to the fire division. Shin Fengyuan, arm in arm with Yun Qianhuang and followed by Yun Qianye, garnered numerous glances. The trio remained unaffected by the gazes from others. Shin Fengyuan expertly led them to Lu Xuanqing's courtyard, releasing her spiritual energy. Fengyuan, what brings you here? Before Lu Xianqing could emerge, Gong Jiulu stepped out of his room. He appeared to have just awakened. His face still bearing the remnants of sleep, and he yawned as he spoke. His gaze landed on Shin Fengyuan before shifting to Yun Qianhuang, then finally resting on Yun Qianye. Instantly alert, Gong Jiulu strode forward and clasped a hand on Yun Qianye's shoulder. Oh, if it isn't Huang Huang and Xiaoye, I told you both would surely pass the entrance examination. Yun Qianye felt somewhat uncomfortable, frowning slightly. In the past, when his sister was unwell, peers often looked down on her and found amusement in bullying her. To protect Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianye frequently clashed with his contemporaries, leading to a situation where no one wished to associate with him. Apart from family, he had never experienced such intimate interactions with others. Yet, Gong Jiulu, oblivious to Yun Qianye's discomfort, continued, Xiaoye, why not join Xianqing and me in our courtyard? After all, Xuanqing's courtyard is quite spacious. My courtyard, and you seem to be taking charge, a warm, jovial male voice interjected. It was the tardy Lu Xianqing. He paused beside Gong Jiulu, his gaze leisurely sweeping over the siblings, a smile illuminating his features. But you have indeed made a sound decision. My courtyard is quite ample. Brother Wen can move in with us, and it will be more comfortable than the dormitory. The two warmly extended their invitation, leaving Yun Qianye at a loss for how to respond. He glanced at Yun Qianhuang for assistance. Sighing inwardly, Yun Qianhuang noted her brother's evident hesitation, yet Gong Jiulu's hand remained firmly on his shoulder. She subtly nodded towards Yun Qianye, who then redirected his gaze to Lu Xianqing and Gong Jiulu. Then I must trouble you. It's no trouble at all. Gong Jiulu chuckled, patting Yun Qianye's shoulder. Let's not linger here. Come, let's have a meal together. Each division had designated dining facilities for students, but due to the varying chefs, the taste of the meals differed slightly. Gong Jiulu was quite knowledgeable in this regard and directly led them to the cafeteria of the Summoner Division. Let me tell you, despite the fewer students in the Summoner Division, the food is truly delicious. It was from his words that Yun Qianhuang learned that there even existed a Summoner Division within the esteemed Five Spirits Academy. However, summon practitioners were even rarer than alchemists and blacksmiths. Even in the continent's premier academy, Five Spirits Academy, no new students had been admitted for 2 or 3 years, leading to this year's decision to forego enrollment entirely, although the combined number of instructors and students in the Summoner Division did not exceed 20. The academy's provisions remained unchanged, with the cafeteria being as spacious as those of other divisions. After finding a spot to sit, they proceeded to procure their preferred meals. In the vast cafeteria, apart from Yun Qianhuang and her companions, there were only a few scattered students from the Summoner Division dining. Yun Qianhuang observed that the emblem of the Summoner Division was shaped like a phoenix, and the attire bore subtle phoenix patterns, with marks on their foreheads indicating contracts with spirit beasts. Some students from the Summoner Division were indifferent to the presence of uninvited guests, while others were quite particular with the division's small size. The cafeteria prepared limited meals each day. After classes were slightly delayed today, Xianqing rushed to the cafeteria, eagerly anticipating her favorite dish, the crispy pepper chicken. However, when she arrived to order, she was informed that the last portion had just been purchased. A bolt from the blue, Xianqing immediately scanned the cafeteria with her eyes, and just so happened to spot Yun Qianye placing a portion of crispy pepper chicken before Yun Qianhuang. As they had just enrolled, the siblings had yet to receive their division attire or wear any emblems. However, Xianqing noticed that Shin Fengyuan, sitting with the two, was a student from another division. One she recognized well. She strode over briskly, coldly admonishing Gong Jiulu, as a student from the Earth Division, it's one thing to come to our Summoner Division for meals, but today you've brought so many people. Gong Jiulu shot her an exasperated glance. Xianqing, why must you always seek out trouble? He was a frequent visitor to the Summoner Division's cafeteria, given the limited number of students in the division. It was hard not to recognize familiar faces. Xianqing was the one he was most familiar with. On several occasions, they had clashed over the last portion of food, with Gong Jiulu always emerging victorious due to his higher rank. Yet, Xianqing never seemed to learn her lesson, returning for more. In short, she was one to repeatedly trip over the same stone. Xianqing covertly glanced at the crispy pepper chicken in front of Yun Qianhuang and then, With a sense of righteousness, declared, "Isn't it because you brought too many people that they finished off my beloved crispy pepper chicken? Moreover, as a student from the Earth Division, you shouldn't be dining in the cafeteria of another division. Who knows what you like?" Gong Jiolu averted his gaze, feeling guilty. Besides, there's no rule against eating in other divisions' cafeterias. Indeed, there was no such regulation. However, given the distances between divisions, the academy implicitly assumed that students would only dine in their respective divisions' cafeterias. And meals were often prepared based on the number of students in each division. He could manage on his own, but with so many people dining in the Summoner Division today, it was bound to lead to shortages of certain dishes. Noticing Gong Jiolu's discomfort, Shi Qianying scoffed, "Why are you so flustered?" Gong Jiolu opened his mouth to retort that he was not flustered at all, but Yun Qianye, seated opposite him, suddenly stood up and addressed Shi Qianying. "I purchased the last portion. I'm sorry, I didn't know." Yun Qianye's tone was sincere, yet Shi Qianying remained unappeased. She glared at him, exclaiming, "What good is I'm sorry? Can I'm sorry replace my crispy pepper chicken? Without it, I have no desire to eat." Yun Huang also stood, gently patting Yun Qianye's head, her lips curling into a smile. "Today's incident is our fault. If there's anything we can do to appease you, please do let us know." The siblings' attitudes were increasingly accommodating. Yet Shi Qianying had just been reprimanded by her instructor and was already in a foul mood. Her eyes darted, sizing up Yun Huang. "Are you a new student?" Yun Huang nodded. "Yes. What level are you?" 7-star spirit practitioner. So low. Shi Qianying's tone turned derisive. "How about this? My summoned beast, Lan hasn't had a good stretch of exercise in a long time, but if you can defeat my Lan, I won't hold today's incident against you." Lan was Shi Qianying's summoned beast, a 4th-tier azure water bird, equivalent in strength to a great spirit master among humans. Upon hearing this, Gong Jiolu's expression shifted slightly. "Shi Qianying, aren't you being a bit unfair?" He then turned to explain to Yun Huang, "Huang Lan is a 4th-tier azure water bird. It's not something you can contend with. Be quiet. What business is it of yours?" Shi Qianying shot him a glare. "So do you want to fight my Lan? Don't worry, I won't let Lan go all out. It's just a friendly spar." Gong Jiolu was compelled to remain silent, yet he continued to shoot concerned glances at Yun Huang. Unfortunately, Yun Huang failed to pick up on his hints, confidently asserting, "As long as I can defeat your summoned beast, is that all? Of course, my word is my bond." Alright. The commotion had long since attracted the attention of other students from the summoning division in the cafeteria. When Shi Qianying suggested a sparring match between Yun Huang and Lan, several students from the summoning division felt she was being somewhat excessive. Spirit beasts, whether in terms of defense or aggression, far surpassed humans, with even a 4th-tier spirit beast capable of overpowering anyone below the rank of a Grand Spirit Master. Yun Huang was not even a Spirit Master, she was merely a 7-star spirit practitioner. To everyone's astonishment, however, Yun Huang not only showed no signs of fear but readily agreed to the challenge. Had this newcomer lost her senses? Chapter 47, The Mutated Azure Water Bird. Where did this newcomer find the courage to spar with Sister Ying's summoned beast? The Azure Water Bird was highly aggressive, and the variant that Shi Qianying summoned could convert water attribute spiritual energy into ice attribute energy. This newcomer was truly seeking her own torment. To be frank, Shi Qianying's actions were somewhat bullying. The students from the summoning division engaged in lively discussions, their voices echoing clearly in the spacious cafeteria. Reaching Yun Qianye's ears, he grasped Yun Huang's arm, saying, "Sister, allow me to handle this." Although he had yet to reach the rank of Grand Spirit Master, as a fire spirit root, he could rival one with the aid of spiritual artifacts. "You wait here." Yun Huang declined Yun Qianye's offer, surveying her surroundings but finding no suitable location. Thus she inquired of Shi Qianying, "Sister, shall we fight here?" She was surprisingly eager. Shi Qianying looked at Yun Huang with some astonishment. The girl before her wore simple clothing, her appearance so ordinary that she would easily blend into a crowd, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy around her were so faint that they were nearly imperceptible. She hardly seemed capable of contending with Lan. Shi Qianying had intended to make things difficult, yet she suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Did this girl truly lack experience in battling spirit beasts and not understand the strength of a 4th-tier spirit beast? Regret aside, the words had already left her mouth, and with so many witnesses, Shi Qianying could not retract her statement. "You can have your meal first. There's a ring outside. We can fight after you finish." Yun Huang maintained a smile. "Sister, let us do it now. It won't take much time." Shi Qianying was at a loss for words. She was certain this girl had never fought a spirit beast before. She discreetly communicated with Lan through mental energy, instructing it to hold back during the match. Lan acknowledged her command. Yun Huang and Shi Qianying ascended the ring together. The academy prohibited private duels, but if there were irreconcilable disputes, the ring could serve as a venue for resolution. The summoning division was sparsely populated, and there were few spectators. Aside from Yun Qianye and Shen Fengyuan, only 3 or 5 others gathered at the base of the ring. Upon the stage, Shi Qianying summoned Lan. The azure water bird was no larger than 2 of Shi Qianying's fists, its back a vibrant blue while its belly was pure white, adorned with a crest resembling rippling water. Its feathers shimmered as if water flowed over them, beautiful yet perilous. When it spread its wings, the temperature around it noticeably dropped. The primary attack of the mutated azure water bird was ice attribute. Lan Lan go. Shi Qianying had no intention of intervening, having instructed Lan Lan to engage with Yun Qianhuang. She naturally would not go back on her word. With a piercing cry, the azure water bird launched itself towards Yun Qianhuang. Its powerful wings creating a chilling gust that made the onlookers shiver. It moved with incredible speed, reaching Yun Qianhuang in mere moments. Yun Qianhuang remained still, isn't Huang Huang dodging. Gongjul was frantic, itching to leap onto the stage and physically pull Yun Qianhuang away. Yun Qianye and Shin Fengyuan also watched anxiously, concerned that she would be struck by the azure water bird. Do not panic, Lu Shenqing said, his eyes narrowed. It seems that the azure water bird. Does not intend to harm Miss Wen. At his words, the other three focused intently on the spectacle unfolding on the stage. How could it be that the azure water bird had no intention of harming her? Upon reaching Yun Qianhuang, the once menacing azure water bird suddenly landed on her shoulder, folding its exquisite wings and affectionately nuzzling her face. This gentle and docile behavior, was this truly Shi Qianying's Lan Lan? The feathers atop Lan Lan's head were soft, and the sensation against her face was slightly ticklish. Yun Qianhuang tilted her head, attempting to create some distance, only to have Lan Lan snuggle closer, cooing softly in the space around them. Upon witnessing Lan Lan's actions, Fu Bai nearly exploded in fury. How dare this insolent bird nuzzle against its master? Fu Bai was a spirit beast with a strong sense of possessiveness, unable to tolerate any other spirit beast's presence near its master. After Lan Lan's affectionate antics, Yun Qianhuang had already absorbed its scent. Fu Bai contemplated roasting Lan Lan. This thought, however, could not be realized, for Yun Qianhuang did not permit it to leave her space. On the ring, Shi Qianying's face flushed crimson as she rushed forward to pull her summoned beast from Yun Qianhuang's shoulder. You win this round. With that exclamation, she whisked Lan Lan away in haste, not for any other reason. But Lan Lan's behavior of seeking to please the opponent was far too embarrassing. If she allowed Lan Lan to continue, how would she maintain her standing in the summoning division? Lan Lan, being carried away, turned back to gaze at Yun Qianhuang with reluctance. Shi Qianying's face reddened further as she promptly returned Lan Lan to her contract space. This sparring match had begun unexpectedly and concluded with a shocking twist. As Yun Qianhuang jumped down from the ring, Yun Qianye and the others rushed to meet her. Shin Fengyuan curiously asked, Huang Huang, it seems that azure water bird has taken quite a liking to you. Judging by Shi Qianying's astonished expression, it was likely that the bird had never treated her in such a manner. Perhaps, Yun Qianhuang mused, not giving it much thought. There existed a unique connection among spirit beasts. Having contracted with the divine dragon Outyan and the holy beast Fu Bai, the azure water bird surely dared not attack her. The earlier nuzzling was likely an attempt to curry favor with Outyan and Fu Bai. Gongjul interjected, let us set aside this discussion for now. Let us return to our meal before the food grows cold. The group unanimously agreed and made their way back to the cafeteria to continue their meal. Not far from the ring, in a courtyard, an elderly man stood on the second floor, his murky old eyes reflecting the figure of Yun Qianhuang. That girl has spiritual energy. After lunch, Yun Qianhuang and Shin Fengyuan parted ways with the other three and returned to the alchemist division. Classes for new students would commence on the second day, so there was little to do today. Shin Fengyuan led Yun Qianhuang to collect her academy uniform, and the two made their way back to Shin Fengyuan's courtyard. As they approached, they noticed two figures standing outside the courtyard. Upon drawing nearer, they recognized one as mentor Meng Hung, whom Yun Qianhuang had encountered earlier that morning. The other figure was an elderly man, disheveled with unkempt hair and beard, dressed in a manner that showed little regard for appearance. Yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Chapter 48, Master Lu Qing. A person unfamiliar to her accompanied mentor Meng Hung. Yun Qianhuang immediately felt a sense of wariness. As a newly enrolled student, she naturally did not recognize the old man. But Shin Fengyuan did. She gazed at the elderly figure with surprise, her tone laced with respect. Master Lu Qing, what brings you here? Master Lu Qing had come seeking Yun Qianhuang, after entrusting Yun Qianhuang to Shin Fengyuan in the morning. Mentor Meng Hung had promptly sought out Master Lu Qing. Master Lu Qing was the chief elder of their alchemist division, just a step away from breaking through to become a master alchemist. Renowned across the continent, the incomplete formula for the spirit-gathering pill had been crafted by Master Lu Qing through numerous experiments. Though it was not yet complete, achieving this result without any reference to a finished product spoke volumes about his profound mastery in alchemy. Meng Hung presented the spirit-gathering pill that Yun Qianhuang had concocted to Master Lu Qing, who, upon examining it, discovered it was indeed a spirit-gathering pill. He could hardly contain his excitement and insisted on meeting the creator of the pill. Meng Hung had no choice but to lead him to the student dormitories. However, upon inquiring with the dormitory manager, they found that Yun Qianhuang did not reside in the dorms at all. With no other option, the two waited outside Shin Fengyuan's courtyard, intending to ask her about Yun Qianhuang's whereabouts. Upon seeing her now, seeing the two together, Meng Hung felt a sense of relief. Looking for her, Yun Xianhuang furrowed her brow. The way Shen Fengyuan treated Master Lu Qing indicated that the latter's identity was undoubtedly significant. Was he here for the spirit-gathering pills formula? Beyond that, Yun Xianhuang could hardly fathom why a newly enrolled student like herself would warrant the personal attention of an academy mentor. Meng Hang's next words confirmed her suspicions. When Xianhuang, Master Lu wishes to discuss today's assessment with you privately. Do you have time? Master Lu Qing's gaze was almost glued to Yun Xianhuang. With no room for refusal, Yun Xianhuang could only nod and follow Master Lu Qing to his dedicated alchemy chamber. Shen Fengyuan attempted to follow but was stopped by Meng Hang. She frowned, unable to comprehend what could possibly interest Master Lu Qing, who was usually engrossed in his alchemical pursuits. Master Lu Qing's alchemy chamber was typically a solitary domain, as he would immerse himself in the process of refining pills, often neglecting his own appearance. In stark contrast to his demeanor, the alchemy chamber itself was exceptionally tidy. To say it was free of dust would not be an exaggeration. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, Master Lu Qing's demeanor transformed inexplicably, exuding a more pronounced aura befitting a master alchemist. He cautiously retrieved the spirit-gathering pill given to him by Meng Hang, cradling it delicately in both hands as he presented it to Yun Xianhuang. Miss Wan, did you concoct this spirit-gathering pill? Yun Xianhuang acknowledged her involvement, as Meng Hang had been present during her alchemical processes, rendering any denial futile. Master Lu Qing's countenance brightened with joy, yet his tone remained cautious. That lad Meng Hang mentioned that you have seen the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill? I merely chanced upon it and happened to remember, never anticipating that it would surface during this examination. Yun Xianhuang replied humbly. Master Lu Qing, have you truly never encountered the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill? Master Lu Qing gazed at the spirit-gathering pill in his hands. As a master alchemist, he had produced countless high-grade pills, and to exaggerate, if he wished, he could consume those high-grade pills like candies. Yet, this third-tier pill appeared far more precious than even sacred-grade pills in his eyes. Not only I, Master Lu Qing sighed, storing the spirit-gathering pill in a porcelain vial designated for pill preservation. He then retrieved a yellowed sheepskin tome from his storage ring and handed it to Yun Xianhuang. This is my compilation of all the pill formulas known on the continent. Miss Wan, take a look. Yun Xianhuang accepted the tome, flipping through its thick pages. It contained at least 100 formulas, including even the detailed recipe for the exceedingly difficult bone growth pill. A subtle shift occurred in her brow. Upon reviewing the tome from cover to cover, she discovered that not only was the formula for the spirit-gathering pill absent, but at least half of the formulas in her own alchemical book were also missing from the sheepskin tome. A wave of confusion washed over her. Master Lu Qing, is this truly a comprehensive record of all the pill formulas on the continent? Do you find it lacking, with a history spanning over 10,000 years? The South Lu continent has witnessed the existence of alchemists for just as long. Logically, the myriad of pills developed by countless generations of alchemists should far exceed this limited selection, yet, the stark reality remains that only these complete formulas exist. While ordinary alchemists might not perceive this as significant, masters like Lu Qing are acutely aware of the substantial loss in the alchemical heritage. The formula for the spirit-gathering pill is nestled within that missing legacy. For many years, Master Lu Qing has devoted himself to uncovering this lost inheritance, yet his efforts have yielded little success. However, the spirit-gathering pill crafted by Yun Xianhuang sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Master Lu Qing gazed at Yun Xianhuang with anticipation. Miss Wan, do you recall where you encountered the spirit-gathering pill formula? Yun Xianhuang appeared thoughtful, and after a prolonged silence she shook her head apologetically. I cannot remember. After hearing Master Lu Qing's revelations, she became increasingly convinced that she must not disclose the existence of her alchemical book. Should the formulas therein be leaked, it could very well lead to her demise. This answer did not particularly surprise Master Lu Qing. He was not overly disheartened and inquired further. Miss Wan, could you perhaps share the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill with me? Yun Xianhuang hesitated for a moment. It dawned on Master Lu Qing that he might be attempting to grasp at straws, and he quickly added, rest assured, Miss Wan, I would not take your formula without giving something in return. Should you require any pills in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Before Yun Xianhuang could respond, he negated his own suggestion. No, you are acquainted with that girl Feng Yuan. She certainly does not lack for pills. That old rascal from the Shen family is of the same level as him. Whatever pills he can concoct, Shen Yuan can too. If Feng Yuan were to ask, what pill could possibly be beyond her reach? What could I offer in exchange for the formula for the spirit-gathering pill? Master Lu Qing began to pace anxiously. It was truly lamentable that after devoting half his life to alchemy, Master Lu Qing possessed nothing to barter with apart from pills. Yun Xianhuang opened her mouth to speak, yet found herself remaining silent upon witnessing Master Lu Qing's distressed demeanor. The master was nearly at his wits' end. Unable to discern what he could offer in exchange for the formula. He glanced at Yun Xianhuang and then at the porcelain vial containing the spirit-gathering pill, recalling Meng Hang's words about her remarkable talent in successfully creating pills on her first attempt, 2 flawless ones. To boot. An idea struck Master Lu Qing that he suddenly bowed deeply before Yun Xianhuang, exclaiming, "Miss Wen, accept me as your disciple." Yun Xianhuang's mind was slow to register the situation, and instinctively she stepped back, avoiding Master Lu Qing's earnest gesture. The turn of events was rather unexpected for her. She found it incomprehensible that Lu Qing, a master alchemist renowned across the continent, would entertain the absurd notion of taking her as an apprentice. It was utterly ludicrous. Yun Xianhuang felt compelled to remind Master Lu Qing, "I am still but an apprentice alchemist." "Nonsense. The fact that you can concoct a third-tier spirit-gathering pill of such exceptional quality indicates that you have already attained the status of a junior alchemist." Yun Xianhuang thought to herself, "Is it not absurd to take a junior alchemist as a mentor?" Her thoughts were plainly etched across her face, merely restrained from vocalizing her incredulity. Master Lu Qing continued. "Miss Wen, the formula for the spirit-gathering pill you possess is exceedingly precious to. I truly have little else to offer. I can only humbly request to be your disciple in hopes that you might impart the methods for concocting the spirit-gathering pill to me." Could a mere formula warrant someone pledging themselves as her disciple? The logic of a master alchemist was beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. "Master Lu Qing, I am willing to share the method of concoction with you. But there is no need for the apprenticeship." Yun Xianhuang realized that if she did not clarify her stance, this apprenticeship might indeed come to fruition against her will. However, Master Lu Qing would certainly not accept a gift without compensation. So she quickly devised a plan. "Master Lu Qing, do you know Lu Xianqing from the Lu family in the illusory spirit kingdom, the head of the gold division?" Lu Qing looked perplexed by her sudden inquiry. "Yes, I know him. Why do you ask?" "Miss Wen, he has been quite considerate towards my brother, and I heard that his father is ill and requires a sacred grade recovery pill." Understanding her implication, Master Lu Qing responded. "You wish to exchange the formula for the spirit-gathering pill for a sacred grade recovery pill? That presents a challenge. I have yet to break through to the rank of alchemy master and can at most concoct a 12th tier recovery pill. But a sacred grade I truly cannot provide. I previously acquired one at the Xuanji auction house," Yun Xianhuang replied, producing a vial containing a sacred grade recovery pill from her storage ring. Such pills were so potent that one pill filled an entire vial. And she possessed many of them. This particular pill would serve as her accommodation fee to Chen Yi. "I hope, master, that you might assist in delivering this pill to Lu Xianqing, and please refrain from mentioning that it is from me." To deliver it to Lu Xianqing without revealing her name, Master Lu Qing was baffled by the whims of the younger generation, but to act merely as an intermediary and acquire the method for concocting the spirit-gathering pill in return felt akin to receiving a windfall. Accepting the sacred grade recovery pill, he assured her, "I will certainly deliver it to Lu Xianqing, then I shall share the method for concocting the spirit-gathering pill with you." Given Master Lu Qing's esteemed status, he would not covet such a pill. Deciding to impart the formula, Yun Xianhuang began to explain it. Upon hearing her, Master Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent, excellent." Yun Xianhuang spent 2 hours in Master Lu Qing's alchemy chamber. True to his title as a master alchemist, he not only grasped the formula but also improved upon it, concocting an even more potent spirit-gathering pill. Each one exceeded the 10th tier. In those 2 hours, Master Lu Qing brewed 3 batches in total, keeping 2 for himself and gifting the remainder to Yun Xianhuang. These pills were of little consequence to Master Lu Qing. Yet Yun Xianhuang accepted them all and departed from the alchemy chamber. The night had deepened, and the path beside the academy was illuminated with luminous stones, making it easy to discern the route leading to Shen Fengyuan's courtyard. After walking for a quarter of an hour, she spotted Shen Fengyuan waiting at the courtyard entrance. Huang Huang. Upon seeing Yun Xianhuang return unscathed, Shen Fengyuan's heart finally settled. She did not inquire why Master Lu Qing sought Yun Xianhuang. Instead, she linked arms with her and led her back into the courtyard. Yun Xianhuang felt a stir within her heart. Glancing at Shen Fengyuan smiled at her. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I packed some food from the cafeteria and left it in your room. It's still warm. Remember to eat." Shen Fengyuan's kindness towards her was almost overwhelming. Was it merely because she found her pleasing to the eye? Yun Xianhuang could not fathom it, but the next morning, upon encountering Shen Fengyuan, she proactively greeted her. "Fengyuan." Shen Fengyuan's eyes lit up, and she adeptly linked her arm with Yun Xianhuang's. "Huang Huang, come, I will take you to the classroom." The classroom for the alchemists division also served as an alchemy chamber. However, unlike personal chambers, this room was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of students simultaneously. Second-year classes were held separately from the first-year classes. After escorting Yun Xianhuang to the entrance of the alchemy chamber, Shen Fengyuan instructed her to wait for her at noon before hurrying off to her second-year class. A number of students had already arrived early at the alchemy chamber. The newcomers had familiarized themselves with the alchemists division the previous day and were aware of Shen Fengyuan's status as the division's head. Upon seeing Yun Xianhuang being escorted by Shen Fengyuan, the early arrivals fixated their gazes on her. "Was that our division's head, Sister Shen? What relation does this newcomer have with her? Why did Sister Shen personally bring her here?" "Indeed, I heard from my roommate that she saw Sister Shen leaving the courtyard with a newcomer this morning." It must be her. Have they been living together? I wish I could have such close contact with Sister Shin, the students whispered among themselves, but Yun Xianhuang paid them no mind and simply chose a seat to sit down. The new students gradually entered the alchemy chamber, and soon the instructor responsible for today's lesson arrived. The instructor surveyed the room with a satisfied nod before commencing the lecture. The curriculum of the apothecary division is divided into two main sections: identification of herbs and alchemical practices. The first class focused on herb identification, primarily concerning the recognition of medicinal materials and assessing their age. The students present had all been exposed to alchemy prior to their admission, thus they possessed a degree of understanding in this area. Rendering them somewhat inattentive indeed, this lesson proved rather tedious, with only Yun Xianhuang, a novice who had attempted alchemy but once, paying earnest attention. After the class concluded, the instructor praised her in front of the other new students. Sitting beside Yun Xianhuang was a round-faced girl who, upon hearing the instructor's commendation, scoffed derisively. How pretentious! Yun Xianhuang remained oblivious to the round-faced girl's expression and took a break before the second class on alchemy began. Today, the instructor was teaching the method for concocting the Spirit Restoration Pill, a relatively simple elixir capable of restoring the user's spiritual energy, requiring only 4 types of herbs. The instructor elaborated on the preparation methods and key points before allowing the students to practice hands-on. The herbs had been prepared in advance by the academy, with each student receiving 2 portions, thus granting them 2 opportunities. Yun Xianhuang retrieved 1 portion and began processing the herbs according to the instructor's instructions. Her technique was still quite clumsy, prompting the observant round-faced girl to stifle a laugh. My goodness, this newcomer cannot even handle the herbs properly. How did she pass the apothecary division's entrance examination? In Chapter 50, titled Doubt, to pass the division's test, Xie Xiaojun had studied alchemy under her grandfather for several years before enrollment, having crafted the Spirit Restoration Pill no fewer than 100 times. She was now a junior alchemist, but during the test, she nearly failed to produce the required elixir. This newcomer could not even handle the herbs correctly. Under such circumstances, could she truly succeed in concocting the elixir? Whether others believed it or not, Xie Xiaojun certainly did not. Meanwhile, another new student, startled by Xie Xiaojun's sudden laughter, nearly cut herself with the knife she was using to process herbs. Infuriated, she exclaimed, "Xie Xiaojun, what are you doing in class?" Instructor Ge shot a stern glance in their direction, but upon seeing Xie Xiaojun's face, his expression softened somewhat. Instructor Ge approached Xie Xiaojun and gently inquired, "Xie, is there something amiss?" The other students found his demeanor puzzling. Was he not known for his notoriously bad temper, quick to dismiss anyone who disrupted his class? Given Xie Xiaojun's brazen laughter, it was surprising that Instructor Ge merely asked her what was wrong. Xie Xiaojun, however, remained composed, shaking her head with a hint of mockery in her eyes. "Instructor, nothing is wrong. I simply did not expect that a newcomer passing our division's entrance examination would be so inept as to not even know how to handle herbs." "Who is it?" some students wondered, glancing towards Xie Xiaojun. Following her gaze, they recognized the newcomer. Wasn't she the one personally escorted by Senior Sister Shin this morning? A voice of skepticism arose. "Xie Xiaojun, surely you jest. She has a good relationship with Senior Sister Shin. How could she be so incompetent as to not know how to handle herbs?" Most of the new students believed that Shin Fengyuan would only associate with those of comparable talent. There was nothing unreasonable about this. Like attracts like, and they themselves were no different. Senior Sister Shin was the chief of their apothecary division, and anyone who could walk alongside her must possess considerable skill in alchemy. A fool who could not even handle herbs properly would likely not even pass the division's entrance examination, let alone gain Senior Sister Shin's favor. Suddenly, Xie Xiaojun stepped in front of Yun Xianhuang, unceremoniously lifting a silver thread flower that Yun Xianhuang had processed, displaying it for the skeptics to see. "Behold, this is how she has handled the silver thread flower." The dubious eyes of the students, along with Instructor Ge's gaze, turned towards the silver thread flower. This herb was quite common. Its roots were not medicinal, and it was crucial to entirely remove the roots while retaining some of the stem and all the petals during processing. However, the silver thread flower that Yun Xianhuang had finished not only had its roots improperly trimmed but also had all its leaves plucked away. Such a basic error was one that even an apprentice would not make. In an instant, the voices questioning Xie Xiaojun fell silent, replaced by skeptical gazes directed at Yun Xianhuang. Instructor Ge, taken aback by the fact that a newcomer who had passed the test could make such a mistake, furrowed his brow and asked, "When have you not studied pharmacology before?" Meng Hong had claimed this girl was a genius. How could a genius fail to even process a silver thread flower, under the scrutiny of all? Yun Xianhuang slowly shook her head. No, her understanding of herbs stemmed solely from the teachings of Yin, who classified all herbs into edible and inedible parts, without any knowledge of their processing. There was no shame in this. If she truly knew everything, why would she be at the academy to learn? She truly has not studied pharmacology. Xie Xiaojun was somewhat astonished. Then why did you process the silver thread flower this way? How did you manage to pass the test? By intuition. Yun Xianhuang shrugged, reclaiming her silver thread flower. As for how I passed the test, I believe you should ask Instructor Meng Hong, who oversaw the examination. Xie Xiaojun was left speechless. Yun Xianhuang chose not to engage further with Xie Xiaojun, setting the silver thread flower aside to process the final herb. She had no obligation to explain herself to these individuals. The division had appointed Meng Hong to oversee the admissions test precisely because he would not be biased. His words would carry more weight than hers. Instructor Ge stood beside Xie Xiaojun. Allowing him to clearly observe Yun Xianhuang's actions, he felt a pang of discomfort and kindly reminded her, when the roots of the clear jade grass should not be removed. Yun Xianhuang, still attentive to the instructor's words, picked up the clear jade grass, which had its roots cut away, preparing to discard it into the box for waste herbs. Xie Xiaojun interjected, Instructor Ge, it's best not to concern yourself with her. Since she is handling the herbs based on instinct, she likely believes she is correct. Perhaps she is even cursing you for being tedious in her mind. She simply could not fathom how this novice, lacking fundamental pharmacological knowledge, had garnered senior sister Shen's favor, let alone passed the entrance test that had nearly bested her. Yun Xianhuang hesitated momentarily while discarding the clear jade grass. She had indeed been relying purely on her instincts. In both her past and present lives, her intuition was her most trusted guide. The successful spirit restoration pill during the test had validated this instinct. However, she acknowledged that she was still a novice in alchemy. If even the instructor disapproved of her method, she would not stubbornly cling to it. Yet, after Xie Xiaojun's remarks, she suddenly felt disinclined to heed the instructor's advice. Instructor Ge was not easily swayed. He did not care if Yun Xianhuang silently cursed him, simply asking, "When do you believe the way you have processed the herbs can yield a spirit restoration pill?" Impossible, Xie Xiaojun interjected, asserting, under such circumstances, it would be a miracle if it doesn't explode. Not only Xie Xiaojun but all the new students, aside from Yun Xianhuang herself, shared this belief. The stems of the clear jade grass and the roots of the silver thread flower had conflicting medicinal properties. Placing them together would surely lead to disaster. Facing the doubtful gazes of her peers, Yun Xianhuang confidently stated, "Instructor, I believe I can." She trusted her instincts and felt certain, even if she failed, it would not matter. As she was fundamentally a novice. Very well, then you shall concoct the spirit restoration pill using the herbs you processed, Instructor Ge concluded, turning his attention to Xie Xiaojun. Xie, have you completed processing your herbs? You two will work together. Xie Xiaojun's herbs, viewed through Instructor Ge's discerning eye, were flawless. Truly, she was the granddaughter of a master. In Chapter 51, titled Perfect Quality, it was evident to all that Instructor Ge intended for Xie Xiaojun to demonstrate for Yun Xianhuang. Very well, Instructor, Xie Xiaojun thought, casting a triumphant glance at Yun Xianhuang, who was already preheating the alchemy furnace, completely oblivious to her gaze. How audacious of her to begin concocting. Xie Xiaojun shook her head, already envisioning the spectacle of Yun Xianhuang's inevitable failure. Both students commenced their alchemical processes simultaneously. One was designated by Instructor Ge, while the other was a novice who could not even handle herbs properly. The stark disparity in their capabilities led the new students to form their conclusions, yet they temporarily set aside their herbs to observe the two. They had heard that while Xie Xiaojun remained a junior alchemist, she was already capable of producing third-grade elixirs. They were keen to watch closely, as it might offer them valuable insights. Many students also turned their attention to Yun Xianhuang, their expressions clearly indicating they were eager to witness a spectacle. Yun Xianhuang, however, remained unfazed. Once the temperature of the alchemy furnace rose adequately, she began to add the herbs, starting with the silver thread flower that had just been ridiculed by Xie Xiaojun. Xie Xiaojun scoffed even more. What nonsense! One does not add silver thread flowers first when concocting the spirit restoration pill. Clear jade grass should precede it. Although she was convinced that Yun Xianhuang was destined to fail, Xie Xiaojun nonetheless approached the alchemical process with utmost seriousness, remembering her grandfather's words, "One must never lose focus when concocting elixirs." With keen attention, she skillfully timed the addition of her herbs in the correct order. Instructor Ge's expression reflected satisfaction. Xie Xiaowan possesses an astute mastery over time. Regardless of the eventual outcome, she has already achieved a considerable measure of success. In stark contrast, Meng Heng's approach, which he attributes to divine intervention, appears rather crude and unrefined when juxtaposed with Xie Xiaojuan's method. Yun Xianhuang's recklessness is evident, as she neglects the timing and sequence entirely, relying solely on instinct to toss a few medicinal herbs into the cauldron before hastily sealing it and extracting the essence over a vigorous flame. Goodness, what is she doing? Why is she employing such intense heat right from the outset? This could dry out the herbs. Never mind, I shall turn my attention back to Xie Xiaowan. Perhaps I might glean some wisdom from her methods. I will refrain from watching and instead witness the absurdity of this newcomer named When. Under the tacit approval of Mentor Ge, the onlooking students murmured amongst themselves, largely elevating Xie Xiaowan while disparaging Yun Xianhuang. The two alchemists remained oblivious to the chatter, wholly engrossed in their craft. Xie Xiaowan had memorized the formula for the spirit recovery pill to the point of recitation. After a quarter of an hour, She gradually reduced the flame, channeling her spiritual energy to lift the lid of the alchemical furnace. The fragrance of lower-grade pills is typically faint, yet when Xie Shaowan unveiled the lid, an ethereal scent wafted through the alchemy chamber. Drawing curious glances from her peers, with a sense of pride, Xie Shaowan retrieved her successfully concocted pill. Intentionally, she infused the pill with spiritual energy to enhance its aroma, while this may subtly affect its quality. It does not detract from her success. As long as she succeeded, she far surpassed the newcomer. Presenting the spirit recovery pill to Mentor Gu, she declared, "Mentor, this is the elixir I have crafted." Achieving such a feat so swiftly places Xie Shaowan among the most distinguished of the new students. Mentor Gu examined her spirit recovery pill, noting, there are some flaws, but it is indeed a third-grade spirit recovery pill. Well done." The praise from Mentor Gu caused Xie Shijuan's smile to widen uncontrollably. Even among alchemists of the same rank, prowess can vary significantly. Some can only concoct first or second-grade pills, while she is capable of producing third-grade ones. This is the essence of distinction. Xie Shaowan turned to observe Yun Xianhuang, who was still diligently focused on her alchemical work. Her grandfather had remarked that her alchemical skills had long surpassed those of her peers, and she believed that none of this year's new students in the alchemist division could rival her. Even if this newcomer named one miraculously succeeded with her substandard herbs, the quality of her concoction would undoubtedly fall short of Xie Shijuan's. Eagerly, Xie Shaowan awaited Yun Xianhuang's potential blunder before the assembled crowd. Yet, Yun Xianhuang remained unwavering in her concentration. The spirit recovery pill requires fewer ingredients, making it significantly easier to concoct than the gathering spirit pill, with minimal strain on one's mental fortitude. Not long after Xie Shaowan concluded her work, Yun Xianhuang too relaxed her brow. Success. Just as she had during the previous assessment, she decisively extinguished the flame and opened the lid of the furnace. The aroma of her spirit recovery pill was not as robust. One could only detect a hint of it upon closer inspection, yet the unmistakable success of her concoction was sufficient to astonish those present. What is happening? This newcomer has mismanaged all 4 herbs, failing to discard the unsuitable ones and cutting away those that should remain, and she still managed to succeed. Properly processing the herbs is the foundational step toward successfully crafting a pill. Every novice learns from their mentors that alchemy requires guidance to begin with. This was emphasized in the recent herb identification class. Yet now, the truths that these novices held dear have been utterly overturned. Even Mentor Gu found it hard to believe. How could such improperly handled herbs and poorly controlled heat yield a successful concoction? He moved around a nearby table and approached Yun Xianhuang, gazing intently at the spirit recovery pills in her hand. Astonishingly, not just 1, but 3. At this proximity, Mentor Gu could detect the familiar scent of medicine. Judging by their shape, color, and aroma, these were unmistakably 3 perfectly successful pills. Yun Xianhuang extended one of the pills to Mentor Gu for his careful evaluation. Meanwhile, Xie Shaowan was suddenly gripped by a sense of crisis. She stared at the pill in Mentor Ji's hand, desperately trying to reassure herself. No, this newcomer's alchemical skills cannot possibly exceed mine. She merely got lucky with her success, and surely the quality of 3 pills derived from a single batch of herbs cannot be all that high. Just as Xie Shaowan felt a moment of solace, she heard Mentor Gu exclaim in disbelief, "Incredible, this is a perfectly crafted third-grade spirit recovery pill. Classmate 1, how did you achieve this, beyond the grade?" The quality of the pills also determines their efficacy. There are only 2 qualities for pills, ordinary and perfect. However, crafting a perfect quality pill is exceptionally challenging. One must fully extract the essence of the herbs. And any slight miscalculation in heat, temperature, or spiritual energy control can prevent one from attaining perfection. Not only novices but even seasoned alchemical masters with decades of experience find it difficult to produce perfect quality pills consistently. Even when they do, typically only 1 perfect pill emerges from each batch. Yet, Yun Xianhuang has produced 3 perfect quality spirit recovery pills in one go. Chapter 52, Master Lu Qing's Brilliant Idea. Mentor Gu, himself a senior alchemist with over 20 years of experience, had only managed to create perfect quality pills a handful of times. If not for the numerous students observing, he would have eagerly clutched Yun Xianhuang's leg, imploring her for insights into her technique. A perfect quality third-grade spirit recovery pill. Xie Shaowan stood momentarily stunned before hastily denying Mentor Ji's assertion. "No, Mentor, you must have misjudged." Strangely, the notoriously irritable Mentor Gu did not react with anger to the challenge. Instead, he calmly explained, "Classmate Xie, my judgment is infallible. If I cannot even discern a third-grade spirit recovery pill, what right do I have to be a mentor?" While his words rang true, Xie Shaowan remained unconvinced. She approached Yun Xianhuang, seizing one of the spirit recovery pills resting in the container and scrutinizing it meticulously. Remarkably, it indeed appeared to be a perfect quality third-grade spirit recovery pill. This newcomer, who couldn't even process the herbs correctly, managed to craft a spirit recovery pill that surpassed her own. Xie Shaowan trembled slightly, as if struck by a significant blow. She forcefully tossed the pill back. turned on her heel, and fled the alchemical chamber. Yun Shanhuang pondered quietly. Had she truly bullied the girl? Mentor Gu sighed as he watched Xie Shizhuan's retreating figure, having studied alchemy under her mentor from a young age. She had always been the most exceptional among her peers, accustomed to accolades and flattery, and now, outdone by Yun Shanhuang, how could she possibly accept it? Such was her nature. Mentor Gu, in his authoritative role, could not say much to her. Allowing her to leave, after all, nothing significant would happen in the academy. There remained a more pressing matter. Classmate 1, could you share with me how you managed to craft a perfect spirit recovery pill under such conditions? The conditions in question referred to the mishandled herbs. Yun Shanhuang replied with her usual simplicity. By instinct, she felt that this approach would yield success, so she followed her intuition. The order of the herbs did not seem important to her. Ultimately she succeeded, did she not? Yun Shanhuang likened alchemy to the art of cooking. There is no need to adhere strictly to the recipe. A little more or a little less makes no significant difference. One simply follows their instincts. This response echoed her earlier comments when questioned by Xie Xiaowan about her handling of the silver thread flower. Now she reiterated her answer to Mentor Gu, who could no longer dismiss it as a jest. He had heard that some individuals possess an acute sensitivity when it comes to alchemy. Even without a thorough understanding of the herbs, they can rely on intuition to successfully concoct pills. Such individuals are inherently destined to become alchemists. No wonder Meng Hung extolled her virtues. It seems she truly is a prodigy in alchemy. Mentor Gu refrained from further inquiries, aware that this interlude had consumed considerable time. With only 15 minutes left in class, he hastily instructed the other students to begin their alchemical processes. With Yun Shanhuang's success as a precedent, a handful of students attempted to mimic her method for crafting spirit recovery pills. However, lacking the instinct she possessed and failing to recall how she initially handled the herbs, the results were predictably dismal. None succeeded. Mentor Gu shook his head at the sight, adopting a stern demeanor as he chastised. Have you all forgotten the key points I just mentioned, or do you all fancy yourselves as Yun Shanhuang able to craft pills solely by intuition? His words, while not harsh, jolted the students into realization. Indeed, why were they attempting to imitate Yun Shanhuang? Prior to this, they had never even encountered a perfect quality pill, let alone crafted one themselves. It would be wiser to adhere to the mentor's guidance. The students tidied the alchemical furnace and began anew. Meanwhile, Xie Xiaowan dashed into the academy's most prestigious apothecary tower. The alchemist division houses several elders, each an esteemed master in their own right. The academy provides these masters with private alchemical chambers within the tower. Upon entering, Xie Xiaowan did not bother with pleasantries, instead bursting into the left side alchemical chamber on the first floor, calling out as if deeply aggrieved, "Grandfather!" Master Lu Qing had been mindful of Yun Shanhuang's request for assistance. Having inscribed the improved formula for the gathering spirit pill onto parchment, he eagerly crafted several batches before retrieving the holy grade recovery pill. Intending to deliver it to Lu Xianxing in the gold division, before setting off, Master Lu Qing pondered for a long while, since the girl had requested that he not disclose that the pill was a gift from her. Would it be appropriate to present such a precious pill to that young man? Surely there are no free lunches in this world. Even if there were, it had already befallen him yesterday. No, he must concoct a persuasive excuse. Master Lu Qing's mind, brimming with alchemical knowledge, spun for quite some time, yet he could not devise a suitable pretext. It is worth noting that, given his expertise in potion crafting, he had always been the one sought after for concocting elixirs. There had never been an occasion where he needed to find a reason to distribute them. Ultimately, Master Lu Qing resolved to first visit the Gold Division S branch. Perhaps inspiration would strike him along the way. He found this reasoning sound and, clutching the exquisite Saint-grade recovery pill, he departed from his alchemical chamber, descending the staircase. From the staircase to the entrance of the medicine tower, he happened to pass by two alchemical chambers on the first floor. Noticing the door of the one on the left ajar, he cast a fleeting glance but paid it little mind as he strode out of the medicine tower to eye in the main courtyard. The afternoon classes were just commencing, and over at the Gold Division, Lu Xianxing and his companions had just exited their meditation state, preparing to head to the apothecary's cafeteria to await Yun Shanhuang and her companion. As they stepped out of the courtyard, they unexpectedly collided with a rather disheveled old man. Initially vigorous, the elder suddenly swayed upon seeing the trio and collapsed to the ground. Gong Jiulu, startled, jumped back a considerable distance. What was happening? Had they even touched this old man? The elder was none other than Master Lu Qing, who had finally conjured a brilliant idea. Master Lu Qing lay on the ground, groaning, "Oh dear. Oh dear," as he struggled to squeeze out a couple of tears, looking up at the three youths. "Young lads, I've suddenly lost my strength and cannot rise. Would you be so kind as to assist me?" Gong Jiulu retorted, "Old man, are you trying to deceive ghosts? Don't think I didn't see you intentionally fall." He had no intention of aiding the elder. What if he turned out to be a fraud? Yun Xianye also discreetly averted his gaze, believing the elder was attempting to swindle them. Lu Xianxing, standing closest, pondered for a moment but decided to help Master Lu Qing to his feet. "Old sir, Perhaps next time refrain from employing such crude tactics to extort others. Master Lu Qing, taken aback, thought, how am I extorting anyone? He was infuriated to the point of wanting to stomp his foot. Yet he suppressed his anger, recalling the formula for the spirit-gathering pill, and extended a hand to shove a porcelain vial into Lu Xianqing's grasp. Young man, thank you for assisting me. This is my token of gratitude. Lu Xianqing instinctively looked down, and before he could comprehend the situation, the elder who had stood before him had suddenly vanished. Chapter 53, Xie Shejuan's grandfather. Where did that old man suddenly go? Gong Jiulu had just been distracted by the porcelain vial and had not noticed Master Lu Qing's actions. Yun Xianye, having shifted his gaze, had likewise missed it. The three exchanged glances and suddenly formed an exceedingly dubious conjecture. Could that old man possibly be an elder from one of the divisions? It was not surprising that they deemed their speculation implausible, for Master Lu Qing's appearance was rather shabby, far from that of a division elder. Oh well, it mattered little. Gong Jiulu, carefree, draped an arm over Lu Xianqing's shoulder. Xianqing, quickly see what fine gift that old man bestowed upon you. Upon hearing this, Yun Xianye looked over with mild curiosity. Fearing he might not see it, Gong Jiulu pulled him closer, and the three found themselves huddled together. Lu Xianqing felt little intrigue regarding the contents of the vial. He assumed it contained only minor trinkets, given the excuse under which it was presented, however, as Gong Jiulu and Yun Xianye were eager to see. He uncorked the vial. In the next moment, Gong Jiulu's expression changed dramatically. Xianqing quickly put it away. He scanned the surroundings cautiously, only relaxing when he noticed no one was passing by. By the time he uttered those words, Lu Xianqing had already stowed the vial away, not having had the chance to reinsert the cork. The rich fragrance of the potion lingered in the air, and Gong Jiulu waved both hands to disperse it. Once the aroma had mostly dissipated, he again draped an arm over Lu Xianqing's shoulder. This time his tone was much more relaxed. Xianqing, your old man has found salvation. That fragrance was undoubtedly from the Saint-grade recovery pill. This fellow, merely by helping a peculiar old man, has reaped such a fortune. How fortuitous! Tears of envy welled at the corners of his eyes. Despite his envy, Gong Jiulu had no intentions of coveting that pill. After all, Xianqing's grandfather was counting on it for his recovery. As for Yun Xianye, he had even less inclination, as his storage ring was already brimming with the pills gifted by Yun Xianhuang. However, a flicker of deep thought crossed Yun Xianye's mind. The porcelain vial containing the recovery pill bore an uncanny resemblance to those previously given to him by his sister. Was this mere coincidence, or? He decided he would discreetly inquire with his sister later. The class was about to conclude, and he needed to hurry to the apothecary's cafeteria to wait for her, prompted by Yun Xianye's reminder. Lu Xianqing and Gong Jiulu momentarily subdued their excitement, maintaining a composed demeanor as they made their way toward the apothecary's branch. Lu Xianqing could conceal his feelings, but Gong Jiulu, quite evidently, was in high spirits. At the apothecary's branch, Shen Fengyuan arrived punctually at the entrance of the alchemical chamber occupied by Yun Xianhuang. She, positioned perfectly to catch sight of him, tidied up her belongings and began to step outside. Before she reached the doorway, a resonant voice boomed from outside. Who dares to bully my granddaughter? Having just concluded his class, Mentor Gu had not yet departed. Upon hearing the voice, he immediately turned his attention to the entrance. At this moment, Xie Xiaojun was closely following an elderly man, her face tinged with embarrassment as she tugged at Xie Wei's sleeve. Grandpa, I truly was not bullied. She sought her grandfather merely to express her grievances. Yet he had misconstrued her situation, declaring intentions to teach that when class made a lesson, she, who had simply been outmatched, now found herself in this predicament with all the eyes of her classmates upon her. Xie Xiaojun wished desperately for a hole to swallow her whole. Fear not, my dear, I shall ensure your grievances are avenged, Xie Wei declared, as he caught sight of Mentor Gu within the alchemical chamber. He frowned. You scoundrel, how could you allow Xiaojun to suffer indignities in your class? Mentor Gu, like a child caught in wrongdoing, approached Xie Wei, lowering his head and weakly explaining, Teacher, Xiaojun has not been wronged. It is merely that the elixir she crafted did not match when classmates' quality of foul play. What constitutes a grievance? Xie Wei interjected, pulling Xie Xiaojun to the forefront, pointing at her reddened eyes. Look at her. Her eyes are swollen from tears, and you say she has not been wronged. Faced with the scrutiny of her peers, Xie Xiaojun chose to shut her eyes, avoiding their gazes. Xie Wei then turned to Mentor Gu. Enough, where is that one classmate? Bring her forth. Mentor Gu found himself in a predicament. While he was generally a reasonable instructor, he was excessively protective of his students, to the point of irrationality. Yet he attempted to reason. Teacher, the two children truly have no conflict. Did not Xiaojun herself say she was not wronged? Xie Wei was well aware of his disciple's thoughts. He snorted heavily. Would I bully that girl, Mentor Gu? Surely you would not. Observing the disgruntled expression on Xie Wei's face, Mentor Gu refrained from voicing his true thoughts. Noticing Xie Wei's hesitation, he continued, since you claim that girl outperformed Xiaojun in alchemy. As an elder of the apothecary's branch, I should have the right to assess her capabilities. Correct. This elder is a member of the apothecary's branch. The onlookers exchanged glances between Xie Wei and his granddaughter. Then it Mentor Gu suddenly enlightened. No wonder Mentor Gu had been so kind to Xie Xiaojun. It turned out her grandfather was an elder of their division. Meanwhile, Mentor Gu discreetly glanced at Yun Xianhuang, who had yet to leave, uncertain of how to proceed. The elders of the division indeed possessed such authority, even he could not contest it. Xie Wei's status as an alchemist was well earned. He keenly sensed Mentor Gu's subtle movements and immediately followed his gaze to lock onto Yun Xianhuang. You must be that one, classmate? Yun Xianhuang was not one to shy away from trouble. She met Xie Wei's gaze without fear, standing firmly as a junior. I have heard that your recovery pill outshone my granddaughters? Xie Wei wasted no time in providing her no opportunity to respond, producing a formula. Your ability to surpass Xiao Jun indicates you are a gifted young talent, therefore, I request you to concoct the elixir specified in this formula. Xie Wei did not stipulate any punishment for failure, yet with so many witnesses present, if Yun Xianhuang could not produce the elixir, it would undoubtedly cast doubt upon her abilities. Xie Wei was not a brutish individual. However, as a grandfather, he could not remain indifferent while his granddaughter's eyes were red from crying. By insisting on this test for Yun Xianhuang, he intended to impart a lesson that there are always those more skilled. To temper her pride, having nearly reached the doorway, Yun Xianhuang stood only a few steps away from Xie Wei and clearly observed the prominent characters at the top of the formula, the spirit-gathering pill formula. Chapter 54. Will you consider taking me as your master? As anticipated, this formula was identical to the one Meng Hong had previously given Yun Xianhuang. Lacking half the required ingredients, Xie Wei had not expected Yun Xianhuang to be capable of concocting it. Yet to his astonishment, Yun Xianhuang boldly inquired, Elder Xie, do you have the necessary ingredients? Is this girl truly going to attempt to concoct the spirit-gathering pill? Xie Wei shook his head. The youth today are so overconfident. He stepped into the alchemical chamber, standing next to the nearest table. Child, name the ingredients you require. I possess everything except for ingredients and elixirs. Yun Xianhuang, without the slightest hesitation, promptly listed nearly 20 names of medicinal herbs. At first, Xie Wei felt that nothing was amiss as he listened, but as the list of herbs grew increasingly extensive, he finally recognized the inconsistency. Child, the latter herbs you mentioned are not included in my formula. Surely, the esteemed elder cannot produce them. Yun Xianhuang blinked innocently and feigned a desire to depart. Well then, I shall take my leave to the cafeteria for a meal, she declared, genuinely moving toward the door where Shin Fengyuan stood. Shin Fengyuan sensed something was amiss as soon as Xie Wei emerged. Upon hearing that he intended to test Yun Xianhuang, she had immediately utilized a communication talisman to summon assistance. As the reinforcements were still en route, and given that Xie Wei was an elder of the sub-institute, she felt it inappropriate to interject, merely observing. Now, seeing Yun Xianhuang approach, Shin Fengyuan swiftly reached out to pull her back. Huang Huang, Xiaoyi, and the others must be waiting anxiously. Let us hasten to the cafeteria. Xie Wei is quite a formidable character. It would be best if we could avoid him. Wait, who says this old man lacks those herbs? Xie Wei called out to Yun Xianhuang, then retrieved from his storage ring the herbs she had just mentioned, placing one of each on the table before him. Little girl, do these suffice? He was incredulous, unable to fathom that she could truly concoct a spirit-gathering pill. The alchemy furnace was conveniently at hand, eliminating the need to search elsewhere. Yun Xianhuang gently patted Shin Fengyuan's hand in reassurance, then turned back to the alchemy room, standing before the table piled high with elixirs prepared by Xie Wei, and began to process the herbs. Meanwhile, upon receiving Shin Fengyuan's communication talisman, another elder from the medicinal building hurriedly exited the alchemy room. He was also one of the elders of the alchemy division, Shin Song, Shin Fengyuan's great uncle. Being greatly favored at home, when Shin Fengyuan requested assistance, Shin Song immediately set aside his tasks and rushed out. Just as he reached the entrance of the medicinal building, he encountered Master Lu Qing returning from outside. Shinsong respectfully bowed. Master Lu Qing, noticing his hurried demeanor, casually inquired, Shinsong, where are you off to in such a rush? Shinsong, who held great admiration for Master Lu Qing, did not hesitate to disclose. That girl Fengyuan mentioned her friend as being troubled by Xie Wei, so I intend to check on the situation. Shinsong, however, found it perplexing. How could Xie Wei, a master alchemist in his 70s, bother the friend of their family girl? Wasn't he that beneath his station? Oh, Master Lu Qing's interest was piqued. Then I shall accompany you to see what transpires. Although Xie Wei had a notoriously bad temper, he would not stoop to troubling the younger generation. Master Lu Qing decided to join, curious to witness the unfolding events. Shinsong could not refuse Master Lu Qing's company, and thus the two master alchemists proceeded to the classroom where the students of the sub-institute were gathered. By the time they arrived, Yun Xianhuang had already begun the process of refining the elixir. Upon recognizing her, Master Lu Qing's eyes narrowed. Xie Wei, what are you up to? Hearing Master Lu Qing's voice, Xie Wei was startled, springing up from his seat. Master Lu Qing, what brings you here? Despite both being master alchemists, Xie Wei felt the vast gulf separating them in stature. Like Shinsong, he had only recently achieved the rank of master alchemist, while Master Lu Qing stood at the threshold of becoming a master alchemist of the highest order, a distinction far beyond their reach. Thus, both displayed utmost respect toward him. With a huff, Master Lu Qing remarked, I heard from Shinsong that you were troubling the younger generation, so I came to see for myself. Shinsong quietly stepped out from behind Master Lu Qing. The instructor Go had not yet left. She gazed wide-eyed at the three elders, astonished. What unprecedented event was this? Why were the normally reclusive elders of the alchemy room all gathered outside, especially Master Lu Qing? You misunderstand. I would never trouble a junior. Xia Wei hastily defended himself. I merely heard this girl has considerable talent and wished to test her skills. Among those present refining elixirs, only Yun Xianhuang was engaged, while the others merely observed the spectacle. Without needing to think, Master Lu Qing knew precisely who Xia Wei referred to as this girl. He inquired, "What pill did you ask when girl to refine?" Xia Wei immediately lost his confidence. "Just the formula you provided me earlier." That formula was penned by Master Lu Qing himself, and he would surely deduce that Xia Wei had no intention of allowing that girl to succeed. Yet, even if he had 100 courage, he could not dare to deceive Master Lu Qing. Xia Wei braced himself for a reprimand, but to his astonishment, Master Lu Qing suddenly burst into laughter. "Xia Wei, oh Xia Wei!" He laughed heartily, but did not disclose the reason for his mirth. Xia Wei felt as bewildered as a monk trying to grasp a riddle. Master Lu Qing, in good spirits, simply watched Yun Xianhuang as she refined her elixirs. Shin Fengyuan tugged at her great-uncle's sleeve, whispering, "Great-uncle, why has Master Lu Qing come?" And it appears he is supporting Huang Huang. "I encountered Master Lu Qing as I was leaving the medicinal building. And upon hearing me mention that your friend was being troubled by Xia Wei, he expressed a desire to accompany me." Shinsong quietly explained. So Master Lu Qing had come purely out of curiosity? Regardless, with both Master Lu Qing and her great-uncle present, there was no way Yun Xianhuang would be at a disadvantage. Shin Fengyuan's anxiety subsided, and she focused on watching Yun Xianhuang refine her elixirs. At that moment, Yun Xianhuang had reached the final stages of her work. The spirit-gathering pill was something she was quite familiar with, and thus the process posed no challenge. Sensing that the timing was right, she extinguished the flames and retrieved the successfully refined spirit-gathering pill from the furnace. Approaching Xia Wei to present it, "Elder Xia, may I consider this as passing?" Xia Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. You know the formula for this elixir." With his keen sight, even without direct involvement, he could tell that the pill in Yun Xianhuang's hand was undoubtedly a successful spirit-gathering pill, and it appeared to be of perfect quality. "It was Master Lu Qing who informed me." Yun Xianhuang boldly cited Xia Wei as her reference before Master Lu Qing. The latter did not refute her claim that if it was indeed Master Lu Qing who had said so, then there was nothing strange about it. Yet, the fact that this girl, akin to Xiaowan, had already managed to refine a spirit-gathering pill requiring nearly 20 different herbs was truly astonishing. Xia Wei began to scheme. "Child, consider yourself past. I wonder if you would be willing to take me as your master." Chapter 55. An unexpected appearance by Master Lu Qing. Even though Xia Wei's name may not carry the same weight as Master Lu Qing's illustrious reputation, he was undeniably a prominent figure in the alchemist community. Throughout the continent, there were only so many master alchemists, each of whom garnered significant attention. Thus, even if the new students did not initially recognize Xia Wei, they were aware that the elders of their sub-institute were all of master alchemist caliber, immediately casting envious glances at Yun Xianhuang. To be personally taught by a master alchemist was a dream long cherished by aspiring alchemists. Not to mention, when Elder Xia first appeared, had not instructor Ge referred to him as teacher, this new student was indeed fortunate. Even Shinsong leaned towards Shin Fengyuan, whispering, Yuan, your friend is quite impressive. Elder Xia does not easily take disciples. Over the years, he had only taken on Gu Xiaozi as a disciple, and that had come after years of Gu Xiaozi's persistent requests. Now, for him to voluntarily offer to take that girl as his disciple was remarkable. However, the girl had managed to refine a spirit-gathering pill. Had Xia Wei not made his move first, Shinsong himself would have been tempted to take her under his wing. The prospect of personally guiding a master alchemist, or even a master alchemist of the highest order, was exhilarating to contemplate. Regrettably, he had only just recognized that the girl was refining a spirit-gathering pill. As both Shinsong and Xia Wei held comparable status as elders of the sub-institute, with Xia Wei speaking up first, Shinsong could not possibly contend with him. However, there was one exception. As soon as Xia Wei's words left his lips, Yun Xianhuang herself remained composed, yet Master Lu Qing's countenance darkened. As the chief elder of the alchemy division and one of the two individuals most likely to break through to the rank of master alchemist, Master Lu Qing was not one to consider the feelings of others in his dealings. He glared fiercely at Xia Wei. "Xia Wei, what are you doing? Do you intend to compete with me for a disciple?" Xia Wei was eagerly awaiting Yun Xianhuang's acceptance of his apprenticeship offer. As a master alchemist, he seldom took on apprentices, having only taught Gu Xiaozi and his own granddaughter, and now that he had initiated the offer, he anticipated that the girl would joyfully agree. Who could have foreseen the sudden intervention of Master Lu Qing? Xia Wei, bewildered, stammered, "Master Lu Qing, what do you mean? Could it be that this girl was actually Master Lu Qing's disciple?" Indeed, the formula for the spirit-gathering pill had not yet been made available to him. And here she was, already possessing it. If she were not a disciple of Master Lu Qing, how could he have possibly provided her with the formula? Realizing the truth, Xia Wei quickly approached Master Lu Qing with a conciliatory smile. Master Lu Qing, I was unaware that this girl is your disciple. My apologies for my indiscretion, that is to say, when girl, you can disregard my previous statement. When girl is my disciple, Master Lu Qing's lips twitched. Just yesterday, he had contemplated taking this girl as his own student. How could he dare assume the role of her mentor? Yet, as he opened his mouth to explain, a sudden thought crossed his mind. And he decided against clarifying matters. Thus, an amusing misunderstanding was born. Both instructor Go and Xia Wei, along with Xin Shaowan and the gathered new students, instantly felt a sense of equilibrium restored. If she were indeed Master Lu Qing's disciple, then it was only natural for one to surpass them in alchemy, and so, this farcical episode concluded. Huang Huang and Xin Fengyuan finally managed to leave the alchemy room, while Xia Wei, disregarding his beloved granddaughter, clung to Master Lu Qing, pleading for him to impart the formula for the gathering spirit pill. Observing that he had no further business, Xin Song advised Xin Fengyuan to seek him out should any issues arise. Before returning to the medicinal pavilion to continue refining the unfinished elixirs. In the cafeteria, as the number of students from the alchemist division swelled, Yun Xianya could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Where was his sister? Had she encountered some trouble? Students from various divisions could visit one another, but the classroom areas were strictly off limits to those from outside their own division. Helplessly fretting, Yun Xianya found himself in a state of despondency. Little ye fret not, Gong Jiulu comforted, patting him on the shoulder. Feng Yuan's great uncle is an elder in the alchemist division. With her presence, no one dares to trouble Huang Huang. This statement provided Yun Xianya with a modicum of solace. Though it was fleeting, fortunately it was not long before Yun Xianhuang and Xin Fengyuan appeared together in the cafeteria. The trio rushed towards them, with Yun Xianya seizing Yun Xianhuang's arm, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Relieved to find that not a single strand of hair was missing, Gong Jiulu, observing Yun Xianya's anxious demeanor, could not suppress a chuckle. Huang Huang, look at little Ye's worried expression. One might think he is your brother. He is merely concerned for me, Yun Xianhuang replied with a light-hearted smile. Finding no merit in Yun Xianya's excessive fussing, the group exchanged laughter as they went to procure their meals, but the bustling cafeteria of the alchemist division proved crowded. And having arrived later, they could find no seating and were compelled to retreat to a private room. Once the door was closed and they had settled in, Gong Jiulu immediately recounted the peculiar events of the day to Xin Fengyuan and Yun Xianhuang in meticulous detail. Sharing his conjectures about Master Lu Qing possibly being an elder from one of the divisions, after listening to his ramblings, Xin Fengyuan fell silent for a moment and remarked, "You may not be mistaken. Should there be an elder capable of producing a sacred grade returning essence pill, it is likely only that one. Gong Jiulu blinked in surprise. Who might that be? Lu Xianqing, making a guess, inquired Fengyuan. Are you referring to the chief elder of your alchemist division? Master Lu Qing, that would be correct. Master Lu Qing is wholly absorbed in his alchemical pursuits and pays little heed to his appearance, which indeed does not exude the aura of a master. However, in terms of alchemical expertise, he is hardly inferior to my granduncle. As Xin Fengyuan spoke, she winked playfully at Yun Xianhuang. She refrained from mentioning the relationship between Yun Xianhuang and Master Lu Qing, as such matters should be disclosed by the individuals themselves. If not mentioned, it would indicate a reluctance, and she would not presume to speak on Yun Xianhuang's behalf. Yun Xianhuang understood Xin Fengyuan's implication. She had no intention of presenting herself as Master Lu Qing's apprentice, thus refraining from informing even Yun Xianya. Nonetheless, it was evident that she had underestimated Master Lu Qing's influence, within the span of a single lunch. The news of her being Master Lu Qing's disciple spread throughout the entire alchemist division, and even as Lu Xianqing and the others walked along the path, they could hear whispers about it. Upon overhearing the discussions of passers-by, Gong Jiulu widened his eyes in disbelief. Huang Huang is actually Master Lu Qing's disciple. How remarkable! Lu Xianqing was equally astonished, though he maintained a composed facade, pondering deeper implications. Master Lu Qing was not one to engage in charity. It was unlikely that he would bestow a sacred grade returning essence pill merely as a gesture of gratitude for some assistance. The fact that his ailing grandfather's condition was known to very few aside from trusted family members in Fengyuan and Jiulu added to the mystery. How could Master Lu Qing fortuitously provide him with the sacred returning essence pill? The only plausible explanation was that his apprentice, Huang Huang, had said something in his presence. Lu Xianqing turned his gaze toward the direction in which Yun Xianhuang and Xin Fengyuan had departed, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Huang Huang, Chapter 56, The Task of the Summoner Division. Concerning the swift dissemination of her name throughout the division, Yun Xianhuang was filled with regret, wishing she could slap herself for her impulsiveness. Why had she not simply apologized to the Xie family and departed quietly? In recent days, while walking alongside Xin Fengyuan, the stares of those around her felt almost suffocating, and even during class. The mentor had been particularly attentive to her. Yun Xianhuang realized this could not continue. It was far too ostentatious. The academy had a task board, where completing missions could earn students gold coins. Designed to assist those from modest backgrounds akin to a mercenary guild's mission board, most tasks were assigned by mentors, and all students were eligible to undertake them, with rewards corresponding to the difficulty of the task. Every rest day, Gong Jolu would take a few of them to the Summoner Division for a meal, justifying it as a means to occasionally enhance their dining experience. After being pulled over by Huang Huang, Yun Huang immediately spotted the latest task on the Summoner Division's task board, to venture into the Tianqi forest and hunt down 6th-grade moon ants. Positioned at the entrance, the task board drew the attention of the others as well. Gong Jolu wore a look of utter disbelief. 6th-grade moon ants, has the mentor of the Summoner Division lost his mind? How could he possibly assign such a task to the students? Moon ants were gregarious spirit beasts. If one was spotted, there would undoubtedly be no fewer than 10 companions nearby. Thus, to complete this task would mean facing not just a single 6th-grade moon ant. A 6th-grade moon ant was akin to a human of Spirit King caliber. Should several appear, Gong Jolu could not bear to contemplate the dire fate that awaited any student who undertook this assignment. Huang Huang and the others shared his incredulity, while summoners had spirit beasts to assist them, enhancing their strength significantly compared to cultivators of the same level. It was still insufficient to contend with a swarm of 6th-grade moon ants. Did the mentor of the Summoner Division harbor animosity towards his students? In unison, they shook their heads, opting not to waste more time lingering at the task board. However, just as they turned to leave, they noticed Yun Huang fixated on the task. Huang Huang regarded her with surprise. Huang Huang, are you interested in this task? Yun Huang corrected her. I am interested in the reward. The dragon soul grass. Outyan had informed her that this dragon soul grass was an exceedingly rare treasure. Consuming it would not only greatly enhance her mental acuity but, due to their contractual bond, could also repair a fragment of his soul. Once his soul had begun to mend, his strength would recover significantly, allowing him to completely conceal her innate talents. Even a spirit emperor would be unable to discern her true abilities. After expressing his thoughts, Outyan remarked with astonishment, I never expected that dragon soul grass would still exist on the South Lu continent. Upon hearing about the benefits of the dragon soul grass, Yun Huang was utterly captivated. Such a treasure was genuinely enticing. The reason she had chosen the alchemist division was not only due to her inadequate level to attend the main division but also because alchemists rarely concerned themselves with their cultivation ranks. The alchemist division had masters in alchemy, yet lacked those of high rank. Within the alchemist division, her concealment spirit artifact sufficed. However, no one could guarantee that she would not encounter the head of the alchemist division. And she had heard that several elders from various divisions in the main academy were all spirit sovereigns. Moreover, this task required her to journey to the Tianqi forest, providing an excellent opportunity to leave the academy and temporarily evade the spotlight. Such a rare trifecta of benefits was hard to come by. What is dragon soul grass? Yun Xianya inquired curiously, as he had never heard of it before. Gong Jolu and Lu Shenqing instinctively turned their gazes to Huang Huang, the only other alchemist among them besides Yun Huang. Seeing her companion's eyes upon her, Huang Huang shook her head. I have not heard of it either. Huang Huang, is this item of great significance to you? Very much so, Yun Huang replied succinctly, not intending to elaborate. Is it permissible for a non-student of the Summoner Division to undertake tasks from their board? Having only recently enrolled, she was still unfamiliar with many of the rules. Lu Shenqing nodded. It is allowed. Yun Huang made her decision immediately. I shall accept this task. Are you out of your mind? A female voice rang out from a distance. The group turned to see a small blue figure darting towards Yun Huang like an arrow before they could even register her approach. Then the little creature's wings began to nuzzle against Yun Huang's face. Isn't that Lanlan? Gong Jolu recognized the blue figure as the summoned beast of Shi Qianying. Following closely behind was Shi Qianying, who appeared somewhat exasperated. Lanlan, come back. Lanlan glanced back at her momentarily before resuming its affectionate antics on Yun Huang's face. Reluctantly, Yun Huang grasped its wings to pull it away. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lanlan protested, clearly dissatisfied, but Yun Huang remained unmoved. Shi Qianying, her face flushed, snatched her little bird from Yun Huang's hands and swiftly placed the noisy creature back into its contracted space. The sudden silence was blissful. Only then did she return her gaze to Yun Huang, advising, you really should reconsider accepting this task. Moon ants are vicious spirit beasts that live in colonies. Given your strength as a 7-star spirit user, you would be devoured to the last crumb by them. This warning was no exaggeration. If Yun Huang truly were a 7-star spirit user, no matter how precious the dragon soul grass, she would not entertain any thoughts of undertaking such a task. However, as a beast master with the formidable companions Fubai and Outyan, the 6th-grade moon ants posed no threat to her. Gratefully acknowledging Shi Qianying's concern, she resolutely accepted the task. Shi Qianying exclaimed, you are truly insane. Disregarding the madwoman, she claimed the task she had previously set her sights on and turned to leave. The others paid her little mind. It was entirely normal for students from the Summoner Division to come here to accept tasks. Concerns were voiced among several individuals regarding Yun Qianhuang's acceptance of the task. Lu Xianqing inquired with genuine concern, Huang Huang, can you manage this on your own? It seemed that at some point, his way of addressing Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya had shifted from Miss Wen and Brother Wen to something akin to how Gongjul and Shin Fengyuan referred to them. Yun Qianhuang was accustomed to this change. Just as she was about to assure him of her capability, Yun Qianya grasped her hand tightly, his gaze resolute. Sister, I will accompany you, understanding that even if she refused, Yun Qianya's tenacity would compel him to follow. She nodded in agreement. After all, if the task did not stipulate that it could only be undertaken alone, Shin Fengyuan promptly declared, then I shall go as well. Huang Huang, it is far too dangerous for you to venture into the Tianqi forest alone. Take us along. Following Yun Qianya's lead, the three others insisted on joining Yun Qianhuang, regardless of her protests that she and Yun Qianya were sufficient. Naturally, Yun Qianhuang was opposed to this. To thwart any attempt at stealthy following, she dined hastily and then headed to the apothecary tower, seeking Master Lu Qing's assistance and requesting a leave of absence from her mentor. Planning to leave the academy that night once everyone was asleep. The ideal was splendid, but reality. Chapter 57, Departure to Tianqi Forest, Indiana. A courtyard of the Summoner Division. Shi Qianying pushed open the door and ascended to the second floor. Inside a room on that floor sat an elderly man with graying hair and beard. Upon seeing him, Shi Qianying respectfully greeted Elder Qi. Qi Wu languidly reclined in a rocking chair, his tone casual. Ah, it's you, Shi girl, what brings you here? The task you issued has been accepted, Shi Qianying replied, lowering her demeanor. Oh, was it a student from our division? No, she shook her head, her expression somewhat complicated. It was a new student from the alchemist division. Merely a 7-star spirit practitioner. Qi Wu's eyes suddenly widened, a glint of interest flashing through his murky gaze. Is it the one who previously sparred with your little bird? Mentioning that incident made Shi Qianying's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Lan Lan had indeed been quite the spectacle, yet, facing Qi Wu, she dared not conceal anything. Yes, good. Qi Wu suddenly burst into laughter. Sure girl, you may return now. Shi Qianying, bewildered, nodded in compliance, deep into the night, estimating that Shin Fengyuan had fallen into a deep slumber. Yun Qianhuang gently opened her door. To her surprise, she found Shin Fengyuan waiting just outside. With a cheerful smile, Shin Fengyuan exclaimed, Huang Huang, I will accompany you to the Tianqi forest. Their rooms were adjacent, and despite Yun Qianhuang's attempts at secrecy, Shin Fengyuan had quietly taken to standing outside her door upon her return. With no choice but to acquiesce, Yun Qianhuang allowed her to join, since they were not from the same division. Yun Qianhuang had previously arranged with Yun Qianya to meet at the academy's entrance. After she and Shin Fengyuan arrived, they waited a few minutes until Yun Qianya appeared, accompanied by Lu Xianqing and Gongjul. Yun Qianhuang could only sigh. Yun Qianya hurriedly explained, Sister, it wasn't my intention to bring them along, they insisted on following me. He was acutely aware that Yun Qianhuang preferred not to include the other two. Thus he had been exceedingly cautious, making no noise at all. Little did he expect to encounter Lu Xianqing and Gongjul, who were supposed to be asleep, but he sought an excuse to rid himself of their company but failed. Thus reluctantly bringing them along to meet Yun Qianhuang. Would his sister be angry with him for this? Yun Qianya felt a wave of anxiety. Meanwhile, Lu Xianqing and Gongjul, having successfully trailed along, exchanged identical enigmatic smiles as they regarded Shin Fengyuan standing beside Yun Qianhuang. What more could Yun Qianhuang say? It was not feasible to break their legs to prevent them from following. Such an action was utterly unrealistic, leading to an inevitable transformation of their party from 2 to 5. The Tianqi forest was also a haven for spiritual beasts on the continent, though not as expansive as the Lingxian forest. Located near Tianling City, it lay to the south, easily reachable within half a day's journey. The group departed the academy that night, hiring a carriage at the relay station, and successfully entered the Tianqi forest by the following afternoon. Compared to the Lingxian forest, the spiritual beasts in the Tianqi forest were of a relatively lower level, making it a favored spot for mercenaries, who often gathered in large numbers to undertake tasks here. Due to the high volume of mercenaries traversing the area, there were almost no high-level spiritual beasts near the outskirts. Yun Qianhuang's target, the 6th-tier Mou ant, was nowhere to be seen at the periphery, necessitating a deeper venture into the forest's interior. Along the way, well-meaning mercenaries cautioned them, young ones, the inner region is not a place for you. Best turn back. Even seasoned mercenaries typically form teams of 10 or 20 before daring to enter the inner region. The group, with their eldest not exceeding 17, would surely be courting disaster. The mercenaries' kind warnings were met with gratitude from Yun Qianhuang and her companions, yet they had no intention of retreating. Lu Xianqing and the others, being the top students of their respective divisions, along with Yun Qianya, a rising star of the fire division, and Yun Qianhuang herself, who possessed numerous means of self-preservation, felt confident. Thus, even as they ventured deeper where the spiritual beasts were stronger, they encountered no adversary they could not handle. Mou ants resided in dark, damp locales, frequently surfacing in the northernmost parts of the Tianqi forest. The five of them made their way purposefully northward. The Tianqi forest was not solely inhabited by spiritual beasts, it was also rich in various medicinal herbs, with both Yun Xianhuang and Xinfeng Yuan as alchemists. They paused frequently during their journey, gathering a bountiful harvest. Along the way, they even encountered several fifth-tier spiritual beasts, which they dispatched with ease, acquiring materials from their remains. As night descended, the five finally approached the area where the Mou ants were known to dwell. Uncertain of how many were present, they refrained from advancing recklessly and opted to rest in place. Their spiritual energy had been considerably depleted during the journey, and they would need sufficient reserves should a confrontation arise. At this moment, the advantage of having an alchemist in the group became evident. Xinfeng Yuan ground the beast-repelling pills into powder, scattering it around, while also providing a sixth-tier spirit-replenishing pill to each member. After consuming the pills, their spiritual energy surged rapidly, and soon enough, their earlier exhaustion was restored. They were still a fair distance from the Mou ants' lair, and Gong Zhou produced 2 spirit chickens he had caught since entering the Tianqi forest. Approaching Yun Xianya, "Little Yi, may I borrow your fire?" After a day of travel, they were indeed feeling somewhat peckish. Without hesitation, Yun Xianya conjured a flame for Gong Zhou. The spirit chickens were larger than ordinary chickens, and 2 would suffice to satiate the 5 of them. Gong Zhou was adept in this regard. He produced seasonings and began to roast the spirit chickens. The aroma of the savory chicken mingled with the fragrant spices wafted through the air, and it wasn't long before the delicious scent reached Xinfeng Yuan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yun Xianhuang also found herself glancing at the spirit chickens with interest. Gong Zhou grinned. "Don't rush, it needs a bit more time." A gentle breeze swept through the night, carrying the enticing aroma of the roasted spirit chickens further afield, inadvertently luring some hungry spiritual beasts to eye in the dark, shadowy cave. A pair of ebony eyes suddenly opened, gazing towards the source of the delectable scent. On this side, Yun Xianya, sensing the wind, expressed concern. Could this scent attract other spiritual beasts? Gong Zhou offered him a reassuring glance. "Little Yi, fret not. We are near the Mou ants' lair. There are no other spiritual beasts within a 5-mile radius. As for beyond that, even with the wind, the scent would not travel that far." Feeling somewhat relieved, Yun Xianya noted they were approximately 5 miles from the Mou ants' burrow, and given the wind's direction, it should not reach them. Nonetheless, both Yun Xianhuang and Lu Xianqing remained vigilant. Yun Xianhuang extended her spiritual awareness, ready to detect any disturbances in the vicinity. "The spirit chickens are ready." Once thoroughly cooked, the aroma intensified, and Xinfeng Yuan could hardly contain her excitement. Just as Gong Zhou was about to distribute the spirit chicken, Yun Xianhuang suddenly sensed that her carefully woven net of spiritual awareness had been disturbed by something. Wait, Chapter 58. The isolated Mou ant. Yun Xianhuang promptly extinguished the fire, signaling Gong Zhou with her eyes to stow away the spirit chicken. Recognizing the gravity of her expression, the others immediately rose from their seated positions. Adjusting their stances, Yun Xianhuang confirmed the direction. "There is a spiritual beast approaching from the north, above 5th tier, and it's fast. North, isn't that where the Mou ants' lair is?" Yun Xianhuang nodded. "It appears to be at Mouantis it alone," Lu Xianqing inquired, a hint of skepticism on his face. "Huang Huang, can your spiritual awareness extend further?" Mou ants rarely acted alone, and he was concerned that more than one might be en route. Understanding his concern, Yun Xianhuang expanded her spiritual awareness significantly. The lone Mou ant was indeed advancing rapidly, having already closed the distance by several hundred meters. Yet, as she meticulously scanned its surroundings, Yun Xianhuang shook her head at her companions. "I do not sense any other spiritual beasts in its vicinity. It seems to be a solitary Mou ant," Gong Zhou remarked with delight. "Once it arrives, we shall slay it, and Huang Huang's task will be complete." What rendered the Mou ant most fearsome was not its offensive or defensive capabilities, but rather its propensity to avoid solitary appearances. Although the reason for this particular Mou ant's solitary venture remained a mystery, it was clear that one alone posed no significant threat. However, they could not afford to be complacent. Yun Xianhuang dared not let her guard down. As they prepared for battle, they aimed to keep their distance from the lair of the Mou ant. The others nodded in agreement, readying themselves for the confrontation. Soon, the solitary Mou ant loomed before the 5 of them. Its body enveloped in an inky blackness, towering over them, its 6 legs as thick as an adult's calves. Lu Xianqing deduced, "This is a 6th-tier Mou ant. It perfectly meets Yun Xianhuang's quest requirements." Having yet to encounter a 6th-tier spirit beast since entering the Tianqi forest, the group remained vigilant, carefully monitoring the Mou ant to prevent a sudden attack while subtly retreating. They needed to distance themselves further to avoid attracting more Mou ants should a fight ensue. The Mou ant halted before them, its dark pupils scanning the 5, ultimately fixating on Gong Zhou. With a peculiar screech, it launched an offensive towards him. As a ground-type spirit beast, its assaults erupted from beneath the earth. The 5 reacted swiftly, immediately vacating Gong Zhou's previous position, causing the Mou ant strike to miss, while simultaneously initiating their counterattack. Gong Zhou summoned a shield of earth-type spiritual energy to protect his companions. then conjured several earthen spikes aiming to pierce the Mou Ant. Shinfeng Yuan's spiritual energy birthed countless vines, ensnaring the Mou Ant tightly. Lu Shanqing formed a massive sphere of light, which shattered upon impact with the Mou Ant. Momentarily blinding it, Yun Qianya, wielding a long spear embedded with a spirit core, approached for close combat against the Mou Ant. Standing beside Shinfeng Yuan, Yun Qianhuang unleashed fireballs relentlessly upon the creature. The 6th-tier Mou Ant exhibited formidable defenses. Despite their combined assault, it only suffered superficial wounds. However, this minor injury provoked the Mou Ant, which unleashed powerful waves of energy that shattered Shinfeng Yuan's vine restraints. Realizing the danger, Yun Qianya quickly retreated to join the group, and together with Yun Qianhuang, they unleashed basic fireball techniques against the Mou Ant. Each member recalled Yun Qianhuang's warning, attacking the Mou Ant while cautiously retreating. Remarkably, the Mou Ant was capable of simultaneously assaulting all 5. Fortunately, Gong Jiulu's preemptively conjured earth shield mitigated much of the damage. Lu Shenqing drew a silver bow, drawing back the string as spiritual energy coalesced into arrows. Targeting the Mou Ant's eyes, the Mou Ant's body was nearly impervious, with its eyes being its only vulnerable spot. As the arrows flew, the Mou Ant leapt aside, using its front legs to shield its eyes. Lu Shenqing had not expected to hit, merely seeking to buy time for the others to retreat. The commotion had grown considerable, inevitably attracting more Mou Ants. They needed to resolve the situation swiftly. Yun Qianhuang unsheathed her bone sword and exchanged glances with her companions. The previous skirmish had fostered a certain synergy among them, as she and Yun Qianya charged at the Mou Ant. The attacks of the other 3 followed suit. After a fierce battle, the Mou Ant ultimately fell to their combined efforts. During the fray, Yun Qianhuang had instructed Out Yin to remain vigilant, and fortunately, their commotion had not summoned additional Mou Ants. As she withdrew her bone sword from the creature's eye, preparing to store its massive carcass within her storage ring, she noticed something fall from the wound on the Mou Ant's abdomen. Struck by Lu Shuanqing's arrow, the arrow was intangible, disappearing upon impact, leaving only a fist-sized hole. From this wound, a brown stone radiating a faint glow tumbled forth. Yun Qianhuang picked up the stone, instantly awed by the spiritual energy it contained. This was the Mou Ant's spirit core, Shinfeng Yuan exclaimed. It's a spirit core, Huang Huang, you are exceptionally fortunate. Typically, the spirit core of a slain spirit beast has an exceedingly slim chance of remaining intact. She had never anticipated that the core of this Mou Ant would not dissipate upon its death. After examining the spirit core, Jin Qianhuang tossed it to Gong Jiulu and turned to collect the Mou Ant's remains. Gong Jiulu, taken aback, caught it clumsily, staring at Yun Qianhuang in astonishment. Huang Huang, are you truly giving this spirit core to me? Despite his affluent background, such a precious item was rare. The fact that Yun Qianhuang had so freely bestowed it upon him left him utterly flabbergasted. Having stored the Mou Ant's body in her storage ring, Jin Qianhuang turned back and affirmed to Gong Jiulu, this spirit core is of the earth type, it will serve you better. Although she too possessed an earth spirit root, Duan Yang had informed her that her bone sword could only be embedded with a core of similar grade to the flame leopard spirit core. She had no intention of switching her spirit weapon at present, rendering the Mou Ant's spirit core of little use to her. Yun Qianhuang understood that both Yun Qianya and Shinfeng Yuan had insisted on accompanying her into Tianqi Forest out of concern for her safety. Furthermore, the defeat of the Mou Ant was a collective achievement. She had no justification for claiming the spirit core solely for herself. You're too kind, Huang Huang, thank you. Gong Jiulu resolved to procure more array plates from his father to present to Yun Qianhuang. No need for thanks, we defeated the Mou Ant together, she replied with a slight smile. Let us depart from here. The other 4 nodded in agreement, aware that the Tianqi Forest was home to many other spirit beasts. Making lingering here unwise. Just then, a formidable aura suddenly emerged within the scope of Yun Qianhuang's spiritual perception. Chapter 59, the Mou Ant Queen. Yun Qianhuang promptly alerted the others. The intensity of that aura was far beyond what they could withstand. Knowing Yun Qianhuang would not jest, Gong Jiulu activated a boosting array plate, enhancing their capabilities significantly within its radius. Moreover, as the array was sustained by spiritual energy, as long as he bore the plate, its effects would move with him. Everyone, stay close to me, Gong Jiulu called out. The 4 of them swiftly gathered around him, racing toward the perimeter with the array's augmentation. Their speed reached its zenith, and the treacherous aura swiftly dissipated from Yun Qianhuang's awareness. Had they escaped? Yun Qianhuang furrowed her brow. Something felt amiss. Be cautious, Huang Huang. A surge of spiritual energy rippled behind them. Instinctively, Yun Qianhuang sidestepped, only to be pulled back by Shinfeng Yuan, causing her to stumble. It was due to Shinfeng Yuan's timely intervention that she evaded the attack aimed at her. Now was not the time for gratitude. Yun Qianhuang shot Shinfeng Yuan a grateful glance before pivoting to locate the source of the assault. The remaining 4 halted, on guard against their surroundings, with the enemy lurking in the shadows. Mere flight was no longer an option. Yun Qianhuang felt perplexed. Despite her continuous mental probing, she could not pinpoint the spirit beast's aura. Could it possess a method of concealing its presence, sharing her suspicion with the others? Gong Jiulu's face drained of color. I've heard my father mention that among the Mou ants there exists a queen, the Mou ant queen, who is the most formidable as she can conceal her aura, rendering her nearly undetectable. Yet, the Mou ant queen should reside at the heart of the Lingxian forest. How could she be here in the Tianqi forest? Not only Gong Jiulu, but even Yun Xianhuang's expression shifted at this revelation. The Mou ant queen. A sense of urgency echoed throughout Yun's voice via spiritual connection. Master, release me. You cannot contend with the Mou ant queen. She is a 12th tier spirit beast. As Out Yin spoke, the lurking Mou ant queen launched another assault. This strike was far more potent than the previous one, forcing Gong Jiulu to utilize the earth shield bolstered by the array. Even so, the shockwave sent the group staggering backward. Yun Xianhuang clenched her teeth. Unless absolutely necessary, she was reluctant to reveal Out Yin's existence, as the legendary divine dragon was far too alluring. Fubai, can your illusion affect the Mou ant queen? It can, but only for a brief period, Fubai promptly replied. Moreover, the Mou ant queen is cunning, preferring to remain hidden. If she does not emerge, my illusion cannot take effect. Yun Xianhuang had long been aware that illusionary beasts lacked the ability to pinpoint enemies for casting illusions. She decided to summon Fubai, and aside from Yun Xianya, the others were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the floppy-eared rabbit on her shoulder. No time to explain, we must flee north. When the Mou ant queen had attacked moments ago, Yun Xianhuang detected her aura fluctuation. Fleeing north was their only escape route. Feng Yuan and the others did not hesitate to heed Yun Xianhuang's command. Even if it led them directly to the Mou ant's lair, Fubai perched on Yun Xianhuang's shoulder, vigilantly observing the movements of the Mou ant queen. The Mou ant queen launched several more assaults, all of which the group narrowly evaded, but they sustained injuries nonetheless. Feng Yuan felt immensely grateful that her granduncle had provided her with a stash of healing pills. Consuming a 10th grade healing pill instantly mended the wounds inflicted by the Mou ant queen. Frustrated at her inability to inflict serious harm on the humans, the Mou ant queen momentarily revealed her aura in her vexation. Seizing this opportunity, Fubai locked onto her presence, darting forward like a bolt of lightning. By this time, Yun Xianhuang and her companions had reached the entrance of the Mou ant's lair. The scent of humans drew the attention of the Mou ants within, and in an instant, countless dark eyes opened, fixated intently on the five at the entrance. The sound of skittering Mou ants was unnervingly pronounced, sending chills down their spines. Huang Huang, should we proceed further? No need. Yun Xianhuang produced a formation plate, feigning activation while secretly using her mental prowess to control the demonic moon ants. Suddenly, the ants ceased their movements. The Gong Jiulu stared in astonishment at the formation plate in Yun Xianhuang's hands. Several of the demonic moon ants were of the 10th rank. What kind of formation was she employing that could simultaneously control so many of them? His father had never mentioned the existence of such a miraculous formation. Yun Xianhuang could not maintain control over the swarm of ants for long, so she promptly instructed the others, proceed deeper into the cave. Aotian remarked that the demonic moon ants should indeed reside within the inner perimeter of the Lingxian forest. Their presence here indicated that there was something akin to a teleportation formation within the ants' lair. As long as they could locate that formation, they could utilize it to escape this place. Fubai relayed that he had temporarily trapped the demonic moon ants. Yun Xianhuang immediately conveyed Aotian's words to the others. At that moment, the group could not afford to dwell on how Yun Xianhuang had acquired such knowledge. Taking advantage of the ants still being under control, they swiftly began searching for the teleportation formation. The depths of the cave were shrouded in darkness, compelling the group to produce luminous stones for illumination. It was at this juncture that they discovered over 20 demonic moon ants within the cave, each exceeding the 5th rank. The sight of more than 20 ants huddled together, their eyes fixated upon them, was undeniably chilling. The five had no choice but to force themselves to ignore the menacing ants as they searched for the formation. Fortunately, due to the surrounding darkness, the faint glow emitted by the teleportation formation was particularly conspicuous, and it was not long before Yun Xianya located it. The expert Gong Jiulu quickly approached to assess. This is indeed a teleportation formation, but it can only be used once. If we utilize it, the demonic moon queen will undoubtedly trail after us. However, I cannot ascertain what awaits on the other side. Faced with the dual threats of the pursuing queen and the uncertainty ahead, the five swiftly made their decision and stood together upon the formation. The faint glow emanating from the formation enveloped them, and just before it activated, Yun Xianhuang summoned Fubai back through their contract. At that moment, the demonic moon ants broke free from their control and charged toward the five. In a critical instant, the formation successfully activated, teleporting the five out of the lair of the demonic moon ants. Meanwhile, within the inner perimeter of the Lingxian forest, countless factions gathered by the lakeside, their faces brimming with anticipation as they gazed at the center of the lake. The silvery moonlight filtered through the branches, cascading onto the water's surface, causing the earth to tremble slightly as a massive whirlpool suddenly manifested at the lake's heart. Look, is that the entrance to Yanfeng Mountain? Indeed, the entrance to Yanfeng Mountain lies within the lake. Fellow cultivators, my Liuwa sect shall take the lead. Not a chance, you fiery ruffians. The entrance to Yanfeng Mountain was first discovered by my Jinling sect. Upon the emergence of the whirlpool, the various factions gathered at the lakeside became agitated, engaging in fierce conflict over who would be the first to enter Yinfeng Mountain. This ancient secret realm was replete with rare treasures, and each opening would incite a fierce bloodbath. This time an elder from the Jiling sect had predicted the location of the Yinfeng Mountain's opening, but a traitor within the sect leaked the information, resulting in all factions converging upon this site. The elder of the Jiling sect seethed with resentment, realizing that while they could not prevent other factions from seeking a share of the spoils, they could not allow their opportunity to enter Yinfeng Mountain first to be snatched away, yet other factions were unwilling to let him have his way. The entrance to Yinfeng Mountain was only available for a brief time. Entering first meant a greater chance of discovering treasures. Who would not want to seize this opportunity? The battles raged fiercely at the lakeside, and just then, a teleportation formation suddenly appeared above the whirlpool at the lake's center. What is that? The sudden appearance of the formation brought the skirmishes to a halt. As everyone turned to look, they witnessed several figures tumbling from the formation, plunging directly into the entrance of Yinfeng Mountain. The factions quickly realized that someone had utilized a teleportation formation to gain the upper hand and enter Yinfeng Mountain. Which faction is this? How despicable to use a teleportation formation! Everyone, we have been preempted. Let us cease our quarrels and rely on our own abilities. That sentiment aligns with my own. The distance from the shore to the lake center was considerable, and to reach Yinfeng Mountain, the various factions unleashed their unique skills, showcasing their prowess. However, none noticed that three factions had quietly banded together. I say, Gong Lianxiao, how shameless of you to allow that lad Jiulu from your family to use the teleportation formation to enter Yinfeng Mountain. Not at all, Shin Songbai. What a wolf in sheep's clothing you are. Do not think I am unaware of your daughter Feng Yuan's presence. Lu Qingsu, you cunning old fox, do not assume that just because you've recently recovered from illness, I will refrain from reproaching you. Your Xianqing is also among them. The three exchanged barbs, and in the end, they all erupted into laughter until Lu's second son weakly remarked, shouldn't Xianqing and the others be at the academy at this time? Gong Lianxiao, Shin Songbai, Lu Qingsu, that insufferable lad lass, at Yinfeng Mountain. Yun Xianhuang fell heavily to the ground. Had she not promptly used her spiritual energy to mitigate the impact, she might have shattered her bones. Yet even so, her condition was far from pleasant. She quickly swallowed a healing elixir, waiting for its effects while surveying her surroundings. The ground was strewn with the charred remains of trees, the air thick with the oppressive heat of fire. Spiritual energy. Even with her protective energy, Yun Xianhuang found the heat unbearable. What in the world is this place? Where are Qianya and the others? The teleportation formation should have sent them to the Lingxian forest, yet she had previously traversed the outskirts of the Lingxian forest and had not encountered such a locale. Moreover, everywhere she looked was desolate, devoid of any greenery. This was certainly not the Lingxian forest. As Yun Xianhuang remained vigilant, she suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching. Instinctively she knew she could not confront that group head-on. Scanning her surroundings, she finally found a massive rock that could serve as a hiding place. Before the group drew near, the rock bore the marks of fire scorching, continuously radiating heat. Yun Xianhuang used her spiritual energy to shield herself from the heat. Hiding behind the boulder and suppressing her presence, she extended her mental energy, enabling her to sense the movements of the approaching individuals. There were about 20 people in total, both men and women, with their strengths generally surpassing that of great spiritual masters, including 3 spiritual sect leaders and 1 spiritual sovereign. Such a formidable assembly would dare to venture even within the inner perimeter of the Lingxian forest. Why were they here? Yun Xianhuang's wariness intensified, and she strained to overhear their conversation through her mental energy. The oppressive heat made it uncomfortable for anyone below the spiritual sect level, and complaints began to surface within the group. Elder Yuan, this wretched place is unbearably hot. Are there truly any treasures here? Given the scorched landscape, they speculated that any treasures might have long been incinerated. Elder Yuan shot a glare at the disciple who had spoken. I have instructed you to focus on your training, yet you cannot withstand a little heat. You are bringing shame to our Liwa sect. Liwa sect? Yun Xianhuang squinted her eyes. There were numerous sects across the continent, and the Liwa sect was among them, a prominent one at that. The Liwa sect only accepted cultivators with fire spiritual roots, and that Elder Yuan was likely Yuan Yu, a formidable figure from the one-star Liwa sect. Judging by the disciples' words, they must have come here in search of treasures. What kind of treasures would warrant the personal leadership of an elder? As the footsteps gradually receded, the voices of the disciples became less discernible. Yun Xianhuang withdrew her mental energy. With the enhancement of her Xianling necklace, her mental prowess exceeded that of even 1-star or 2-star spiritual emperors. The Xianling necklace, which she had previously purchased from the Duan family's spirit artifact shop, was a 10th rank enhancement artifact that could augment her mental power and render her immune to mind-affecting attacks from those below the spiritual sect level. Yun Xianhuang's mental energy was already comparable to that of spiritual emperors, and with the Xianling necklace, it had increased significantly. However, caution was paramount. As an elder of a sect, Yuan Yu likely possessed numerous tools for sensing mental energy. It was best not to pursue recklessly. Yun Shenhuang abandoned the idea of tracking the group once the footsteps faded completely and she sensed no other presences. She emerged from behind the boulder. To avoid running into the Liwa sect members, she headed in the opposite direction. Since this place had treasures that could attract the attention of an elder from the Liwa sect, it was undoubtedly fraught with peril. She needed to reunite with Jianye and the others as swiftly as possible. Concurrently, Yun Shenhuang inquired with Ao Tian and Fu Bai if they knew where this place was, but received negative responses from both. Clutching her bone sword tightly, she cautiously advanced. After approximately half an hour of walking, Yun Shenhuang encountered another group. She once again concealed herself, listening in on their conversation. This time, it was a party from the Jiling sect. Like the Liwa sect, the Jiling sect was also a prominent sect on the continent, with disciples possessing golden spiritual roots. Leading this group was also a spiritual sect elder. From their dialogue, Yun Shenhuang learned that this was an ancient secret realm known as Yinfeng Mountain. Ancient secret realms were notorious for housing countless rare treasures, which explained why she had already encountered two sections. Yun Shenhuang's vigilance heightened. If she were mistaken for a treasure seeker, her fate would likely be dire. But how had she been transported to Yinfeng Mountain? This question was answered when she encountered the third group. I asked you who harmed my brother. In the past, due to the presence of the summoner Dinghe in the family, the Ding clan enjoyed immense favor from numerous factions within the realm of spirit, establishing itself as one of the most powerful families. However, following Dinghe's demise, and with Lei Hu's mysterious disappearance from the Ding household, the clan's status in the realm of spirit plummeted dramatically. Nevertheless, the Ding family's deep-rooted heritage remained intact. For this particular secret realm expedition, the two spirit kings from the family mobilized all their resources. Accompanied by numerous direct descendants, compared to other factions, the Ding family's efforts seemed insufficient, yet an inexplicable confidence resided within them, leading them to believe they would surely acquire the treasures. When Yun Shenhuang encountered them, several direct descendants of the Ding family were besieging a young boy. The two spirit kings stood by, showing no intent to intervene in their junior's actions. Unable to see the boy's appearance, Yun Shenhuang hesitated to get involved, until a familiar voice reached her ears, and she laid eyes on a flame spear that was unmistakably familiar. It was Yun Xianye. After awakening in Yinfeng Mountain, Yun Xianye realized he had separated from the others. Eager to find Yun Shenhuang, he hastily consumed a healing elixir and prepared to set off. Little did he expect that the Ding family members happened to be nearby. Upon seeing him take out a 6th-grade healing pill, their eyes glinted with greed as they closed in, intent on seizing his elixir. Unwilling to comply, Yun Xianye found himself confronted by the Ding family's direct descendants, who attempted to forcibly take it from him. Even with the aid of spirit tools and elixirs, he sustained many injuries under the onslaught of 7 or 8 assailants. Meanwhile, the two spirit kings from the Ding family remained vigilant nearby, preventing Yun Xianye from using higher-grade healing elixirs, for he knew that should the two kings join the fray, he would stand no chance. However, he was equally reluctant to relinquish his elixirs to these individuals. He remembered his father mentioning that Dinghe had intended to excavate his sister's spiritual bones, and thus, he would rather feed those elixirs to dogs than allow the Ding family to benefit from them. Seeing Yun Xianye's resilience, the Ding family members became even more convinced that he must possess a significant stash of elixirs, intensifying their attacks. Unaware of the intricacies at play, Yun Shenhuang could not stand idly by when it came to Yun Xianye. She quietly summoned Fu Bai, instructing Fu Bai ensnare those two spirit kings. Capturing the two spirit kings was child's play for Fu Bai. For the Ding family's direct descendants, an icy resolve washed over Yun Shenhuang. Anyone who dared to harm her brother would face her wrath personally. Understood, my master. Fu Bai cast a dismissive glance at the two spirit kings before darting forth like lightning. The two kings, having merely observed the situation, felt that Yun Xianye posed little threat. They believed he was too weak to warrant their intervention, especially since he was alone while they had brought several juniors with them. They assumed he would inevitably succumb to their juniors, so they remained entirely unguarded. Even as Fu Bai approached them unnoticed, what threat could a mere rabbit possibly pose? They failed to consider that a rabbit appearing in a place as ancient and mysterious as Yinfeng Mountain might be anything but ordinary. Fu Bai easily executed its task, a look of exasperation flickering in its eyes. Even spirit beasts understood the importance of not underestimating any opponent, no matter how small, otherwise one could easily fall prey to a counterattack. Yet these two humans had not even regarded it with a proper gaze. No wonder they remained spirit kings at their advanced age. After ensnaring the two spirit kings, Fu Bai leapt onto a nearby charred tree trunk and began grooming its fur. The Ding family's direct descendants noticed Fu Bai, yet they shared the same misconception as the kings, believing a drooping-eared rabbit posed no threat, and quickly diverted their gaze. Only Yun Xianye glanced at the two spirit kings trapped in the illusion, then at Fu Bai, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. I asked you, you dared to harm my brother. A chilling female voice resonated, causing the Ding family's direct descendants to halt their assault and search frantically. Who is it? Upon the charred tree trunk, they beheld a young girl clad in a pale cyan robe. She stood atop the trunk, cradling the previously mentioned rabbit, her delicate fingers gently stroking its fur. Her inky hair and attire swirling gracefully as if driven by an unseen breeze, though her features appeared exceedingly ordinary, so much so that she might be lost in a crowd. An aura of murderous intent surrounded her. And her phoenix-like eyes, as cold as a deep pool, rendered her impossible to ignore. Ding Xiang, the strongest among the direct descendants, scrutinized Yun Shenhuang and demanded, "Who are you? You are not worthy to know my name." Yun Shenhuang replied icily, and in an instant numerous fireballs manifested around her, swirling with intense spiritual energy and raining down upon the Ding family members. Startled, Ding Xiang shouted, "Quick, dodge!" He hastily attempted to evade, only to realize that the fireballs were more bluster than substance. Lacking real power, what level of strength was I expecting? It turns out you are merely a spirit practitioner. Ding Xiang laughed heartily at Yun Shenhuang. You, a mere spirit practitioner, dare to provoke us? You must be tired of living. Do not engage. I shall demonstrate that our Ding family is not to be trifled with. A weakling like her is no match for me. Oh, Yun Shenhuang tilted her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Just as Ding Xiang prepared to advance and attack her, he suddenly felt an icy chill creeping up his spine, rendering him immobile. Not only him, but all the Ding family members, save for the two spirit kings, found themselves frozen in place by an unknown ice. Unable to move, the ice swiftly spread, leaving them with little more than their heads free to react. Dual spirit roots, Ding Xiang gasped, quickly turning to the two spirit kings. Second uncle, third uncle, you must kill this wretched girl. Yet the two elders, referred to as second uncle and third uncle, seemed oblivious to his pleas. Staring blankly ahead, Ding Xiang whipped around to face Yun Shenhuang, who wore a knowing smile, sending a shiver down his spine. It was you have controlled second uncle and third uncle. You guessed correctly. Yun Shenhuang arched her brows, nimbly leaping down from the tree trunk, instantly appearing before Yun Xianye, who was struggling to maintain his stance with the spear. Upon seeing her, Yun Xianye broke into a foolish grin. Sister, Yun Shenhuang promptly placed a saint-grade recovery pill in his mouth. Instantly, a warm energy coursed through Yun Xianye's body, visibly healing his wounds at an astonishing pace, an effect achievable only by a saint-grade recovery pill. Ding Xiang finally realized they had provoked someone far beyond their means. How could an ordinary person casually produce a saint-grade recovery pill? He quickly altered his previous arrogance, forcing a smile as he addressed Yun Shenhuang. It was a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. We only intended to spar with this young brother. We meant him no harm. Yun Xianye regarded Ding Xiang with incredulity. You really think I would believe that? They attempted to steal my elixirs, and when I refused, they surrounded me. Had it not been for the 10th grade spirit core embedded in his spear and the elixirs his sister had previously given him, he might have perished at the hands of these Ding family members. The contracted storage ring would allow anyone to forcibly erase the residual spiritual energy inside, claiming its contents upon the death of the contractor. As Fubai vanished from Yun Shenhuang's arms, she gently ruffled Yun Xianye's hair. I apologize for being late, dear brother. It is not your fault, sister. Yun Xianye shook his head, gripping his spear tightly. May I handle these individuals? The Ding family had proven exceedingly despicable. First, Ding Yi had participated in the excavation of his sister's spiritual bones, and now Ding Xiang sought to rob him of his elixirs. He intended to settle these scores personally. Yun Shenhuang cast a glance at the others, nodding. Very well. Ding Xiang, however, was not one to await his fate passively. He feverishly channeled his spiritual energy, striving to shatter the ice encasing him. His strength was indeed formidable, and the ice soon began to crack under his efforts. He must not break free. Yun Xianye's gaze hardened as he dashed toward Ding Xiang, thrusting the spear deep into his heart. The flames engulfing the spear melted the ice at Ding Xiang's chest, searing his flesh into a blur of charred remains. Ding Xiang let out a howl of agony, his hand grasping the spear as he attempted to wrench it from his body, yet Yun Xianye would not grant him that mercy. With renewed vigor, he drove the spear further, piercing Ding Xiang's heart completely. Ding Xiang was dead. The remaining Ding family descendants stood frozen, their minds in turmoil as they grappled with the unfolding chaos. They were not favored within their family, relying on Ding Xiang to join them at Yanfeng Mountain. Who could have foreseen his demise? While the two elders remained incapacitated, what were they to do? A panicked voice broke the silence. It was Ding Xiang who urged us to attack you. I never intended to steal from you. Yes, this was all Ding Xiang's idea. The second elder and third elder favored him, and we dared not oppose him. This spear looks familiar. You are from the general's manor. A member among them recognized Yun Xianye's weapon, his eyes widening in shock, however, before he could finish his sentence. He too met the same fate as Ding Xiang, pierced through the heart by Yun Xianye's spear. Yun Xianye was acutely aware that these individuals were merely following Ding Xiang's orders, being from the general's manor. He was familiar with the Ding family's circumstances, however, since one individual had recognized his spirit tool, he could not allow them to live. Otherwise, once they returned to Helen City and informed the Ding family, they would retaliate against the general's manor, plunging his grandfather and father into dire trouble. He could not permit them to survive. Coming from the general's manor, Yun Xianye was not one to dither indecisively. He resolutely made up his mind that none of these people could be spared. After all, this was Yanfeng Mountain, an ancient secret realm, and countless souls had perished within its depths. the Ding family would undoubtedly never suspect him as the perpetrator. He was confident that his sister would not consider his actions excessive. Yun Xianya wielded a spiritual weapon, dispatching one foe after another with swift, ruthless precision, ensuring that they felt not a hint of pain. The surviving members of the Ding family could not help but curse inwardly, lamenting that the fool had openly acknowledged their recognition. Why must he speak it aloud? Now, they were all doomed. The remaining members of the Ding family resigned themselves to their fate, even finding a grim sense of amusement in the presence of the second and third elders, as they reasoned that they were not entirely at a loss, with Yun Xianhuang and Fu Bai by his side. Yun Xianya encountered little resistance. He made quick work of the Ding family's intruders until none were left standing. After the slaughter, Yun Xianya returned to Yun Xianhuang, somewhat bashful, and whispered to sister, although he knew she would understand his motives. He still worried that she might resent him for taking so many lives. However, Yun Xianhuang merely produced a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from his face, causing him to smile instantly. It was a relief to know that his sister did not harbor any ill feelings towards him. Sister, I overheard the Ding family mention that this is Yinfeng Mountain, an ancient secret realm. We must have been transported near the entrance of the secret realm after arriving in Lingxian Forest, and inadvertently stumbled into it. Yun Xianhuang nodded, affirming that this was indeed the most logical explanation. It seemed likely that the five of them had been scattered to different locations upon entering the secret realm. Sister, should we seek out brother Xianqing and the others? Lu Xianqing and Gong Jiolv had provided much care for Yun Xianya, and the three had assisted Yun Xianhuang in completing a task together. Given the dangers lurking within the secret realm, with treasure seekers aplenty, Yun Xianya was concerned about the potential perils they might encounter. Yes, let us search for them, Yun Xianhuang replied. Yinfeng Mountain was vast, and her spiritual energy was not yet sufficient to encompass the entire realm. Leaving her without any clear direction, she ignited a fire, incinerating the bodies of the Ding family until nothing remained. Before leading Yun Xianya forward in a random direction, many had entered Yinfeng Mountain, and the siblings encountered numerous individuals along the way. Fortunately, Yun Xianhuang continuously scanned the surroundings with her spiritual energy, allowing them to evade conflicts with other factions besides the Ding family. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yun Xianhuang sensed a significant group of people converging in the same direction. There were at least 100 of them. Among them, she recognized familiar auras. It was Shenfeng Yuan and his companions. Informing Yun Xianya, she planned to stealthily approach and assess the situation. Lacking any concealment-type spiritual weapon, Yun Xianya produced a formation plate given to him by Gong Jiolv, which could mask their presence from those below the spirit master level. The two crept closer and soon discovered that the crowd was gathered before a cave, chattering animatedly about how to enter. A formidable barrier barred their access to the cave's entrance. In such an ancient secret realm, any location shielded by a powerful barrier must surely guard some treasure. Thus, the various factions reached a consensus to unite their efforts and break through the barrier. Agreeing to share whatever lay within, Yun Xianhuang noticed that the individuals standing beside Shenfeng Yuan bore a resemblance to him. They must be his family members. The Gongshan and Lu families were all powerful clans, so their presence within the secret realm was hardly surprising. Since Shenfeng Yuan was with his family, Yun Xianhuang felt reassured about their safety and decided to remain hidden with Yun Xianya to continue observing. After all, who could resist the allure of treasure? The factions outside the cave quickly agreed to each send a spirit master to collectively breach the barrier, for a quarter of an hour. 6 spirit masters combined their might, and at last, cracks began to appear in the barrier. Chapter 63. Oh no, she intends to enter the cave. The fissures rapidly spread, prompting the 6 spirit masters to intensify their assaults. A series of ominous cracking sounds echoed through the air, culminating in a resounding shatter that reverberated in everyone's ears. The barrier at the cave's entrance was on the verge of collapse. Most of those present erupted in jubilant cheers, while only Shenfeng Yuan and his companions appeared somewhat distracted. Shortly after entering the secret realm, they had encountered their father and his entourage, who had forcibly inducted them into the group for a stern lecture. Demanding to know why they had ventured from the academy to Lingxian Forest, they were compelled to explain their departure from the academy and how they had ended up in the forest. Carefully omitting details about Yun Xianhuang summoning Fu Bai and her ability to manipulate the demon moon ants with formations, though their father did not doubt their words, he insisted they remain with the family. Expressing concern about the dangers that lurked within Yinfeng Mountain, Shenfeng Yuan and his companions were anxious about the safety of Yun Xianhuang and her brother, contemplating a secret escape. However, their feeble attempts were utterly insufficient in the presence of their father. There was no way to slip away unnoticed. The trio did not care about the treasures hidden within the cave. They had heard too many tales of the dangers of Yinfeng Mountain and feared for the well-being of Yun Xianhuang and her brother. At that moment, all attention was fixated on the imminent collapse of the barrier. The three exchanged knowing glances, and then, in perfect synchrony, they stealthily slipped away from their group. Gong Lianxiu unceremoniously kicked Gong Jiolv. "You little rascal, where do you think you're going?" Shin Songbai laughed as he blocked Shenfeng Yuan's path. Yuan, the secret realm is perilous. Don't wander off. Lu Qingsu shot a pointed glance at Lu Xiancheng. Do I need to summon you back? The three siblings immediately wilted under the scrutiny, obediently retreating to their father's side. Just then, the barrier, now riddled with cracks, shattered completely, unleashing a wave of scorching heat from within the cave. Even from a distance, the siblings felt the intense warmth, their hearts racing in alarm. The treasures within this cave were surely of no ordinary caliber. The factions outside shared this sentiment, elated as they jostled to be the first to enter the cave. Suddenly, a massive fireball erupted from the cave, radiating an overwhelming spiritual energy that even the spirit masters dared not confront directly. The crowd scattered in haste, and as Yun Shenhuang and her brother had been hiding behind them. The fireball surged directly toward them. As the throng dispersed, the fireball, moving swiftly, reached them in the blink of an eye. In this instant of chaos, Yun Shenhuang cursed under her breath and quickly pulled Yun Shenya to evade. At that moment, she could no longer afford to conceal their presence. If they were struck by that fireball, it would surely spell their demise. The sudden appearance of such energy drew the attention of the various factions. Who goes there? Is someone trying to take advantage of the chaos? The oppressive aura from dozens of spirit and spirit master level experts descended upon them, momentarily slowing Yun Shenhuang's movements. Fortunately, they managed to evade the fireball. But the overwhelming pressure left them both in distress, causing blood to seep from the corner of Yun Shenhuang's mouth. Yet they could not afford to reveal themselves, otherwise, they would likely be mistaken for treasure thieves and summarily executed by those powerful beings. Under the weight of such formidable pressure, their chances of escape were slim. The only viable option. Yun Shenhuang glanced at the now unbarriered cave entrance and quickly consumed a recovery pill, then whispered, "Shenya, stay close to me." Yun Shenya immediately grasped her hand tightly, activating a boosting formation plate. With the formation's assistance, Yun Shenhuang harnessed all her wood spiritual energy, allowing the power of wood to summon the wind, enhancing her speed even further. With these two enhancements, Yun Shenhuang expanded her spiritual energy and, with Yun Shenya in tow, dashed toward the cave's entrance. Oh no, she intends to enter the cave. Someone noticed Yun Shenhuang's intent and attempted to intervene. But she had already surged into the cave, with Yun Shenya vanishing from their sight in an instant. Among the crowd, Huang Huang and his companions exchanged glances, and with the aid of Gong Jiol's formation, they swiftly followed suit. The formation Gong Jiol wielded was a gift from his father, boasting unparalleled enhancement effects, and the onlookers barely had time to register the trio's appearance before instinctively pursuing them. Yet, after the three vanished, a new barrier appeared at the cave's entrance. After so much effort to breach the barrier, they had been outpaced, inciting the ire of several spirit masters who felt compelled to retaliate. Gong Lianqiu and his companions also feigned expressions of anger, though only they could discern the glint of excitement in their eyes. Within the cave, Yun Shenhuang and Yun Shenya ran tirelessly until they reached the deepest recesses. The interior of the cave mirrored the outside, bearing the marks of flames, and likely due to the surrounding stone walls, the temperature was at least twice as high as outside, even with their spiritual energy shielding them. Both felt exceedingly uncomfortable. However, they knew that those outside would eventually enter, and they could not afford to remain stationary. Yet, for reasons unknown, the cave appeared empty, leaving no trace of the fireball's origin. "Sister, there is nothing here?" Yun Shenya expressed his disbelief. At that moment, familiar auras approached rapidly, and as he looked up, he saw Huang Huang and his companions racing toward them. Huang Huang, Xiaoyi, you truly are bold," Gong Jiol exclaimed, panting, as he gave Yun Shenhuang a thumbs up. To dare enter the cave beneath the noses of so many powerful beings was indeed audacious, and he admired that. Huang Huang took a moment to catch her breath and then meticulously inspected Yun Shenhuang for any injuries. Visibly relieved to find her unharmed. "As long as you're safe," she remarked, having been worried that the two might encounter unforeseen dangers within Yanfeng Mountain. Lu Shenqing then relayed the most anticipated news. "When we entered, the barrier reappeared, so for now, we need not worry about those outside coming in. However, I suspect that barrier won't hold for long. Once it is breached again, those powerful beings will likely meet their end here." Yun Shenhuang comprehended the unspoken words of Lu Shenqing and did not conceal her thoughts. This cave is not merely this expansive. She was not reckless. While caves could indeed serve as refuges from attacks, being pursued meant one would become an easy target. Prior to entering the cave, Yun Shenhuang had employed her mental energy to explore, revealing that the interior space was vast, so much so that even her mental energy could not encompass it fully. Thus she surmised that there must be some hidden entrances, but she had refrained from a thorough search out of fear of being pursued. Of Huang Huang, do you mean we can continue forward? Huang Huang and the others surveyed their surroundings. Apart from the entrance they had come through, the other three sides were sheer stone walls, devoid of any apparent anomalies. This was clearly a dead end. Of Huang Huang, which way? Yun Shenhuang shook her head. "I do not know." Upon entering, it felt as though her mental energy had been diminished by some unseen force, only allowing her to cover the visible area. The other four did not doubt her judgment and immediately dispersed to search for any concealed entrances. Yun Shenhuang also commenced her search with urgency. Chapter 64. Collapsed. The surrounding stone walls were uneven and charred, emanating heat, and could only be touched under the protection of spiritual energy. The five of them moved apart. leaving no corner unchecked, nearly scouring the cave, yet failing to discover any hidden entrance. Even so, Huang Huang and the others did not question Yun Xianhuang's assessment and continued their diligent search. As Yun Xianhuang's mental energy was restricted, Outyen and Fubai endeavored to assist her in exploration, but without success. It seemed this truly was merely a cave devoid of anything. 15 minutes passed, the barrier at the entrance was precarious, and the sounds of attacks from outside reverberated within the cave's depths. If they could not find an exit, they would have to devise another plan to escape before the barrier was breached. ILLC if there SA teleportation array disk. Gong Jiol rummaged through his storage ring. He knew well that there wouldn't be any. Drawing a teleportation array required a master of formations, and their clan could not produce one. Lu Shencheng and Huang Yuan opened their storage rings as well, attempting to find any useful items. Yun Xianya felt helpless and bowed her head silently. Their military household could no longer offer anything of value. Yun Xianhuang approached the stone wall she had previously examined and communicated with her two beasts through her mental energy. Outyen. Fubai, it's time. She intended to utilize the strength of Outyen and Fubai to forcibly create an exit. Since their presence could not be revealed, Outyen and Fubai's power would be significantly diminished. But even a divine dragon combined with a sacred beast, even weakened, would suffice to break through an exit. This was a last resort, for the noise created by breaking the wall would surely alert the powerful forces outside. Yet, at this moment, there were no other options. To ensure their combined strength would be sufficient, Yun Xianhuang called upon the others for assistance. The group quickly understood her intentions and hastened to lend their power. With the two beasts and the four individuals, Yun Xianhuang felt a surge of continuous energy within her. She concentrated this overwhelming force and pressed her hands, enveloped in spiritual energy, against the stone wall. The immense power unleashed ripples, causing the entire cave to tremble. Outside the cave, the onlookers stumbled, nearly losing their balance. What is happening? It must be those individuals triggering a mechanism by taking treasures from within the cave, causing it to collapse. Will they be able to get out? Who cares about their fate? Let South leave this place first and check later if any treasures remain. The crowd hastily distanced themselves from the cave. Deep within the cave, the tremendous force exceeded Yun Xianhuang's physical capacity, blood oozing from her 7 orifices. A drop of blood silently fell to the ground, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, a golden array suddenly appeared beneath the 5 of them, enveloping them in brilliant light, silently transporting them to another realm. Boom! The tremors abruptly ceased, and the stone walls emitted a dull sound as the entire cave collapsed in an instant. Not far from the cave, within the already evacuated Gong family contingent, Gong Lianxia widened his eyes, murmuring, "Could that brat Jiolv have been crushed?" Master, quickly check Jiolv's life jade token. Yes, the life jade token. Gong Lianxia swiftly retrieved Gong Jiolv's life jade token from his storage ring and, upon seeing it intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that brat was not dead. Yun Xianhuang and the others felt as though they had traversed through a transparent barrier. Once the golden light dissipated, they found themselves in an entirely different world, a stretch of towering mountains, trees soaring into the clouds, and verdant landscapes, with the sweltering heat that had clung to them now replaced by remarkably fresh air. What is this place? Gong Jiol stomped his foot on the solid ground, discovering it was firm. So many phoenix trees. Huang Yuan recognized the trees before them as phoenix trees. Everything around them was utterly astonishing. They had entered Yanfeng Mountain, where the ground was scorched, and flames appeared to have consumed everything, yet now they beheld a lush paradise. Wait, here, Outyen's voice echoed through Yun Xianhuang's mental energy, causing her to pause slightly. Outyen, do you know this place? This should be the dwelling place of a phoenix. Phoenixes only roost upon phoenix trees, thus their habitats are typically dense with these trees. However, something feels off. Outyen could not pinpoint what felt amiss, yet, Yun Xianhuang and the others noticed. Why was it so eerily quiet, in such a place, even if no spirit beasts other than phoenixes resided? There should logically be a multitude of birds, whether in Lingxian Forest or Tianqi Forest. Even at night, one could hear the songs of birds. Here, there was not a whisper of wind, water, or bird calls. Only their breathing echoed in the silence, as if they had unwittingly stumbled into Fubai's illusion. Yun Xianhuang cautiously conjured a small fireball, striking a tree a few steps away, yet it left no trace. The expressions of the 5 shifted. Only in an illusion would an attack fail to take effect. They had unwittingly been ensnared in an illusion. Lu Shenqing narrowed his eyes. It seems we must first dispel this illusion, before he could finish. The scene before them suddenly transformed. Countless fireballs cascaded from the sky, engulfing everything in flames. After the inferno, the once thriving phoenix forest was reduced to charred stumps. Gong Jiol stood dumbfounded, witnessing the transformation before him. The scene mirrored precisely what they had observed in Yanfeng Mountain. The fire did not affect the 5, leaving them frozen in place, unsure of how to react. Yun Xianhuang quietly inquired, Outyen, what is this? It must be what transpired here previously. Outyen could not provide further details. Master, head east. I sense a rich concentration of spiritual energy in that direction. It may be the nest of the phoenix from earlier. Yun Xianhuang recalled Yun Xianyu's prior admonition and promptly resolved, "Let us head east." "Alright." Yun Xianya was the first to agree. Shenfeng Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. The five set off eastward. After the previous scene vanished, the oppressive heat returned, forcing them to utilize their spiritual energy to shield against the high temperatures. The further east they ventured, the hotter it became. Shenfeng Yuan, with her wood spiritual root, found herself at a disadvantage in this environment, beads of sweat quickly forming on her forehead. Gong Jiol, Lu Xianqing, and Yun Xianya fared little better. Only Yun Xianhuang, protected by energies of 5 elements, felt somewhat more comfortable. The temperature around them gradually reached a peak, and their spiritual energy could no longer shield them from the heat. The five were drenched in sweat, struggling to endure, just as they contemplated taking a brief respite. A magnificent palace came into view. Chapter 65. The Palace of the Phoenix Ancestor. It was a dilapidated palace, though it emanated an imposing presence and a solemn aura. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that several walls of the palace were in a state of disrepair, making it initially difficult to notice. The scorched earth beneath their feet extended to the palace's entrance before abruptly disappearing, returning to its natural hue. As they approached the palace, the unbearable heat dissipated entirely. As if shielded by some invisible force, Aotian quietly expressed his astonishment. "Master, this palace seems familiar." Gong Jiol rubbed his face, still warm from the heat, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the palace before them. There is actually such a palace within Yanfeng Mountain. Yanfeng Mountain was an ancient secret realm that had been opened multiple times in the past, yet those who had emerged alive had never mentioned the existence of an abandoned palace within. Just by gazing at it, one could imagine the palace's former splendor rivaling even the grandest of royal palaces from various nations. Such a place should surely harbor treasures, right? Shenfeng Yuan proposed. "Should we go inside?" Having come this far, it would be a disservice to return empty-handed after traversing through such oppressive heat. The four turned their gazes toward Yun Xianhuang, for at this moment, they placed their trust in her judgment. Yun Xianhuang had already learned from Aotian that this palace belonged to the ancestral phoenix, the Phoenix Ancestor. Will there be phoenix feather fruits in the Phoenix Ancestor's palace? Yun Xianhuang was solely concerned with this. Aotian paused momentarily, then exclaimed in exasperation, "Master, that is the Phoenix Ancestor. The treasures within that palace are no less than those in my nest, and yet you only care about that measly fruit." However, after his outburst, he still informed Yun Xianhuang there should indeed be some. Yun Xianhuang instantly nodded at the three. "Let us go in and take a look." 5 individuals gradually approached the grand entrance of the palace. Although the edifice lay in ruins, the main gate remained relatively intact, with no other entrance available. Compared to the dilapidated walls, the gate stood as a bastion of preservation. Yun Xianya tentatively extended his hand, intending to push it open. As a cultivator, his capabilities far exceeded those of an ordinary person, and he believed that opening such a formidable stone door, towering at 2 men's height, would be a trivial task. However, the moment his fingertips made contact with the door, an unseen force repelled him. Quickly retracting his hand, he rubbed his stinging fingers and turned to Yun Xianhuang, saying, "Sister, it seems there is some kind of barrier on this door. It cannot be opened directly. It was only to be expected. How could the palace of the Phoenix Ancestor allow just anyone to enter?" Gong Jiolu, a master of formations, was well versed in barriers and bravely stepped forward, activating a formation disc before cautiously approaching the door. This time, his fingertips did not even touch the door before being repelled simultaneously. A fleeting golden light shimmered across the door. Shenfeng Yuan and Lu Xianqing each took a turn to attempt entry. Regardless of whether they relied on brute strength or spiritual power, they could not budge the door. As the two tried, Gong Jiolu observed the barrier closely. Ultimately, he concluded, the barrier on this door is likely identical to that at the cave entrance outside. "It seems we may have to force our way through." Yun Xianhuang pondered. Previously, 6 spiritual sovereigns had collaborated for a quarter of an hour before a crack appeared in the cave's barrier. Among them, only Lu Xianqing was a grand spiritual master, and where could they find spiritual sovereigns to breach the barrier? Should they once again rely on the strength of Aotian and Fubai? Cautiously, Yun Xianhuang extended her hand, gently pressing against the grand door, gauging the situation. Surely Aotian and Fubai's powers wouldn't shatter the door entirely, given that the palace walls were already on the verge of collapse. Breaking the door might lead to the entire structure crumbling down. As she hesitated, she suddenly felt a change in the sensation beneath her palm. Initially, she had worried about being repelled like the others, but since her hand hovered a few inches away, she felt only air. And now, however, it felt as though she had encountered a viscous liquid, and her hand involuntarily sank into it. A jolt of alarm coursed through her, and instinctively she attempted to retract her hand, but it was too late. Her entire being began to plunge into the viscous substance at an astonishing speed, so rapid that her companions were caught off guard. "Sister, Huang Huang!" The four rushed forward, trying to grasp Yun Xianhuang, but only Yun Xianya managed to catch a corner of her garment. Just like that, a living person was swallowed by an unseen force, vanishing before their eyes. Staring blankly at the light blue fabric in his grasp, Yun Xianya staggered backward. Her sister, his eyes suddenly brimmed with tears as he summoned all his spiritual energy into his right fist and struck the door with all his might. hoping to shatter it, yet his spiritual power was effortlessly dissipated by an invisible force, and the door did not even tremble. Undeterred, Yun Qianye swung his fist again. Huang Huang and the others quickly realized the urgency and joined him in attacking the barrier on the door. Inside the palace, separated by a mere wall, Yun Huang turned to glance back at the door. Had she passed through it, she pivoted, attempting to see if she could open the door from within. Surely her companions would worry upon witnessing her sudden disappearance, especially Yun Qianye. Regrettably, even inside, she encountered a barrier and was repelled once more. Outyan, what is happening? Outyan admitted his ignorance. The Phoenix ancestor possesses an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. To prevent intrusions by other spirit beasts or humans, she must have established numerous barriers in her palace, possibly allowing entry but not exit. Yun Huang was taken aback. So, it means that even if I find the Phoenix ancestor's treasures, I cannot bring them out? What effort is that? The door was not far from the main hall of the palace. Logically, most of the treasures should be within the main hall. However, if this entrance could only allow entry and not exit, the main hall would be even more restrictive. Yun Huang decided to abandon that line of thought and focused on studying the barrier on the door. She needed to escape this forsaken place. At the very least, she had to find a way to assure Yun Qianye and the others that she was unharmed. Without hesitation, she summoned both Outyan and Fubai. Outyan, do you and Fubai think you can break through this barrier together? The power of the Phoenix ancestor was formidable, and she suspected that even if Outyan and Fubai combined their strengths, it might not suffice. However, Outyan, has your soul become more solid? Yun Huang seldom summoned Outyan. They usually communicated through mental energy, thus she could not recall the last time she had seen Outyan as soul and was uncertain. Outyan lowered his head to examine his still ethereal form. Has it? It has. Fubai confirmed. Master, do you remember I mentioned that another space in your storage ring is quite suitable for spirit beast cultivation? Chapter 66, An Egg. After Fubai's thorough explanation, Yun Huang understood that although Outyan was but a remnant soul, he could still absorb spiritual energy. Being a divine dragon, as his strength returned to a certain level, he would naturally restore his soul. Indeed, Outyan's soul had become somewhat more solid, due to a slight improvement in his strength. It was only a minuscule enhancement, one that Outyan himself could barely perceive. Fubai, having spent time in the same space, was the one to notice Outyan's change. This was promising, and Yun Huang felt a flicker of comfort. After the explanation, Fubai turned his attention to the door and conferred with Outyan. After their discussion, both beasts appeared dejected. Fubai said, Master, this barrier was established at the peak of the Phoenix ancestor's power. Unless Outyan's strength recovers to over 30%, or I break through to become a divine beast, we cannot breach it together. Outyan quickly added, but do not lose heart, Master, perhaps within the Phoenix ancestor's palace there are treasures that can enhance the strength of spirit beasts. The absence of such treasures in the Longfeng dragon tomb was due to Outyan's previous contentment with his strength. He felt there was no need for improvement. The Phoenix ancestor, however, was different. It was said she was deeply insecure, always feeling inadequate in her power, and was particularly fond of collecting items that could enhance strength, whether temporary or permanent. Any item that could elevate either her or Fubai's capabilities would enable them to break through the Phoenix ancestor's barrier together. What are we waiting for? Yun Huang promptly turned and headed toward the main hall not far away. Fubai leaped onto her shoulder, and Outyan followed closely behind, both beasts vigilant against any potential dangers. However, their concerns proved unwarranted, as Yun Huang encountered no obstacles along the way. Not a single hint of danger or even another barrier awaited her. Outyan was perplexed. Given the Phoenix ancestor's nature, there should have been at least 10 barriers set throughout her palace. Yet how was it that their master encountered none? Yun Huang shared his confusion. Everything had been too smooth, almost suspiciously so. She released her mental energy, remaining cautious as she slowly entered the main hall. The main hall occupied 2/3 of the palace's total area, and upon entering one could see 5 resplendent golden stone pillars. These pillars were adorned with various phoenix totems, each distinct from the others. These totems likely represented the 5 major branches of the Phoenix clan: the Golden Phoenix, Fire Phoenix, Snow Phoenix, Rock Phoenix, and the Qing Yuan, corresponding to the 5 attributes of Gold, Fire, Ice, Earth, and Wood, the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Both rulers among beasts, meant that as a divine dragon Outyan had some knowledge of the Phoenix clan. Yun Huang's attention was drawn to a plant in the corner. It bore fruit, its leaves resembling feathers. With a fruit the size of a fist hanging from the topmost stem, Outyan recognized the plant. Master, you are fortunate, this is Phoenix feather grass, and that fruit is the Phoenix feather fruit. Without needing further details from him, Yun Huang gleaned more information from her inheritance. The Phoenix feather fruit only bore once every 1,000 years, and once picked, it must be consumed immediately, or it would vanish within an hour. Thus she could not simply pluck the Phoenix feather fruit but had to transplant the entire Phoenix feather grass, confirming that the Phoenix feather grass could be cultivated in her other space. Yun Huang approached, enveloping her hand in spiritual energy as she carefully uprooted the grass. Entering her space, she cleared a small patch in the medicinal field and planted the Phoenix feather grass. Though there was only a single phoenix feather fruit, it was still a significant gain. Outyen, can you sense where the phoenix ancestors' treasures are? It was no wonder Yun Xianhuang sought Outyen's assistance. This desolate place offered little beyond a few pillars and the phoenix feather grass. After its transplantation, the main hall felt utterly empty, and even using her mental energy yielded no sense of anything existing within. It was the kind of emptiness that would leave any thief frustrated. Outyen's perception was somewhat stronger than hers. If he could not sense the presence of any treasures, she could abandon hope. Let me try. Outyen released his mental energy, meticulously scanning both the interior and exterior of the main hall, then shook his head. Nothing. The main hall of the Phoenix Ancestors' Palace, apart from the Phoenix Feather Grass, had no treasures whatsoever. Yun Xianhuang sighed, turning to leave, planning to explore other side halls. If she could not find any items to enhance Outyen and Fubai's strength, she would have to devise another means of escape from this place. Outyen and Fubai followed her as she exited the main hall. Just as they took their first steps, the 5 stone pillars behind them began to glow, illuminating the totems representing the 5 branches of the Phoenix clan. The brilliant radiance of 5 colors converged at the center of 5 stone pillars, and in the blink of an eye, the light vanished, revealing an egg in the very spot where the luminescence had gathered. The egg stirred slightly, and Yun Xianhuang suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching from behind her. She swiftly turned her head, intending to retreat, only to find a head-sized egg barreling through the remnants of Outyen's soul. Crashing directly into her embrace, despite being merely an egg, it knocked her back repeatedly. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Fubai on her shoulder, she would have surely been sent flying. Once she finally managed to steady herself, Yun Xianhuang took a moment to examine the egg that had collided with her. It was a white egg adorned with intricate patterns of varying colors, indistinct in their design, yet emanating a palpable aura of spiritual power. The egg that had manifested in the Grand Hall of the Phoenix Ancestors' Palace could hardly be an ordinary spirit beast. However, why did this egg seem to be glued to her? Yun Xianhuang made no effort to support the egg with her hands, yet it remained securely nestled against her, as if an invisible force had bound her to it. She reached out, attempting to push the egg away, but her efforts proved futile. In bewilderment, she glanced at Outyen. Outyen, what is the meaning of this egg? Outyen, however, appeared lost in thought as he gazed at the 5 stone pillars in the main hall. For some reason, Yun Xianhuang felt that the golden light upon the pillars had dimmed considerably, but that was not her primary concern. What mattered was how to detach this egg from her person. What was the meaning of having an egg hanging off her like this? A sudden light scoff echoed in the air. Following that, a somewhat familiar voice erupted in her mind. This little phoenix certainly knows how to choose her companions. Feng Jingchen? Yun Xianhuang squinted, realizing that Outyen and Fubai seemed oblivious to this voice. Feng Jingchen was communicating with her telepathically. Indeed, the phoenix is quite astute. The tone was teasing, familiar yet laced with a hint of mockery. Yun Xianhuang was perplexed. How can you communicate with me telepathically? She was still in Yanfeng Mountain. Even with immense spiritual power, it should be impossible to transmit thoughts from the outside into a secret realm. My dear, it is only natural that remnants of my spiritual energy linger within my possessions. Feng Jingchen's voice was infused with laughter, and Yun Xianhuang could almost envision the smile in his eyes. Her brow furrowed slightly. What do you want? Out of the blue, he must have had a reason for seeking her out. The phoenix truly lacks sentiment. Just last time, you mentioned you could visit me at the 5 Spirits Academy. Yun Xianhuang thought to herself, she had merely suggested that if he were being pursued and had nowhere else to go, he could seek her out. Could he not speak so ambiguously? What a pity. I had intended to tell the phoenix about the origins of this egg.do, you know. Perhaps if you beg me, I might just reveal it. The corners of Yun Xianhuang's eyes twitched. She resolved to ignore this man. After all, he had just stated that this was a little phoenix, emerging in the palace of the Phoenix Ancestor, and being a phoenix, could it possibly be a descendant of the Phoenix Ancestor? A gentle sigh echoed in her mind as Feng Jingchen continued. Dear, this is the Phoenix Ancestor. She possesses the ability of rebirth through fire. Upon her demise, she reincarnated into this egg. Your entrance into the Phoenix Ancestor's palace signifies that you have gained the recognition of this little phoenix, which is why she is clinging to you. In other words, dear, this little phoenix has become attached to you. The unhatched Phoenix Ancestor lacks consciousness, instinctively adhering to you. To rid yourself of her, you must hatch her. Yun Xianhuang suddenly felt an ominous premonition. How long would it take to hatch the Phoenix Ancestor? Perhaps 1,000 years? Yun Xianhuang, are you jesting? 1,000 years, setting aside whether I can live for 1,000 years. Does that mean I must carry this egg indefinitely? Feng Jingchen chuckled softly, and suddenly, a realization dawned on Yun Xianhuang. You're deceiving me. Alright, I won't tease you any longer. Feng Jingchen's mirth subsided. This little phoenix is on the verge of hatching. Dear, channel your spiritual energy into her. In no more than 2 months, she will be able to emerge. Compared to a millennium, 2 months was certainly more palatable. Yun Xianhuang wanted to inquire about any other precautions she should take, only to realize that Feng Jingchen had severed their connection. A fleeting shimmer danced across her storage ring before it returned to its original state. This man, Yun Xianhuang, pursed her lips. Although she was uncertain why he had chosen this moment to reach out to her, she was grateful for the valuable information he had provided. She gazed down at the egg in her arms. If this egg contained the Phoenix ancestor, then once it hatched, they could surely leave this place, right? After all, the barriers had been established by the Phoenix ancestor, who must possess a means to dismantle them. Yun Xianhuang promptly resolved to focus on hatching the Phoenix ancestor first. However, before initiating the hatching process, she instructed Fu Bai to search the palace for any treasures belonging to the Phoenix ancestor and asked Out Yan to see if he could contact Yun Xianye and the others outside the palace. Only then did she embrace the Phoenix egg, moving to the center of the 5 stone pillars, and began channeling her spiritual energy into the egg. Outside the Phoenix ancestor's palace, Yun Xianye and his companions relentlessly attacked the barrier surrounding the door. No one knew how long they had been at it. Their spiritual energy was repeatedly depleted, only to be replenished by Shen Fengyuan's restorative pills. Eventually, even the vast quantity of pills ran out. Leaving the 4 to rely on their cultivation to restore their energy, once their spiritual energy was sufficiently replenished, they resumed their assault on the barrier inside the main hall, as Yun Xianhuang directed her energy into the egg. She discovered that she could not halt the process. Initially, she could rely on restorative pills to regain energy, but soon even the pills in her storage ring were exhausted, forcing her to frantically circulate her spiritual roots and bones. Absorbing energy while channeling it into the egg, however, the repeated exhaustion of her energy led her to realize that once her internal spiritual energy was completely drained, absorbing energy became significantly more effective. Greatly enhancing her cultivation efficiency, this was the only aspect that brought Yun Xianhuang a modicum of solace. Out Yan and Fu Bai scoured the Phoenix ancestor's palace from top to bottom, yet they found not even a blade of grass. The 2 beasts could only attempt to attack the barrier at the door, retreating to Yun Xianhuang's space to recover whenever their strength waned. In this secret realm devoid of day and night, Yun Xianhuang relied solely on her hunger to gauge the passage of time. Cultivators could sustain themselves without food for a certain duration due to their spiritual energy. However, as a mere spiritualist, she needed to channel her energy into the Phoenix egg, which meant she could not endure hunger for long. Fortunately, her storage ring was stocked with enough provisions to prevent her from starving in the Phoenix ancestor's palace. No one knew how much time had passed, not even Out Yan or Fu Bai could ascertain it. One day, as Yun Xianhuang continued to channel her energy, she suddenly heard the sound of cracking eggshells. A tiny fissure appeared on the Phoenix egg, and in no time, that crack spread rapidly until a small opening manifested on the eggshell. Yun Xianhuang gazed at the gap, momentarily stunned. The Phoenix ancestor was hatching. An indescribable joy enveloped Yun Xianhuang, prompting her to intensify the flow of her spiritual energy to aid the Phoenix ancestor in her emergence. Chirp, a small head emerged from the eggshell. Out Yan and Fu Bai, who had been attacking the barrier, immediately halted their actions and rushed toward the main hall, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. The newly hatched little Phoenix ancestor appeared quite bare. Her golden eyes curiously fixed on Yun Xianhuang. Finally able to cease her energy transmission, Yun Xianhuang nearly collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though her very bones were rusting. Master, Out Yan and Fu Bai arrived at her side, and upon turning their heads, they spotted the freshly hatched little Phoenix ancestor. Fu Bai exclaimed, "Why does she have no feathers?" The little Phoenix ancestor seemed to comprehend this remark, letting out an indignant cry before bowing her head and beginning to munch on her own eggshell. Crunch, crunch. In the blink of an eye, what had once been a head-sized eggshell was reduced to half. With another blink, the entirety of the shell vanished into the little Phoenix ancestor's belly, eating her own eggshell. Was this normal? Yun Xianhuang wasn't sure, but she could certainly confirm that the little Phoenix ancestor had grown feathers, golden, fluffy down that looked incredibly soft to the touch. But wasn't she developing a bit too quickly? Out Yan, having some understanding of the Phoenix lineage, glanced at the still somewhat bewildered little Phoenix ancestor and remarked to Yun Xianhuang, "Master, it seems she has yet to inherit her previous powers and memories." Yun Xianhuang was taken aback. Would the inability to inherit her powers affect their ability to break the barriers? Out Yan shook his head. "I fear not. So I've been toiling for these past few months in vain?" Yun Xianhuang felt utterly dejected, casting a glance at the little Phoenix ancestor with her head cocked to the side, and in a fit of frustration, poked her on the head. Chirp. The little Phoenix ancestor seemed to find this amusing. Flapping her short wings twice, then she opened her mouth and bit Yun Xianhuang's index finger. Out Yan Fu Bai. She gently nudged Yun Xianhuang's hand, softly calling out, "Master." Yun Xianhuang opened her mouth to respond, but before she could utter a word, the irate Fu Bai rushed over, intent on knocking the little Phoenix ancestor away. Fu Bai could barely tolerate the earlier incident with Lan Lan rubbing against Yun Xianhuang, let alone the little Phoenix ancestor forcibly trying to forge a contract with her. The explosive power of a sacred beast was undeniably formidable. Yun Xianhuang had no time to intervene and could only watch helplessly as Fu Bai collided with the little Phoenix ancestor, who then was sent flying by a flap of her wings. Silly rabbit. The little Phoenix ancestor regarded the dazed Fu Bai with disdain, her eyes filled with arrogance. "You dare to lay a hand on me in my palace?" If it weren't for your status as Master's contracted beast, I would roast you. In her palace, the Phoenix ancestor was an invincible entity. Not even the peak of Aotion would dare to challenge her here. This declaration ignited Fubai's fighting spirit, and it shook its head, determined to confront the little Phoenix ancestor. After all, it was also a sacred beast, despite lacking formidable offensive capabilities due to its race. It was not incapable of besting a mere fledgling phoenix. The little Phoenix ancestor was equally unafraid, dismissing the rabbit with a flick of her tail. The clash between the two beasts was imminent. But fortunately, Yun Xianhuang intervened just in time, lifting one in each hand to prevent a brawl from erupting. Although Fubai had instigated the confrontation, it was also provoked by the little Phoenix ancestor's forceful contract, which had incited Fubai's ire. Yun Xianhuang decided to chastise them both equally. Deeming the matter resolved, she gently stroked Fubai's rabbit head, acknowledging that the immediate priority was to leave this place. Months had passed, and she could only imagine the extent of worry that Yun Xianye and the others had endured. Just then, the little Phoenix ancestor abruptly turned her head, gazing towards the palace gates. Someone was attempting to force their way into my palace. Unaware of the relationship between the outsiders and Yun Xianhuang, the little Phoenix ancestor sensed an attack on the barrier she had set. Assuming it to be an invasion, transforming into a beam of golden light, she shot outwards, while Yun Xianhuang, momentarily stunned, quickly realized it might be Yun Xianye and his companions, hastily retracting Aotian and Fubai into her space to pursue. Wait, Feng Feng, the little Phoenix ancestor moved with astonishing speed. No matter how Yun Xianhuang summoned all her spirit energy, she could not catch up. She attempted to call the little Phoenix ancestor back, but perhaps due to being in the Phoenix ancestor's palace, her summons proved ineffective. Fortunately, upon hearing her voice, the little Phoenix ancestor paused, her golden eyes filled with confusion. Master, Yun Xianhuang finally caught up to the little Phoenix ancestor. Breathless as she quickly explained, those outside may be my friends, please do not attack them. Alright, the little Phoenix ancestor blinked, acquiescing. Since they were Master's friends, she would overlook their assault on her barrier, surprisingly amenable. The little Phoenix ancestor even accepted her new name, Feng Feng. She soared towards Yun Xianhuang, who realized she could now contain Feng Feng within her space. Unprepared for the sudden summoning, Feng Feng was drawn in, immediately captivated by the sights within the space. Meanwhile, Yun Xianhuang exhaled in relief and inquired of Feng Feng, "Can you open the barrier to let me out?" as Feng Feng curiously flitted around the ancient tree in the space. She replied without hesitation, "Master, you already carry my essence, so the palace's barrier is ineffective against you." Hearing this, Yun Xianhuang tentatively placed her hand against the door, and indeed, it did not repel her. She quickly channeled her spirit energy to push the door open. Outside, Yun Xianye and his companions, who were preparing for another assault, were taken aback as the previously unyielding door trembled and then slowly swung open. The four quickly dodged to the side, eagerly watching as the door gradually revealed what lay beyond. Had they not succeeded, a flicker of hope ignited in Yun Xianye's otherwise dim eyes. Could he truly rescue his sister? Moments later, the door swung wide open, revealing Yun Xianhuang to the astonished gaze of the four. They all froze for a moment, with Yun Xianye being the first to react, dashing forward to embrace Yun Xianhuang tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Sister, you're safe." Ever since Yun Xianhuang had vanished, Yun Xianye couldn't shake the haunting image of that shattered lifebound jade token from his mind. The ancient secret realm held countless hidden dangers. Even though he was most aware of Yun Xianhuang's strength, he couldn't help but worry. For 3 long months, he had been consumed with concern over her disappearance. Now, seeing her again, he fought back tears of relief. Thank goodness she was unharmed. Shen Fengyuan and the others shared Yun Xianye's worries for Yun Xianhuang, but as they gazed at the unfamiliar girl in his embrace, they hesitated, uncertain. "You are Huang Huang." Based on Xiaoye's reaction, this must be Huang Huang, yet their Huang Huang did not look like this. The trio's reaction made Yun Xianhuang suddenly realize that in her preoccupation with hatching Feng Feng, she had forgotten to consume a disguise pill. Months had passed, and the effects of the pill had long since worn off, leaving her to appear before them in her original form. As Yun Xianye released her, he awkwardly clutched her clothing, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "Sister, these past few months, they have been helping me attack the barrier." Yun Xianye had no friends and was unaware of how others interacted with theirs. Yet he was unwilling to deceive Shen Fengyuan and the others. However, his greatest fear remained that Yun Xianhuang would be displeased. Before the effects of the disguise pill wore off, he had secretly taken another one while they were distracted. Yet, could Yun Xianhuang not see through this? It was too coincidental that just as the little Phoenix ancestor hatched, they began their onslaught on the barrier. The only plausible explanation was that the four had been ceaselessly attacking for the past few months. In the face of threats from the Queen of the Demon Month or the encirclement of formidable opponents, the trio had never doubted her words, always placing their trust in her. Perhaps it was time for her to attempt trusting them in return. Yun Xianhuang affectionately ruffled Yun Xianye's hair, her gaze filled with regret as she addressed the trio. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Yun Xianhuang. This is my twin brother, Yun Xianye. I had no choice but to keep this from you." And I apologize. Chapter 69. Returning to the academy upon finishing her words, Yun Xianya voluntarily dropped his disguise. The sight of their remarkably similar faces left Shen Fengyuan and the others in stunned silence. The air grew still for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, Gong Jiol rushed forward, raising his arm high before gently resting it on Yun Xianya's shoulder. Well, you sly dog, keeping secrets from us. Huang Huang, you truly don't consider us your friends. Shen Fengyuan and Lu Xianqing joined in, surrounding them with playful reproaches, their eyes devoid of any resentment, instead filled with amusement. Yun Xianya gazed blankly at the trio. They did not blame him for concealing the truth about his sister? Yun Xianhuang too found herself momentarily lost in thought. Yun Xianya, Lu Xianqing seemed to sense something, remarking, I heard that the most valiant and formidable general of the Qilin kingdom bore the surname Yun. And he just so happened to have a granddaughter and grandson. Gong Jiol's eyes widened in surprise. Huang Huang Xiaoyi, you are the grandchildren of General Yun. Shen Fengyuan hesitated before speaking. If I recall correctly, the granddaughter of General Yun possesses an unparalleled spirit bone and both water and fire spiritual roots, and her mental capacity was incomplete. The trio turned to Yun Xianhuang in unison. This hardly resembled someone with incomplete mental faculties. Yun Xianhuang understood their thoughts and clarified, I had a fortuitous encounter, which led to my recovery. Yun Xianya's attention, however, was drawn to the trio's reference to Yun Shuli. You know grandfather, who doesn't he know General Yun? As soon as Yun Shuli was mentioned, Gong Jiol's eyes sparkled with admiration. The Qilin kingdom was the weakest of the 4 nations on the continent. Back then, the other 3 nations had united in an attempt to annex it. If it weren't for General Yun's steadfast defense at the borders, the Qilin kingdom would have long since ceased to exist. Even if General Yun was not an exceptionally powerful cultivator, he was a formidable general who commanded immense respect from the other 3 nations. Yet, this selfless old general, who had dedicated himself to the Qilin kingdom, had been forced to relinquish military power and retreat behind closed doors due to the emperor's jealousy. At the mention of Yun Shuli, the spirits of both Yun Xianhuang and her brother sank. Shen Fengyuan and the others keenly sensed the shift in mood. Their families and the royal family of their respective nations were intertwined in myriad ways. And they had heard whispers. Observing the siblings' reactions, they began to comprehend the truth behind the rumors regarding General Yun. Shen Fengyuan linked her arms with Yun Xianhuang, steering the conversation elsewhere. Let us not dwell on that. We've lingered too long on Yen Phoenix Mountain. If we don't return to the academy soon, we might find ourselves expelled. Although they had requested leave in advance, the duration had stretched too long. Ah, right, Gong Jiol smacked his forehead, urgency rising. But how do we get out? They had entered the secret realm in a daze, completely unaware of how they had arrived, let alone how to find an exit. Yun Xianhuang focused her spiritual energy and asked Feng, do you know how to leave Yen Phoenix Mountain? I do, master, just follow my spiritual energy. Yun Xianhuang then turned to the others. I believe I know how to exit. At the 5 Spirit Academy, in the Summoner Division, Chi Wu still lounged lazily in his chair, but his expression was grave. Sure girl, have there been any updates? Sure Qianying, unsure why Chi Wu was so concerned about Yun Xianhuang, nonetheless reported truthfully, Elder Qi, that when Xianhuang has yet to return, and there is no news from the Alchemist Division either. Chi Wu furrowed his brow. Could it be that he had misjudged her, and that girl truly was just an ordinary 7-star spirit user, perishing while battling the 6th-tier demon Monthan Queen? No, that couldn't be right. If she were truly merely a 7-star spirit master, how could that girl possibly take on such a daunting task, especially given that the dragon soulgrass holds little significance for ordinary cultivators? It is only those who require formidable mental strength, such as summoners, who would be tempted by the dragon soulgrass. That girl is undoubtedly a summoner. There can be no mistake. Sure, continue to keep an eye on her. As soon as there is any news regarding that girl, return to inform me immediately. Yes, Elder Qi. It is not just Qi who was concerned about Yun Xianhuang. I in the Alchemist Division, Master Lu Qing has ceased concocting pills. Eagerly awaiting Yun Xianhuang's return, this girl had requested a leave of absence several months ago and has since vanished. Good daily inquires about when she will return, and Master Lu Qing has exhausted every excuse to placate him. Yet 3 months have passed without any news of Yun Xianhuang, leaving Master Lu Qing quite anxious. The talent of Wen is comparable to that of the Shen family's Feng Yuan. Such a promising prospect must not encounter any mishap. Unbeknownst to Yun Xianhuang, she is being missed so dearly. Upon returning to the academy, she first indulged in a refreshing bath, then joined Shen Fengyuan and the others for a meal in the cafeteria. Once again, the 5 of them occupied a private room. By the way, Huang Huang, what level are you at now? During those months at Yanfeng Mountain, due to the constant depletion of spiritual energy and subsequent cultivation, Shen Fengyuan and the others experienced rapid advancement in their strength. Lu Xianqing has reached the rank of a 2-star Great Spirit Master, while Gong Jiolu and Shen Fengyuan have nearly touched the threshold of Great Spirit Master. Yun Xianya has also progressed to a 9-star Spirit Master. Although they did not acquire any treasures during their time at Yanfeng Mountain, the abundant spiritual energy in the ancient secret realm has left them all quite satisfied with their improvements. It was only when Gong Jiulu inquired that Yun Xianhuang remembered she had not paid attention to her own progress. Feng Feng spoke up in a timely manner. Master, after forming a contract with me, you have already broken through to a 4-star spirit master. Yun Xianhuang's initial feeling was correct. After exhausting her spiritual energy and then engaging in cultivation, her efficiency was significantly enhanced, coupled with the contract she formed with Feng Feng. An ancient divine beast, Yun Xianhuang ascended to 7 stars in one breath. She conveyed Feng Feng's words to the others. Upon hearing this, Yun Xianye and the 4 fell silent. Gong Jiulu was deeply affected. I thought Xiaoye's leap of 3 stars was already remarkable. Yet it seems there is someone even more extraordinary. The higher the level of a cultivator, the more challenging it becomes to advance. Before entering Yanfeng Mountain, both Gong Jiulu and Shinfeng Yuan were 8-star spirit masters. So they ascended 2 stars, whereas Lu Shenqing, already a great spirit master, only advanced 1 star. Yun Xianye's leap was more substantial since she had previously been a 6-star spirit master. In contrast, Yun Xianhuang made a direct doubling of her rank. Shinfeng Yuan was puzzled. With the same top-tier spiritual bones, why is my cultivation speed lagging so significantly behind Huang Huang's? After revealing her true identity to the 3, Yun Xianhuang learned that they too possess top-tier spiritual bones, enabling them to maintain their positions as the top students across various divisions. Spiritual bones dictate the rate of cultivation, so such a disparity should not have existed. Yun Xianhuang was at a loss for an explanation, perhaps attributing it to her initial low starting point. It must be noted that even with a 7-star leap, she is still merely a 4-star spirit master. Why dwell on this? Leaning back against her chair, Lu Shenqing remarked, Huang Huang, do not forget why we left the academy in the first place. Chapter 70, Chief Elder of the Summoner Division, Qi Wu. Yun Xianhuang certainly did not forget. Their extensive efforts were all aimed at obtaining the Dragon Soul Grass, the reward for the task of exterminating the 6th-tier magic moon, and after completing the academy's mission, they needed to return to the division where the task was assigned to collect their reward. After their meal, the 5 of them proceeded to the Summoner Division. Upon entering the grand doors of the Summoner Division, a familiar blue bird darted towards them, only to halt abruptly just half a step from Yun Xianhuang. Cheep, 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 blue, in a state of alarm, turned and flitted back into its owner's embrace. It sensed a fearsome aura. Within the spatial realm, Feng Feng retracted her outward presence and let out a soft hum. She had heard from that foolish rabbit that this bird was particularly fond of nuzzling its owner. Feng Feng's possessiveness rivaled that of Fu Bai. The foolish rabbit and that lingering soul had formed a contract with the master before her, and she bore no ill will. However, as long as she was present, this blue-feathered bird would not dare approach her master. Fu Bai inexplicably found Feng Feng quite agreeable. Nevertheless, Feng Feng had no time to pay it any mind. She had already discovered that this space was exceptionally conducive for the cultivation of spirit beasts, so after intimidating Blue, she sought a comfortable corner to begin her practice, though she had inherited her previous powers and memories. Due to her physical condition, she could not fully wield her strength. She needed to recover to her peak condition swiftly. Outside the space, noticing that Blue had not rushed to nuzzle Yun Xianhuang, Shi Qianying felt a hint of curiosity. However, this was not the time for such musings. Observing Yun Xianhuang in perfect condition, she inquired, "You have come to collect your task reward, correct? Follow me. It is you." Not them. Yun Xianhuang's mind stirred slightly. Senior sister, may I ask where we are headed? Shi Qianying did not conceal the truth. We are going to meet Elder Qi. This task was issued by Elder Qi, so you must go to him to claim your reward. Lu Shenqing frowned slightly. Are you referring to the chief elder of the Summoner Division, Elder Qi Wu? As he spoke, he took the opportunity to introduce Yun Xianhuang and Yun Xianye. The 2 new students. Elder Qi Wu is the most powerful summoner on the continent. His summoned beast is an 11-tier Xianbing crane, and he himself is a formidable 3-star spirit saint. 3-star spirit saint? Yun Xianhuang glanced down at the spiritual artifact on her wrist. The 9th-tier concealment spiritual artifact can only block the probing of those below the level of spirit sovereign. Should she meet that Elder Qi, her spiritual root and bones would likely be exposed. Would it be possible for senior sister to help us collect it on our behalf? Yun Xianhuang gently raised her right hand, and the corpse of the 6th-tier magic moon ant materialized before them. We must also see Master Lu Qing. It is truly impossible for us to collect it in person. At this moment, Yun Xianhuang could only invoke Master Lu Qing's name. That will not do. Shi Qianying shot her a curious glance. Elder Qi stated that this reward must be collected in person by you, or it will be rendered void. Yun Xianhuang pressed her lips together. The academy had no such rules. In our Summoner Division, what Elder Qi says is the rule. Something is amiss. Why does Elder Qi insist that she personally collect it? And his words clearly imply she is to go alone. Could it be that she had already been exposed during her previous visit to the Summoner Division? The Summoner Division could be considered the least conspicuous division in the entire 5-Spirit Academy. The total number of teachers and students combined did not exceed 20, and they had not encountered any instructors when they had come for a meal before Yun Xianhuang had inevitably let her guard down. It now appeared that Elder Chi had been observing her all along, and even the task of slaying the 6th-tier magic moon ant had been specially prepared for her. Cultivators across the continent generally do not place much emphasis on mental strength. Thus, the dragon soulgrass, which enhances mental fortitude, holds little value for most cultivators but is of immense allure to her. Let us see what Elder Chi has in store. Yun Xianhuang retracted the corpse of the 6th-tier magic moon ant and nodded at the other 4. I will accompany senior sister to collect the reward in return shortly. Though she said this, her lips did not align correctly, and the 4 exchanged solemn glances. Once Yun Xianhuang followed Shi Qianying away. The 4 huddled together and whispered, "Just now, Huang Huang indicated for us to see Master Lu Qing, right? I understand now. The academy has never had such a rule, yet that Elder Chi insists Huang Huang collect the reward personally. Which surely indicates something is amiss. I will first seek out Master Lu Qing. Hey, Xiaoyi, wait for us." The 4 hurriedly made their way to the alchemist division, while on the other side, Yun Xianhuang followed Shi Qianying into a courtyard and ascended to the 2nd floor. Shi Qianying bowed respectfully to the elderly man reclining on a chaise. "Elder Chi, when Xianhuang has come to collect her task reward." Elder Chi Wu's body swayed gently with the rocking chair as he slowly waved his hand. "Sure. You may leave for now." Shi Qianying retreated with utmost respect, while Yun Xianhuang furrowed her brow. The hand hidden within her sleeve had quietly gripped the bone sword. Elder Chi Wu had no intention of rising or even looking at her. "When do you possess proof of successfully slaying the 6th-tier magic moon ant?" "I have brought back the corpse of the 6th-tier magic moon ant." The spacious 2nd floor could easily accommodate the body of a 6th-tier magic moon ant. And Yun Xianhuang directly produced the corpse. Elder Chi Wu did not lift his gaze but merely scanned it with his mental power. "Indeed, it is a 6th-tier magic moon ant. Well done." He raised his hand, and a plant exuding a faint herbal fragrance was presented before Yun Xianhuang. "This is the reward for the task, the dragon soul grass." "Child, do you know the purpose of the dragon soul grass?" Yun Xianhuang stared at the unfamiliar plant before her. After confirming without Yin, she knew this was indeed the dragon soul grass. However, Elder Chi Wu's questioned, "I am unaware. I kindly ask Elder Chi to enlighten me." Ao Qian had previously mentioned that it was unexpected for the southern Liuzhou continent to harbor dragon soul grass, indicating its extreme rarity. Ordinarily, one should not know its purpose. Yun Xianhuang decided to feign ignorance. "Unaware, yet you dare to accept this task?" Elder Chi Wu suddenly turned his head, his piercing gaze fixed upon Yun Xianhuang. "Since you have slain the 6th-tier magic moon ant, you ought to understand that the magic moon ant is a gregarious spirit beast, making its extermination exceedingly difficult. For a plant of unknown utility, you risked yourself to undertake such a challenging task." In the face of Elder Chi Wu's scrutinizing gaze, Yun Xianhuang displayed no hint of trepidation. "Elder Chi, you have stated that this is a challenging task. I have faith that the academy would not casually offer a useless plant as a reward." Her demeanor and tone were so natural that even Shi Wu felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could it be that this girl truly did not know? He decided to probe further. "Allow me to enlighten you. The dragon soul herb is an exceedingly rare treasure. Ingesting it can significantly enhance a cultivator's mental acuity permanently. Without any side effects." Enhance mental acuity. Yun Xianhuang revealed a hint of disdain. Was Elder Chi attempting to placate the students with such a reward? For a cultivator, a treasure that merely boosted mental acuity held little allure. Chapter 71. The shameless old man. Yun Xianhuang's reaction caused even the seasoned Chi Wu to doubt his own judgment once again. He stood up slowly, clasping his hands behind his back as he walked to the window. Gazing out, his courtyard was not far from the arena of the Summoner Division. Being a spirit saint, he had a clear view of everything taking place in the arena from this vantage point. Following Chi Wu's movements, Yun Xianhuang's gaze tightened upon spotting the arena nearby, and she clenched her skeletal sword. So he had indeed noticed her then, she had been too careless. Chi Wu turned his back to Yun Xianhuang, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "You are correct, my dear. I should not use the dragon soul herb to placate you. In that case, I shall retract it and provide you with a more suitable reward." He extended his hand to the windowsill, and before Yun Xianhuang could utter a word, the dragon soul herb was swiftly retrieved in the blink of an eye. This Elder Chi was still testing her. Naturally, Yun Xianhuang was unwilling to relinquish the dragon soul herb so easily. Gritting her teeth and resolved, "Master, someone is coming." Under Yun Xianhuang's direction, Ao Tian had been keeping an eye on the outside commotion. Even Shi Wu, a spirit saint, could not detect Ao Tian's presence. Yun Xianhuang silently sheathed her skeletal sword, loosening her grip. Since Elder Chi had said so, she might as well comply. Before she could finish her thought, the door was suddenly kicked open with great force. "Chi Wu, you shameless old man, how dare you go back on your word regarding the reward promised to your student?" A familiar figure appeared at the doorway, accompanied by an irate voice. Chi Wu spun around abruptly, frowning at the sight of Master Lu Qing outside. Despite Chi Wu's overwhelming strength compared to Master Lu Qing, he found himself softening his tone in this instance. "Master Lu Qing, what brings you here?" A pinnacle-level alchemist was invariably surrounded by countless top-tier powerhouses. If anyone dared to harm this alchemist, they would surely face the wrath of those formidable allies. Even the principal of the Five Spirits Academy, a peak spirit saint, would not dare to confront Master Lu Qing lightly. Master Lu Qing scoffed coldly, striding forward to shield Yun Qianhuang protectively. If I hadn't come, would you have trifled with my disciple? The dragon soul herb may hold little use for ordinary cultivators, but do not forget, this girl is a genius alchemist under my tutelage. I recently obtained a formula for an ancient pill. And the most crucial ingredient is none other than the dragon soul herb. You shamelessly attempt to retract it. Ancient pill. Shi Wu's eyes widened slightly. He glanced at Yun Qianhuang and then back at the protective Master Lu Qing. Her earlier reaction did not seem to be a lie, and there was no reason for Master Lu Qing to deceive him. Could it be that this girl was not a summoner after all? Merely someone with superior mental acuity. Such individuals do exist. Shi Wu himself was one, possessing formidable mental strength since childhood, comparable to a spirit sovereign. Though he was still just a spirit saint, his mental acuity could rival that of a peak spirit emperor. Shi Wu was reluctant to dismiss his previous assessment, but with Master Lu Qing's intervention, he could no longer voice his opinion. Ultimately, he had no choice but to hand over the dragon soul herb to Yun Qianhuang. Along with several other equally rare herbs, under Master Lu Qing's discontent, Master Lu Qing was begrudgingly satisfied and took Yun Qianhuang away from the summoner division upon returning to the alchemy pavilion. He shed his earlier seriousness and burst into hearty laughter. That old fool Shi Wu probably never imagined that the ancient pill formula was merely a ploy. Yun Qianye and the others also revealed smiles. And Yun Qianhuang's lips curved upward. She approached Master Lu Qing and handed him a thin piece of parchment extracted from her storage ring. Master Lu Qing, I sincerely thank you for your assistance this time. This is a small token of appreciation from my recent outing. The parchment contained a pill formula that Yun Qianhuang had previously transcribed. She had little interest in reclaiming the alchemist's legacy. But many of the pills listed in the formula were beyond her current capabilities to concoct, making it a fitting gesture towards Master Lu Qing. A piece of parchment as a token of gratitude? Master Lu Qing suddenly recalled something and swiftly took the parchment, scrutinizing it with great care. The more he examined it, the more excited he became. This was a pill formula he had never encountered before. Excellent, young lady, I shall gladly accept this gift. I have matters to attend to today, so I want to see you off. With that, Master Lu Qing took the formula and dashed to his alchemy furnace. His eagerness was evident. He clearly intended to attempt concocting it right away. Yun Qianhuang shook her head, quietly retreating with the others, not wishing to disturb Master Lu Qing's work. Once outside the alchemy pavilion, she solemnly expressed her gratitude to the others. Feng Yuan shot her a reproachful glance. Huang Huang, we are friends. If you continue to be this polite, I might get angry. Gong Jiolv and Lu Shenqing echoed similar sentiments. The three were utterly unconcerned about such trifles and had never considered splitting the reward for the task with Yun Qianhuang. Nevertheless, she insisted on bringing the three of them and Yun Qianye to Feng Yuan's courtyard. After shutting the door and setting up a barrier with her mental energy, she produced 3 essence refinement pills from her storage ring and distributed them among Feng Yuan and the others. These are essence refinement pills, which I obtained in that palace. They can refine your spiritual roots and perhaps enhance your strength a bit, although the effects of the essence refinement pill were not as overwhelming as the spirit shaping pill and could not completely eliminate impurities from the spiritual roots. They would certainly make cultivation much easier for the user. The formula for the essence refinement pill existed solely within alchemical texts and was something Yun Qianhuang had acquired from the Qinshan Dragon Tomb. She had initially considered using it herself, but before she could do so, her father had provided her with a top-tier spirit-shaping pill, rendering the essence refinement pills somewhat redundant for her. Thus, giving them to Feng Yuan and the others was perfectly timed. Feng Yuan, hailing from an alchemist family, had never heard of the essence refinement pill. However, just hearing the term refined spiritual roots made it clear how precious this pill was. The three shook their heads in unison. Huang Huang, we cannot accept this, Yun Qianhuang insisted. This task was not accomplished by me alone. There is only one dragon soul herb, so I cannot divide it among you. I can only offer the essence refinement pills. If you consider me a friend, please accept them. With her words leaving little room for argument, Feng Yuan and the others no longer declined, each storing Yun Qianhuang's kindness in their hearts. What about Xiaoyin? Gong Jiolv inquired, glancing at Yun Qianye. Huang Huang, is there only 3 essence refinement pills? Then I don't want mine. Give it to Xiaoyi. Mine should go to Xiaoyi. My granduncle is an alchemist master and will surely be able to concoct something similar to the essence refinement pill. I have the highest cultivation. I should give mine to Xiaoyi. Yun Qianye hurriedly shook his head. Jiolv, you should accept it. My sister and I do not need the essence refinement pills. Chapter 72. Aotian's human form, really? The three were incredulous. It was only when both Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianye nodded in unison, emphasizing that they truly did not need the pills, that the three finally accepted the essence refinement pills. As for the reasons behind their decision, they chose not to pry. Everyone has secrets they cannot share with others. They understood that Yun Qianhuang genuinely considered them friends, and that was enough. Yun Qianhuang specifically produced another pill formula. Feng Yuan, I found this formula in that palace as well. Your granduncle might find it useful. Though she had never met Feng Yuan's granduncle as a pinnacle-level alchemist, he would likely appreciate this formula. Previously, the spirit recovery pills that her granduncle had concocted had greatly assisted her in hatching Feng. The two formulas she provided could only be concocted by a master alchemist, and if both Master Lu Qing and Feng Yuan's granduncle could successfully create them, they would undoubtedly elevate to the status of master alchemists. Building a good relationship with master alchemists could only be beneficial. As a fellow alchemist, Feng Yuan understood that the value of this formula was on par with that of the 3 essence refinement pills. She expressed her gratitude to Yun Xianhuang before accepting the formula. Yun Xianhuang took out a formation plate and set up a defensive array in the courtyard. You may consume the essence refinement pills here. Feng Yuan and the others nodded, pouring out the essence refinement pills for consumption before sitting cross-legged to absorb the medicinal effects. Yun Xianhuang then patted Yun Xianya's head. Xiaoyi, follow me. She led Yun Xianya back to her room. Closing the door behind them, she instructed him to sit on the bed. Obediently he complied, and once he was settled, Yun Xianhuang sat cross-legged behind him, placing her hands on his back. Xiaoyi, it might be a bit painful. Bear with it. After forming a contract with Feng, Yun Xianhuang could now draw upon a portion of her power. This power, combined with what she borrowed from Ao Tian, would allow her to utilize a secret technique from Ao Tian's inheritance to help Yun Xianya refine his spiritual bones. Naturally, she was not a divine dragon and could only assist her closest kin in this endeavor, and unlike Ao Tian, she could not directly reconstruct them. She could only enhance the quality of Yun Xianya's spiritual bones based on their existing foundation. Don't worry, sister. I'm not afraid of pain. Yun Xianya chuckled and shook his head. Although he was unaware of his sister's intentions, he had never feared pain throughout his life. Upon hearing his words, Yun Xianhuang channeled the borrowed power through her hands into Yun Xianya's body. It was an exceedingly domineering force that surged violently within him upon entry, causing his complexion to turn pale almost instantly. The power entwined with his spiritual bones, shattering them inch by inch. And Yun Xianya seemed to hear the ominous cracking of his bones, sharp, piercing, accompanied by excruciating agony that he clenched his teeth tightly to stifle any cries of pain, for such a display would be utterly humiliating. As the shattered spiritual bones began to reassemble, the pain transcended what an ordinary person could endure. For a fleeting moment, Yun Xianya's grip on his teeth faltered, and he could not help but let out a pained gasp. The cry echoed outside the room, startling him into a momentary daze, and he quickly pressed his fist to his mouth, leaving deep imprints from his teeth on the back of his hand. Muffling the sound within his mouth, this torment persisted for what felt like an eternity, leaving Yun Xianya drenched in cold sweat, yet he remained silent. Finally, Yun Xianhuang withdrew her hands, her lips paling slightly. Utilizing the powers of Outyan and Feng proved somewhat taxing on her body. However, if successful, it would be worth it. Yun Xianya, now slightly disoriented from the pain, felt darkness envelop him as he lost control and began to topple backward. Yun Xianhuang hurriedly caught him, placing a recovery pill into his mouth before laying him gently on the bed. She then rose and seated herself on a chair in the room, retrieving a sprig of dragon soul grass. Outyan, how should I absorb this dragon soul grass? I can't very well chew it raw, can I? Master, envelop the dragon soul grass with your spiritual energy, and it will naturally transform into your power. With Outyan's guidance, Yun Xianhuang immediately released her spiritual energy, enveloping the small sprig of dragon soul grass. The leaves trembled slightly, emitting a faint green mist that flowed seamlessly into her brow. The green mist, infused with a rich life essence, brought an unprecedented sense of ease upon entering her body. Her spiritual energy surged significantly under the influence of the dragon soul grass, now rivaling that of a 5-star or 6-star spiritual emperor. Yun Xianhuang, filled with anticipation, opened her second space, her consciousness diving within. She recalled Outyan mentioning that the dragon soul grass could partially restore his soul. Inside the space, Feng stood atop a branch of an ancient tree. Eyes closed in meditation, Yifubai nestled beside the medicinal field, her rabbit-like eyes fixated on the golden dragon soul beneath the massive ancient tree. At that moment, Outyan was also enveloped in the green mist, which gradually seeped into his soul, mending the fragmented dragon soul and solidifying it. Vast swaths of mist enveloped Outyan entirely, indicating that the absorption would require some time. With Yun Xianya still unconscious, Feng Yuan and the others likely had not yet fully absorbed the effects of the spirit refining pill. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Xianhuang focused on her cultivation. After a quarter of an hour, Outyan's voice resonated in her mind. Master, my strength has recovered to over 30%, and my soul has also been partially restored. Yun Xianhuang re-entered the space and immediately focused on the dragon soul beneath the ancient tree. At this point, the green mist surrounding Outyan had entirely dissipated, and his soul had solidified considerably, radiating a more powerful aura. A faint golden light enveloped Outyan, and the golden dragon soul gradually diminished, eventually transforming into a humanoid form, clad in a light golden robe, with long ink-black hair cascading freely. His golden eyes exuded an innate aura of authority. Outyan, upon seeing the youthful, handsome man before her, Yun Xianhuang felt a moment of uncertainty. Was this truly her Outyen? Until now, Outyen had communicated with her directly through spiritual energy, his voice ancient and ethereal, akin to that of a venerable elder. The contrast was almost jarring. Outyen smiled. Master, there is no need for doubt. This is my human form. Once a spiritual beast ascends to the status of a divine beast, it gains the ability to take on human shape. Not only I, but that little phoenix also possesses a human form. However, we spiritual beasts prefer our original forms, as only in those can we exhibit our utmost strength. This was why Huang Huang, despite inheriting previous powers, still refrained from assuming human form. Yet for Outyen, the constraints of transforming into a human were negligible. He was, after all, the most formidable spiritual beast in existence. Yun Xianhuang took a while to accept this revelation. Just as she was about to inquire further, she suddenly heard Yun Xianye's voice. Chapter 73. The privileges of the Branch Institute's top student. Yun Xianhuang withdrew her consciousness from the space and opened her eyes to see Yun Xianye sitting up. Little knight, do you feel any discomfort? This was her first attempt, and although Outyen had assured her that everything would be fine, her concern lingered. Sister, I feel perfectly fine. Yun Xianye stood up and moved around a bit, assuring her, see, I'm all good. Moreover, I just tried a bit and discovered that my cultivation speed has increased dramatically. The quality of spiritual bones determined the speed of cultivation, and Yun Xianye possessed superior grade spiritual bones. Previously he had already outpaced others in speed, however now he sensed that his cultivation speed might rival that of those with extraordinary grade spiritual bones. That overwhelming power had directly enhanced the quality of his spiritual bones. But could such a feat truly be achieved by a mere mortal? Yun Xianye could not help but doubt, yet upon meeting those familiar phoenix-like eyes, he instantly felt no desire to question further. Sister, I'm going out to see how they are. I'll accompany you. The siblings pushed the door open and stepped outside. I in the courtyard, Huang Huang and the others had fully absorbed the effects of the spirit refining pill. Upon seeing the siblings emerge, Huang Huang rushed to Yun Xianhuang, grasping her arm excitedly. Huang Huang, I've advanced to great spiritual master. Gong Jiulu had also broken through his bottleneck, joining the ranks of great spiritual masters. While Lu Shenqing had not yet leveled up but had touched the threshold of a 3-star great spiritual master, the effects of the spirit refining pill were far more remarkable than the trio had anticipated. It is worth noting that no one had ever heard of a pill capable of enhancing levels without side effects before. Moreover, they could feel a significant reduction in the impurities within their spiritual roots. An achievement even beyond the capabilities of spiritual emperors. Congratulations, Yun Xianhuang genuinely praised. The effects of the spirit refining pill varied according to the talents of the user, and such remarkable results could only attest to the trio's inherent genius. Though Huang Huang and the others were elated, they did not forget that it was Yun Xianhuang who had provided them with such a precious pill. Unspoken gratitude brewed in their hearts as they contemplated what gifts to offer her in return. By the way, Huang Huang, did you know that new students in the Branch Institute can choose to attend classes at the main institute after a month of enrollment? The 5 Elements Academy emphasizes comprehensive abilities. With branch courses held in the morning and main institute classes in the afternoon, this arrangement allows branch students the option to attend main institute classes together, naturally, if one prefers not to. The academy will not impose. Typically, this information would be conveyed to new students within a month by their mentors, but Yun Xianhuang had missed it due to her absence from the academy. Huang Huang had only just remembered it herself. For cultivators to progress further, they required professional guidance. I truly did not know. Yun Xianhuang appeared momentarily perplexed. Can I choose any branch? If an ordinary person had posed such a question, Huang Huang would have surely thought them slightly deranged, as one could only attend the branch corresponding to their spiritual root attributes. Could a fire spiritual root possibly attend classes in the wood branch? However, upon hearing Yun Xianhuang's inquiry, Huang Huang merely mused that this was the burden of genius and replied, yes, you can. However, Huang Huang, I suggest you join the water branch. Yun Xianhuang had not disclosed her 5-element spiritual root to even Yun Xianye. It was not due to a lack of trust, but rather that individuals with 5-element spiritual roots had seldom appeared in the annals of history. The phrase "the tree that stands out invites the wind" applied here. Therefore, in Huang Huang's eyes, Yun Xianhuang possessed only dual fire and water spiritual roots. Confused by Huang Huang's suggestion, Yun Xianhuang asked why. Lu Shenqing stepped forward, placing a hand on Yun Xianye's shoulder. Because each branch's top student enjoys special privileges. In addition to being able to live in a separate courtyard, they also gain access to train within the Spirit Absorption Tower. Gong Jiulu soon grasped Huang Huang's intent. Only one top student could exist within each branch. If Huang Huang and Little Knight were in the same branch, only one of them could enter the Spirit Absorption Tower. Conversely, if Yun Xianhuang chose the Water branch and became its top student, both she and Yun Xianye would be able to enter the Spirit Absorption Tower for training. The Spirit Absorption Tower is a 5-story edifice, each level inscribed with advanced spirit absorption formations. Where the density of spiritual energy is 5 times greater than in the outside world, the construction of the Spirit Absorption Tower had cost the Five Elements Academy considerable resources, hence only the most exceptional students from each branch were permitted entry. Having recently enrolled, Yun Xianya was already a rising star in the fire branch, and usurping the position of top student was imminent. If Yun Xianhuang also entered the fire branch, one of the siblings would inevitably be barred from accessing the Spirit Absorption Tower. Ah, I see. Yun Xianhuang understood. With her 5-element spiritual root, she faced no restrictions based on attributes, allowing her to choose any branch. Yet, given the privileges granted to the top student, it would be more prudent for her to separate from Yun Xianya. After deciding her course, on the afternoon of the second day, Yun Xianhuang made her way to the water branch. According to Shin Fingyuan's instructions, she first needed to report to the water branch mentor, who would assign her to a class. Once Aotion's strength had been restored to over 30%, he could completely conceal her talent, allowing Yun Xianhuang to pursue her goals without fear of exposure as she sought out the mentor of the water division. Gu Xan, one of the faculty members there. As the time for class approached, Gu Xan was making her way to the teaching building when she was halted by an unfamiliar student. A cursory glance at the badge adorning Yun Xianhuang's chest revealed her affiliation with the apothecary division. "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Gu Xan inquired. With utmost politeness, Yun Xianhuang responded, "Mentor, I previously took a leave of absence from the academy and was unable to report to the water division with the other new students. Could you kindly advise me on which class I should attend now? Are you a water spirit root?" Gu Xian asked, somewhat surprised. It was noteworthy that most students in the apothecary division possessed either wood or fire spirit roots. As these were advantageous for their development as apothecaries, there had yet to be a water spirit root apothecary among the new students in her division this year. Indeed, Yun Xianhuang replied with a smile. Gu Xian scrutinized her briefly before nodding. "Follow me." She turned and led Yun Xianhuang to a spacious hall, the site used for enrollment testing. Within the hall lay crystal spheres designed for testing spirit roots and levels. Gu Xian retrieved a booklet from her storage ring and, holding a brush in her right hand, pointed at the 2 crystal spheres, saying, "First, we shall assess your spirit root and level, after which I will assist you in arranging your class." Students from divisions were exempt from further enrollment testing, yet spirit roots and levels were mandatory assessments. Gazing at the 2 testing crystals, Yun Xianhuang's heart sank. Shin Fingyuan had not informed her about the spirit root testing. If she were to proceed, her 5 spirit roots would inevitably be revealed. "Mentor, is it absolutely necessary to test my spirit root?" Yun Xianhuang hesitated. "Of course," Gu Xian replied, finding the question rather peculiar. "How else would we ascertain whether you possess a water spirit root?" Yun Xianhuang raised her hand, intending to channel a modicum of spirit energy to conjure a water sphere as proof of her water spirit root. However, Gu Xian seemed to perceive her intentions. Tapping the brush lightly on the booklet. Do not attempt to channel spirit energy as a disguise. While a camouflage spirit artifact may temporarily alter one's spirit root and energy, it cannot deceive the testing crystal. After a moment of silence, Yun Xianhuang relinquished her plan to channel spirit energy. Taking a deep breath, she approached the testing crystal for spirit roots, simultaneously seeking assistance from Aotion through her mental connection. "Aotion, can you ensure that this testing crystal only detects my water spirit root?" "I'm afraid I cannot, master," Aotion replied. Yun Xianhuang's hesitation aroused Gu Xian's suspicion. With a more penetrating gaze, Gu Xian placed the brush back on the booklet. "If you are unwilling to undergo the test, you may return to your apothecary division." Gu Xian was perplexed by Yun Xianhuang's prolonged indecision. The method for crafting camouflage spirit artifacts had long been lost, and such artifacts had not been seen on the continent for ages. She found it implausible that a new student would possess a camouflage spirit artifact, making Yun Xianhuang's indecision all the more suspicious. Although Gu Xian could not discern the reason, she deemed it unimportant. Should Yun Xianhuang refuse to test, the water division simply would not accept her. Yun Xianhuang, observing Gu Xian's piercing gaze, quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Although the spirit tower was indeed appealing, her extraordinary spirit bone did not render her admission essential. However, her limited experience with spirit energies beyond fire did necessitate formal education. If revealing her 5 spirit roots was the only consequence, lost in thought. Yun Xianhuang was suddenly seized by an unseen force. Her hand lifted and pressed upon the testing crystal for spirit roots. A gentle breeze seemed to caress her ear, accompanied by a faint, indistinct whisper. "Do not fear." Yun Xianhuang's gaze sharpened. The voice was familiar, unbeknownst to Gu Xian, who had heard nothing. She observed Yun Xianhuang placing her hand upon the testing crystal and resumed channeling spirit energy into it with her brush. A cool sensation enveloped Yun Xianhuang's hand, and she found herself unable to withdraw it, as if it had been welded in place. Another soft murmur echoed, "You will not be exposed," with her hand still immovable and Gu Xian watching closely. Yun Xianhuang had no choice but to muster her spirit energy into the testing crystal. "Very well, if exposure is inevitable, then so be it," she thought. After all, she had maintained her disguise within the academy. And no one knew her true identity. At worst, she could remove her disguise upon completing her studies and leave the academy. As she resigned herself to fate, the testing crystal underwent a transformation. A blue hue emerged and gradually spread to envelop the entire crystal. Wasn't this indicative of a water spirit root? What had she hesitated for? Gu Xian, unable to comprehend, simply instructed, "Now let us test your level." The pressure upon Yun Xianhuang's hand suddenly dissipated, allowing her to withdraw it. Upon observing the crystal still shimmering blue, she pressed her hand onto the second testing crystal. The results materialized swiftly. 4-star Spirit Master? Gu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as she verified Yun Xianhuang's bone age, inquiring, "What is your name, dear student?" Distracted by the lingering echo of the voice, Yun Xianhuang replied absently, when Xianhuang. Gu Xian promptly produced the enrollment testing booklet. A record maintained by each division's mentors detailing all students who had passed the tests. After rifling through the pages for some time, Gu Xian finally located the name Wen Xianhuang. 15 years old, 7-star spirit user, passed the apothecary division test. Wait a moment. A 7-star spirit user. Gu Xian scrutinized the entry repeatedly, ensuring she had not misread. It had been less than 4 months since the new students had enrolled. And this girl had advanced from a 7-star spirit user to a 4-star spirit master. How had she accomplished such a feat? This rate of advancement was unparalleled even among the many geniuses at the 5-Spirit Academy. Could she possibly possess an extraordinary spirit bone? While rare, extraordinary spirit bones had indeed been encountered at the 5-Spirit Academy in recent years, making Gu Xian more inclined to accept this notion. She accurately recorded Yun Xianhuang's information and then handed her a badge for the water division, shaped like a droplet and similar in size to that of the apothecary division's badge. Once Yun Xianhuang accepted it, Gu Xian returned the booklet and brushed to her storage ring, internally rubbing her hands in anticipation. "Dear one, I wonder if you would be willing to join my class? I am Gu Xian, a 1-star spirit sovereign of the water division, responsible for instructing the new students in class Tian." The divisions within the 5-Spirit Academy were structured into 4 classes: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Across each grade, generally, students from the subdivisions exhibited limited talent and energy, resulting in their placement in the Huang class, with only a few advancing to the Xian class. Conversely, the Tian class comprised only those exceptional new students who had distinguished themselves during the enrollment testing. With not a single student from the subdivisions present, Yun Xianhuang, indifferent to her class assignment, casually replied, "I am willing." Gu Xian's delight was palpable as she stepped forward to grasp her hand. "Come, let us proceed to class." It was precisely time for the afternoon lessons. Yun Xianhuang allowed herself to be led away by Gu Xian, her gaze lowered as she contemplated her right hand. Had she imagined it, she could still feel that cool touch. But if it weren't merely an illusion, why could she sense no presence, not even when attempting to probe with her mental energy? Yun Xianhuang remained lost in thought until Gu Xian ushered her into the classroom for class Tian. "This is Wen Xianhuang, a 4-star spirit master of the water division, and she will henceforth be a member of our class Tian." The classroom was already filled with students. Gu Xian briefly introduced Yun Xianhuang to the others before allowing her to choose a seat. As she scanned the room, she settled into an empty spot that caught her eye. Upon sitting down, she sensed the curious gazes of those nearby directed at her, given that it was class time. The students refrained from speaking, but their expressions spoke volumes. They were puzzled as to how a new student from the apothecary division could possibly be a 4-star spirit master. Yun Xianhuang chose to disregard their stares. Focusing intently on Gu Xian's lecture, the water division had 2 classes scheduled for the afternoon, 1 theoretical and 1 practical. After the first class concluded, the new students, having endured an entire lesson without speaking, finally had the opportunity to converse. Due to their unfamiliarity with one another, they did not approach Yun Xianhuang directly but instead discussed her among themselves. Isn't Wen Xianhuang from the apothecary division? How could her level be so high? She has a water spirit root. Why would she join the apothecary division, where most students possess fire or wood spirit roots? Who knows? However, if she passed the apothecary division's enrollment test, she must possess some degree of skill. These whispers reached Yun Xianhuang's ears, devoid of malice, and she paid them little mind, still preoccupied with her recent testing experience. Soon, the second practical class commenced. In class Tian's practical lesson, the students were instructed to select their opponents and engage in combat using the techniques they had learned. Not only were first-year students present, but also second- and third-year students from class Tian. Dressed in the light blue robes of the water division, Yun Xianhuang stood out conspicuously in her light green attire, catching the attention of the second- and third-year mentors. Gu Xian, why does your class have an additional student from the apothecary division? Inquired Mentor Kong from the second-year class, skepticism evident in his tone. Gu Xian smiled at him. "She is one of our students in class Tian. She simply took a leave of absence previously and returned today. Due to time constraints, she didn't have a chance to change her clothes." "Are you sure?" Mentor Kong's doubtful gaze fell upon Yun Xianhuang. "Are there even any students from the apothecary division capable of joining your class Tian?" It was common knowledge that the art of potion making was an arduous endeavor demanding significant energy, thus, the majority of alchemists possess relatively modest ranks, and among all the students in the alchemist division, only that girl from the Shin family excels in both fields. This is primarily due to her relentless diligence. Upon her arrival last year, she challenged the chief of the alchemist division, and for the entire year that followed, she either practiced alchemy or honed her skills within the spirit tower. Consequently, she has ascended to the pinnacle of intermediate alchemy and is also an 8-star wood elemental master. However, the students in the alchemist division are newcomers. And according to Gu Xian, this particular individual had taken quite a lengthy leave of absence prior, yet she has somehow attained the level to enter the elite class. Mentor Kong is skeptical. Gu Xian, disinterested in providing extensive explanations, fears that if she reveals Wen Xianwang's test results, this Kong would likely attempt to snatch her away. She disregarded Mentor Kong entirely and instructed the students in the class to begin selecting their opponents. With 3 grades attending class together, it was permissible for them to choose adversaries from the other 2 grades if they wished. However, with more than 3 months into the semester, even the newcomers had become familiar with their rivals. When Huang had just arrived today, her rank among the new elite being quite notable, yet no one in the class dared to choose her as an opponent. The students from the other 2 grades, upon noticing she was from the alchemist division, were reluctant to bully her and would not select her for a match. Thus, in the end, only Wen Huang and another second-year student remained without opponents. Gu Xian glanced at the 2 and hesitated momentarily. Wen Huang, how about you practice with Qi Yu Zhang? However, he is an 8-star elemental master, and if you are unwilling, you may practice alone, while having an opponent is undoubtedly preferable for practical combat. The disparity in level between Wen Huang and Qi Yu Zhang is 4 stars, and Gu Xian would not impose her will. Gu Xian, have you lost your mind? Mentor Kong was accustomed to no one daring to select Qi Yu Zhang. She could hardly fathom why Gu Xian would suggest that Wen Huang choose him. She urged Wen Huang, child, don't heed your mentor's advice, although Qi Yu Zhang is an 8-star elemental master. No one at the same level can match him, and even those slightly superior in rank would not dare to challenge him lightly. Qi Yu Zhang is the chief of the water element division. If not for his strength, how would he still hold that position? To have a student from the alchemist division practice with the chief of a division is akin to inviting hardship upon oneself. Mentor Kong truly wished to pry open Gu Xian's mind to understand her reasoning. The students who had chosen their opponents, with the mentor's consent, had already found their spots to begin practicing, leaving only Wen Huang and Qi Yu Zhang standing awkwardly beside the mentor. Wen Huang cast a glance at Qi Yu Zhang, who happened to meet her gaze. As their eyes locked, Wen Huang suddenly stepped forward. Approaching Qi Yu Zhang, requesting guidance, she was eager to experience what combat using pure water elemental energy would be like. Qi Yu Zhang remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. You are not my opponent. He merely stated a fact. His tone was devoid of fluctuation, not unpleasant in the least. The senior students from both the 2nd and 3rd years were well aware of Qi Yu Zhang's strength, and upon witnessing Wen Huang's decision to challenge him, a chorus of caution arose. When junior sister, don't do anything rash. That fellow's strength is absolutely comparable to that of a grand elemental master. When junior sister, you should reconsider. I'm a 5-star elemental master. How about I be your opponent? I want to use all my strength. Their intentions were well-meaning, yet the consensus was clear. They all believed Wen Huang would be thoroughly defeated by Qi Yu Zhang. Wen Huang's expression remained calm, though her eyes reflected a stubborn determination. Thank you for your kindness, senior brothers and sisters, but I still wish to choose senior Chi. Gu Xian looked on with pride, while Mentor Kong appeared utterly flabbergasted. It was unheard of for anyone to insist on choosing Qi Yu Zhang, yet it was evident that Wen Huang was resolute in her decision, leading Gu Xian to instruct Qi Yu Zhang. Qi Yu Zhang, please accompany Wen Huang in practice, and remember this is merely a class exercise, not a true battle. With Mentor Kong's words, Qi Yu Zhang no longer rejected Wen Huang's request. He nodded and moved to an empty corner nearby. With Wen Huang following suit, the stark contrast between the chief of a division and a newcomer from the alchemist division drew the attention of students across all 3 grades. They were eager to see what motivated this Wen Huang to select Qi Yu Zhang as her opponent. Let us begin. As those words left his lips, Qi Yu Zhang's demeanor shifted, his expression turned serious, and with a flick of his hand, water elemental energy transformed into arrows, launching several water arrows toward Wen Huang. Clearly, he had not heeded Mentor Kong's admonition. When Huang retreated slightly, conjuring an ice wall before her, the water arrows struck the ice wall and were instantly frozen. The elemental conversion. The knowledgeable senior students widened their eyes in astonishment. This newcomer from the alchemist division was quite remarkable. When water elemental energy shifts to ice elemental energy, it is referred to as elemental mutation. Elemental conversion requires not only the purification of the energy within but also mastery over its application. However, there are downsides. Utilizing converted elemental energy consumes significantly more energy during combat than standard elemental energy. Another senior shook his head. Is Qi Yuzhang's task so simple? Elemental conversion is nothing new to him. He simply chooses not to use it. Just as the water arrows were thwarted, Qi Yuzhang did not resort to ice elemental energy. Waves of water emanated from beneath him, shattering Wen Qianhuang's ice wall and surging towards her. I must avoid his elemental energy. When Qianhuang's energy surged within her, and as she took a step back, the encroaching waves of water were frozen in place. Simultaneously, ice spikes shot toward Qi Yuzhang from all directions. Qi Yuzhang, quick on his feet, evaded the ice spikes, which crashed to the ground and instantly melted into puddles. As a practitioner of water elemental energy, Qi Yuzhang understood better than anyone that those seemingly innocuous puddles posed the greatest threat. Should he step upon them, he would inevitably become ensnared. Waves of water erupted from behind him, surging high like a beast, lunging toward Wen Qianhuang while simultaneously dispersing the traces left by the ice spikes. Just a moment before the wave collided with her, it unexpectedly solidified into ice, and countless sharp ice spikes erupted forth from the moment the wave surged to its transformation into ice spikes. Mere instants passed. Such speed made the second and third year students question their own ability to evade. For a moment, they could not help but feel anxious for Wen Qianhuang. However, her reflexes surpassed their expectations. Her body bent gracefully, evading the ice spike aimed at her brow. Subsequently, frost erupted from beneath her feet, expanding outward in layers, utterly shattering the solidified wave. A chill spread through the air, prompting those around her to rub their arms. Wow, it's so cold. The newcomer's reaction time was nothing short of extraordinary. How did she manage to evade such a direct attack? No need to mention others. Had it been me, I would have likely surrendered right then. The ice wall continued to expand outward, leaving Qi Yuzhang with increasingly limited ground to stand upon, forcing him to dismantle the ice walls one by one. Since the spar began, Wen Qianhuang had been utilizing converted ice elemental energy. And now she nearly froze the entire area. This newcomer, does her energy never deplete? Since her enrollment, Qi Yuzhang had never encountered an opponent like this. His expression grew grave, and he became increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, Wen Qianhuang, while launching her attacks, was also channeling her spiritual roots to absorb elemental energy. Although the absorption rate was far inferior to the consumption rate, it was sufficient to maintain her energy levels. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, yet neither could claim victory. The surrounding temperature continued to drop. It seemed that Qi Yuzhang detected something during their battle, delivering a heavy strike that forced Wen Qianhuang back before retreating rapidly. Yet it was too late. A torrential downpour of fine rain suddenly descended, instantly solidifying into hard ice upon contact with the ground. Initially, Qi Yuzhang managed to avoid being drenched in the rain. But the prolonged battle had begun to wear on his stamina. He merely hesitated for a fraction of a second, and a single drop fell at his feet, instantly freezing them in place. Qi Yuzhang could not break free in time and could only raise his hand, summoning the last remnants of elemental energy within him. Water surged from the ground like a serpent, twisting and attempting to ensnare Wen Qianhuang's feet. Despite continuously channeling his spiritual roots to absorb energy, the length of this battle, especially the last unexpected attack, had entirely depleted Wen Qianhuang's energy reserves. She could only rely on her physical advantages to evade. Anticipating this, Qi Yuzhang's water serpent suddenly burst apart, splattering droplets of elemental energy that landed on Wen Qianhuang's legs, rapidly spreading frost and freezing them in an instant. Now, both were ensnared by the other's control. However, their elemental energies were utterly exhausted, rendering them incapable of even performing the minimally consuming water sphere technique. Should they have access to spiritual artifacts, perhaps a victor could be determined, yet this was merely a practical combat class. Not a life or death scenario, so neither continued on, and the match concluded in a draw. Not only the students but even Gu Xian and Mentor Kong were taken aback by the outcome. A draw? How is it possible that a newcomer from the Alchemist division could stand toe-to-toe with Qi Yuzhang? This defies logic. I simply wish to know why this Wen Qianhuang, so formidable, chose the Alchemist division. The students were not the only ones discussing this match. Mentor Kong also inquired of Gu Xian. Gu Xian, speak honestly, is this girl also an 8-star elemental master? In response to this result, Gu Xian was equally astonished, yet after her initial shock, pride swelled within her. See, this is the student I chose. After calming her excited heart, she replied, do you truly believe that's possible? Such good fortune is hardly likely. The first-year 8-star spirit master, a feat yet to be seen since the establishment of their 5 Spirits Academy. However, this girl's rapid advancement is indeed unparalleled within the Academy's long history. Wen Qianhuang is a 4-star spirit master. 4 stars? Are you jesting? Mentor Kong is reluctant to believe that a 4-star could possibly match Qi Yuzhang. Gu Xian merely produced a testing crystal from her storage ring and offered it to her, challenging her to test it before her very eyes. Mentor Kong, not one to stubbornly persist, realized that with the testing crystal now in play, she could no longer question Gu Xian's assertion. She glanced at the two individuals still frozen in place, waved her hand to release their control, and swiftly approached the exhausted Qi Yuzhang to support him. After a brief moment of recovery, Qiyu Jiang retrieved a badge from the Water Division's repository and approached Wen Xianhuang, presenting the emblem to her. The badge of the chief is now yours. The badge bore no stripes to signify a grade but was adorned with a golden rim. The rule across each division is the same: defeat the division's chief, and you shall take their place. Wen Xianhuang shook her head, insisting, "You did not lose to me. The outcome of this contest was a tie, thus Qiyu Jiang could not be deemed the loser." Qiyu Jiang forced a smile. "I apologize for my earlier words. In a true battle, I would not stand a chance against you." Observers, be they students or mentors alike, perceived this as a balanced contest, yet, only Qiyu Jiang understood that Wen Xianhuang's speed far surpassed his own. In a genuine fight, had she leveraged her speed from the outset, he would have had no chance of resistance. The swiftness of one's body is eternally a weakness for cultivators. This weakness, however, did not exist within Wen Xianhuang. Nevertheless, she chose not to exploit this advantage, engaging him in a straightforward contest of spirit power. Qiyu Jiang conceded defeat, acknowledging her superiority with a sense of respect. Furthermore, he began to contemplate how he might enhance his own abilities in the future. "I will reclaim it when the opportunity arises." Qiyu Jiang forcibly pressed the badge into Wen Xianhuang's hands before turning to leave. Wen Xianhuang gazed at the emblem representing the chief before ultimately deciding to keep it. With the practical combat class concluded, the day's lessons came to an end. As it was not yet time for dinner, Wen Xianhuang first went to collect her attire from the Water Division and then returned to the Alchemist Division. Intending to rest and cultivate for a while, her internal spirit power had not yet fully replenished, and she needed to make the most of her time. During lunch, Shen Fengyuan had mentioned that she would be visiting her great-uncle, Elder Shinsong of the Alchemist Division, that afternoon. At this hour, he was likely still absent from the room in the academy. She did not anticipate encountering any danger, so Wen Xianhuang paid little mind as she pushed open the door to her quarters. She entered swiftly, turned to close the door, and made her way toward the bed. A strong scent of blood assailed her senses. Her expression hardened, and she quickly vacated her previous position, only to be ensnared by a pair of strong arms around her waist. A figure collapsed into her embrace. Chapter 77. Severe injury. Wen Xianhuang's mental energy surged violently as she prepared to summon her three spirit beasts. However, the next moment, she clearly discerned the identity of the person before her. Feng Jingchen. Indeed, the voice she had heard during the spiritual root assessment belonged to Feng Jingchen. When Xianhuang retracted her mental energy and cast her gaze over Feng Jingchen's injuries, her heart sinking in alarm. He was wounded far more grievously than when she had first encountered him, particularly the stab wound on his back, perilously close to his heart. A slight shift, and he might well lose his life. When Xianhuang recalled that during their last encounter in the spirit spiral forest, Feng Jingchen had been pursued by several spirit emperors yet had not suffered such dire consequences. At that time, he had still possessed the strength to escort her and Yun Xianya to safety, but now he lay there breath faint, on the precipice of death, originally intending to push him away, when Xianhuang instead allowed Feng Jingchen to lean against her. It seemed he had regained a modicum of strength, for he struggled to open his eyes, raising a bloodied hand to present her with a living plant, enveloped in spirit power. When Xianhuang recognized it immediately. It was the Fengyu grass, identical to the one she had obtained from the Feng Palace, yet this specimen bore 2 phoenix feather fruits. She had once mentioned that if Feng Jingchen wished to repay her, he should find her 2 phoenix feather fruits. Feng Jingchen's weak voice echoed, "Huang Huang, I have fulfilled my promise." 2 phoenix feather fruits. However, the latter part of his sentence faded as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fengyu grass could not remain out of the soil for long. When Xianhuang hastily stored it in her spatial ring before furrowing her brow at the unconscious Feng Jingchen, who was still clinging to her tightly. She understood his condition. He was gravely injured and lacked the strength to stand, but must he hold on so firmly? When Xianhuang attempted to pry his arm away to lay him on the bed, but Feng Jingchen had lost consciousness, his grip unwavering. Moreover, with her spirit power still insufficient, she could not push him away. Blood continued to seep from his wounds, soaking her clothes. The sticky warmth was unpleasant to her. She strained to pull Feng Jingchen, slowly maneuvering him to the edge of the bed, yet, unable to free his arm, she had no choice but to lie down beside him. The proximity left her enveloped in the scent of blood. Frowning deeply, she took out several holy-grade recovery pills and placed them in Feng Jingchen's mouth. The pills dissolved instantaneously, and even in his unconscious state, they would still work, despite the substantial number of holy-grade recovery pills consumed. Feng Jingchen's wounds merely ceased bleeding without showing any signs of healing, just as Out Yen had suggested. His unique constitution rendered the pills ineffective, yet these were all the pills she possessed. A few would not suffice. But surely dozens would yield some effect. After all, she had an abundance of pills, and when Xianhuang felt no hesitation in forcefully administering more to him, the pills posed no risk, being solely for healing. Consuming them like candy would not cause harm. When Xianhuang lost count of how many pills she had given Feng Jingchen, regardless of their limited efficacy, the cumulative effect of so many should provide some benefit. Feng Jingchen's breath steadied, and the minor wounds began to mend, though the most severe injury remained unchanged. As the wounds healed, a slight itch accompanied the process. Feng Jingchen, lost in unconsciousness, felt none of it. However, his grip on Huang Huang finally slackened. She successfully escaped his hold, pushing him to lie flat on the bed. Her gaze fell upon the injury on his back. There was little more she could do but rely on Feng Jingchen's own recuperative abilities. As for his garments, now unrecognizable due to bloodstains, when Huang summoned out Yen to assist in changing them, the bloodied clothing was incinerated in an instant. She then discarded her own blood-stained attire and donned a spare uniform. With the source of the blood reduced by 2, when Huang's furrowed brow finally relaxed as she sat in a chair, observing the unconscious Feng Jingchen. Previously, he had aided her in unlocking the second space of her storage ring, providing her with numerous benefits. Hence she had promised him that if he were ever pursued again, he could come to the Five Spirits Academy to find her, although she was unsure how he had managed to locate her so precisely. When Huang would not go back on her word. Moreover, whether during their time at Yanfeng Mountain or today's spiritual route assessment, he had been of immense assistance. Frankly speaking, when Huang could not stand by and watch him perish. However, with the pills proving ineffective, she felt utterly helpless. When Huang turned to Outyen, who had not yet returned to the spatial realm, is there any way to treat his injuries? She found no useful information within Outyen's legacy. Only remembering that he had mentioned many individuals with unique constitutions like Feng Jingchen existed in the upper realm. Did that mean those beings could only wait for their injuries to heal naturally? There were indeed such cases. Outyen's gaze fell upon Feng Jingchen, scrutinizing him with a measure of intensity. In the upper realm, there exists a unique fruit known as the Xinxiao fruit, which can heal any injury. Its effects rivaling those of holy-grade healing pills, and it would be effective even for someone with his peculiar constitution. However, the Xinxiao fruit grows on the Xinxiao tree, and aside from the upper realm, I have not encountered one elsewhere. Moreover, even in the upper realm, there exists only that singular Xinxiao tree. When Huang fell silent, she did not even know where the upper realm was, let alone how to procure the Xinxiao fruit for Feng Jingchen. Even if she could reach the upper realm, the round trip would take an indeterminate amount of time, and Feng Jingchen would surely not survive. With a heavy sigh, when Huang resolved to gather some medicinal herbs with healing properties from her spatial herb garden, grinding them into powder to sprinkle over Feng Jingchen's back wounds, and then bandaging them, this was all she could do. Whether he could endure it now rested upon Feng Jingchen himself. She recalled Outyen to the spatial realm and closed her eyes to begin absorbing spirit power. Half an hour later, when Huang opened her eyes, finding that her spirit power had recovered to around 70 or 80%. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, assuming it was Feng Yuan returning. She rose and approached the entrance. A screen concealed the bed from view, allowing her to open the door without concern for Feng Jingchen being discovered. She swung the door wide open. Both she and Feng Jingchen had changed into clean garments, and the blood-stained bedding had been replaced. After such a duration, the lingering scent of blood had dissipated considerably. However, as an alchemist, Feng Yuan was particularly sensitive to various odors. The instant when Huang opened the door, she caught a faint whiff of blood. Feng Yuan's expression visibly tightened. Huang Huang, are you injured? Without exerting much force, she grasped Huang's arm, meticulously examining any potential wounds. Chapter 78, Nailing Tower. Huang casually concocted an excuse. Today I had a practical class and sparred with senior brother Qi. Sustaining a minor injury, I've already consumed a recovery elixir. She was not entirely dishonest. After all, her draw against Qi Yujiang had become the talk of the water division. Qi Yujiang. Feng Yuan blinked slowly, her expression perplexed. Isn't he a second-year student? How could your mentor allow you to spar with him? Moreover, Qi Yujiang is the top student of the water division. Which mentor is so irresponsible? Well, both of us were left behind, so I had no choice but to choose him for practice. Huang briefly explained before swiftly changing the subject. Xiao Yi and the others should have reached the cafeteria by now. Let us make our way there. Noticing her evident reluctance to elaborate in the absence of any visible injuries, Feng Yuan ceased her inquiries and turned to head outside the courtyard. After taking a few steps, she suddenly heard a muffled groan emanating from Huang's room, extremely faint, yet distinctly male. Feng Yuan paused, instinctively glancing back. Peering curiously through the open door, Huang appeared completely unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the sound, and promptly closed the door behind her before catching up to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan could not help but ask, Huang Huang, did you hear anything? Huang tilted her head, her expression puzzled. I must have misheard. After all, the sound had been too soft. Even Feng Yuan herself felt it was likely a figment of her imagination. She dismissed the incident, linking arms with Huang as they proceeded to the cafeteria. Dining in a private room had become a customary affair for the five of them. Once they finished their meal, Feng Yuan retrieved a collection of elixirs from her storage ring, presenting them to Huang and Xenia. Huang Huang, these are elixirs I obtained from my great uncle. They come in various types, so please take them. The value of that spirit refining pill was immeasurable, and with that precious formula in hand, Feng Yuan truly did not know how to express her gratitude to Huang. resorting instead to requesting more elixirs from her great-uncle. After all, she was currently away from home, and her great-uncle lived closest, making him her best option. Shen Fengyuan's great-uncle Shen Song was also a master alchemist, producing elixirs of no less than 9th rank. Yun Xianhuang contemplated declining the offer, but upon seeing Shen Fengyuan's eager gaze, she swallowed her words and accepted the elixirs. If she refused, Shen Fengyuan would undoubtedly be upset. After Yun Xianhuang accepted them, Yun Xianya followed suit, collecting the elixirs as well. Shen Fengyuan let out a sigh of relief. Even among friends, she felt it was only right to present a token of appreciation. Lu Shenqing and Gong Jiulu also shared this sentiment, having already communicated with their families, and gifts for Yun Xianhuang were currently en route, unbeknownst to Yun Xianhuang, as she walked back alongside Shen Fengyuan. She recalled the emblem symbolizing her status as the top student of the water division and inquired Fengyuan, where is the nailing tower? As the top student of a division, she had the privilege to enter the nailing tower. And if possible, Yun Xianhuang intended to spend her nights there for training. The nailing tower isn't located in our subsidiary division, it's over by the main academy. Shen Fengyuan thought she was merely asking casually. Huang Huang, do you want to go see it? Yun Xianhuang shook her head, revealing the emblem Qi Yujiang had given her. I wish to enter for training. The training capabilities of practitioners would significantly enhance their night vision. And Shen Fengyuan immediately recognized the uniqueness of that emblem. Her eyes widened slightly. Huang Huang, did you actually win against Qi Yujiang in your sparring session today? Huang Huang seems to be only a 4-star spirit master, yet she managed to defeat the 8-star spirit master, Qi Yujiang. Shen Fengyuan suddenly realized they had all underestimated Yun Xianhuang previously. Initially, she had suggested Yun Xianhuang attend the water division because of her exceptional spirit bone, which accelerated her cultivation speed. By the time she reached the second year, she would undoubtedly replace Qi Yujiang as the top student. Little did she expect that in just one day, Yun Xianhuang had claimed the top position. Shen Fengyuan felt compelled to step up her game. She grasped Yun Xianhuang's hand and declared, "Come, I will take you to the nailing tower. Let us train there tonight." In fact, during her first year, Shen Fengyuan had frequented the nailing tower. However, so much had transpired since the start of the school year that she had yet to visit. Now that matters had settled, it was time for her to resume her training. The two soon arrived at the nailing tower of the main academy. The tower was quite grand, though it had only 5 stories. It was by no means smaller than the teaching buildings of each division. There was no one guarding the entrance, but there was likely some formation in place. Shen Fengyuan skillfully produced her badge as the top student of the alchemist division and affixed it to her chest, then gestured for Yun Xianhuang to do the same. Once Yun Xianhuang donned her badge, Shen Fengyuan took her hand and entered the nailing tower, explaining, "At the entrance of the nailing tower, there is a formation laid down by several elders from our subsidiary division's array masters. Without wearing the top student badge, one cannot gain entry." Yun Xianhuang had heard of this. The array masters division boasted not only 2 array masters but also an array grandmaster, the only one of his kind on the continent. The formation crafted by these 3 was likely impenetrable even to a spirit emperor. As they pondered this, the two entered the nailing tower. Upon entering, Yun Xianhuang immediately felt the rich golden spiritual energy surrounding her. However, aside from that, she did not sense the presence of any other elemental energy. The nailing tower was divided into 5 levels, each corresponding to a specific attribute. From bottom to top, they were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As she spoke, Shen Fengyuan led her to the center of the first floor. There lay a circular area, isolated from the rest, featuring a pillar that supported the entire nailing tower and a conspicuous teleportation array. Each level had a teleportation array that allowed movement to other levels at will. "Huang Huang, I will go to the second level. You can choose to go to the third or fourth level. Just stand on the teleportation array and think of the level you wish to go to." The nailing tower could only be accessed by the top students of each division, and among them, only Lu Shenqing possessed a metal spirit root. With Lu Shenqing absent and no one else around on the first floor, Shen Fengyuan felt no apprehension in saying this. "I understand. Thank you, Fengyuan." Yun Xianhuang surveyed her surroundings. If she could learn to draw the nailing array, wouldn't she be able to cultivate anywhere as if she were in the nailing tower? Of course, that was merely a thought. Only high-level array masters could draw such advanced arrays. Currently, she spent her mornings studying alchemy and her afternoons learning from the water division, leaving her evenings solely for training. Adding the study of array mastery would surely leave her with no time to cultivate. She understood the principle of not overextending herself. Quickly, she averted her gaze and, along with Shen Fengyuan, proceeded to their respective levels, the 2nd and 4th floors. Chapter 79. This place is not suitable for you, perhaps due to the abundance of fire spiritual energy. The temperature on the 4th floor felt significantly higher than that of the 1st. This temperature remained within Yun Xianhuang's tolerance, and she found a corner to sit cross-legged, closing her eyes to circulate her spirit root and bone to absorb the spiritual energy. When she opened her eyes again, it was already the following morning. Yun Xianhuang hurriedly exited the nailing tower, returning to the alchemist division to prepare for class. Passing by Shen Fengyuan's courtyard, she inexplicably halted. Glancing back into her room at Feng Jingchen remained in a deep slumber, the small wounds on his body completely concealed by the effects of the elixirs, and the injury on his back showed no signs of deterioration. It seemed he would be free from life-threatening danger. As Yun Huang turned to leave, she paused, contemplating before pulling out an array plate to activate and placing it in the room. Once the array was activated, she closed the door behind her and swiftly made her way to class. On the way, she communicated with Outyan using her mental energy. Outyan, why do I feel like my cultivation speed in the nailing tower hasn't improved? Logically, the density of spiritual energy in the nailing tower should be 5 times greater than that of the outside world. Her cultivation speed there should have increased by at least 5-fold. If not more, yet she felt no enhancement whatsoever. In fact, it seemed her cultivation in the nailing tower was even slower than outside. Was that possible? The nailing array is a creation of humanity. I am not entirely certain. In the space, Outyan glanced at Feng, who was perpetually cultivating on the ancient tree. Little Phoenix, do you know? Feng opened her eyes, stretching her wings. No. After answering Outyan's question, she folded her wings and closed her eyes once more to continue her cultivation. She was truly the epitome of relentless dedication, influenced by Feng, who by now cultivated day and night, perhaps spurred on by Outyan's previous remarks of the 3 beasts, only he had yet to take on a human form. Yun Huang, unaware of these developments among her beasts, could not obtain answers from them and would have to wait until noon to inquire with Feng Yuan and the others. However, when she finished her meal and shared her experience, the 3 who had been to the nailing tower exchanged bewildered glances. Huang Huang, are you saying your cultivation speed in the nailing tower is slower than outside? Yun Huang nodded. She would never joke about such matters. And Feng Yuan and the others looked at one another, puzzled. Gong Jiulu, being an array master himself, had previously consulted his father about the nailing array but could not provide any answers. Huang Huang, which level were you on yesterday? The 4th level. Gong Jiulu stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment. Why not try going to the 3rd level tonight? Perhaps it will yield different results. They all knew Yun Huang possessed both water and fire spirit roots. Just because the fire level didn't work for her didn't mean the water level would be the same. Regardless, with dual spirit roots, even if she cultivated one attribute, the other would still improve in tandem. Alright, the insights presented by Gong Jiulu are not without merit. As soon as the afternoon classes at the water system division concluded, Yun Huang hastily forewent dinner and immersed herself within the nailing tower. Entering the 3rd level via the teleportation array. A flash of white light enveloped the teleportation formation, and in the blink of an eye, Yun Huang found herself transported to the 3rd level. Meanwhile, certain significant information was discreetly relayed to select individuals. In the Array Master Division's tower, Elders was stroked his grizzled beard, a glimmer of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Wasn't this student on the 4th level just yesterday? How is she now on the 3rd? He turned to the elder beside him. Elder Hua, what say you? Elder Hua, the chief elder of the Array Master Division and the continent's sole Array Master, responded thoughtfully. Another elder interjected, perhaps she simply took a wrong turn. The 3 were indeed the division's esteemed elders. Elder Hua slowly shook his head. Will do. Can you sense her departure from the 3rd level? When they initially established the teleportation array, the 3 elders had subtly modified it to allow them to perceive its activity, primarily as a precaution against any unforeseen incidents involving students. Now, however, it had unveiled an intriguing revelation. Elder Du squinted as he attempted to sense, only to discover that the teleportation array at Nailing Tower was utterly still. Could it be that student? Both Elder Du and Elders will widen their eyes in realization. Elder Hua chuckled, I did not expect our academy to enroll a dual spirit root genius this year. Elder Zhua, please inform Jian. Unbeknownst to Yun Huang, her dual spirit root status had quietly reached the ears of Jian, the head of the Five Spirits Academy. She practiced diligently on the 3rd level until midnight, then opened her eyes, perplexed as she surveyed her surroundings. To her dismay, the speed of her cultivation here did not surpass that of the 4th level. It was, in fact, less effective than when training outside. Could it be that the Nailing Tower was indeed selective in its treatment of individuals? Huang. A familiar voice suddenly resonated in her ear, startling Yun Huang into turning her head. To her surprise, Feng Jingchen appeared beside her without her having sensed his presence, not even a hint of spiritual energy to forewarn her. Most critically, this was the Nailing Tower, where only those possessing the chief's insignia could force entry. Not even the Spirit Emperor. What level of power did Feng Jingchen possess? If he had such strength, why was he perpetually injured? Yun Huang's thoughts swirled as Feng Jingchen, fatigued, leaned against her shoulder, though his injuries had not yet healed, and his complexion was notably pale. His ability to arrive here indicated that he was likely not in grave danger. Faced with such a wounded individual, Yun Huang managed to suppress the impulse to push him away and lowered her voice to ask, what brings you here? I've come to deliver a message, Feng Jingchen replied, eyes closed, his tone tinged with weakness. Huang, this place is unsuitable for you. His faint breath brushed against Yun Huang's neck, sending a shiver coursing through her. She instinctively turned her head to create distance but could not resist inquiring why. because Qianhuang possesses 5 spirit roots. Feng Jingchen's voice was so soft that had they not been so close, Yun Qianhuang might not have caught it at all. A realization flickered in her mind. Was it because each level of the nailing tower contained only a single attribute of spiritual energy, rendering it incompatible with her? Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Feng Jingchen managed a faint smile, suddenly grasping Yun Qianhuang's right hand and pointing to a circular area in the center that had been partitioned off. This teleportation array has been altered by those old fellows. As soon as you use it, they will sense which level you have reached. Astute Qianhuang, you have already exposed yourself. Yun Qianhuang sprang to her feet, disregarding the reasons behind Feng Jingchen's extensive knowledge despite his grave injuries. Her focus honing in on the seemingly ordinary teleportation array. A sudden realization struck her. Coming to the Five Spirits Academy may have been an erroneous decision. As she stood abruptly, Feng Jingchen lost his support and fell to the ground. He lifted his heavy eyelids, looking at her with a forlorn expression. Qianhuang, your heart is quite ruthless. Chapter 80. The ancient tree in the space. Yun Qianhuang's lips twitched slightly, her desire to ignore this pretentious man bubbling to the surface. However, considering Feng Jingchen's still healing wounds, she extended her hand to assist him up. He leaned against her, the weight of his body leaning heavily as he collapsed onto her shoulder. His injuries were indeed severe. Those individuals were truly relentless in their attempts to bring about his demise. Feng Jingchen lowered his head, his eyes, partially obscured by his lashes, radiating an icy demeanor. Leaning against her, Yun Qianhuang could not discern his expression. But she glanced at the teleportation array and inquired, "Can you walk on your own?" The nailing tower was unsuitable for her cultivation, and having already revealed her water and fire spirit roots, she needed to depart swiftly. The old fellows Feng Jingchen had mentioned likely referred to the 3 elders of the Array Master Division. If those 3 elders could detect the movements of the teleportation array, she could not risk using it to leave with Feng Jingchen. Yet, there were no other exits from the nailing tower, and without the teleportation array, she had no means of extricating him from this place. Feng Jingchen's head resting on her shoulder seemed to nod slightly. Suddenly, Yun Qianhuang felt a lightness in her body, and the weak sound of his breathing vanished. It appeared that he had already departed. While she was indeed curious about the method Feng Jingchen had employed, she surmised that it was beyond her current capabilities. Without further thought, she utilized her spiritual energy to erase her presence within the nailing tower. Then teleported to the first level. Earlier that morning, when she had left the tower, she had also taken care to eliminate any trace of her presence on the 4th level, so there was no concern regarding residual energy exposing her identity. However, since the 3 elders of the Array Master Division had the ability to modify the teleportation array, was it possible that she had already left some mark upon herself? As she pondered this, she exited the nailing tower, intending to return later to inquire of Feng Jingchen. Not long after her departure, a familiar weight settled upon her again. Yun Qianhuang's brow furrowed slightly as she quickly expanded her spiritual energy to conceal both her and Feng Jingchen's presence. Before she could consider asking, "Why didn't you return directly to your room?" "I lack the strength." Feng Jingchen's voice was somewhat pitiful. Yun Qianhuang cast a glance at the wound on his back. Likely due to his movement, the blood that had previously stopped flowing now seeped anew, staining his clothes. This garment she had found in the storage ring Feng Jingchen had given her was a pale moon white, and even a single drop of blood stood out starkly, let alone the extensive bloodstains now marring his back. With a silent sigh, Yun Qianhuang supported Feng Jingchen as they made their way toward her quarters. The academy was filled with formidable individuals. Should Feng Jingchen's presence be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause significant trouble. Thus she remained vigilant throughout their journey, her speed naturally slowed by the injured man. Once they exited the main courtyard, she softly inquired, "Feng Jingchen, will the teleportation array in the nailing tower leave a mark on me?" Feng Jingchen did not lift his head. "No, those old fellows lack that capability." Reassured, Yun Qianhuang continued guiding him toward the alchemist division. By the time they returned to her courtyard, it had already been a quarter of an hour. Shen Fengyuan remained within the nailing tower, and the courtyard was devoid of other individuals. Yun Qianhuang, unwilling to relax, helped Feng Jingchen onto the bed before she moved to shut the door, activating a defensive array disc once more. After that, she pulled a chair over, sitting down to observe Feng Jingchen. "Is there no way to treat your injuries?" Having him linger here was not a sustainable situation, yet his wounds showed no signs of recovery, and Yun Qianhuang felt reluctant to dismiss him outright. Feng Jingchen lay on the bed, slightly turning his head at her words, his dark eyes reflecting the glow of the luminous stones, flickering and mesmerizing. "Qianhuang, saving me brings you no advantage." He spoke the truth. Far too many sought his life. If Yun Qianhuang were to become embroiled with him, it could easily attract trouble. Yun Qianhuang regarded him with a sidelong glance. "Have you not already come to find me?" Did he think that by leaving now his enemies would not trace her? From the moment she had taken Feng Jingchen into her room, she had steeled herself for the worst possible outcome. Moreover, she had never needed to consider the opinions of others when it came to whom she wished to save. Feng Jingchen chuckled softly. "Qianhuang, do you recall?" Here, he sat up, raising his hand to point at the storage ring on Yun Qianhuang's finger. There exists an ancient tree, the fruit it bears can save me. The ancient tree in the space? Yun Shenhuang narrowed her eyes. Though she did not recognize this ancient tree, she could sense the immense power it contained. Otherwise, her beast companions would not be so enamored with it. Aotian had once mentioned that in the upper realm, the divine Shaotian tree bore fruits capable of healing any injury, effective even on Feng Jingchen. Now, with Feng Jingchen stating that the ancient tree in the space bore fruits that could save him, she found it difficult not to draw a connection between the two. Meeting Feng Jingchen's gaze, she refrained from probing further. Some matters were better left unexamined. Aotian, has that tree borne fruit? Not yet. Aotian and the others spent their days within the space, having never seen the ancient tree bear fruit. Yun Xianhuang conveyed this information to Feng Jingchen, who seemed entirely unfazed. He lowered his hands, stating, that tree has yet to reach maturity. To bear fruit, it requires the energy contained within the demon shadow stones. Xianhuang, grant me a little time, and my injuries will heal on their own. Until then, I fear I must remain here temporarily. The demon shadow stones were exceedingly rare, their value surpassing that of spirit nuclei by countless magnitudes. Over the years, Feng Jingchen had only acquired 2 pieces, otherwise, the ancient tree would have been laden with fruit long ago. Demon shadow stones? Yun Xianhuang repeated the name that sounded so familiar, then opened her storage ring and began to rummage through it. Huang Huang, the magic abyss stone is hard to come by. Your dragon and that little phoenix won't. Feng Jingchen had little hope to begin with, yet to his surprise, Yun Xianhuang actually produced a stone of profound azure hue and presented it before him. Is this the one? This magic abyss stone was acquired by Yun Xianhuang at the Xuanji auction house for a hefty sum of 600,000 gold coins, unaware of its potential uses. She had carelessly left it in the corner of her storage ring, nearly forgetting its existence until Feng Jingchen mentioned it. As he gazed at the palm-sized magic abyss stone, Feng Jingchen's expression abruptly froze. He fell silent for a long time. Yun Xianhuang, puzzled, queried, isn't this it? They said this stone was called the magic abyss stone. Could it be that the people at the Xuanji auction house deceived me? It is indeed that stone. Feng Jingchen fixed his intense gaze upon Yun Xianhuang, his eyes ablaze. Huang Huang, you truly are astonishingly delightful. Ignoring his words, Yun Xianhuang reclaimed the magic abyss stone and asked, is this enough? How do I use it? Chapter 81, Treasure Map, Returning Spirit Pill. Suddenly Feng Jingchen rose and seized her wrist. With a gentle tug, Yun Xianhuang found herself uncontrollably enveloped in his embrace. The magic abyss stone tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before coming to rest beside one of the legs of Yun Xianhuang's chair. Feng Jingchen encircled her waist with his arms, a distinct smile gracing his lips, though his eyes were even deeper than when Yun Xianhuang first encountered him. Huang Huang, the spiritual energy contained within this magic abyss stone is sufficient for you to directly ascend to the rank of Grand Spirit Master. His voice softened to a whisper. Do you truly intend to use it to save me? Let go of me. Yun Xianhuang had been able to tolerate Feng Jingchen's proximity last time due to his grievous injuries and semi-conscious state. However, now that he was fully awake, she would not allow him to hold her so freely. Her spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, prompting Feng Jingchen to release her, though he still held her wrist. Huang Huang, you have yet to answer my question. Yun Xianhuang's gaze remained fixated on the magic abyss stone. The temptation of directly advancing to Grand Spirit Master was indeed significant. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that the magic abyss stone left behind by an 11th tier spirit beast would not be easily absorbed. And she had no idea how to assimilate it. As if reading her thoughts, Feng Jingchen's voice took on a hint of persuasion. Huang Huang, I can assist you in absorbing this magic abyss stone. You wish to assist me? Yun Xianhuang's eyes widened in surprise. If she absorbed the magic abyss stone, would he not be left to heal on his own? You took me in, so you may consider this my way of repaying you. Feng Jingchen continued to entice her. Rest assured, absorbing the magic abyss stone will have no adverse effects. Why was he so eager for her to absorb the magic abyss stone? Unmoved, Yun Xianhuang pressed. Is there something you haven't told me? Feng Jingchen clicked his tongue softly. Huang Huang, you are rather difficult to deceive. In response to Yun Xianhuang's expression that seemed to say I knew it, Feng Jingchen shrugged helplessly. By contracting with that space, you effectively forged a bond with that tree. When you absorb the magic abyss stone, the majority of its power will be transmitted to that tree through the contract. Yet the residual energy will still elevate you by a star. This is truly a win-win situation. What could he possibly be concealing from her? The warmth emanating from his grip on her wrist made Yun Xianhuang inexplicably reluctant to pursue the matter further. She withdrew her hand, picked up the magic abyss stone, and inquired, how do I absorb it? Her palm suddenly felt empty as Feng Jingchen's expression darkened momentarily, his thumb gently caressing the warmth that lingered on her fingertips. Place it upon your forehead and envelop the magic abyss stone with your spiritual energy. The rest will be up to me. Yun Xianhuang returned to her chair, following Feng Jingchen's instructions as she brought the magic abyss stone close to her forehead. As her spiritual energy made contact with the stone, glimmers of light suddenly appeared on its surface, as if woven into the fabric of the cosmos. Yun Xianhuang felt a surge of potent spiritual energy emanating from the magic abyss stone. rushing into her forehead and rampaging through her body. A familiar force enveloped her, causing her internal spiritual energy to yield and harmonize with her newfound power, with Feng Jingchen's assistance, aside from an initial twinge. Yun Xianhuang experienced nearly painless absorption of the magic abyss stone's energy. The formation for her advancement materialized beneath her feet. Just as Feng Jingchen had stated, she successfully ascended to a 5-star spirit master. As Yun Xianhuang's consciousness entered the space, the ancient tree appeared even more verdant, its lush branches concealing a few glimmering golden fruits. Below the tree, Outyan tilted his head slightly, and she couldn't shake the feeling that those fruits looked remarkably familiar. Though she couldn't recall where she had seen them before, surely these must be the fruits Feng Jingchen spoke of. Exiting the space with a thought, a single fruit materialized in her hand, which she tossed to Feng Jingchen. The fruit was merely the size of a fist, and Feng Jingchen held it in his hand without consuming it immediately. Huang Huang, you have saved me once again. This time, how would you like me to repay you? The last time, Yun Xianhuang had rescued him and asked him to find 2 phoenix feather fruits. What would she wish for this time? Before she could ponder further, Feng Jingchen's fingertip suddenly pressed against her forehead. In an instant, a map materialized in her mind, with a specific location prominently marked. This is a treasure map that I stumbled upon. The location lies at the border of the Qiling Kingdom and the Huanying Kingdom. In the Tsangliu Abyss, the contents within will be beneficial to you. The spirit tower is not suitable for your cultivation, but you can concoct the returning spirit pill. I will jot down the recipe for you shortly. Feng Jingchen paused, seemingly unsatisfied. After a moment, he retrieved a spirit core from his storage ring and handed it to her, adding, "This is the spirit core of an 11th tier ice scorpion. It can be embedded in your spirit weapon." Everything he produced was of immeasurable value, and Yun Xianhuang accepted it all without hesitation. Seeing her so unreserved, a smile flickered in Feng Jingchen's eyes as he finally consumed the fruit. In mere moments, the injuries on his body began to show signs of healing, the effect rivaling that of a holy-grade healing elixir. A hint of color returned to Feng Jingchen's lips as he approached Yun Xianhuang. Leaning slightly forward, a drop of crimson blood oozed from his forehead and, guided by his spiritual energy, slowly merged into Yun Xianhuang's forehead. Yun Xianhuang couldn't see it but sensed that Feng Jingchen's complexion appeared even paler than it had when he was gravely injured. She bit her lip before asking, "What have you done?" "Just a little something beneficial for you." Huang Huang of Feng Jingchen straightened, stating, "I cannot remain here for long." Those who sought his demise would not relent until they laid eyes upon his corpse. While he could momentarily evade them at the 5 Spirits Academy, it was only a matter of time before they would come looking for him. Yun Xianhuang remained unfazed. "It isn't dawn yet. You can leave now." Feng Jingchen gazed at her, his expression tinged with helplessness. However, he refrained from saying more, leaving behind the recipe for the returning spirit pill before slipping away into the night. The room fell silent once more, even the faint scent of blood dissipating swiftly with Feng Jingchen's departure. As though he had never been there, Yun Xianhuang replaced the bedding and sat down to study the recipe for the returning spirit pill. The effects of the returning spirit pill were akin to those of the spirit gathering array, capable of temporarily enhancing the speed of cultivation, and it similarly bore no side effects. Moreover, she had all the necessary herbs in her space. With an hour remaining until dawn, Yun Xianhuang decided to forego her cultivation for the time being and focus on refining the returning spirit pill. However, she soon encountered a critical issue: she lacked an alchemy furnace. During her classes at the Alchemist Division, she had always used the Academy's uniformly provided alchemy furnaces and fire sources, never considering the need to purchase her own. Without an alchemy furnace, how could she refine any pills? Yun Xianhuang silently tucked away the recipe for the returning spirit pill and resumed her cultivation. "Huang Huang, you wish to buy an alchemy furnace?" During lunch the next day, upon hearing Yun Xianhuang's intention to purchase an alchemy furnace, Shin Fengyuan pondered for a while. "I brought my alchemy furnace from home, and I'm not quite sure where to find one in Tianling City. However, you might want to check the underground night market in Tianling City. The Xuanji auction house occasionally has them as well." Chapter 82, 2 Holy Grade Pills. Again, it wasn't that Shin Fengyuan was unwilling to lend her alchemy furnace to Yun Xianhuang. The primary reason was that an alchemy furnace was essentially a type of spirit weapon. Once contracted, it could not be borrowed out. Knowing this, Yun Xianhuang had never considered using someone else's alchemy furnace. If she wanted to pursue the path of an alchemy furnace was indispensable. After learning where she could purchase one, Yun Xianhuang took advantage of her weekly day off to leave the academy. Changing out of her academy uniform, Shin Fengyuan and the others had already departed early that morning and could not accompany her. Yun Xianya wanted to accompany her, but the chief of the fire division insisted on dueling with him, eager to ascertain whether he still had the qualifications to retain his position as chief. Having heard that he had recently advanced to a 9-star spirit master, the division chief had access to the spirit tower, which was unsuitable for Yun Xianhuang but beneficial for others. Thus Yun Xianhuang reassured Yun Xianya that she would return unscathed. Among the 5, only Yun Xianya had yet to qualify for the spirit tower. As the chief of the fire division was already a 1-star grand spirit master, he believed his strength was inadequate and had never challenged the chief. After Yin Qianhuang's repeated assurances, Yun Qianye finally felt at ease, allowing her to leave the academy alone. Once outside the academy, Yun Qianhuang found a secluded corner and used a disguise pill to change her appearance before heading straight to the Xuanji auction house. The underground night market would only open at night, so she planned to check out the Xuanji auction house first. The last cloak was too conspicuous and was burned by Yun Qianhuang. So this time she simply went to the Sioux, New Jersey auction house with her newly altered appearance. There was no auction today, and the foot traffic in the auction house was sparse. Upon presenting her celestial grade Sioux, New Jersey token, she was promptly invited inside with utmost courtesy. Hearing that a holder of a celestial grade token had arrived, Luo Xiao, who had been enjoying a leisurely respite backstage, personally came out to greet her. However, what he encountered was an unfamiliar visage. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, yet he maintained a gentle smile. Do you wish to purchase something, or are you looking to sell? Yun Qianhuang lowered her voice and spoke candidly. Manager Luo, might I inquire if your esteemed establishment has any alchemical furnaces for sale recently? The moment she spoke, Luo Xiao recognized her immediately, recalling the remarkable items she had presented during her last visit. Ah, it is Miss Wen. The skepticism in Luo Xiao's eyes dissipated, replaced by a more sincere smile. The 2 sacred grade pills she had offered previously had indeed brought considerable benefits to their auction house. However, it was rather unfortunate that the only alchemical furnace available this month had been auctioned off just yesterday. Luo Xiao expressed his regret. Had she arrived a day earlier, he would have gladly sold it to her at the base price, thereby securing a favor that might entice her to bring forth more sacred grade pills for their auction in the future. Alchemical furnaces were not particularly sought after, as alchemists were rare on the continent, and a seasoned alchemist would only require one throughout their lifetime. Thus, they were not a hot commodity, and the Sioux, New Jersey auction house seldom received them. No matter, Yun Qianhuang was not overly surprised. Shin Fengyuan had mentioned that the Sioux, New Jersey auction house occasionally had alchemical furnaces. Since she could not procure one here, she would have to venture to the underground night market in the evening. Naturally, she decided to bring along more gold coins just in case. Yun Qianhuang opened her storage ring and casually took out 2 sacred grade pills, wondering if the auction house would be willing to purchase them. Upon seeing the familiar small porcelain vial, Luo Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. He eagerly accepted the vial, and despite his efforts to remain composed, the corners of his mouth twitched upwards. Miss Wen, please hold on a moment while I take these to Old Wei for appraisal. The pills presented by Miss Wen could hardly be of inferior quality. Luo Xiao could barely contain his laughter. He had been fretting over the lack of impressive items for the next auction, and now fortune had smiled upon him. Appraisal was a necessary step, and Yun Qianhuang was not concerned about the Sioux, New Jersey auction house swallowing her pills. She nodded and watched as Luo Xiao hurriedly left. Before long, Luo Xiao returned, visibly excited. He had anticipated that the pills presented by Miss Wen would not be of low grade, but he was astonished to discover that they were indeed 2 more sacred grade pills. Moreover, he recalled that Miss Wen had inquired whether their auction house would be willing to purchase them. To ensure he had not misunderstood, Luo Xiao confirmed. Miss Wen, do you intend to sell these 2 pills to our auction house? Yes, allow me to remind you that you could fetch a higher price at auction. If you choose to sell, I can offer you the same price as last time. The previous price had been 5 million gold coins per pill. Yun Qianhuang found this agreeable. She was not inclined to wait for the next auction, and the price offered by the Sioux, New Jersey auction house was quite fair. She nodded affirmatively. That works. Luo Xiao was overjoyed. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the 2 had completed the transaction, and both parties were satisfied. After leaving the Sioux, New Jersey auction house, seeing that it was still early, Yun Qianhuang decided to pay a visit to the Duan's spiritual artifact shop. Her bone sword had yet to be embedded with the water-type spiritual core, and this was the perfect opportunity to have the core given by Feng Jingchen installed. The bone sword had been a gift from Duan Yang, so it was only fitting that he handle the embedding of the core. The Duan spiritual artifact shop. Yun Qianhuang skillfully entered the second store. Among the few customers present, she was surprised to find 2 students from the 5 Spirits Academy, seemingly taking advantage of their day off, glancing at the insignias on their chests representing their division. She noted they were from the Artisan Division. What could students from the Artisan Division possibly seek at a spiritual artifact shop? Yun Qianhuang did not delve deeper into this, as her attention was drawn to the fact that the usual Duan Yang was absent. Replaced by a frail old man, the 2 students also noticed this change, and one of them furrowed his brow. Old man, whereas Duan Yang, Chen Yi was a second-year student from the Artisan Division. Having already advanced to a mid-level artisan at a young age, however, there were distinctions among mid-level artisans. For instance, Lu Xianqing was a peak mid-level artisan capable of crafting 6th-tier spiritual artifacts, while Chen Yi could only manage 4th-tier artifacts. And even then, success was not guaranteed. His level was considered inferior among second-year students at the 5 Spirits Academy, yet he harbored a sense of superiority, unwilling to seek guidance from mentors due to his fear of being discovered by his peers. Chen Yi's father was a mercenary who had once saved Duan Yang while he was out gathering materials. After learning of his son's struggles, he had sent him to the Duan spiritual artifact shop to seek Duan Yang's guidance. Before leaving, Chen Yi's father had shown him a portrait of Duan Yang, so he recognized that the old man before him was not Duan Yang, and moreover, the old man exuded no spiritual energy and was merely polishing spiritual artifacts. Leading Chen Yi to dismiss him as a mere errand worker upon hearing Chen Yi's inquiry, the old man did not lift his head but continued his work. Gone. Chen Yi's frown deepened. When will he return? I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Chapter 83. Lacking insight, Chen Yi was different from his father. His father was never one to hold grudges. Before he left, he had specifically advised Chen Yi to humbly seek guidance from Master Duan. However, Chen Yi had disregarded this advice, believing that Duan Yang owed a debt of gratitude to his family and, by extension, to him. Such a life-saving favor was significant enough in his view that Duan Yang should serve him tirelessly in repayment. He had ventured out on his day off from the academy, and if Duan Yang did not return today, he would have to wait another half-month to see him again. A half-month was far too long. Who knew what uncertainties might arise? Chen Yi immediately turned to the old man and commanded, "Old man, hurry and summon Duan Yang back. Tell him that a member of the Chen family, who saved his life, is looking for him." He was determined to see Duan Yang today. The old man remained unaffected, focused on polishing the spiritual artifact in his hands, treating Chen Yi's words as if they were mere air. Besides Chen Yi and his companion, there were two other customers in the shop, both seeking Duan Yang's assistance in embedding their spiritual cores. Upon learning that Duan Yang was absent, the two customers hesitated for a moment before quietly leaving the shop. Their spiritual artifacts had all been crafted by Duan Yang, and it was indeed safer to have the artisan himself handle the core embedding. Unable to tolerate the old man's indifference, Chen Yi rushed forward and grabbed the old man's arm. "Old man, I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" Caught off guard, the old man's arm was yanked, causing the spiritual artifact in his hand to fall to the ground. Chen Yi could not discern the grade of that artifact. Assuming it to be a lowly item, and instead of picking it up, he kicked it away with disdain. By sheer chance, the artifact rolled directly to Yun Xianhuang's feet. She bent down to retrieve it, carefully wiping off the dust, then continued to observe the reckless Chen Yi. What a fool! Unaware of the trouble he had stirred, Chen Yi was elated to see the old man finally glance his way. He commanded once more, "Old man, did you hear me? Go find Duan Yang right now." The old man's eyes, somewhat clouded, settled on Chen Yi, sending a chill down his spine. How could this be? This old man was merely a menial worker. Chen Yi dismissed the sensation as a mere illusion, but when the old man raised his leg, preparing to kick him, a force intervened, preventing Chen Yi from reaching the old man. Chen Yi stumbled forward. Losing his balance and crashing to the ground, he quickly scrambled to his feet, scanning the shop until his gaze landed on Yun Xianhuang. "It was you." Aside from that old man, the only other person present was this girl who appeared out of nowhere. The old man had no spiritual energy, so it must have been this girl who intervened. Yun Xianhuang did not deny it. Although she had her suspicions about the old man's identity, she knew that Chen Yi's kick would likely miss. However, when Chen Yi raised his foot, she couldn't help but intervene, primarily because she could no longer bear to watch. Chen Yi found himself covered in dust, spitting and glaring furiously at Yun Xianhuang. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" Though Chen Yi's father was merely a mercenary, her mother's family still held some influence in Tianling City. Otherwise, how could Chen Yi have developed such an inflated sense of self-worth? Busybody having already taken action, Yun Xianhuang was unafraid of further antagonizing Chen Yi. She unleashed her spiritual energy, and as Chen Yi glared at her, he too summoned his internal energy, unwilling to back down. Though he was an artisan, he had not neglected his cultivation and had now reached the rank of a 2-star spiritual master. How strong could this girl, barely past her coming of age, be to dare interfere with his affairs? Chen Yi resolved to teach Yun Xianhuang a lesson. However, just as he prepared to attack, the old man sitting there suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura, forcefully ejecting both Chen Yi and his companion from the shop. "If you wish to cause a ruckus, take it outside." The old man maintained a calm demeanor, yet his eyes were filled with ire. The impact of his presence caused Chen Yi and his companion to cough up blood, nearly losing consciousness. Yet, the old man had not even utilized his spiritual energy. Yun Xianhuang was nearly certain of her suspicions, though the old man appeared to be a mere errand worker. Upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to Duan Yang, coupled with what she had heard during her last visit to the Duan spiritual artifact shop. Yun Xianhuang conjectured that the old man might indeed be Master Duan Song. Only upon witnessing the elder's actions with her own eyes did she confirm her suspicions. As for the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Master Duan Song, Yun Xianhuang speculated that he must be adorned with a high-grade concealment artifact. After Master Duan Song expelled Chen Yi and his companions, the shop was left with Yun Xianhuang as its sole patron. Noticing the artifact in her hand, Master Duan Song's expression softened slightly. "Little girl, are you also here to seek Duan Yang?" he inquired. Yun Xianhuang returned the artifact to Master Duan Song and nodded. "Elder, could you kindly inform me of Master Duan's whereabouts?" with Chen Yi's rudeness preceding her. Master Duan Song found Yun Xianhuang's request far more agreeable. "He has gone out to procure refining materials and will not return for the next couple of days. If you are in a hurry, You may communicate your needs to this old man instead. Of course, if you distrust me, feel free to return in 3 days. After speaking, Master Duansong picked up a cloth and resumed polishing the artifact Yun Shanhuang had retrieved. A familiar bone sword and an 11th tier spiritual core were presented before him. Master Duansong squinted, his gaze fixated on the spiritual core embedded within the bone sword. Isn't this the artifact Duanyang cherishes most? Raising his eyes, he met Yun Shanhuang's smiling gaze. Elder, I wish to embed this spiritual core into the artifact, and I shall defer to your judgment regarding the cost. The spiritual core of a 10th tier fire leopard and an 11th tier ice scorpion. Master Duansong surprisingly identified the origins of the cores at a glance. You possess quite the background, little girl. Yun Shanhuang merely smiled in response. Master Duansong was not one to pry into others' affairs. I can assist you with the embedding for a fee of 1,000 gold coins. You may collect it half an hour after payment. While embedding a 10th tier spiritual core took Duanyang nearly an hour, Master Duansong astonishingly required only half that time for the 11th tier core. Is this the prowess of a master refiner? Yun Shanhuang mused briefly before promptly paying the fee. You truly trust this old man? Seeing her swift decision, Master Duansong smirked. Would you like me to alter the color of the spiritual core for you? The color of the spiritual core can be changed. Yun Shanhuang was momentarily taken aback. She had refrained from wielding the bone sword in the Water System Academy due to the conspicuous red fire core. If she could alter the core's color, it would alleviate her concerns significantly. Master Duansong chuckled, raising a finger. They cannot, but this old man can, for an additional 1,000 gold coins, without a moment's hesitation. Yun Shanhuang swiftly added the extra fee, fearing Master Duansong might change his mind. Then, esteemed elder, please change the fire core to the color of a water core. Master Duansong took the bone sword and spiritual core to a nearby workbench. Waving his hand dismissively without looking back. Very well, remember to come collect it on time. Chapter 84, The Guardian Core of the Underground Night Market. Yun Shanhuang casually strolled around the vicinity. And upon the arrival of the half-hour mark, she reappeared at the Duan family's artifact shop. Master Duansong handed her the bone sword with the newly embedded spiritual core. The sword, only slightly longer than a dagger, now featured 2 blue cores standing side by side against the pearlescent blade. The 2 blue hues appeared exceptionally translucent, not only the color, but upon grasping the bone sword, Yun Shanhuang realized that Master Duansong had even altered the temperature of the fire core. This expenditure was truly worthwhile. With a sense of fondness, Yun Shanhuang caressed the bone sword, expressed her gratitude to Master Duansong once more, and then departed from the shop. Tianling City was vast, and after meandering aimlessly, Yun Shanhuang arrived at the opening time of the underground night market. The entrance to the underground night market in Tianling City was located within a fabric shop, requiring merely 1 gold coin for entry. After paying the fee, Yun Shanhuang followed the guard's directions through a moderately lengthy passage, finally entering the underground night market of Tianling City. Compared to the underground night market of Xuanfeng City, the one in Tianling was far more bustling. Colorful stalls filled the view, the air was alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, and in this chaotic realm, one could procure anything they desired, provided they had the coin. Although she had initially sought a Dan furnace, Yun Shanhuang perused other stalls before locating one selling Dan furnaces. It was undeniable that the underground night market in Tianling City surpassed that of Xuanfeng City in quality. The items available were considerably more precious. High-grade spiritual artifacts, medicinal pills of varying effects, even rare spiritual cores were on sale. A crowd had gathered around the stalls selling spiritual cores, with people jostling to purchase one. Yun Shanhuang lingered for a moment. Her bone sword required 3 more spiritual cores, and finding them here would be ideal. Unfortunately, the stall only offered cores up to the 5th tier, during her previous embedding of the fire core. Duanyang had advised her that it was best to embed cores of a similar tier into the bone sword, thus she sought cores around the 10th tier, which this stall did not provide. As she withdrew her gaze and prepared to move forward, she noticed someone stealthily concealing a spiritual core, furtively slipping away from the crowd. The stall owner clearly noticed this and cast a glance at the thief without any intention of pursuing him. Moreover, several other stall owners nearby regarded the thieving man with expressions of sympathy. A curious onlooker questioned the stall owner selling spiritual cores. Boss, aren't you going to chase after him? The stall owner calmly shook his head. The underground night market has its own rules. If someone steals here, there is no need for me to pursue. Others will naturally teach him a lesson. Who? The inquisitive individual pressed. The stall owner smiled mysteriously but chose not to elaborate. Yun Shanhuang approached the stall and, lowering her voice, inquired, Boss, what are the rules of the underground night market? She recalled the guard's serious warning before entering, cautioning her not to speak before seeing the light and to refrain from using spiritual power. Beyond that, she was unaware of any other regulations and deemed it prudent to inquire further to avoid inadvertently breaching any taboos. Little girl, this is your first time at the underground night market, isn't it? The stall owner, seeing a young girl asking, patiently explained. Many cities have underground night markets, each with different rules. Here in Tianling City, the rules are not complicated. For buyers like you, the primary rules are no stealing and no robbing. As for us vendors, we must not inquire about a customer's background or the intended use of their purchases, and the most critical rule, once an item is sold, one must not divulge even the slightest hint about it to others. Those are the rules. Whether you are buying or selling, violating any of these will lead to consequences like that man, the stall owner sneered, glancing toward the direction the thief had fled. At that moment, the man who had stolen the spiritual core was being restrained by two figures in silver robes, his hands contorted at unnatural angles, bloodied at the wrists, as he helplessly knelt on the ground. His face was a mask of terror, eyes wide in horror as if he had beheld something utterly dreadful. Unable to utter a sound, the two individuals hailed from the night market's guardian core. Their silver robes unmistakable indicators of their affiliation. The stall owner beside them explained kindly, stealing naturally warrants the severing of his hands to prevent future offenses. The stall owners displayed no sympathy for the man's plight. Having conducted business in the night market for many years, such incidents were hardly novel. However, some buyers expressed their discomfort, whispering, just for stealing a spiritual core, to have his hand severed seems excessively cruel. Before the tender-hearted young man could finish his remark, the two silver-robed figures suddenly turned their gazes toward him, adorned with silver masks. Their dark, emotionless pupils were devoid of any discernible feeling, yet the young man felt as if a vice had gripped his throat, rendering him voiceless, unable to complete his thought. Beneath the silver hoods, the two uttered not a word, yet their voices resounded in the ears of everyone present. Anyone who questions the rules of the underground night market shall be expelled for life. Any further transgressions will be met with lethal consequences. Their calm yet chilling tone sent shivers down the spines of all present. As their words faded, another silver-robed guardian emerged silently, returning the stolen spiritual core to the stall owner. The stall owner exhibited no fear as he accepted the core, smiling gratefully. "Thank you, Guardian." The silver-robed guardian nodded and silently turned to leave alongside another. No one witnessed how they vanished, not even Yun Huang. "Master, those three silver-robed individuals, each possesses at least the strength of a spirit sovereign." Out Yan's voice resonated. "3 spirit sovereigns." Yun Huang narrowed her eyes, realizing that the guardian core of the underground night market must be an exceptionally formidable team composed of individuals above the spirit sovereign level. It was worth noting that even the continent's premier sect, the Frost Snow sect, had only its leader, Molan Shuang, and certain elders at the spirit sovereign level. No wonder the stall owners could present such rare treasures and maintain decorum within the underground night market. Yun Huang diligently recalled the stall owner's rules, ensuring she had not inadvertently breached any taboos before continuing her search for a stall selling Dan furnaces. In the shadows, a pair of eyes glared menacingly at her retreating figure. As Yun Huang continued her search, her gaze briefly faltered, yet her steps remained unbroken. She walked on nonchalantly, stopping only at a stall selling talismans to purchase several without any clear indication of her intentions. The various types of talismans made it impossible to discern her purpose for acquiring them. Chapter 85. The exorbitantly priced alchemy furnace. In the shadows, fearful of being discovered, Chenny swiftly averted his gaze. He turned around and issued a fierce command: "Eliminate that wretched girl at all costs." Behind Chenny stood 3 elderly men clad in grey robes. The humiliation he suffered earlier that day at the Duan family's spirit weapon shop had left him increasingly irate. After returning home and consuming a healing elixir, he promptly sought the assistance of these formidable allies from his mother. She had insisted he refrain from causing trouble at the Duan family's establishment, warning that offending a high-level alchemist would bring no benefit to their family. However, Chenny could not swallow his indignation and thus set his sights on Yun Huang, the girl who had intervened against him. He instructed the most adept of the 3 to closely monitor her movements. Upon learning that she had entered the underground night market, he hastily brought the remaining 2 elders along. He wished for this insufferable girl to perish within the depths of the night market. The 3 grey-robed elders had just caught sight of Yun Huang. They regarded the young girl with disdain, scoffing at the notion that such a mere child, likely not even a spirit master, could warrant their attention. It was important to note that all 3 were powerful figures from the spirit sect, capable of crushing her with a single hand, yet, as Chen Yi was the son of their mistress, they held their tongues and merely kept a watchful eye on Yun Huang. At that moment, Yun Huang finally discovered a stall selling alchemy furnaces. Compared to other stalls, this one was remarkably desolate. Devoid of any customers, the scarcity of alchemists on the continent ensured that alchemy furnaces were in surplus. Crouching in front of the stall, she picked up a furnace to inspect it closely. The stall owner lazily lifted his gaze, noted her youthful appearance, and promptly resumed his nap, muttering, "Girl, take your time and let me know when you're ready." In this corner of the night market, he had no fear of anyone absconding with his wares. Thus he was disinclined to pay her any heed. It was a given that a young alchemist of her age would already have been provided with a furnace by her family. The stall owner had not considered that she might genuinely be there to make a purchase. With limited space at the stall, there were only a few furnaces on display, and Yun Huang found them all somewhat lacking. The day prior, Shin Fengyuan had shared with her the key points for selecting an alchemy furnace. The finest furnaces were crafted primarily from golden melting stone, with the quality of the stone being paramount. Flames ignited with spiritual energy were far more intense than ordinary flames, capable of melting lesser materials in mere moments. Only a furnace made from this resilient spiritual fire could meet the necessary requirements. Although the furnaces on display were all made predominantly from golden melting stone, their quality was rather mediocre. Turning to the stall owner, she inquired, "Do you have any furnaces made primarily from high-grade golden melting stone?" High-grade golden melting stone. The stall owner abruptly opened his eyes, taken aback by her audacity. Do you have any idea that a furnace made from high-grade golden melting stone costs over 1,000,000 gold coins? While golden melting stone could not be classified as exceedingly rare, its forging was notoriously difficult, especially when it came to high-grade variants. Consequently, furnaces made from such materials were exorbitantly expensive. The quality of an alchemy furnace seldom influenced the efficacy of the elixirs produced, which was why few would invest heavily in such costly items. "I am well aware," Yun Huang replied, having previously familiarized herself with the pricing. She had intentionally sold 2 sacred-grade elixirs to the Xuanji auction house for this very purpose. Her expression was earnest as she pressed further, "Do you have any in stock?" "None." The stall owner dismissed her with a wave of his hand, then scrutinized her from head to toe. "However, I do have one furnace crafted from top-grade golden melting stone, though I wonder if you can afford it." Yun Huang keenly noted that the owner had claimed the furnace was crafted entirely from top-grade golden melting stone, rather than simply being made with it as the primary material. Was it a slip of the tongue, or was the furnace truly composed entirely of top-grade stone? Leaning toward the former, she decided to clarify, "Are you saying that the entire furnace is made from top-grade golden melting stone? With no other ores used? Of course, those inferior materials have no place alongside top-grade golden melting stone in a single furnace." The stall owner raised his hand, revealing a dark golden alchemy furnace that materialized on the stall. The size of the furnace was comparable to the one Yun Huang used at the academy, yet its quality was immediately apparent. Yun Huang's eyes lit up. "How much is this one?" The stall owner smiled enigmatically. "I won't charge you much, just 10,000,000 gold coins." Nearby, other customers perusing the stalls gasped upon hearing the figure. 10,000,000 gold coins for a single furnace? It was akin to demanding a mountain of gold. "Old Xian, how can you conduct business like this?" Another stall owner interjected. "Girl, don't listen to him. A furnace made from top-grade golden melting stone is worth at most 5,000,000 gold coins." "Hey, how can you disrupt someone else's business?" Old Xian retorted, his expression darkening. Yet, with his bluff called, he could not maintain his inflated price and coughed lightly, averting his gaze from Yun Huang. 7 million, 1 gold coin less. "And I won T-cell. In business mutual agreement is key." Seeing Old Xian's price was now more reasonable, the other stall owner refrained from further comments, continuing to attend to his customers. Such remarks could easily offend. Although Yun Huang recognized the furnace's exceptional quality, the previous stall owner had claimed that a furnace made from top-grade golden melting stone was worth at most 5,000,000 gold coins. Not one to be taken for a fool, she feigned a cold demeanor. "Sir, your business practices are rather unscrupulous. I think I shall pass." With that, she stood to leave, but Old Xian quickly detained her. Yun Huang had no intention of actually departing, so it was an easy matter for her to be held back. Old Xian shot a glare at the neighboring stall owner before begrudgingly conceding. "All right, 6 million, and it's yours." Yun Huang continued to walk away. 5 million, lower than that, and I truly won T-buy. She promptly turned back. "Deal." Old Xian blinked in surprise, then grunted a couple of times. "You little rascal. Where did you learn such tactics?" Sighing, he relented. 5 million it is, then. Yun Huang produced a spirit gold card worth 5,000,000 gold coins and handed it to Old Xian before collecting the alchemy furnace. She made her way back, thoroughly satisfied, perhaps too exhilarated. She unknowingly wandered into a secluded corner far from the crowd. A perfect opportunity. The 3 grey-robed elders, lurking in the shadows, sprang into action, but from their distant vantage point, they failed to notice the faint smirk on Yun Huang's lips. Chapter 86, Assassination. In the passage, the 3 grey-robed elders moved swiftly, surrounding Yun Huang in the blink of an eye. Though there were few vendors nearby, people occasionally passed through. Upon witnessing the intimidating presence of the 3 elders, onlookers quickly grasped the perilous situation Yun Huang was about to face. However, the rules of the underground night market in Tianling City differed from those in Xuanfeng City. Private duels were permitted. As the 3 elders exuded the aura of the spirit sect, no one dared to intervene. In fact, some inherently combative individuals even lingered at a distance to enjoy the spectacle. Undeterred, Yun Huang displayed no signs of panic. Her gaze shifted, precisely landing on the most powerful of the 3 grey-robed figures. She could ascertain that he had been tailing her throughout the day. The 7-star spirit sect, skilled in the arts of concealment, certainly possessed commendable prowess, yet she had long since become accustomed to using her mental acuity to observe her surroundings. "Did Chen Yi send you?" she inquired, noting that the presence had only emerged after she departed the Duan family's spirit weapon shop. It was reasonable to assume that her intervention against Chen Yi's assault on Master Duan Song had garnered her some animosity. Such behavior was not uncommon. There would always be petty individuals who, harboring grudges over minor grievances, sought to eradicate others. Recognizing their employer had been deduced, the three gray-robed elders were not surprised. The elder from the seven-star spirit sect regarded Yun Shanhuang with a deadpan stare. His voice dripping with malice. "Since you figured it out, you might as well surrender. I can grant you a swift end. Unfortunately, I have no intention of dying here." A torrent of water surged from Yun Shanhuang's body, crashing toward the three elders. In conjunction with the water's onslaught, she swiftly adhered a speed-enhancing talisman to herself and activated a boosting array disc given to her by Gong Jiulu, with the dual enhancements. She channeled her internal spiritual energy, and in the instant the water collided with the three elders, she slipped through their encirclement. To intimidate any would-be interlopers, the three gray-robed elders had initially unleashed the pressure of their spirit sect status. They had not anticipated that this mere girl would dare to strike first, swiftly transforming them into drenched figures. The wet gray robes clung to them, causing no real harm but igniting their ire. "You ungrateful little wretch, I'll peel your skin off." With malevolent glances fixed on Yun Shanhuang, the three gray-robed elders simultaneously summoned their spiritual energy and pursued her. As they did, the oppressive aura emanating from them bore down on Yun Shanhuang, aiming to hinder her speed. The agility of the spirit sect was formidable, and it wasn't long before they closed the distance to within 2 arms' length of her. "Run, I shall see just how far you think you can escape." The elder from the seven-star spirit sect cackled, extending his hand to grasp Yun Shanhuang. Just as his bony fingers were about to brush against her clothing, an overwhelming wave of mental energy surged forth, launching a direct assault on him. The elder from the seven-star spirit sect was suddenly beset by a blinding headache, his senses momentarily disoriented. In this fleeting moment of disorientation, they were once again struck by Yun Shanhuang's ethereal water spirit power, rendering the already damp gray robes even wetter. Yun Shanhuang distanced herself from the three, plunging into a passageway. "This place?" The other two gray-robed elders squinted, their steps faltering. Meanwhile, the elder from the seven-star spirit sect shook his head violently, and once the intense pain subsided, he rushed in frantically, completely disregarding the nature of the passage before him. The remaining two gray-robed elders recognized the passage and were about to stop the seven-star spirit sect elder when the water spirit power that had fallen to the ground coalesced once more, transforming into a gigantic hand that thrust the two men into the pitch-black passage from behind. Number one of them was about to speak, but darkness enveloped him. He instantly sealed his lips, daring not to utter a sound. Those who venture into the underground night market are always warned that they must remain silent in the passage until they see light, and they must never use spirit power. The reason for this remains a mystery, but it is known that a spirit sovereign had once violated this rule and was subsequently slaughtered by 10 members of the Night Market Guardian Corps. All 10 members of the Guardian Corps are spirit sovereigns. Merely 3 spirit sects are utterly insignificant before them. The gray-robed elder at the back deduced Yun Shanhuang's intentions and attempted to retreat from the passage, reasoning that the girl could not possibly remain therein for eternity. However, as he turned to retrace his steps, he discovered that their path had been sealed by an invisible barrier. How is this possible? Was it not said that spirit power cannot be used in the passage? The gray-robed elder had no inkling that Yun Shanhuang had indeed refrained from using spirit power. The barrier was set by her mental energy. If she could not use spirit power, was she also forbidden from employing her mental energy? Seizing the opportunity, Yun Shanhuang concealed herself in the shadows, her lips curving upward in a smirk. After consuming the dragon soul herb, her mental energy now rivaled that of a 5-star or 6-star spirit emperor, rendering these 3 men utterly incapable of escaping. Did they wish for her life and skin? She was eager to see whether these 3 old men truly possessed such capability. The bone sword silently appeared in her hand. Thanks to the heightened senses of a cultivator, Yun Shanhuang could easily discern the 3 gray-robed elders' forms in the darkness. As she perceived them, so too could they perceive her. In the passage, they could neither use spirit power nor speak, leaving them with no choice but to exert their oppressive aura upon Yun Shanhuang as they advanced, attempting to seize her. The talisman arrays on Yun Shanhuang's person had yet to lose efficacy. These 2 were activated outside and brought in, thus not counting as her use of spirit power within the passage. Even disregarding these 2 enhancements, in terms of speed alone, the 3 gray-robed elders were no match for her. Despite their combined efforts to capture her, they consistently fell short. The elder from the 7-star spirit sect, infuriated and ashamed, yearned to tear Yun Shanhuang apart with his spirit power but barely managed to maintain his composure. He took a moment to calm himself and proceeded to grasp Yun Shanhuang. Suddenly, he paused, sharply turning his head. Though speech was prohibited in the passage, breathing remained unrestricted. He finally realized that only 2 breaths remained in the vicinity, one from himself and the other so faint it was almost imperceptible, emanating from Yun Shanhuang. The 2 gray-robed elders who had originally assisted him in capturing her were inexplicably lying lifeless on the ground. The elder from the 7-star spirit sect was struck with horror as he gazed at Yun Shanhuang, who wielded the bone sword in the darkness, finally comprehending that without spirit power, they were no match for this girl. No wonder she had sought to provoke them, leading them into this passage. The elder dared not contemplate further, turning to flee towards the entrance, but he was ultimately one step too slow. The bone sword pierced his heart with unerring precision, its tip stained with warm blood. A drop of blood fell from the sword tip and splashed onto the ground. Chapter 87. The refinement of the returned spirit pill. Yun Shanhuang withdrew her bone sword, and the elder from the Seven Stars spirit sect collapsed to the ground. Joining his two companions, all three grey-robed elders had ceased to breathe, yet this did not signify their absolute demise. Yun Shanhuang knelt down and delivered a finishing blow to each, then seized the cloak of the elder from the Seven Stars spirit sect to clean her bone sword before stowing it away. She was not in a hurry to confront the mastermind behind the scenes but chose to sit quietly in the passage, patiently waiting for the temperature of the three men to gradually decline. After an hour, all three grey-robed elders exhibited varying degrees of rigidity, their body temperatures significantly lower than that of a normal person. Only then did Yun Shanhuang feel assured enough to dismantle the mental barrier and erase her aura from their corpses before turning to exit the passage. With classes to attend the following day, she needed to return to the academy promptly. As for the individual named Chen Yi lurking behind her, being a student from the artifact refining division, he would undoubtedly return to the academy as well. Before the bodies of the three elders were discovered, Chen Yi could never have guessed that she was capable of slaying these three spirit sects. He would certainly return to the academy. This was one of the reasons Yun Shanhuang decided to lure them into the passage. Prior to leaving the passage, Yun Shanhuang disguised herself to resemble her usual appearance at the academy. The guardian at the entrance glanced at her without paying her much heed. The sheer number of individuals entering and exiting the night market daily rendered it impossible for the guardian to remember every face. As long as Yun Shanhuang did not violate the market's rules, he would naturally not take notice. With an air of composure, Yun Shanhuang exited the fabric shop. Shortly after her departure, two individuals clad in silver robes and donning silver masks appeared in the passage. The stifling air within the unventilated passage was now permeated with the scent of blood. The luminous stones embedded in the stone walls flickered to life. The two individuals poured a thick black liquid over the three corpses. And in the blink of an eye, the bodies transformed into pools of blood. One of them raised a hand, and the water spirit power morphed into waves, cleansing away all traces. The two individuals, who maintained their impassive expressions throughout the process of disposing of the bodies, suddenly changed countenance the next moment. A rich and fragrant aroma of wine forcefully invaded their nostrils, and before them appeared a somewhat stooped figure. 100,000 gold coins for a flask. Indeed, it is fine wine. Burp. Old Shen, clutching the exquisite wine procured with gold coins from selling alchemical furnaces in the night market, took a swig every few steps. His aging countenance flushed with drunkenness, he walked past the two silver-robed guardians without a sideways glance. The scent of alcohol enveloping the two. Old Shen had clearly violated the rules, yet whether due to his inebriation or other reasons, the two silver-robed guardians did not pursue the matter at all. It was not until the stooped figure vanished that the two, once tense, finally dared to relax and swiftly depart. The events that transpired in the passage afterward were of no concern to Yun Shanhuang. The splendor of Tianling City, even in the dead of night, still afforded the opportunity to hire a horse-drawn carriage. Once back at her residence, Yun Shanhuang closed the door and set up a barrier. Retrieving the precious alchemical furnace. As a type of spirit tool, she first performed a blood contract before taking out the medicinal materials required for refining the returned spirit pill from her spatial realm. The returned spirit pill is categorized by rank, yet the difficulty in refining even a first-grade returned spirit pill is comparable to that of an ordinary third-grade pill. One can only imagine how challenging it is. Yun Shanhuang prepared herself for failure, gathering extra medicinal materials, and selected a portion to begin processing. While handling the medicinal ingredients, she did not forget to preheat the alchemical furnace with kindling. The formula left by Feng Jingchen was exceptionally detailed, surpassing even the existing recipes in alchemical texts, seemingly a precaution against her potential failure. After preparing the medicinal materials, Yun Shanhuang followed the formula, placing each ingredient into the alchemical furnace one by one. The materials for the returned spirit pill surpassed 30 varieties. Halfway through, Yun Shanhuang paused. She held a stalk of black gold grass in one hand and a purple jujube fruit in the other. Following the order prescribed in the formula, first adding the black gold grass, then squeezing in the juice from the purple jujube fruit, yet she felt an instinctive sense of unease. This sensation was akin to the one she experienced every time she refined pills. The ingredients required for the returned spirit pill were all exceedingly precious, and even within her spatial realm, there were not many. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided to trust her intuition. For it was this very instinct that had enabled her past successes in alchemy. She placed the entire purple jujube fruit into the alchemical furnace, followed by the black gold grass. The order of the remaining ingredients was consistent with the formula. And Yun Shanhuang did not experience any further instinctive hesitations. Once all the ingredients were inside the furnace, she covered it and commenced the alchemical process, with over 30 types of medicinal ingredients. The refinement process was incredibly intricate, demanding her utmost focus to avoid errors. The temperature within the room escalated due to the continuous flames, and fine beads of sweat began to form on Yun Xianhuang's forehead. She dared not let her mind wander, allowing the beads of sweat to trickle down her face until they disappeared into her collar. The flames danced beneath the alchemical furnace, and a faint golden glow emerged on the dark gold furnace. Tracing the intricate patterns along its body, this phenomenon had never occurred with any other furnace Yun Xianhuang had used. The materials within the furnace exhibited no aberrations, so while Yun Xianhuang took note of this occurrence, she remained focused on her task. After half an hour, a delicate fragrance of medicine wafted from the furnace. Yun Xianhuang's spirits lifted, and she immediately intensified the flames. Another quarter of an hour passed before she withdrew the kindling. Her right hand enveloped in spirit power to isolate the heat, and lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace. Inside 5 pills lay quietly. 5. Yun Xianhuang was somewhat taken aback. This was her first time producing 5 pills in a single batch. Judging by the color and aroma of these 5 pills, they appeared to be second-grade return spirit pills, though their effectiveness remained uncertain. Eagerly Yun Xianhuang retrieved the 5 pills, waved her hand to stow away the alchemical furnace, and sat on a chair with 1 pill in hand, placing the others into a specialized porcelain bottle before consuming the return spirit pill. In that moment, as she closed her eyes, Yun Xianhuang distinctly felt the surrounding spirit power surging towards her. At that instant, she resembled a colossal magnet, drawing in the spirit power like metallic objects. But a moment, the concentration of spirit power surrounding her surged beyond that of other areas, as if someone were inscribing a spirit gathering array beneath her feet. Feng Jingchen indeed did not deceive her. With less than an hour remaining until dawn, Yun Xianhuang promptly entered a state of cultivation, driven by her curiosity to determine the duration of the effects of the second-grade returning spirit pill. As she began to absorb spiritual energy, a sudden thought struck her. What would happen if the gathering spirit pill were taken in conjunction with the returning spirit pill? The returning spirit pill consolidates spiritual energy around her, while the gathering spirit pill enhances the speed of absorption. If the two do not conflict, could it not be a more efficient approach? Some pills can indeed be mutually exclusive when consumed simultaneously. But how could she know without trying? Resolving to experiment, Yun Xianhuang quickly retrieved a gathering spirit pill and consumed it. Chapter 88, Experimentation. The gathering spirit pill had been concocted by Master Lu Qing previously, each one of them being at least of 10th grade quality. However, perhaps due to the significant disparity in their grades, although the 2 pills did not reject one another, Yun Xianhuang soon found herself unable to perceive the effects of the returning spirit pill after consuming the gathering spirit pill. Was it that the efficacy of the medicine could not coexist, or was it that the grade difference was too vast? Yun Xianhuang truly did not know. Frowning, she opened her eyes and took out her alchemy furnace once more. She was already quite adept at crafting gathering spirit pills, and after a quarter of an hour, she produced a successful 3rd-grade gathering spirit pill alongside a 2nd-grade returning spirit pill, consuming both simultaneously. It seemed as though the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards her, and for a fleeting moment, she felt an intensification of spiritual energy enveloping her. Yet, this sensation dissipated almost instantly. Propping her chin on one hand, she muttered in confusion to herself, could it be that the returning spirit pill and gathering spirit pill truly cannot be consumed together? In the ethereal space, the Phoenix King, Huang Huang, suddenly opened her eyes upon hearing Yun Xianhuang's words. While cultivating, Huang Huang rarely paid heed to the external happenings, typically only emerging from her meditative state when called by Yun Xianhuang or Aotianfu. By hearing the familiar name, she exited her cultivation and perched upon Yun Xianhuang's shoulder. Master, have you successfully crafted the returning spirit pill? Before Yun Xianhuang could respond, Huang Huang detected the lingering fragrance of the medicine in the heir. It truly is the returning spirit pill. The little phoenix's eyes sparkled with delight as she affectionately nuzzled Yun Xianhuang's face. Master, may I have one? Yun Xianhuang paused, a puzzled expression crossing her features. You may, but Huang Huang, what do you intend to do with it? It was known that human elixirs bore little effect on spiritual beasts. Many of the medicinal ingredients required to craft the returning spirit pill are highly beneficial to our Phoenix clan, hence I can derive the same benefits from the returning spirit pill as you do. Master Huang Huang exhibited great interest in anything that could enhance her strength. There were 3 remaining pills from the first batch, and upon hearing Huang Huang's words, Yun Xianhuang promptly distributed the leftovers among the 3 beasts. Although Aotian and Fubai did not express a need, she felt it unjust to favor one over the others. Huang Huang clutched the returning spirit pill tightly with her small wings and nuzzled Yun Xianhuang's face once more. Before recalling her earlier statement, Master, did you just say that the returning spirit pill and gathering spirit pill cannot be taken together? Yun Xianhuang nodded, almost certain that the effects of these 2 elixirs could not coexist. That cannot be right. Huang Huang tilted her head. In the memories I inherited, the returning spirit pill and gathering spirit pill can indeed be consumed together, and the effects would be even more pronounced. Then why did it not work for her? Yun Xianhuang fell into contemplation. In the ethereal space, Aotian held the small returning spirit pill, his golden eyes gleaming with fragmented light, though he was merely a remnant soul and incapable of consuming elixirs. Yun Xianhuang still offered him one. Cherishing it, Aotian stored the returning spirit pill with care before stating, Master, perhaps it is not that the effects of these two elixirs cannot coexist, but rather that your own cultivation speed is already exceptionally rapid. Coupled with the gathering spirit pill, the spiritual energy merely accumulates around you before being swiftly absorbed. Since Aotian had helped reconstruct Yun Xianhuang's spiritual bones, he naturally understood better than anyone else just how swift her cultivation pace was. Could it be that way? Yun Xianhuang blinked. Indeed, she felt a notable increase in spiritual energy within her during that brief period, but she had attributed it solely to the gathering spirit pill. Never considering this possibility, verifying this would not be difficult. After attending the Alchemist Division's lecture, Yun Xianhuang requested a leave of absence from Guxian and returned to her room to refine several batches of both the returning spirit pill and gathering spirit pill. Just as she finished her concoctions, a knock echoed at her door. Xianhuang, we have arrived. The knocker was Fengyuan. Having dedicated her time to crafting the returning spirit pill, Yun Xianhuang had not accompanied Fengyuan for lunch. Instead, instructing her to bring in Shanya and the others after her meal, Yun Xianhuang filled a porcelain vial with the elixirs and opened the door. Outside, Fengyuan entered without hesitation upon seeing her. Xianhuang, we brought you lunch. As she spoke, she set about placing the packed meal on the table. During this, she naturally caught sight of the understated yet luxurious alchemy furnace, that crafted from top-grade gold melting stone? Fengyuan glanced at it momentarily before redirecting her gaze back to Yun Xianhuang. Xianhuang, you truly are fortunate. My grand-uncle has never encountered such an exquisite alchemy furnace. Aside from this exclamation, she displayed no further emotions. After arranging the meal, Fengyuan pulled Yun Xianhuang down to sit, placing chopsticks in her hands. Set everything aside for now, let us eat. Under Yun Xianhuang's consent, Yun Xianya and the others entered the room. Echoing Fengyuan's sentiments, despite being able to endure hunger for such a short duration, Yun Xianhuang had not eaten since yesterday, and the fragrant aroma of the food tempted her to pick up her chopsticks. To avoid keeping Fengyuan and the others waiting too long, she ate quickly, though her demeanor remained graceful. Once she filled her stomach and tidied the table, Yun Xianhuang produced the elixirs she had just crafted. Distributing two each, one returning spirit pill and one gathering spirit pill, to each individual, she explained the effects of both elixirs before conveying her request to them. Master Lu Qing had previously succeeded in refining the formula for the gathering spirit pill, and after slight modifications, he had shared it with other elders and instructors in the division. With Yun Xianhuang's consent, the first-year instructors had yet to plan on teaching students how to refine the gathering spirit pill. But the second and third-year instructors had already done so. Fengyuan recognized the gathering spirit pill, but the returning spirit pill was entirely unfamiliar to her. Is this formula what you obtained from Yanfeng Mountain last time? Fengyuan rationalized her curiosity, refraining from further inquiries and promptly consuming both pills. Yun Xianya did not hesitate either. For him, even if the pills were poison, he would swallow them without a second thought. Gong Zhou and Lu Shenqing also trusted Yun Xianhuang, and soon all four had ingested the elixirs. Yun Xianhuang closed the door, fetched chairs, and invited the four to sit. Following her instructions, they seated themselves and closed their eyes to sense the surrounding spiritual energy. Shortly, they opened their eyes in unison, astonished as they gazed at her. Although Yun Xianhuang had just informed them of the returning spirit pill's effects, experiencing it firsthand was vastly different, and their astonishment was beyond words. Yet, they did not forget the outcome Yun Xianhuang sought. Fengyuan spoke first. Xianhuang, I feel that taking the returning spirit pill and gathering spirit pill simultaneously yields efficiency similar to my time in the spirit gathering tower. Gong Zhou and Lu Shenqing nodded in agreement. Yun Xianya, having defeated the Fire System Division's champion just yesterday, had yet to visit the spirit gathering tower. He pondered briefly before providing a reasonably accurate estimate. Sister, I feel my cultivation efficiency has at least tripled. Chapter 89, Acquired Divine Bone. The unanimous evaluations from the four indicated that consuming the returning spirit pill and gathering spirit pill concurrently was effective for them all. However, this raised a question: why was it only Yun Xianhuang who experienced such peculiar results despite Fengyuan and the others also possessing exceptional spiritual bones? After refining Yun Xianya's spiritual bone, its cultivation speed was certainly not inferior to that of the finest spiritual bones. Why did they not encounter the same situation as her? Puzzled, Yun Xianhuang discreetly inquired of Aotian. Aotian, I possess an exceptional spiritual bone, as do Fengyuan and the others, after the refinement. Yun Xianya's superior spiritual bone can rival an exceptional one. Why do they not experience the same phenomenon as I do? Aotian fell silent for a moment. Master, when did I ever state that your reconstructed spiritual bone is of exceptional quality? Yun Xianhuang, had Aotian never mentioned this, she reflected deeply and recalled that upon their first meeting, Aotian had enticed her with promises not only to aid in the reconstruction of her spiritual roots and bones but also to elevate her innate talents. Thus Yun Xianhuang had always believed that her reconstructed spiritual bone remained exceptional, albeit of slightly superior quality compared to others. In retrospect, Ao Tian indeed had not specified whether her reconstructed spiritual bone was of exceptional quality. On the continent, spiritual bones were classified into several grades: inferior, middle, superior, exceptional, and the legendary innate divine bone. If it were not exceptional, did that imply she was? Yun Xianhuang dared not consider the implications, yet Ao Tian spoke the words she feared: "Master, you inherently possess an exceptional spiritual bone. After receiving my inheritance, the quality of your spiritual bone has significantly improved. On the southern Lioli continent, no cultivator possesses a spiritual bone of higher quality. But in the middle realm and upper realm, they refer to your type of spiritual bone as divine bone." Yun Xianhuang was utterly shocked. After enrolling, she had learned much about cultivation and had indeed felt her cultivation speed was somewhat rapid. But she had never contemplated that her spiritual bone had transformed into a divine bone under Ao Tian's reconstruction. Despite her mind racing with thoughts, Yun Xianhuang maintained a calm facade earlier when she had failed to test the duration of the second-grade returning spirit pill. She now intended for the four to assist her in this endeavor. After half an hour, Shen Fengyuan finally reported that the effects of the returning spirit pill had worn off. The second-rank returning spirit pill can last for half an hour, which is quite impressive. Yun Xianhuang is thoroughly satisfied with this duration. She retrieves a copy of the returning spirit pill formula that she had transcribed long ago and hands it to Shen Fengyuan. Noticing Shen Fengyuan's puzzled expression, she voluntarily explains, "This is the formula for the returning spirit pill, which I acquired by chance. However, the ingredients required for it are exceedingly rare, and I regret that I cannot provide them for you." Feng Jingchen had never stated that the formula for the returning spirit pill could not be shared with others. While Yun Xianhuang is willing to give it to Shen Fengyuan, she prefers not to disclose her connections with Feng Jingchen at this moment, thus fabricating an excuse. For the ingredients, although she possesses some in her spatial storage, she has already depleted most of them after refining several batches and intends to reserve the remainder for planting seeds. Thus she truly has nothing extra to offer Shen Fengyuan. Shen Fengyuan, however, is completely unconcerned by this, and she feels immensely grateful that Yun Xianhuang is willing to share the formula with her. She solemnly accepts it and then opens her storage ring, pulling out a plethora of elixirs and medicinal herbs, which overflow the table, with many also placed on the chairs. "Xinghuang, my granduncle was quite fond of the formula you provided and has given me a considerable amount of elixirs to pass on to you. As for these elixirs, I had my father retrieve them from our family warehouse. Consider them my token of gratitude for the previous spirit tempering pill." Gong Jiolf suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling another purpose for their visit today. Like Shen Fengyuan, he opened his storage ring and extracted a pile of advanced array plates. With the table occupied by Shen Fengyuan's elixirs and herbs, he could only place them on the ground, where they quickly formed a small mountain. He chuckled. "Xinghuang, since you previously gifted me the spirit core of the demon moon ant and also the returning spirit pill, these are my gifts for you and Xiaoye." Lu Xianqing was equally unyielding. As weapons of spiritual tools must be custom-made, he produced numerous defensive and enhancement spiritual tools, creating a small mountain no less impressive than Gong Jiolf's. All three remembered Yun Xianhuang's kindness and had long since communicated with their families. Everything here was sent by their relatives, and even a single item would be incredibly precious. When Yun Xianhuang gifted the three of them the spirit tempering pill, she had never anticipated any return. It was merely her way of expressing gratitude for their assistance in defeating the demon moon ant, especially since she had reaped the entire reward of the dragon soul grass. Little did she expect that after all this time, the three would unexpectedly present her with such generous gifts. It was far too much. Just as Yun Xianhuang was about to decline, Shen Fengyuan swiftly covered her mouth. "Xinghuang, we are friends, and it is only natural for friends to exchange gifts. If you refuse, it would be as if you do not regard us as friends." Gong Jiolf nodded vigorously in agreement. With such words spoken, Yun Xianhuang could only accept all the items, of course, not forgetting to share half with Yun Xianye. Shen Fengyuan and the others had no objections to this, as they intended to express their gratitude towards the siblings as well. With the elixirs tested and the gifts exchanged, the three began discussing other matters. By the way, Xinghuang, you went out yesterday. You might not be aware that our academy has received an invitation from the city lord. Yun Xianhuang inquired. The city lord's invitation? Although Tianling City is not governed by any of the four nations on the continent, it does have a city lord. However, the city lord maintains a rather lenient control over the various forces within the city and seldom makes appearances, existing more as a symbolic figure. Gong Jiolf replied, "I also heard this from our mentor. It is said that the city lord has invited several academies within the city to hold a selection competition." Lu Shenqing added, "Tianling City is located at the heart of the continent and is rich in resources. The other four nations have always coveted Tianling City. To ensure that it is not consumed by the other nations, each city lord selects and nurtures talents from a few academies within the city to form the city escort. Our academy is the foremost on the continent, so naturally, we were the first to be invited by the city lord." And a significant portion of the guards chosen by each city lord originates from Wuling Academy. Shenfeng Yuan, Gong Jiolf, and Lu Shenqing are all the top students in their respective branches, and they were summoned by their mentor yesterday to discuss this matter. Each student has a limited quota for participating in the selection competition, and naturally, the branch leaders must be among them. However, Yun Xianhuang lifted her gaze. Your families probably won't permit you to join the city guard. Would they? The Shin Gong and Lu families are all powerful clans, and as direct descendants, it is highly likely that the three will inherit their family legacies in the future. Why would they need to participate in a selection competition? Participating in the selection doesn't necessarily mean one must join the city guard. Shin Fengyuan winked at her, but if we succeed, we still stand to gain rewards. Chapter 90, the first sect of the Southly continent. What kind of rewards? Yun Xianhuang is genuinely curious about the rewards that could entice Shin Fengyuan and the others. Shin Fengyuan wore an inscrutable expression. Qinghuang, why don't you take a guess? Yun Xianhuang began to speculate. Elixirs, spiritual tools, array plates, these are all things they do not lack due to their camaraderie. Among the five of them, however, there are no talisman masters. Could it be master-level talismans? Yet, even master-level talismans, no matter how rare, can still be purchased with gold coins. Given the substantial wealth of the three families, acquiring a stack of master-level talismans would be as easy as buying a skewer of candied fruits. Before Shin Fengyuan could respond, Yun Xianhuang dismissed her own conjecture. Lu Shenqing smiled at Shin Fengyuan. Fengyuan, just tell Qinghuang directly. Alright. Shin Fengyuan chuckled. Qinghuang, the city lord of Tianling City, is actually an honorary elder of the Frost Snow sect. Therefore, if one enters the top 10 in the selection competition, they will gain the qualification to study at the inner sect of the Frost Snow sect, the foremost sect of the Southly continent. It is said that the sect leader has attained the strength of a half-step spirit emperor, with the other elders also being above the spirit master level. Moreover, the Frost Snow sect has existed for thousands of years, and its profound heritage cannot be exhausted by the outside world. Thus, no one knows whether there is indeed a spirit emperor among them. The Frost Snow sect recruits new members every 3 years, but only accepts outer disciples. To gain entry into the inner sect for study, one must first become an outer disciple and then pass through a series of rigorous assessments to qualify, the difficulty of which is notoriously extreme. While Wuling Academy is indeed the best on the continent and can offer a wealth of knowledge to its students, there are certain teachings that can only be acquired within the inner sect of the Frost Snow sect, which has stood for thousands of years. The three of them are participating in the selection competition for the opportunity to study at the inner sect. At the Frost Snow sect, they can learn not only about cultivation but also the specialties of their respective families. Remaining stagnant is never an option, and their families are fully supportive of their plans. I see, Yun Xianhuang replied, recalling how when she first arrived in this world, Yun Shuli and Yun Xianyu had also encouraged her to consider apprenticing at the Frost Snow sect. However, at that time, they envisioned her participating in the Frost Snow sect's recruitment as an outer disciple. After Shin Fengyuan finished speaking, Gong Jiolf extended an invitation. Qinghuang, you are currently the top student of the Water Division. Your mentor should also grant you a spot. Would you like to join us? With the strength of the three, entering the top 10 in the selection competition is entirely feasible. They naturally wished to travel to the Frost Snow sect together with Yun Xianhuang and her brother. After defeating the top student of the Fire Division, Yun Xianye also earned a spot, but if Yun Xianhuang does not participate, he will certainly not go either, so he only informed his mentor to consider it. Shin Fengyuan and the others are well aware of his temperament, hence they directly asked Yun Xianhuang. Yun Xianhuang turned her head to look at Yun Xianye. Xiaoye, do you wish to go? Yun Xianye nodded, then shook his head. I'm not sure if grandfather and father will agree. After all, when they had previously asked Yun Xianhuang for her choice, both had expressed a rather low opinion of the Frost Snow sect. He needs to consult grandfather and father. Yun Xianhuang nodded. Jiolf, let us discuss it with our family first. Shin Fengyuan and the others expressed their understanding, as they too had consulted their families before making their decision. Shin Fengyuan added, however, Qinghuang, this selection involves more than just our academy. We plan to enhance our skills further, and after classes, we should all be in the spirit gathering tower. Yun Xianye looked at Yun Xianhuang expectantly. Sister, I also want to now a 9-star spirit master. The selection competition is in 3 months, and he hopes to seize this opportunity to advance to a great spirit master. Go ahead, Yun Xianhuang would certainly not hinder him. Xiaoye, once you become a great spirit master, remember to come and find me. The phoenix feather fruit must be consumed immediately upon being picked, otherwise it will vanish after an hour, which is why she had not yet picked it to give to Yun Xianye. Without hesitation, Yun Xianye nodded. Alright. After the four had made their decisions, they planned to head to the Spirit Gathering Tower for cultivation after class. The next day, when Yun Xianhuang attended her class at the Water Division, she was also informed by Gu Xian about the selection competition. She stated that she would first consult her family and then send a letter back to the general's mansion after class. Although she was uncertain about participating in the selection competition, she could not neglect her cultivation. With the returning spirit pill, even without going to the spirit gathering tower, Yun Qianhuang's advancement speed still resembled that of a rocket. 2 months later, Yun Qianya successfully advanced to the rank of Great Spirit Master. As Yun Qianhuang had advised, he immediately exited the spirit gathering tower to find her. Sister, I've become a Great Spirit Master. The joy was evident in Yun Qianya's features. Congratulations, Xiaoya. Yun Qianhuang affectionately ruffled his hair, only to realize that Yun Qianya had grown considerably taller. In just 6 months, he was nearly as tall as she was. And it wouldn't be long before he surpassed her. Yun Qianhuang silently withdrew her hand. Xiaoya, do you still have the spirit-shaping pill that father gave you? I still have it. Yun Qianya promptly retrieved a spirit-shaping pill from her storage ring, cradling it in her hands before offering it to Yun Qianhuang. Sister, do you require the spirit-shaping pill? Although Yun Qianyu had repeatedly instructed them to consume the spirit-shaping pill before advancing to the rank of spirit sovereign, Yun Qianya would not hesitate to offer it to her if she needed it. I have my own. What do I need yours for? Yun Qianhuang replied with a hint of exasperation, glancing at him before extracting a phoenix feather fruit from her spatial pouch and placing it in his hands. Do you remember what father mentioned? You have already advanced to a grand spirit master and can now consume this spirit-shaping pill. The fruit, no larger than a fist, was instantly recognizable to Yun Qianya. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked between Yun Qianhuang and the phoenix feather fruit, decisively shoving it back into her hands. Sister, you also require the phoenix feather fruit. You should keep it for yourself. The phoenix feather fruit was exceedingly rare, and Yun Qianya had never considered that Yun Qianhuang might possess more than one, assuming she merely wished for him to consume the spirit-shaping pill first. I have another, and besides, if the phoenix feather fruit is not consumed promptly after being picked, it will lose its efficacy within an hour. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianya was even more astonished. If the phoenix feather fruit needed to be consumed quickly after being harvested, how had his sister managed to preserve it? Living entities could not be stored within a spatial ring. Observing Yun Qianya's dazed expression, Yun Qianhuang chuckled lightly. You should consume the spirit-shaping pill here. I will protect you during the process. Yun Qianya gazed deeply into her eyes and nodded earnestly. He took the phoenix feather fruit, pulled over a nearby chair, and sat down, swallowing both the phoenix feather fruit and the sacred spirit-shaping pill in one go. Chapter 91. Recalling Feng Jingchen's words, the sacred spirit-shaping pill could thoroughly cleanse the impurities from the user's spiritual roots. Yun Qianyu had once stated that to consume the sacred spirit-shaping pill, one must first attain the rank of Grand Spirit Master, and secondly, it must be taken in conjunction with the phoenix feather fruit. Failing to meet either of these conditions and recklessly consuming the sacred spirit-shaping pill would result in catastrophic consequences. It is evident how formidable the effects of the sacred spirit-shaping pill are. Even though Yun Qianya had satisfied both conditions the moment he ingested the spirit-shaping pill and phoenix feather fruit, he grimaced in agony. The process of cleansing the impurities from his spiritual roots was akin to a thorough internal cleansing, and the pain he experienced was far more intense than when Yun Qianhuang had previously assisted him in refining his spiritual bones. After advancing to the rank of Grand Spirit Master, Yun Qianya's physical resilience had significantly improved, yet he was still tormented by the pain, his features contorting in distress. Had he not achieved the rank of Grand Spirit Master, the potency of the spirit-shaping pill would undoubtedly have caused his body to explode. Yun Qianhuang stood beside him, keenly aware of the suffering he was enduring. She pressed her lips together, hesitating. As Yun Qianhuang's contracted beast, the 3 spirit beasts could probably sense her thoughts. Outyan spoke up to intervene. Master, he will be fine. The phoenix feather fruit will protect his meridians. Your intervention would only hinder the full effect of the spirit-shaping pill. If he endured such excruciating pain and the full effects of the spirit-shaping pill were not realized, it would be a grave waste. Yun Qianhuang immediately suppressed her urge to alleviate Yun Qianya's suffering. Bringing a chair to sit beside him, vigilantly watching over him, the process of Yun Qianya cleansing the impurities from his spiritual roots continued for a full day and night. During this time, he accumulated a layer of grime, emanating a foul odor, the very impurities that had been lodged within his spiritual roots. Faced with the overpowering stench that made it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open, Yun Qianhuang remained composed. Having established a barrier to isolate the odor, she stayed by Yun Qianya's side until he finally absorbed the spirit-shaping pill and opened his eyes. Yun Qianya looked at her with delight. Sister, just as he spoke, a wave of foulness assaulted his senses. What is that smell? Yun Qianya scanned the room, only to find Yun Qianhuang staring at him, torn between words. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze, and was immediately hit by the overwhelming stench. How could I smell so terrible? Yun Qianya sprang to his feet, turning to dash out of the room, only to encounter Shin Fengyuan returning for her belongings. Yun Qianya. Shin Fengyuan looked at the dark grime covering him, puzzled. Xiaoyi, where have you been? How did you get so? Before she could finish, the foul odor reached her, causing her to take a step back. Xiaoyi, there are extra rooms in the courtyard. You should find a bathtub in one of them and clean yourself up first. You can't go out smelling like this. Yun Xianya, thoroughly embarrassed and at a loss for words, nonetheless expressed his gratitude to Huang Huang before turning to search for an empty room. At that moment, Yun Xianhuang followed him, setting up the water in the bathtub. Afterward, she left the room without lingering. Outside the room, Huang Yuan approached Yun Xianhuang whispering, Huang Huang, what happened to Xiaoyi? Internal cleansing, since it involved family matters. Yun Xianhuang could not elaborate further, providing only this brief explanation. No wonder Huang Yuan did not press for more details, having already stored her items in her spatial ring. As she prepared to leave, she paused, glancing around before leaning closer to Yun Xianhuang's ear, speaking in a hushed tone. Recently, our academy's headmaster has learned that there is someone with both water and fire spiritual roots and has been lingering at the entrance of the Spirit Tower. You should avoid going to the Spirit Tower for now. Yun Xianhuang had heard of the headmaster of the Five Spirits Academy, known as Jian, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of Spirit Saint rank. He had also learned of her dual spiritual roots. Yun Xianhuang recalled Feng Jingchen's words, clever Huang Huang, you have already been exposed. She had known then that her dual spiritual roots had come to the attention of several elders from the Array Master branch, which was why she had refrained from visiting the Spirit Tower, since it now appeared that not only those few elders but also Headmaster Jian must have received the news around that time. They assumed she would still visit the Spirit Tower, hence their vigilance at the entrance. As for the headmaster's intentions, Yun Xianhuang could not discern, but fortunately she had remained cautious, leaving no information that could expose her identity. Huang Yuan and the others were aware of Yun Xianhuang's identity, thus they understood that Jian was indeed seeking her out, although she did not know that Yun Xianhuang had not visited the Spirit Tower recently. She felt compelled to caution her. Huang Huang, Jian is not easily deceived. You must be careful. Yun Xianhuang smiled in response. I understand, thank you, Huang Yuan. Only then did Huang Yuan leave the courtyard. Meanwhile, after thoroughly cleaning himself of the grime and ensuring no trace of the odor remained, Yun Xianya donned fresh clothing and stepped out of the room. Yun Xianhuang was waiting in the courtyard, and as soon as he emerged, he hurried over to her, fearing eavesdroppers on the other side of the wall. Yun Xianya suppressed his excitement, tugging at Yun Xianhuang's sleeve and whispering, Sister, all the impurities in my spiritual roots have been completely eliminated. The sacred spirit shaping pill is indeed potent. Once the impurities were purged from his spiritual roots, Yun Xianya could convert all the absorbed spiritual energy into his own strength. This seemingly insignificant enhancement would facilitate a smoother cultivation process for him. Yun Xianhuang had been dedicating herself to her studies and cultivation, and in the past 2 months, she had broken through to the rank of 8-star Spirit Master. Observing the transformation in Yun Xianya, she felt an eagerness to advance to Grand Spirit Master as well. However, such matters could not be rushed. Recalling another concern, Yun Xianhuang asked Yun Xianya, Xiaoyi, have you received any letters from grandfather or father in the past 2 months? 2 months prior, she had sent correspondence home inquiring whether Yin Shuli and Yin Shanyu would approve of her and Yun Xianya participating in the selection tournament and subsequently entering the inner sect of Frost Snow sect for study. It had been quite some time, yet she had still received no reply. With only a month remaining until the selection tournament, Gu Xian had been inquiring daily about Yun Xianhuang's intentions, while Yun Xianhuang was not overly concerned about missing the tournament. She worried that something might have occurred. No, I haven't. Yun Xianya shook his head. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Yun Xianhuang recounted to him her lack of response to her letters. Yun Xianya furrowed his brow deeply. Given father's and grandfather's characters, even if they disapproved of our going to Frost Snow sect, they would have certainly written to inform us. It is impossible for them to remain silent for 2 months. Unless something has happened at home. After they spoke, both siblings wore solemn expressions, each contemplating the same troubling possibility. Chapter 92. Taking the initiative to approach Jian. The current emperor of Qiling Kingdom was suspicious and constantly coveting the general's mansion, waiting for the opportunity to seize any incriminating evidence against its members to completely swallow this once glorious estate. Because of this, the family had hidden their brilliance, striving to protect the general's mansion. If anything were to happen to the general's mansion, the most likely scenario would be the emperor taking action against it. Yun Xianya, filled with anxiety, declared, Sister, I will return home to check. He turned to leave, but Yun Xianhuang grasped his arm. Xiaoyi, if you set out now, it will take at least a month to return. Tianling City was quite distant from Helen City, and even the fastest winged horse would require a month's travel. A month's time could bring about unforeseen changes. Upon hearing the word month, Yun Xianya calmed slightly. Sister, I will seek out Jiulu. He must have a teleportation array. Yun Xianhuang stopped him once more. Jiulu is cultivating in the Spirit Tower. We cannot disturb him recklessly. We can inform him at dinner. Disturbing someone's cultivation is a grave taboo. If Gong Jiulu were in the midst of a critical breakthrough and were interrupted, it could lead to chaos, resulting in damage to his spiritual roots and hindering his progress. Thus, even in their urgency, they could not directly approach Gong Jiulu in the Spirit Tower. Fortunately, mealtime is approaching. For the past 2 months, they have been diligently honing their skills, yet at every meal, they still gather together to dine. Yun Xianya is aware that he has lost his composure and suppresses the impatience within him. I will listen to my sister. At lunchtime, Yun Xianya did not bother to eat but anxiously conveyed their request to Gong Jiulu. Upon hearing that something might have transpired at the general's residence, Gong Jiulu also felt a pang of worry for the two. Yet he found himself at a loss. Xiaoyi, it's not that I do not wish to assist you, but the teleportation array can only be drawn by a master of formations, and we cannot find even one such master within our household. Yun Xianya was taken aback. Gong Jiulu would not deceive him, and if he said there was no teleportation array, then it was indeed absent. Sister, I must return at once. Yun Xianya dared not delay any further. This time, Yun Xianhuang did not stop him but inquired if Feng Feng could alter her form. Being the phoenix ancestor, Feng Feng was extraordinarily swift, and if possible, she wished for Feng Feng to escort Yun Xianya back. Of course, Master, Feng Feng affirmed. With my speed, I can reach the Qiling Kingdom in no more than 3 days. However, should we wish to avoid detection, it may take around 5 days. Such a powerful spiritual beast as the phoenix ancestor naturally possesses methods to conceal herself. Although 5 days could still bring about unforeseen complications, it was certainly preferable to a month. Yun Xianhuang caught up with Yun Xianya, guiding him out of the academy and leading him to a secluded spot while erecting a barrier. Yun Xianya looked at her in confusion. Yun Xianhuang summoned Feng Feng, who promptly enlarged her form. She was entirely golden, save for a cluster of 5 colored feathers adorning her neck. The sight of the towering phoenix left Yun Xianya momentarily stunned. This was also the first time Yun Xianhuang had witnessed Feng Feng in her enlarged state, her feathers having grown even more beautiful. Sister, what is this? Yun Xianhuang explained. This is my contracted beast. You may call her Feng Feng, she will take you back. Isn't your contracted beast that rabbit? Yun Xianya was filled with questions, yet he understood that this was not the time to inquire and obediently nodded. Yun Xianhuang handed a spirit-returning pill to Feng Feng, who seemed quite pleased with it. She gently stroked Feng Feng's lowered head. Feng Feng, please assist me in sending Xiaoyi back. He will lead the way. Send him back, but what about you? I will seek out the dean. Yun Xianhuang offered no further explanation and handed Yun Xianya a collection of concealment array plates. Urging Feng Feng to set forth with him. 5 days felt excessively long. They were uncertain when the general's residence had undergone a change, thus they could not afford any further delays. The Formation Master branch had a master of formations. Yet being a stranger, he would undoubtedly be unwilling to assist her. Master Lu Qing had secluded himself ever since receiving the formula she provided, rendering him unable to help at this time. Currently, the only person who could persuade that Master of Formations within the entire 5-Spirit Academy was none other than the Dean. Did Feng Yuan not say that the Dean had been lingering near the Spirit Gathering Tower? Seeking to find her, then she would go and meet him. After all, having consumed the Dragon Soul Grass, with Aotion's assistance, even if a Spirit Emperor stood before her, they would be unable to perceive her talents and strength. Yun Xianhuang made her way towards the Spirit Gathering Tower, and before she could arrive, she spotted Dean Jian seated at the entrance, dressed in a light brown mentor's robe. Jian reclined in a chair seemingly brought from elsewhere. His body gently swaying with the chair, his eyes were closed, as if taking a nap, yet Yun Xianhuang could already feel the mental energy directed towards her. Jian had detected her presence. Under Aotion's deliberate control, the peak spirit Saint Jian could ascertain that she was an 8-star spirit master, simultaneously possessing both water and fire spiritual roots, while the other 3 attributes remained concealed. Yet this was sufficient. The mental energy conveyed a plethora of information, and suddenly Jian opened his eyes, rushing towards Yun Xianhuang like a gust of wind. His eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. His beard quivering, his gaze fell upon the academy emblem worn by Yun Xianhuang, revealing a hint of perplexity. How is it that this girl, possessing both water and fire spiritual roots, is from the alchemist branch? The chief of the alchemist branch is clearly that girl from the Shin family. How could she enter the Spirit Gathering Tower? As Jian pondered, Yun Xianhuang discreetly assessed him. It must be said. Jian certainly embodied the demeanor of a dean, appearing even more serious than Master Lu Qing when he was not refining pills. After Jian used his mental energy to probe Yun Xianhuang once more. Confirming his perceptions were accurate, he inquired, Child, you are from the alchemist branch. What brings you to the Spirit Gathering Tower? The chief of the alchemist branch is Shin Feng Yuan, and only the branch chiefs are qualified to enter the Spirit Gathering Tower. Senior, I am still a student of the water branch, thus I am qualified to enter the Spirit Gathering Tower for training. Yun Xianhuang feigned ignorance, retrieving another badge from her storage ring and replacing the emblem of the alchemist branch. Upon seeing the distinct badge of the chief, Jian's eyes lit up. He had been stationed at the Spirit Gathering Tower for some time, having encountered several students from other branches, yet he had never seen one from the water branch. Old Hua mentioned that the student possessed both water and fire spiritual roots, so her presence in the water branch was indeed reasonable. Jian wasted no time and directly asked the most pressing question, Child, Do you also possess a fire spiritual root? Yun Xianhuang's expression visibly tightened, and she took a step back, warily regarding Jian. This reaction was already an answer in itself. Jian stroked his beard, voluntarily revealing his identity. Do not be afraid, child. I am the Dean of the Five Spirit Academy. I have been waiting for you here because there is a matter I wish to ask of you. Chapter 93, A Shift at the General's Residence. Yun Xianhuang maintained excellent control over her emotions. Upon Jian revealing his identity, the wariness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of skepticism. You are the Dean. With words alone insufficient, Jian produced his emblem symbolizing his position as Dean. The various branch emblems within the academy were crafted by the artifact refining branch, each adorned with a small array inscribed by the formation master branch's mentors, making them impossible to counterfeit. Yun Xianhuang immediately believed him and inquired, Dean, is there something you need the student to do? It's nothing of great consequence. I wish to invite you to participate in the selection tournament for the city guard of Tianling City. To gain entry into the inner sect of the Frost Snow sect and become a disciple of Mo Lanchuang, the sect leader of the Frost Snow sect. Mo Lanchuang rarely accepts disciples, and it is said that she has only taken in 2 disciples to date, both of whom have become formidable figures in their own right. Merely placing within the top 10 of the selection tournament would grant entry into the Frost Snow sect's inner sect. Yet to be accepted as a disciple by Mo Lanchuan would require showcasing the talent of possessing dual spiritual roots. Yun Xianhuang was perplexed. Why does the dean wish for the student to become a disciple under the sect leader of the Frost Snow sect? If you can successfully become a disciple of Mo Lanchuan, I shall reveal the reason to you. Jian left it at that but did not forget to inquire about the details. Child, since you are the chief of the water branch, you should have a slot for this tournament, correct? Upon hearing this, Yun Xianhuang suddenly lowered her head, her fingers nervously fidgeting with her clothing. Her tone was somewhat melancholic. Dean, there has been an incident at home. I plan to request leave from my mentor to return home early tomorrow morning, and I fear I will not be able to return before the selection tournament. So I do not intend to participate. Jian frowned slightly. Is there not still a month until the selection tournament? Child, is your home far from the academy? Yun Xianhuang glanced up at him briefly, nodding quickly before lowering her head again. The student hails from the Qilin Kingdom. The Qilin Kingdom, indeed quite distant. A month's time would not guarantee that she could return home. However, if she missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance to become a disciple of Mo Lanchuan. He could afford to wait, but that old Kuchi Wu might not be so patient. Suddenly, his gaze swept over to the spirit gathering tower beside them, and Jian smacked his thigh in realization. This is easy. Come, I shall take you to find Elder Hui of the Formation Master Branch. Letting Elder Hui provide this girl with a teleportation array plate would allow her to return home to handle her family affairs while ensuring she could return to the academy in time for the selection tournament, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yun Xianhuang still had her head lowered, thus Jian did not notice that as he finished speaking a fleeting gleam of joy flashed in her phoenix eyes. Jian escorted Yun Xianhuang to the tower of the Formation Master Branch, successfully borrowing a teleportation array plate from Elder Hui. He handed the array plate to Yun Xianhuang, urging her to return to the academy before the selection tournament. Yun Xianhuang promised to return on time, and after requesting leave for both herself and Yun Xianye, she activated the teleportation array. She set her destination to her room within the general's residence and promptly stepped onto the array. Despite the siblings having been away from home for 6 months, the decor in their room remained unchanged from when they left. Yun Xianhuang had no time for a closer look as she quickly dispelled her disguise and hurriedly pushed open the door to step outside. It was still daytime, yet the vast general's residence was eerily silent. Not a sound to be heard. This unusual atmosphere caused Yun Xianhuang to frown involuntarily. She made her way directly to Yun Shanyu's courtyard, only to find it empty, and even Yun Shuli's courtyard was devoid of life. The entire general's residence, apart from her, was utterly deserted. Yun Xianhuang considered exiting the residence to inquire with the neighbors about what had transpired, only to discover upon opening the door that the entrance to the general's residence had been sealed with a government notice. The words on the notice indicated that the general's residence had been confiscated. The emperor had indeed taken action against them. Yun Xianhuang had suspected this possibility earlier and immediately hurried towards the most bustling street in Helen City, intent on gathering some information. Miss, a voice filled with surprise broke through, and Yun Xianhuang turned to see Zhang Bo, one of the former servants responsible for taking care of Yun Shulida. It is I. Yun Xianhuang strode forward with urgency etched across her brow. Zhang Bo, do you know what has transpired at home? Where are my father and grandfather now? This is not the place for conversation. Please follow this old servant. Mississippi. Zhang Bo glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then guided Yun Xianhuang to a small entrance of the general's residence. The door bore the official seal of the government. With great care, Zhang Bo peeled back one side of the seal, pushed the door open, and quickly ushered Yun Xianhuang inside. She followed closely, simultaneously casting a protective barrier around them. Inside the general's residence, they were alone. Zhang Bo sighed deeply before speaking in a hushed tone. Miss, it is ill-advised for you to return at this time. It is the Emperor from the palace who has taken action. The mention of the Emperor required no further clarification. It was understood to refer to the Emperor of the Qiling Kingdom. Yun Shenhuang pressed on Zheng Bo. Why has the Emperor suddenly turned his sights on the general's residence? Although the Emperor had long coveted the general's estate, a direct assault would only dishearten the loyal ministers. Thus, he had sought to find some incriminating evidence against the general's household. For this reason, both her grandfather and father had acted with utmost caution, fearing that the general's residence would be devoured entirely. How could they have suddenly fallen prey to the emperor's machinations? It must be the northern king who was instigating this. To discuss this matter, one must recall the long-standing enmity between the northern king and their old general. Before he was granted a title, the northern king had been at odds with the old general, secretly undermining him. In years past, when the old general went to battle, the northern king had bribed those close to him, resulting in the old general being struck by 7 arrows on the battlefield, barely returning alive. In recent years, the general's residence had faced oppression from the royal family, and the northern king had consequently been somewhat subdued. Yet half a year prior, just before the young lady and young master left home, the northern king's only son had mysteriously died within his own home. Several other young scions had perished alongside him. Drawing the palace's attention, the Court of Judicial Review had investigated for an extended period, but ultimately uncovered nothing. Devastated, the northern king, perhaps motivated by the notion that if he could not have peace, neither would anyone else, had audaciously cast blame upon the general's residence. His reasoning was that shortly after those young men had died, the young lady and young master had departed from home, leading the northern king to conclude that they were fleeing from guilt. The old general had explained that they were merely sending the young lady and young master to the Wuling Academy for their studies. The emperor had dispatched agents to investigate, but discovered that the names of the young lady and young master were not on the roster of new students at the academy, without substantial evidence. One would not typically reach a conclusion, yet the emperor, intent on devouring the general's residence, had nonetheless condemned them outright. Zheng Bo was incensed, but his lowly status rendered him powerless. The northern king, Jun Xianhuang, suddenly recalled that among those who had participated in the theft of the original owner's spirit bones was the northern king's only son. At that time, she was unaware of the feud between the northern king and Yun Shuli, and while the murder had been executed flawlessly, she had not anticipated the northern king would use such a preposterous excuse to slander the general's residence. Even more astonishing was the fact that her decision to conceal her talents and assume a new identity to enter the Wuling Academy had inadvertently become a weapon against the general's household. Yun Shenhuang endeavored to maintain her composure. Zheng Bo, are my father and grandfather well? Zheng Bo's voice was fraught with difficulty. I fear it is not good. A month ago, the old general and the general were imprisoned in the Tianlao. The conditions in the prison were dire, and the old general's old wounds might very well resurface. The only glimmer of hope was that the verdict regarding the old general and the general had yet to be rendered. Perhaps there was still a chance for redemption, yet those capable of intervening were unwilling to act, and those with the intent to assist the general's residence lacked the necessary power. It appeared they could not escape this calamity. Tianlao. Yun Shenhuang grasped Zheng Bo's sleeve, her tone surprisingly calm. Zheng Bo, do you know which direction the Tianlao is? Zheng Bo was taken aback. Miss, you must not act impulsively. The general's residence now relies solely on you and the young master. You cannot afford to encounter any further misfortune. As long as you and the young master protect yourselves, there will surely be opportunities for revenge in the future. Zheng Bo had resigned himself to fate. Before they were taken away, Yun Shuli and Yun Xianyu had known there was a high likelihood they would not return, thus they had dispersed the household servants long before they were prepared for death. Yet their thoughts rested heavily on Yun Shenhuang and Yun Xianyang. Zheng Bo, entrusted by Yun Shuli, returned to the general's residence daily to ensure the siblings would not find the estate ransacked and act recklessly out of desperation. Do not worry, Zheng Bo. I understand the stakes. Yun Shenhuang produced a formation plate, an item that had been plentiful before the decline of the general's residence. Zheng Bo recognized it, though he could not discern its specific function. This was given to me by my mentor. It can conceal both form and aura. I merely wished to see how my father and grandfather fare. She had not yet changed out of her academy uniform and insignia. And Zheng Bo, trusting her, promptly indicated the direction. He too was concerned for Yun Shuli and Yun Xianyu, eager to learn of their situation. If they could see them without alarming others, it would be ideal. Thank you, Zheng Bo. Yun Shenhuang altered her appearance and swiftly departed the general's residence, making her way toward the location of the Tianlao. Upon nearing the vicinity of the prison, she activated the concealment formation. This formation, a gift from Gong Jiulu, was a master-level array capable of cloaking both form and aura for a quarter of an hour. As the formation activated, Yun Shenhuang's figure vanished from sight. The Tianlao housed the most notorious criminals of the court, each inmate a remorseless fiend. Naturally, the prison was heavily guarded. The jailers were all cultivators, with several of the guards hailing from military backgrounds. all possessing the rank of Great Spirit Master. Within the Tian Lao, there also existed a formation established since its inception, capable of suppressing the spiritual power of cultivators. Only those with special permission were unaffected. Under such multi-layered defenses, no one would dare to assault the Tian Lao lightly, yet the guards remained vigilant amidst the tightly patrolled prison. There was but one cell that lay beyond the patrol's reach. Devoid of any jailers, Yun Qianyu gazed anxiously at the pale-faced Yun Shuli. His heart racing. Days prior, Yun Shuli's old ailment had resurfaced, and he had yet to recover from his high fever before their imprisonment. Everything on both Yun Shuli and Yun Qianyu had been stripped away. Even the contents of their storage rings had been thoroughly confiscated, although the guards were lax with Yun Shuli due to his status. They could not assist him with medical care. Everyone knew that the general's residence was currently under assault. The specific charges did not matter, it was merely the emperor's desire to consume the estate. In such circumstances, aiding them would be tantamount to opposing the emperor, a crime punishable by the annihilation of one's entire clan. Faced with this dire situation, Yun Qianyu felt utterly helpless but could not bear to watch his father suffer. He clenched his teeth and grasped Yun Shuli's hand tightly. "Father, I will not let anything happen to you." Yun Shuli's fever raged on, his palm burning with an alarming heat. He grasped Yun Qianyu's hand in return. Shaking his head, "Qianyu, no, you must cough. Think of Huang Huang and Xiaoye. Should a jailbreak occur, it would solidify the charges against the general's residence. His life or death mattered little, but should the charges be confirmed, the future of his two children would be severely compromised in the Qiling kingdom." As he thought of his children, a flicker of hesitation crossed Yun Shuli's eyes. The warmth of the hand gripping his was a reminder of the years etched into his palm. Yun Qianyu steeled his resolve. "Father, Huang Huang and Xiaoye will understand my actions." He withdrew his hand, carefully propping Yun Shuli against the wall, then stood and walked toward the cell doors. "Qianyu." Yun Shuli attempted to call him back, but could only manage to utter that one plea before succumbing to another fit of coughing. Lacking the strength to stop Yun Qianyu had already reached the door of the cell, his gaze piercing through the cold, dark iron bars, ready to call for help. Just then, he caught sight of something unexpected. The guards who had been patrolling suddenly collapsed one by one as if struck by poison, failing to utter a sound. This area contained only Yun Qianyu, Yun Shuli, and a blood-soaked young girl. The girl, oblivious to the commotion, kept her head bowed, her breaths shallow. Yun Qianyu did not recognize her, but during his time in confinement, he had witnessed her being dragged out by the jailers repeatedly. Returning each time battered and bruised. He had no idea why she was imprisoned or why she endured such treatment. Caught in his own turmoil, he had no capacity to spare for her plight. In this moment, he refocused on the guards who had fallen. A faint sound broke the silence, and Yun Qianyu strained his eyes to see that their cell had been opened, yet there appeared to be no one around. Was this a concealment array? After entering the cell, Yun Qianhuang swiftly set up a barrier with her spiritual energy before stowing away the concealment formation plate, observing the young girl who had appeared with an unfamiliar face. Yun Qianyu's eyes narrowed with caution. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that this girl bore an uncanny resemblance to his daughter. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Who are you?" "Father, it is I, Huang Huang." The familiar voice caught Yun Qianyu off guard. As Yun Qianhuang dispelled her disguise before him, he could hardly believe his eyes and hurried forward to examine her closely. "Huang Huang, were you not at the academy? How did you end up here?" Yun Qianyu had indeed received the letter from the general's residence that Yun Qianhuang had sent, but he had not had the chance to respond before being imprisoned. Nevertheless, he was aware that both of his children were studying at the Wuling Academy. The envoy sent by the emperor, who feigned authority, returned in less than half a month. Even the swiftest of winged horses could not possibly reach Tianling City in such a short span of time, let alone gather any information. Yun Qianyu, however, felt disinclined to dwell on these matters. His curiosity was piqued by Yun Qianhuang's presence in this place. After all, this was the infamous prison, just as Yun Qianhuang was about to explain herself. Her gaze was suddenly drawn to Yun Shuli, who was leaning against the wall. Chapter 95, a bloodstained badge. Yun Qianhuang's expression shifted slightly as she hurried over to support Yun Shuli, producing a precious recovery pill and placing it in his mouth. As the pill was ingested, Yun Shuli's complexion visibly improved, gradually regaining a healthy hue. Yet, Yun Qianhuang's brow remained furrowed. "Grandfather, how do you feel?" Upon lifting him, she immediately sensed his alarming fever. He was burning with an intense heat, clearly suffering from a high fever. The recovery pill was typically used for treating wounds, and she was uncertain of its efficacy against fever. Yun Shuli gently reached up, caressing her head. "Grandfather feels much better." The old man, seasoned and wise, found himself revitalized after consuming the pill. Not only did his weakness dissipate, but the old wounds from his time on the battlefield seemed to be healing as well. It was evident that the quality of the pill was above the 10th rank, indicating that his granddaughter had indeed gained much during her time at the Five Spirits Academy. Yun Shuli refrained from probing further, his gaze filled with concern for Yun Qianhuang. "Huang Huang, you should not have come. What if you are discovered?" Yun Qianyu had just followed Yun Qianhuang over and, upon witnessing the color returning to Yun Shuli's face, Felt a weight lift slightly from his heart. However, upon hearing Yunshuli's words, his concerns returned. Your grandfather speaks the truth. He pulled Yun Huang up from the ground. Huang Huang, neither your grandfather nor I are in any danger. You should return swiftly. Both Yun Shuli and Yun Shanyu refrained from mentioning the possibility of Yun Huang rescuing them. She withdrew her hand from Yun Shanyu's grasp, her brow knitting in determination. Father, grandfather, I have heard from Zhang Bo. This incident is indeed a scheme orchestrated by the King of the North and the Emperor against our general's household. However, it ultimately stems from my actions in killing the King of the North's son. Yun Huang did not believe she had erred in her decision, yet she felt a tinge of guilt for the repercussions it had on her family. Had I known, I would have eliminated the King of the North as well. Yun Shanyu observed Yun Shuli before advising Huang Huang, do not worry, without solid evidence, the Emperor will not dare to harm either me or your grandfather. In truth, the Emperor was not one to be swayed by such concerns. His hesitation in taking action against Yun Shuli and his son stemmed from long-held suspicions that Yun Shuli was harboring private soldiers, and he likely wanted to uncover them before striking. Yun Shanyu presumed he could keep this from Yun Huang, but she was not naive. Yun Shuli's current condition indicated he had been suffering from a high fever for several days. If the Emperor truly cared for evidence, he would not turn a blind eye, as that would leave him vulnerable to public scrutiny. The only reason he had yet to act must be due to some hidden apprehension. Could it be regarding grandfather's private soldiers? Yun Huang recalled the token and spirit energy bomb she had kept hidden deep within her storage ring. A suspicion began to form in her mind, yet she chose not to confront Yun Shanyu directly. Father, I can rescue you and grandfather, she spoke with earnest conviction, and Yun Shanyu did not question her sincerity, merely shaking his head gently. Why? Yun Shanyu forced a bitter smile. Huang Huang, if your grandfather and I were to escape, it would solidify the charges against the general's household, and in the future. Just moments ago, he had considered breaking out due to the imminent danger to Yun Shuli's health. Now that Yun Shuli showed signs of improvement, they had no need to risk tarnishing the reputation of the general's household. If that reputation were to be sullied, how would Huang Huang and Xiao Ye be able to navigate their lives thereafter? The words left unsaid lingered in Yun Shanyu's mind. Yun Huang gazed at him, swiftly comprehending his concerns. Her father and grandfather cared deeply for the general's household and for her and Yun Shanye. Preferring to remain in prison rather than jeopardize their family's honor, how could she go against their wishes? Yun Huang understood what she must do. She left some medicinal pills for Yun Shanyu and Yun Shuli, secured the prison door once more, and returned the key to the guard. In a nearby cell, a frail girl struggled to lift her head. Her body bore whip marks and knife wounds, her flesh a gruesome sight, with torn clothing stained with blood, rendering her original form unrecognizable. She looked at the unexpected appearance of Yun Huang with a mix of surprise and urgency. Realizing something, she became agitated, struggling against her injuries to crawl to the cell door. Reaching out toward Yun Huang had intended to leave, but the commotion caused by the girl captured her attention. Her curious gaze fell upon the girl, noticing Yun Huang looking at her. The girl became even more animated. She opened her mouth to speak, but her tongue had been cruelly severed, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. The girl froze momentarily, her blood-matted hair obscuring her face, rendering her expression unclear. Soon, she seemed to have a realization, hastily producing a blood-stained badge from her garments, extending it toward Yun Huang. The badge was soaked in the girl's blood, yet its outline remained discernible. Shaped like a phoenix, Yun Huang paused, swiftly approaching to accept the badge, using her clothing to wipe away the blood. Indeed, it was the badge of the Summoner's Branch. Furthermore, it was the badge of the chief of the Summoner's Branch. Yun Huang's gaze returned to the girl. You are a student of the Summoner's Branch at the Five Spirits Academy. How could a student of the Five Spirits Academy find herself in the depths of the Chilling Kingdom's prison? Tortured to such a state, the girl nodded vigorously. One hand grasped Yun Huang's clothing through the iron bars while the other trembled as she scrawled 3 words on the ground, save me. The girl was acutely aware that this was the prison. With no familial ties, no one would risk their safety to rescue her, thus she quickly wrote another sentence. My grandfather is Chi Wu. I will repay you. She had seen the insignia Yun Huang had not yet removed, prompting her to invoke her grandfather's identity. Chi Wu, that elder Chi of the Summoner's Branch, during her last visit to the Summoner's Branch. Shi Qianying had mentioned that Chi Wu was the most powerful summoner on the continent, with an 11-ranked Shinbing Crane and himself being a 3-star spirit sage, with such a formidable grandfather. Why had this girl ended up imprisoned in the Chilling Kingdom? It was worth noting that the most powerful national master in the Chilling Kingdom was merely a 1-star spirit venerable. Yun Huang was perplexed, yet recalling the previous encounter with the dragon soulgrass, it was evident that Elder Chi possessed numerous treasures. However, she could not easily trust the girl's words. If you are truly Elder Chi's granddaughter, why have you been imprisoned by the Chilling Kingdom's authorities? The girl lifted her gaze. Beneath her matted and filthy hair were eyes burning with intense hatred. She clutched Yun Huang's clothing tightly, her fingers etching deep marks in the ground. You must go to the National Master's Hall. There you will find answers. The words she spoke bore more weight than mere hearsay. The National Masteress Hall Yun Shanhuang took note, but at present, the affairs concerning the general's household were of greater significance. After pondering briefly, she left the girl some healing pills before quietly departing the prison. Once Yun Shanhuang had left, seizing the opportunity while the guard remained unconscious, the girl wiped away the traces left on the ground and carefully cradled the pills Yun Shanhuang had given her. Though the quality of the pills was not overly high, they were of immense value to her. The girl cautiously concealed the pills, a flicker of hope gradually emerging in her eyes. Chapter 96. They are not useless individuals after leaving the prison. Yun Shanhuang cast a deep glance toward the direction of the royal family. Since her father and grandfather sought to uphold the honor of the general's household, she would address this matter with the same integrity, whatever means she employed. History is often written by the victors. A spirit energy bomb exploded in the sky. The stored spiritual energy ignited into a dazzling display, visible even in daylight, illuminating the surroundings. Outside Helen's city, hidden within a valley, the patrolling soldiers of the Yun army squinted at the fireworks in the distant sky, their expressions suddenly turning serious. Quickly report to the deputy commander. Yes, within the concealed military camp, nearly 5,000 soldiers were engaged in orderly training, creating a sea of silver armor at a glance. As news spread through the ranks, it was as if a drop of cold water had been cast into a hot frying pan, sending the entire Yun army into a fervor. They were all filled with excitement, yet none dared to speak out, their eager gazes fixated on the deputy commander at the forefront. The commander finally remembered them. Gong Shao, the deputy commander of the Yun army, cast a sharp gaze over the assembled soldiers, his tone grave. Soldiers, the commander requires our assistance. The Yun army united in their response. Out of the camp. Yes, the synchronized voices echoed as they burst forth from the military camp, resonating throughout the valley. Clad in silver armor, the Yun army marched in unison out of the valley, heading toward Helen City. They did not keep Yun Shanhuang waiting long. 20 miles outside the city, the Yun army halted. Gong Shao squinted at the figure awaiting them. Yun Shanhuang. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. Who is this girl? The soldiers of the Yun army were equally perplexed. They had anticipated reuniting with their long-absent commander, and now they were met with a young girl, seemingly just of age, though they harbored doubts. None of the Yun army spoke until Gong Shao did. He scrutinized Yun Shanhuang discreetly, and upon noticing the token hanging at her waist, he was momentarily taken aback, a conjecture forming in his mind. The commander had a granddaughter of around 15 or 16 years. This girl bore some resemblance to the commander, yet that little girl clearly possessed extraordinary talent but had been mentally impaired since childhood. Unable to care for herself, how could she be here alone? As thoughts swirled in her mind, Gong Shao tentatively spoke up. Miss. Yun Shanhuang did not deny it. Instead, a hint of a smile graced her lips as she nodded. You must be Vice Commander Gong, as my grandfather has spoken of you. This complete and fluent sentence was certainly not something the once mentally impaired young girl could have articulated. Gazing into her eyes, which held a trace of coldness, Gong Shao felt a sense of understanding. He was not overly surprised. Since the commander had bestowed the spirit light bullet upon the young lady, it was evident that she was qualified to command the Feather Nirvana army in his stead. Gong Shao straightened his expression. Miss, you summoned us here for a specific purpose, did you not? Yun Shanhuang did not respond immediately, instead casting her gaze over the 5,000 soldiers of the Feather Nirvana army behind Gong Shao. Vice Commander Gong, I heard from my grandfather that you were all brought back from the battlefield by him. Even before the Feather Nirvana army had arrived, Yun Shanhuang had noticed that the youngest among them appeared to be of a similar age to Yun Changyu. Among the 5,000 soldiers, there was not a single youth. Gong Shao maintained a serious demeanor, yet a flicker of excitement appeared in his dark eyes. They were not merely brought back, he clarified. Under Yun Shanhuang's curious gaze, Gong Shao elaborated, the 1,137 members of the Feather Nirvana army were all rescued by the commander. They were not originally known by this name. Nor did they have any name at all. They were often referred to as remnants or useless individuals. Before becoming the Feather Nirvana army, they were severely wounded on the battlefield, rendered incapable of further combat. At that time, although there were military doctors and alchemists in the army, resources were scarce at the borders, and precious medicines were reserved for those who could still fight during times of crisis. They were viewed as burdens, and many in the army proposed abandoning them. Yun Shuli seemed to agree with this suggestion, sending them out of the military camp, but secretly arranged for their placement in a safe location. Using the savings of the general's estate to treat them, however, there were too many wounded, and the general's estate alone could not save them all. Ultimately, the 1,137 who survived became the present-day Feather Nirvana army. It was Yun Shuli who declared that they were not useless, but heroes, the valiant and resilient Feather Nirvana army. The name Feather Nirvana army became theirs once the border conflicts subsided. These soldiers, undeterred by the risk of execution, insisted on following Yun Shuli, becoming his personal troops. Yun Shuli initially refused, so they found a secluded spot outside Helen City to set up camp. Eventually, Yun Shuli accepted the command token of the Feather Nirvana army and began supplying them with various necessities. Had it not been for them, the General's estate, relying on generations of savings, would not have fallen into such rapid decline even if their military power was revoked. Miss, you need not harbor any concerns. The lives of the Feather Nirvana army were granted by the commander. Should you wish to ascend to that exalted position, the Feather Nirvana army will pave a bloody path for you. Yun Shanhuang felt reassured and shared the plight of the general's estate with the soldiers. Upon hearing her words, they clenched their fists in anger. That foolish dog of an emperor, had it not been for the commander, the Qilin kingdom would have long been devoured by the other three nations. How could he enjoy his current stability? Not only did he usurp the commander's military power, but he even imprisoned the commander and the young general in the dungeon. Such audacity! Vice Commander, let us storm the dungeon, rescue the commander, and take the dog emperor's head. Crowning the commander as king, every soldier of the Feather Nirvana army was filled with righteous indignation. That dog emperor! How dare he? Gong Xiao was equally agitated. Miss, is the commander well? He bears many old wounds, and the dungeon is damp and dark. If any of his old injuries flare up, with the emperor's temperament, he surely would not provide treatment. My grandfather's condition has not been good. He suffered a high fever recently. Thankfully, my father had secretly hidden a medicinal pill before his imprisonment, which saved my grandfather's life. Yun Xianhuang's eyes were cold, but my grandfather forbade me and my father from aiding in his escape. Gong Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Their commander was not a blindly loyal person and would not be so rigid. Upon noticing the youthful features on her face, he suddenly understood. Their commander had aged, but the young lady and the eldest young master were still young, and they should not bear the stigma for a lifetime. However, the young lady had summoned them not merely to convey this information. She must have other plans in mind. Indeed, Yun Shanhuang did not hide her intentions. Vice Commander Gong, my method is perilous and must remain a secret. Without needing Gong Xiao to speak, the remaining 1,136 soldiers of the Feather Nirvana army knelt in unison. We are willing to accompany the young lady through fire and water. Gong Xiao pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed to Yun Shanhuang. Young lady, Gong Xiao guarantees with his life that not a single person in the Feather Nirvana army will leak any information. The soldiers assumed that Yun Shanhuang's plan was to charge directly into the palace. Although the numbers of the Feather Nirvana army were not vast, they had come from the battlefield. While they may not be seasoned veterans, they were certainly stronger than the untested Imperial Guards. With covert action, leveraging the element of surprise against the Imperial Guards, seizing power through the Emperor was not impossible. However, what they did not anticipate was that Yun Shanhuang would lead them into the Spirit Beast Mountains. Though the Feather Nirvana army were not powerful cultivators, they carried the aura of battle. Honed on the battlefield, the spirit beasts possess a heightened sense of danger compared to humans, and such a troop would deter even the lowest-ranked spirit beasts from approaching. The higher-ranked ones, wary of the sheer number of the Feather Nirvana army, would not seek trouble. Thus, after a quarter of an hour in the Spirit Beast Mountains, they had yet to encounter a single beast. Gong Xiao furrowed his brow, suppressing his impatience until he could no longer restrain himself. Miss, why have we come to the Spirit Beast Mountains? In the military, questioning a commander's decision was a serious taboo. Yet, with his mind solely focused on rescuing Yan Shuli and Yun Shanyu, he cared little for propriety. Yun Shanhuang surveyed her surroundings, deeming the location suitable before coming to a halt. She did not forget to explain to Gong Xiao. Vice Commander Gong, you were rescued by my grandfather. He certainly would not wish to see you suffer casualties. Over 5,000 of you. To put it bluntly, a single one-star spirit master could eliminate you all. I have no intention of sending the Feather Nirvana army to their deaths. Gong Xiao stepped forward urgently. Miss, as long as we can rescue the commander and the young general, we fear not death. Indeed, we fear not death. The soldiers behind him echoed. Yun Shanhuang raised her hand, signaling for silence. Your lives must not be lost in this endeavor. She said no more. A terrifying mental force emanated from her center. Expanding outward, Yun Shanhuang sought not only to rescue Yan Shuli and Yun Shanyu in a straightforward manner, she aimed for the entire Qilin kingdom to no longer dare entertain thoughts against the general's estate. With the enhancement of her mental power, Yun Shanhuang no longer needed to rely on formations. Her mental energy gradually enveloped the entire Spirit Beast Mountains, whereupon all beasts bowed in submission. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Gong Zhao's expression sharpened, and he immediately positioned himself in front of Yun Shanhuang. Something is amiss. All units remain alert. At his command, the Feather Nirvana army fell into a state of heightened vigilance. Protected by Gong Xiao, Yun Shanhuang blinked. Vice Commander, do not worry. There is no danger. Gong Xiao assumed she was merely trying to reassure him. Such a sudden commotion could not possibly bode well. He remained tense. And Yun Shanhuang offered no further explanation. Soon enough, they would understand. Approximately half a quarter of an hour later, an enormous swarm of beasts came into view. Gong Xiao was taken aback. Is it a beast tide? Miss, you must leave. We will hold off those spirit beasts. Such a scale of beast tide would be daunting even for a spirit master or spirit saint. Yet, apart from their initial astonishment, none of the Feather Nirvana army panicked. Nor did anyone flee. Yun Huang remained still. Vice Commander Gong, these spirit beasts are summoned by me. Gong Xiao did not believe her. Rest assured, miss, until you are safe, the Feather Nirvana army will not retreat a single step. How could anyone possibly summon such a multitude of spirit beasts? Even the most powerful summoners could only call forth one spirit beast at a time, yet, with Yun Huang refusing to leave, Gong Xiao had no choice but to protect her fiercely. The swarm of spirit beasts quickly advanced. Gong Xiao gripped his weapon, preparing to issue a command to defend, only to find that the beast suddenly halted. At the forefront of the herd was an 11th tier snow shadow deer, striding gracefully with an air of pride as it approached. Gong Xiao instinctively stepped back to shield Yun Huang. However, the snow shadow deer, though seemingly moving slowly, appeared before him and Yun Huang in the blink of an eye. Gong Xiao raised his hand to attack, but the snow shadow deer unexpectedly lowered its head toward him, more precisely toward Yun Huang, and emitted a low, almost conciliatory call. Gong Xiao was taken aback, as were the members of the Feather Nirvana army behind him. The snow shadow deer, known for its haughtiness, was bowing to the young lady in making a sound akin to a plea. Protected by Gong Xiao, Yun Huang stepped forward and gently patted the snow shadow deer's head. It seemed pleased, lifting its head slightly, eager to nuzzle her. Upon witnessing this, Fu Bai, no longer concerned with cultivation, burst forth from the spatial realm, its rabbit-like eyes fixed on the snow shadow deer. The snow shadow deer froze, its crystalline eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear as it took a cautious step back. The holy beast exerted absolute dominance over the 11th tier spirit beast. Gong Xiao silently observed the sudden appearance of the floppy-eared rabbit, his heart racing in astonishment. The spirit beast had materialized out of thin air and was now resting on the young lady's shoulder. It was undoubtedly her summoned creature. The young lady was a summoner. Could it be that these spirit beasts were indeed summoned by her, though he had never heard of such a phenomenon? Witnessing the beasts exhibit no intent to attack forced Gong Xiao to accept this absurd truth. At that moment, Yun Huang turned her head to look at them. Deputy Commander Gong, choose a spirit beast that you like. This time, she summoned the majority of spirit beasts above 5th tier from the Spirit Beast mountain range, easily providing one for each member of the Yun army. Bus, Gong Xiao felt as though he were dreaming. As a spirit king, he never imagined he would have the opportunity to select a spirit beast. Yes, each of you may choose one, Yun Huang affirmed. However, you are not to contract with them, but rather to have them assist you temporarily. Yun Huang was thinking long-term. If she were to storm the imperial palace alone with spirit beasts, even if she coerced the emperor into releasing Yun Shuli and Yun Shanyu, once she was no longer at the general's residence, there was no guarantee the emperor would not seize the opportunity to strike against it. Yet, she could not simply eliminate all members of the royal family, as that would contradict the wishes of Yun Shuli and Yun Shanyu. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to create an unassailable stronghold for the general's residence, one that would never leave and that no one would dare provoke. Everyone on the continent knew that only summoners could form contracts with spirit beasts. Therefore, an army composed entirely of trained summoners would be an entity that no force would dare to challenge. She might not slay the emperor, but she would ensure a metaphorical sword hung over his head, one that would instill fear in him. Preventing any thoughts of encroaching upon the general's residence, Gong Xiao seemed to grasp Yun Huang's intentions. He regarded her with admiration and then stepped forward first, selecting a 10th tier ghost eagle from the throng of spirit beasts. With Gong Xiao leading the way, the other members of the Yun army regained their composure and began to select their preferred spirit beasts one by one. Each spirit beast was above 5th tier. With more than 100 of those exceeding 8th tier, Fu Bai nestled into Yun Huang's embrace, glaring warningly at the spirit beasts that dared to sneak glances at her. With Fu Bai present, those spirit beasts would not dare approach their master. Yun Huang affectionately patted Fu Bai's head and sat down on the back of a snow shadow deer, which gazed at her with eager eyes. She took the initiative, and Fu Bai merely twitched its nose, refraining from further targeting the snow shadow deer. After all the members of the Yun army had selected their spirit beasts, Yun Huang dismissed the remaining ones and smiled at Gong Xiao. Deputy Commander Gong, let us depart. Gong Xiao cautiously stroked the ghost eagle's wing, his heart racing with excitement. Indeed, 5,137 members of the Yun army, each accompanied by a spirit beast, marched grandly towards Helen City. They arrived at dusk. With a wave of her hand, all the spirit beasts raised their heads and let out a resounding roar. The soldiers guarding Helen City were so startled that they could hardly maintain their footing, tumbling and scrambling to report to the palace. Within the city, as it was not yet time for the gates to close, the citizens could clearly see the scene outside, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Thousands of silver-armored figures stood outside the city, each accompanied by a spirit beast. At the forefront, a young girl sat atop a snow shadow deer, cradling a floppy-eared rabbit. Her garments flowed gracefully, her long hair like ink. Her skin as smooth as jade, and her beauty was unparalleled by any they had ever seen. Among the crowd, a former servant of the Bai family suddenly turned pale. That night, it was this very girl who had stormed the Bai residence with spirit beasts, effortlessly resolving the Bai family's greatest reliance in a single move. Subsequently, the esteemed General Yun had dealt with the Bai family using ruthless methods, and he, as merely a servant, was fortunate to have been spared. Yet the memories of that night haunted him as an unshakable nightmare. The young lady of the Yun family, who had regained her wits, had returned. The man recalled the rumors he had heard that General Yun and the old General Yun were implicated in the murder of the Northern Duke's son and had been imprisoned in the celestial dungeons. Now, this young lady had brought troops and spirit beasts to block the city gates. Could it be that she intended to rebel? The man shrank his neck and turned to flee in times like this. The closer one was, the quicker one would meet their demise. He best return home post-haste. Outside the city, the roars of various beasts echoed, resonating with spiritual energy throughout Helen's city. Within the palace, the emperor, who was enjoying the company of the imperial consort, was so startled by the sounds that he fell from the bed. Chapter 99, an army composed entirely of summoners. The emperor's pleasant moment was abruptly interrupted, and he exploded in rage, summoning palace attendants to inquire about the commotion. At that moment, a flustered guard responsible for the city gate rushed in to report, Your Majesty, an army has arrived outside the city." The mere mention of the word army immediately captured the emperor's attention. Despite his intense anger, he forced himself to calm down, donned his outer robe, and glared intently at the trembling guard. "Speak, what is the scale of this army? Do they bear any insignia?" The emperor, ever suspicious, understood that the military authority of the Qiling kingdom was in his hands. Without his edict, those soldiers outside would never dare to return home unbidden. Was it possible that those private troops of the old man Yin Shuli had come to rescue them? Approximately 5,000. Even from the palace, the beast roars were audible, and the guard could not help but tremble. The emperor seethed with fury, rising to kick the guard over. "You worthless fool, how can you be so frightened by just 5,000 men? My imperial guard exceeds this number. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The guard, enduring the pain, crawled back up and knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing. "It is my fault for not being clear. It is an army composed entirely of summoners." What? An army composed entirely of summoners? The commotion outside prompted various factions within the city to discreetly investigate. Upon hearing the news relayed by his subordinates, the Northern Duke turned pale. "Did you discern who leads them?" His subordinate shook his head. "My lord, I was too far away to discern, but the leader appears to be a young girl. As for her appearance, I am afraid I could not make it out. Go investigate further." The Northern Duke waved his hand, dismissing his subordinate, striving to consider what force could afford to dispatch an army composed entirely of summoners. Simultaneously, the leaders of various factions within the city pondered the situation. Summoners were notoriously rare. Across the 4 nations and a city, their total number might not even reach 1,000. Where could this army of over 5,000 summoners have originated? Who were they coming for? The continuous roars of beasts filled the air, and on this day, Helen's city was destined for turmoil. Within the palace, the emperor, attended by palace maids, hurriedly changed into formal attire and went directly to the National Master's hall to summon the National Master. Upon hearing the emperor's explanation, the National Master's eyes darkened. Over 5,000 summoners. A flicker of unusual light flashed in the National Master's gaze, yet the anxious emperor failed to notice. "Your Majesty, do not rush. I shall accompany you to the city gate to investigate." This was precisely the emperor's intent. He quickly brought along the captain of the Imperial Guard and assembled Imperial Guards to hastily head to the city gate. The night silently descended upon Helen's city. On the city walls, illuminated by the glow of luminous stones, the emperor and others could finally see the scene below. The captain of the Imperial Guard inhaled sharply. As a spirit king, he understood more than the ordinary guards that the spirit beasts following the soldiers outside were all above 5th tier. Such an army, even if the Imperial Guards held a numerical advantage, would have no hope of victory. Gazing at the densely packed spirit beasts below, the emperor felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He struggled to maintain his imperial dignity, turning to the National Master beside him. The National Master nodded, stepping forward, exuding the imposing aura of a spirit sovereign, his voice laced with spiritual energy overpowering the beast roars. "Who stands outside the city?" Bai Yuru raised her delicate hand. And in that instant, the long-standing roars ceased abruptly. The National Master's gaze followed that hand, landing upon the young girl seated atop the snow shadow deer. "Why, it is merely a little girl." Such a thought simultaneously crossed the mind of the captain of the Imperial Guard. To command such an army, one would expect a top-tier spirit emperor, certainly not a mere girl of 15 or 16 years. Yet this very girl, unafraid, raised her head and met the emperor's eyes directly. Presumptuous, to gaze directly upon the emperor was a grave disrespect. The National Master released his pressure, bearing down on Yun Huang. Without the need for Fu Bai to act, the snow shadow deer's crystalline antlers emitted a gentle white light, effortlessly dissipating the overwhelming force. An 11th tier snow shadow deer. The National Master's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet beneath that astonishment lay a tinge of excitement. Noticing this, Yun Huang furrowed her brow, instructing Out Yen to keep a watchful eye on the National Master. Her own gaze remained fixed on the figure clad in bright yellow. As she spoke slowly, "Your Majesty, I have heard that my grandfather and father have been accused of the murder of the Northern Duke's son and have been imprisoned in the celestial dungeons. The mention of the Northern Duke immediately brought to the Emperor's mind the imprisoned Yanshuli and his son. These individuals were indeed the private troops of that old man, yet how could such a formidable army serve Yanshuli? The Emperor squinted, scrutinizing Yun Xianhuang, before uncertainly inquiring, "You are the foolish girl of the general's residence, the one lacking in mental acuity. Wasn't the granddaughter of that old man supposed to be an imbecile? Since your majesty recognizes me, it seems the rumors are true. My grandfather and father have indeed been imprisoned by your majesty." Yun Xianhuang gently patted the snow shadow deer, which immediately took a step forward with her. "My grandfather and father have erred, and I cannot remain uninvolved. I have come today to plead for forgiveness on their behalf." Though she articulated these words, her demeanor conveyed no hint of humility. Plead for forgiveness? The Emperor regarded the Yun army and the spirit beasts behind her, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He wished to grasp the girl by the neck and demand, "Is this your idea of pleading for forgiveness? With over 5,000 spirit beasts, they could trample my entire palace flat." Though he roared inwardly, the Emperor dared not voice his thoughts. Instead, he endeavored to maintain a gentle smile. "Young Lady Yun, your grandfather and father have yet to be found guilty. There is no need for you to plead for them." This statement nearly implied that he wanted Yun Xianhuang to promptly take her people and spirit beasts away. Yun Xianhuang feigned ignorance of the Emperor's implied meaning, gazing at him in perplexity. Why, if the verdict had yet to be rendered, had His Majesty directly imprisoned the commoner's grandfather and father in the celestial dungeon? The Emperor, cold sweat trickling down his brow, realized his oversight. "It is my fault for not considering the matter thoroughly. I shall have them returned to the general's residence at once. Summon someone, your majesty." "Please hold," Yun Xianhuang interjected with a smile, interrupting the Emperor. "If my grandfather and father are suspected, they must naturally be detained. Your majesty should not show favoritism due to their military merits." The Emperor, having ascended to his current position, was far from a fool. In just a few words, he grasped Yun Xianhuang's intent. This granddaughter of General Yun was clearly aiming to have him declare the general's residence innocent before returning the two men there. The Emperor turned to the National Master, unwilling to allow Yun Xianhuang to have her way so easily. The National Master, sensing the Emperor's unspoken cue, scrutinized the spirit beasts outside the city. 11th tier spirit beasts were akin to formidable spiritual saints, and among them were over 100 ranked above the 8th tiered. It was likely that even a spirit emperor would hesitate to confront such a horde head-on. Alas, this girl had encountered him. Chapter 100. What punishment should be imposed? Unaware of her own perilous fate, this insufferable girl, I shall teach her a proper lesson on behalf of General Yun today, the National Master bellowed, his aura suddenly surging ominously. A chilling, malevolent force erupted from him, causing the snow shadow deer beneath Yun Xianhuang to emit anxious sounds, pawing nervously at the ground. How can there be someone in the South Liu continent who understands such nefarious secret arts? Tian's voice dripped with disdain. Yun Xianhuang had never heard him speak in such a manner. "Master, that human must not be allowed to live." As he spoke, Yun Xianhuang felt a familiar surge of power within her. Knowing that Tian would not utter such words lightly, she promptly acquiesced. Very well. She withdrew Fubai into her spatial realm, empowering herself with speed charms and enhancement arrays, converting all her wood spirit energy into wind spirit energy. The bone sword slid into her grasp, and before anyone could react, Yun Xianhuang charged up the city wall, her mental energy extending to isolate others from her vicinity, as she aimed the bone sword directly at the National Master. Seeking death, the National Master sneered, conjuring a shield of spiritual energy to block the bone sword. His eyes, devoid of any light, radiated an aura of death, as if he were a ghoul risen from a mountain of corpses. The bone sword, embedded with 2 spirit cores, was easily repelled. Suddenly, a smirk crept onto Yun Xianhuang's lips. Tian's power, acting through her as a medium, directly obliterated the National Master's spiritual energy, with a sickening sound. The blade found its mark, and the National Master stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he glanced down in horror at the bone sword embedded in his chest. How is this possible? This little girl, barely out of her infancy, has breached my defenses. The aura emanating from the National Master intensified, a horrifying visage twisting as he lunged at Yun Xianhuang. "Master, retreat," Tian urged, having left his power within the National Master. Knowing that not even the finest elixirs could save him now, Yun Xianhuang, trusting his words, swiftly withdrew the bone sword and retreated just before the National Master's force struck her, quickly returning to Gong Zhao's side. On the city wall, the Emperor, the commander of the Imperial Guard, and the attendants stood in stunned silence, watching as the National Master bled profusely from his heart. Moments earlier, it seemed an invisible force had separated them, leaving them helplessly witnessing the girl, who had just been conversing merrily with the Emperor, pierced the National Master's heart. All transpired too swiftly for anyone to react. The Emperor, closest to the scene, felt the warm blood that had splattered on his face, reeking of a foul, metallic odor. He could scarcely comprehend why the National Master's blood smelled so vile, his disbelief directed solely at Yun Xianhuang. Outside the city, the girl calmly returned to the back of the snow shadow deer, gently stroking the head of the pure white lop-eared rabbit in her arms. Her phoenix eyes sparkled with laughter, her expression serene, were it not for witnessing the National Master suddenly coughing up blood before collapsing. He would hardly dare believe what had just transpired. Beneath his royal robes, the emperor's hands trembled uncontrollably. Out Yun's power rampaged within the national master's body, and he struggled little before succumbing to death. With a calm demeanor, Yun Qianhuang addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, without your command, the national master acted independently. I could not restrain my anger on behalf of your Majesty, which compelled me to take action. The emperor could only stare, speechless. The national master was the most powerful practitioner of their spirit realm, and now he lay slain at the hands of General Yun's granddaughter. What recourse did he have? With only 5,000 troops, the Imperial Guard would have no trouble handling the situation, yet there were more than 5,000 spirit beasts lurking ominously. The emperor could never have envisioned witnessing so many summoners in his lifetime. This exceeded the total number of summoners across the continent, thus he could not pursue Yun Qianhuang's transgression, but rather he had to force a smile, begrudgingly praising Yun. You have done well. Yun Qianhuang was acutely aware that the emperor must have cursed her ancestors 1,000 times in his heart. Yet, what did it matter? Thank you for your praise, your Majesty. She maintained her smile, yet she knew that the emperor, being just, would not absolve her grandfather and father of their crimes simply because she had acted well. He would assuredly conduct a thorough investigation. The emperor internally chuckled bitterly, ultimately conceding to Yun Qianhuang's wishes. He had no other choice. He was convinced that should he insist on an investigation, that girl would undoubtedly mobilize the spirit beasts to raise the imperial palace. The emperor had no desire to meet his end prematurely. Punishment? What punishment? He mused. Yun girl, this is entirely a misunderstanding. I am well aware of the character of General Yun and his son. How could they possibly harm the son of the Northern King? It was his fault. He would personally summon General Yun and his son forth. Cold sweat beaded on the emperor's forehead as he pondered whether Yun Qianhuang would be satisfied with his words. She fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes instilling a sense of dread within him. Fortunately, she soon spoke. Your Majesty is wise. However, the emperor's heart, which had only just begun to settle, leapt once more. However, what? Upon closer inspection, his voice trembled. Yun Qianhuang's smile faded. Your Majesty, my grandfather was the national general you personally appointed. The Northern King has falsely accused him. What punishment shall befall him? The emperor could spare the national master, but he would never allow the Northern King to escape justice. She not only sought the Northern King's death but also aimed to ensure that no fault could be found with the general's residence. The commander of the Imperial Guard discreetly steadied the unsteady emperor. The emperor's lips quivered, yet he was forced to respond. Accusers shall face retribution for their accusations. The Northern King has falsely accused the national general of murder. Murder demands a life. According to the law. The Northern King shall face death for his false accusations. Upon uttering those words, the emperor's heart bled. The Northern King was one of his most trusted ministers. Yun Qianhuang's genuine smile revealed that she had achieved her objective. The general's residence bore no guilt. It was the Northern King who had fabricated accusations against them. The general's residence stood upright and just. While the Northern King's false accusations would lead to his own demise, Your Majesty is indeed wise. Another lofty cap was placed atop the emperor's head. With Your Majesty's brilliance, I have no further demands and shall take my leave. Upon hearing the words take my leave, the emperor felt a modicum of relief. Withdraw at once, he urged. Hurry, hurry. Yun Qianhuang patted the snow shadow deer and the feather Nirvana army, along with the 5,000 spirit beasts. Retraced their path, soon vanishing from sight. On the city wall, the emperor seemed drained of all strength, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Yun Shuli, oh Yun Shuli, you have truly raised a remarkable granddaughter. Tiansun, immediately take men to apprehend the Northern King. Tiansun, the name of the commander of the Imperial Guard, received the emperor's command without hesitation. Fearing that Yun Qianhuang might return, he departed promptly while the emperor turned to his attendants. Proceed to the celestial dungeon.